Chapter 501. I'm worried that the experience from a month ago is still affecting them. Sirius frowned. It's true that they can't pretend that nothing happened, Felix said calmly. They were surrounded by hundreds of Death Eaters. That's not a scene that anyone can handle, not to mention the powerlessness from having to see their companions tortured. I suppose they don't want to experience it a second time. I didn't even dare to ask what it felt like to be struck by a cruciatus curse, so I could only pretend that nothing had happened. Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth, her eyes glistening with tears, and had nightmares for days, always about Gideon and Fabian. Their faces turned into Ron, Harry. Mr. Weasley hugged his wife and patted her shoulder reassuringly. Sirius and Felix looked at each other and tacitly agreed not to talk about the bait plan on this occasion. In a flash, the last day of July arrived. Happy birthday! Harry heard when he pushed open the door as he saw Neville standing in the doorway holding a gift box. Thanks, Neville, Harry said with a yawn while pulling Neville into the room, where Ron is dazedly pulling a sleeve up his leg. Why did they schedule the award ceremony for today? Neville asked regretfully. It's actually kind of nice, Harry said. He felt weird watching everyone get busy for his birthday, and didn't know what to do in response. They got dressed and started to unwrap their presents. A wand holster, awesome, Neville. Harry said happily. Good for you, Neville said, I like your gift too, before asking a little nervously, it's not supposed to comfort me, right? Of course not. Harry assured him. Yesterday was Neville's birthday, and Neville had been worried that the dueling study group would be cancelled for the new term, so Harry had made an invitation card for the dueling study group in the style of the Hogwarts freshman acceptance letter, and Hermione got intrigued by it, and enchanted it. When someone opens it, they will hear a very dignified voice saying, "You are the chosen one, ready to meet the challenge." Neville thought it sounded cool. Sirius had given a three-dimensional book about Quidditch, and with each page flipped, a three-dimensional Quidditch pitch would form, with a dozen little make-believe figures flying through the air, replicating some of the classic scenes of the game. From this angle, Lynch is no match for Krum at all, Ron said as he stared at one of the scenes on the page that took place at last year's Quidditch World Cup final, where Krum twice fooled his opponent Lynch by using a fake. The Lupin hadn't arrived. Harry guessed he is now stuck with one of the werewolf communities, but he did ask Tonks to deliver a birthday present, a handmade string of bone bracelets. Harry mentally prayed that the bracelet is not made from local materials and werewolf teeth. Hermione's gift is an enchanted parchment with the names of various spells flashing on it, all of which Harry has mastered. Looking at the page full of names, a sense of accomplishment filled him. At that moment, the door pushed open from the outside, and Bill poked his head through the doorway. Breakfast is ready, we need to hurry, the award ceremony starts at 10 o'clock, better get to the Ministry of Magic early. They followed Bill downstairs and Harry saw two strangers at the table, a witch with dark hair and powdered cheeks, and a short man wearing a high violet top hat, the same color as Tonks' hair today. Hestia Jones and Daedalus Diggle. Mr. Weasley introduced them at the table. Both of them looked at Harry curiously as Daedalus Diggle gave an exaggerated, not quite standard hat-off salute. Hello, nice to see you again. Harry looked at him in confusion, unable to recall a single memory in his mind. Back before you were enrolled, in the Leaky Cauldron bar, you were with Hagrid then, Daedalus Diggle hinted further, and I shook your hand. So that was it, Harry thought. He remembered that there was indeed a male wizard who was equally excited as Quirrell at the time. Hello, Harry, said the witch named Hestia, we're your guards for the day. Guards? Harry spat out the slice of bread in his mouth. Don't worry, it's normal procedure, the witch said with a smile. A little further aside, Hermione is talking to Tonks. No, I'm not going to let them know. Breakfast consisted of smoked meat, baked potatoes, sliced bread, and vegetable soup, and after breakfast, the group went out in batches through the front door of 12 Grimmauld Place. No fireplaces, that's too conspicuous. Felix said, you stand with me, Harry. Harry found the atmosphere getting odder and odder. Professor. Wait till the ceremony ends. Felix shook his head. As the group entered the Ministry of Magic through the red phone booth, a number of employees saluted them silently. But soon a team of Aurors came toward them, escorting them in the middle all the way to a massive conference room. Harry felt like a prisoner in close custody, being moved from one place to another. Judging from the uncomfortable expressions of Ron and Hermione, they seemed to feel the same thing. The room is dark and packed with people, and the atmosphere is solemn, which reminds Harry of the scene he saw in the Pensieve. The Crouch Jr. was trailed by an almost same crowd. His heart thumped. He heard the sound of Ron and Hermione's audible intake of breath. "We're going to sit up in front," Felix said, his hand placed on Harry's shoulder, as he led them to sit in the front row of seats on the podium. A dense flash lit up in the corner and Harry squinted, catching sight of the oddly dressed Rita Skeeter off stage, who's staring at them intently with a conspicuous quill in her mouth. "Get the shot. This is going to make headlines," she said. There was a lot of chatter in the conference room, and Harry felt like a monkey in a zoo, surrounded by an inexplicable crowd. "They're members of the Wizengamot," Felix whispered from the sidelines. "Well, let's get started," Ms. Bones said aloud. "Guests, we are going to observe a special award ceremony today. In the current situation, unity and faith are more important than ever." Ms. Bones has become talkative after she became a minister. This was Felix's thought as he stared at the eloquent Ms. Bones, and he had to admit that this approach was necessary to at least stabilize the people. "Erect confidence and courage, we already have an example, show tenacity. Without fear and trepidation. Seeds of victory." The flashing lights below the stage seemed to link up and dazzle the eyes. It lasted until noon when the whole ceremony concluded. "I got the Order of Merlin," Ron said incredulously, repeatedly examining the medal in his hand. Felix also looked at his own gold medal, which looked similar to the last one, with the purple ribbon replaced by a green one, indicating that the medal in his hand is a first-class one. Then Ms. Bones led them to the Minister of Magic's office, pulling the curtains by hand. Dumbledore also came in. Harry couldn't wait to ask questions, but Bones stopped him. "Wait until everyone is here." He waited impatiently. The minute seemed to be stretched 10 times longer. Harry even suspected that he was in the professor's thinking room. Finally, Kingsley and Sirius cautiously entered through the side door of the office. Sirius made an okay gesture. "No one's noticed." It is only then Ms. Bones speaks up and narrated the entire operational plan. "Bait!" the trio shouted in unison. "That's right, the Death Eaters haven't moved. I thought it was necessary to test them once. This award ceremony is a good opportunity for them. Normally they can't locate you, and it will be even less easy when you guys are in school," Ms. Bones said. "What do we need to do?" Harry asked. Sirius moved out of the way, and 3 glasses of bubbling polyjuice potion somehow appeared on the table. "It's simple, we'll wear your faces and go out for a stroll." "And what about us?" Harry trailed off. Ron and Hermione also stared at the adults with unblinking eyes. "Stay here until everything is over," Sirius said with an expressionless face. It took a little time to convince Harry, but it worked. Kingsley, Sirius, and Bones took the polyjuice potion mixed with the trio's hair and hid in the small compartment. Not long afterward a suppressed moan of pain sounded from inside, and when all sounds subsided, they stumbled out of the compartment. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared across at themselves, moving their arms and legs and adjusting to their new bodies with amazement and a sense of weirdness that was simply undefinable, 100 times weirder than the time they disguised themselves as Crabbe and Goyle in the second year. Harry kept taking off his glasses and putting them back on, muttering under his breath, "That's weird." "Stop playing around, Sirius," Hermione said, turning her head to the real Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Your families have also been replaced." "Aurors," an Order of the Phoenix members impersonating them. Sirius, who is disguised as Harry, said, "A bunch of us imposters will go to the Borough using my birthday as a guise. Mr. Weasley wanted to try out Muggle transportation and rented 2 cars." A freckle-faced Ron remained silent, who is impersonated by Kingsley. "So, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Hap," Harry asked slowly, with a blink. I'll show my face in Diagon Alley and pretend to use the public fireplace to return to school. In fact, I will sneak back and hide," Dumbledore said with interest. "I haven't experienced something like this in a long time." The real Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at Felix again. Felix shrugged. "I'll stay here and not go anywhere. Someone has to watch you guys." He pointed at the blazing fireplace. "If there is a battle, I will leave through the fireplace and run to the battlefield as soon as possible." "Well, we've been delayed for some time, and if we stay any longer the Death Eaters might get suspicious," Hermione said with authority. "Let's go. The most dangerous part of this plan is that we have to hold off the first wave of the enemies on our own. Good thing we prepared ahead of time." The real Hermione looked at her other self giving orders and couldn't help but gawk for a moment. Soon, each of them left the room and Harry heard Dumbledore saying gently as he stood in the doorway of the office, Ms. Burns, I'll be heading back to school then, there are a bunch of things waiting to be taken care of. He paused for a few seconds, nodded slightly, pretended to be occupied inside, and then the door closed from the outside. Sit down for a while, Felix said to the three, as he sat down on the couch by himself, fiddling with a coin at his fingertips. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and hesitantly sat down opposite to Felix. Professor, Hermione asked quietly, will the plan work? That depends on how you define it. It's like playing chess, we place a piece and wait for the opposite reaction. Felix said, but this is a real opportunity, with all the fanfare on our side, the Death Eaters are sure to get the message, and you, he glanced at Harry, or rather all of you, his eyes swept back over Ron and Hermione, have disgraced Voldemort and messed up his return ceremony, surely he'd be happy to take care of you. On the contrary, if even the Death Eaters didn't show up, it would be a real problem. Why do you say that? Hermione asked. It means that Voldemort is plotting something big, which none of us don't know about, including the Death Eaters. Felix said softly. Chapter 502. Time passed little by little. The trio looked anxious and restless as Harry stared at the flames burning in the fireplace, expecting it to suddenly change color and a wizard to emerge from it and tell them what had happened. Or send a patroness to deliver a message. But nothing happened. The wood crackled and the atmosphere in the office became dull and depressing. Harry thought it might be due to the high temperature. It is late July, August will be here soon, and not many people would choose this time to light up the fireplace. He needed a thermostatic locket. Harry wondered as he sat on the edge of his seat, but then a deeper concern weighed on him, and he couldn't restrain the thoughts that popped into his head. He had handed over his hair personally and agreed to the plan, and if Sirius died because of it, it is entirely caused by his hands. Just then, the flames in the fireplace suddenly sprang up, to the height of a man, and the color changed to emerald green, as a figure swirled and appeared. It is Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry's heart thumped, he heard a suppressed squeal next to him, but he could not distinguish whether it was from Ron or Hermione. The flames had returned to reddish-orange color, which meant that there is no one behind. Harry's heart tugged. Where is Sirius? Where is Ms. Bones? He mentally yelled. What's the situation? Felix rose from the couch, the coin he had been playing with clenched in his fist. It went okay, Kingsley said, with a sweaty face and messy clothes, with plenty of grey-brown mud rubbed on them, like he had been playing in the mud. Caught 2 Death Eaters, the escapees, McNair and Rookwood, Augustus Rookwood. What about Voldemort? He didn't show up. Felix asked with a frown. Harry, Ron, and Hermione held their breath and looked blearily at Kingsley, who shook his head, looking confused and puzzled, didn't meet him. In fact, there were only these 2 Death Eaters, the rest were a motley bunch, Dementors, a couple of werewolves and vampires, and some dark wizard from somewhere. Bones think they were under an imperious curse. So Voldemort was just testing the waters? He hid in the shadows and watched. Felix muttered to himself, not really satisfied with the result. I suppose so. Kingsley panted, there were a lot of cannon fodder, a swarm of them came up and intimidated us, and I wondered when Death Eaters got so brave, casualties occurred at that time. Casualties? Hermione breathed in and asked. Oh, no one died, Kingsley explained, a few were wounded, not life-threatening. I will continue. The 2 Death Eaters stood back, they seemed to be purely trying to finish the job of testing us as they hid behind and fired spells. Sirius and Bones worked together to take one down, as for the other one. I guess Dumbledore secretly took a shot. Felix almost sorted out the whole process. What about Sirius, where is he now? Harry couldn't help but ask. With Bones, I came back alone to report, and bring some men over to bring back the prisoners, of course, to call healers. Kingsley said, turning to look at Felix, Mr. Happ, this operation has barely met the expectation, you can leave with the children next, Mrs. Weasley is accommodated in Arthur's office. Felix nodded in silence. Then Kingsley hurriedly walked out of the office. Come on, I'll take you back. Felix said. Is this the end of it? Harry asked, still feeling a little incredulous. Nothing to be done, Voldemort didn't take the bait. Felix shrugged, this is war, you can't expect your opponent to make a fatal mistake right off the bat and get it over in one fell swoop, though. He furrowed his brow. From the news sent back by Lucius, Voldemort has been lying low a bit too much lately, showing up only a few times altogether. Of course, it does not exclude that he wants to gather followers first. He has sent out the Death Eaters, who have just escaped from Azkaban. We'll go and meet up with Mrs. Weasley first, then you guys head back to the Order of the Phoenix base," Felix said as they walked out of the Minister of Magic's office and took the elevator to the second level where the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is located. The Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office is also on this level. The four of them stepped out of the elevator and walked into a hallway with room doors on both sides. "We need to go through 2 doors, then turn left, then right, and finally go all the way to the end of the corridor," Ron said to a somewhat lost Harry. "I've been here a few times, and the Aurors have very distinctive cubicles." After walking through the first oak wood door, they reached an open area, where the Aurors focused on their desks. Not too many people at the moment, and the few who remained gathered together with expressions of both excitement and concern on their faces. The operation was very sudden, not much information. "I hope there will be good results. Didn't Kingsley say it was a big win? Chesterton, congratulations on your promotion. You should be the youngest head of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. I got a little help from my family." A young man trailed off haughtily and said in a loud voice, revealing the family crest on his chest, without looking. "Chesterton Avery." Hermione suddenly turned around and said pointedly, her eyes fixed on the showy young man with a deadly stare. Chesterton stood in a small compartment and looked over in her direction, the smile on his face quickly cooling as he said arrogantly, "It's me, and you're." His eyes moved between the trio, and then he spotted Felix behind them, and his voice turned weak as he said, "So the award ceremony is over." Hermione, however, refused to take any notice as she stared at him and whispered, "You wicked dash." "Hermione!" Felix interrupted her. Chesterton looked exasperated, with bafflement. He had the heart to let out a few harsh words, but he feared Felix, who is standing off at the side, and his eyes shifted back and forth between cowering and viciousness. Finally, he grunted heavily as he turned around and left without looking back. Hermione looked at him with irritation. How can someone like him get a promotion? They had passed through the second oakwood door and walked down the empty corridor, as Hermione remained indignant, as Harry and Ron were both surprised at her fierce attitude. They had never heard that Hermione had crossed paths with this man. "I remembered," Harry suddenly said. "Avery, remember? In the graveyard, Voldemort's first tortured a Death Eater because he pretended he was under the Imperius curse after Voldemort lost his power and escaped punishment by doing so." Ron also recalled. "It did happen, but the voices aren't quite the same, and that Avery was obviously a bit older dash. Doesn't that say more about how bad their family is?" Hermione said meanly. "Professor, why doesn't the Ministry of Magic arrest all the Death Eaters whose names they know?" "Calm down, Miss Granger," Felix said. "The Ministry of Magic stands for order and can't arrest people for no reason, though private stalking is definitely there. A momentary escape is nothing. Lucius could anytime produce evidence against a whole bunch of people, to get them into Azkaban. But what Voldemort, who has no one to turn to and has lost hope of ruling, will do is beyond anyone's guess. The key to this war always has been Voldemort alone. Ms. Bones should really investigate all those pure-blooded scum," Hermione muttered in a small voice. Ron glanced over, so she hurriedly said, "Oh, of course, your family doesn't count, you're a pure-blood traitor." Ron nodded, chuckling to himself. They found Mrs. Weasley in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office on the second level. She looked fairly calm and had Percy with her. When she saw Harry and the gang enter, she rushed over to them and gave them hugs and kisses. "Fortunately, you're all okay." "Mom," Ron struggled hard. "We didn't even go out." "Well, even so," she said with a grin, "your father went over to help, and I heard that no one got into trouble, and they caught a bunch of bad guys too. It was a quick and successful operation." Ms. Burns took the lead. "What a good minister we've blessed with." Mrs. Weasley is obviously very happy with the result. Harry looked at Professor Happ, who smiled without saying anything, so he wisely did not remind her that the biggest source of danger in the whole operation, Voldemort, did not appear. "Let's wait for Arthur for a while, so I can take a look at him," Mrs. Weasley said rather unkindly, "and then we'll go back and prepare your birthday party," she said to Harry. "And you, Percy, you have to come over tonight." "Mum, I'm busy," Percy muttered. "There are dozens of reports to write dash. Bring Penelope with you, and if you forget, watch yourself." Mrs. Weasley finished the sentence by herself, leaving a helpless Percy behind. They reached the lobby of the Ministry of Magic by elevator and looked at the gilded fireplace on one side of the wall from afar. 10 minutes later, Felix gazed at the fireplace area as those fireplaces rose in unison and one figure after another emerged triumphantly from them. The gilded hall burst into life with applause. The Aurors escorted 24 black-robed wizards as they emerged, all wearing hoods and dressed like Death Eaters. Only the masks on their faces were taken away, and their robes are dirty, as they staggered and shoved forward. In Felix's eyes, the assailants, most of them looked rather downcast, and several vampires with pale faces and thick black circles under their eyes had a listless expression as if they hadn't slept in days, looked rather prominent as they walked together with the group. And there is also an exception among the vampires. He seemed to be in good spirits, looking around, without a trace of fear. When his eyes fell in Felix's direction, he grinned happily. Harry also stared at the crowd, knowing that some of these people may have been controlled by the Death Eaters with a curse, but how exactly to check it he had no idea. If Avery had managed to escape punishment by lying about being under an imperious curse, then what about now? Harry's scars abruptly and inexplicably hurt. Harry's eyes widened, and his brain boiled like a cauldron, with spoons constantly stirring inside. The occlumency is barely enough to keep him from passing out. Harry became dizzy and his perspective changed rapidly, as he appeared in the body of another person, and through those eyes, he looked across the room, where his enemy, the savior Harry Potter, the blood traitor Ron Weasley, the mudblood Hermione Granger, and the menace Felix Happ who had left him in shock. "No!" Harry cried out, not knowing whose mouth he shouted the words through. "Harry, what's wrong with you? Harry!" Harry gasped, bending over and pointing in one direction. "Voldemort, Voldemort, he's right here!" He found his consciousness returning to his body as Sirius and Ms. Bones darted over, stopping dead in their tracks in shock at the words. Felix narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction Harry pointed. "There is no Voldemort there, only the bound assailants." "He's really here!" Harry exclaimed as Voldemort stood calmly, locked eyes with him, his eyes scarlet and red. "Don't let him harm anyone." But for others, it seemed that Voldemort is completely invisible. "Voldemort! He's right there!" Harry freaked out. Why was everyone looking at him instead of Voldemort? "Harry, what happened to you? Is it an illusion?" "He is there," Harry tried to explain while still staring dead ahead. "He's dressed all in black. Black suit and black tie, with his head tilted, moving his fingers, and he drew his wand. You guys! The people around him took a step back and looked at him cautiously. "Put your wand down, Harry," Hermione said shakily. What was she talking about? Harry couldn't figure it out for the life of him. He suddenly stared at his hand. The wand had appeared there somehow. His hand seemed to be disobeying his order. A force is constantly fighting against him. "Use occlumency, Harry," Felix said in a hushed voice while staring at the strangely behaved vampire, with stellar lights in his eyes. Thinking room magic instantly released, and in a blank void, he only had time to catch a hasty glimpse, a thin man lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Another, Voldemort smiled leeringly and raised his wand. "Avada!" Felix instantly cut off the magic. In reality, the pale vampire fell to the ground, without a breath of life. "He's dead," Auror, who was escorting him, said in horror. Meanwhile, Harry felt a wave of dizziness and woke up again to find himself lying on a couch. He heard muffled voices. Harry struggled to strain his ears, only to have his face bump into a hand. "Harry!" Hermione whispered. "Shh!" Harry shook his head gently, and he opened his eyes. Judging by the decor, this should be the Minister of Magic's office, albeit not the same room as before. "Dumbledore, I need to know why." The boy it is Ms. Bones' voice, but it seems to be separated by something that he can't quite catch. "He has a name," Sirius yelled in annoyance. "Well," Harry said, he saw the you-know-who and could describe exactly what he did, and we all know it's not real, it's probably a hallucination, but Ms. Bones' voice was lowered. Harry tried his best to hear them. When Hermione handed him extendable ears without a sound, he looked at her gratefully, and then put one end in his ear. The sound suddenly became clear. His actions, he was imitating the actions of the you-know-who in his mouth. Harry's heart felt like he had plunged into the bottom of a cold lake. "Are you trying to say that Harry was controlled by him?" Dumbledore asked calmly. "Don't rule it out," Bones said dryly, and Sirius let out a bark that sounded like a canine bark. "Or it could be a curse or something. Everyone knows Voldemort is good at those, and I need to know what you think," so I can make proper arrangements. After a moment of silence. The scar, Voldemort's unsuccessful curse linked him with Harry, and when they're close together, they influence each other. And Harry, who is only a 15-year-old boy, clearly falls short. Dumbledore said softly. But I can assure you, Amelia. Harry is perfectly safe in the Order of the Phoenix base in Hogwarts, no danger to others or to himself. And it must be noted that Harry is quite gifted in the art of occlumency, or perhaps Felix's tutoring has been very effective. Thank you for the compliment, Headmaster Dumbledore. Felix's voice said. Well, I trust your judgment. Mrs. Bones was persuaded. The boy, Harry, does he need to be sent to St. Mungo's? I think Mrs. Weasley will take care of him. Dumbledore said briefly. The footsteps became clear and Harry immediately buried his head into the sofa and pretended to sleep, his mind jumbled. Hermione took the opportunity to pull the extendable ears off his ear, and the next second, Dumbledore, Bones, Sirius, and Felix walked in. She put her hands behind her back unnaturally. Let Mrs. Weasley in, she must be waiting anxiously, Dumbledore said gently. I'll tell Mom. Ron said as he stood up. Also, about the thief's downfall, it's important to hurry. Mr. Happ, can I come with you to see Future World Company? Ms. Bones went on to discuss the work. No problem. Felix said with a nod. Harry drifted off to sleep once again. When Felix and Ms. Bones came out of the Future World Company, the sky is totally dark, and most of the stores have their doors and windows closed, only the magic lamp at the entrance still emitted a soft light, which illuminated the rows of wanted notices very clearly. I'm going back to the Ministry of Magic from the public fireplace, don't worry. Ms. Bones said. Felix nodded, watched her disappear into the fireplace, and turned toward the Sword Castle, where he had to study the material on Thief's downfall, or at least weave through each of the difficult areas. At that moment, out of the darkness, a small figure rushed out, a small boy, probably only 7 or 8 years old. The neighborhood resident? Felix did not feel any threat from him, but he stared at a letter held in the boy's hand. One bald uncle asked me to give it to you. The little boy timidly held up the letter in his hand, and said in a sobbing voice, he told me to wait here, I want to go home, but can't leave. Felix's gaze flinched as he quickly looked with his magic perspective, and there is only a faint hint of magic lingering on the envelope. He picked up the letter and patted the little boy's head. I received it, so hurry up and go home now. Only when the little boy disappeared did Felix open the letter, which only contained an address to apparite, provocative and sinister magic. Is it to duel me? I've been looking forward to it for a long time too, I have a lot of magic that I didn't use before. Felix stared at the letter and muttered to himself, he seems to have been given the same treatment as Dumbledore, being asked to fight privately by Voldemort. It seems that his own embodiment of runes and survival after getting hit by the killing curse has left an extremely deep impression on Voldemort. He disappeared from Diagon Alley using an apparition. The cool and breezy night is a perfect time to test magic. Chapter 503. Voldemort stared at the night sky, his black robe wavered in the cool breeze along with the overgrown weeds. The sound of rustling footsteps sounded behind him. Felix Happ, he said slowly, looking back at the unhurried visitor, Felix looking left and right as if he had been treading curiously along wilderness, with a touch of appropriate novelty. Surprisingly, there's no one else and no traps. Felix said, to be honest, I'm a little surprised. Do I need those? Voldemort asked in return. The two men looked at each other, their light blue halo and scarlet eyes became conspicuous in the darkness. Voldemort gripped his wand and prepared for the battle, but he still wanted to say a few more words before he did. I originally wanted to set the battlefield in the Ministry of Magic, but then there would be too much interference. Voldemort said with regret. I thought you are worried about being trapped by Dumbledore and me. Felix said. I did have that fear, and the caution proved necessary, Voldemort said softly, it only took one shitty vampire to test it out, whose idea was it? It couldn't have been Dumbledore, he knew I wouldn't fall for it. Felix didn't say anything. The female minister. Voldemort grinned, she does have a knack for it, but she doesn't know me well enough. The more fierce the resistance, the more people will die. It's strange that you are being so blunt about your greed for life. Dumbledore had long seen through you, you value life, but don't care about other people's lives. Felix said, like that vampire, and those 2 loyal Death Eaters that you discarded like trash. The loyalty? I don't need that kind of thing, as long as they fear my power, they will obey me. Voldemort said softly, you know, the group that initially followed me, now they are old and dead. When you have a long life, something like servant will be endless, so do I need to know every one of them. Felix Hap, you still cling to the mindset of mortal, clutching those cowardly emotions and not letting go. When you are old as Dumbledore, you could not even hold your wand, but I will remain as strong as ever, you will understand my greatness then. You put yourself in the foot of an immortal? Felix asked with a little surprise. I am now. Voldemort said. He drew his wand, his pale, slender fingers brushing over its surface, as he calmly introduced it, Elmwood, Dragon Heartstring, 18 inches, excellent combination, previously placed in the hands of an owner who could not use its full capabilities. Felix recognized it as Lucius Malfoy's wand. It's your turn, Felix Hap. Voldemort looked at him with interest. With both hands empty, Felix just took another coin out and started playing with it. Ebony, Dragon Heartstring, 13 inches, my first wand. But alas, it was destroyed that night, he sighed, I still haven't gotten a chance to find the right one, but it's not a big problem, I don't have such a strong need for a wand as you do, you can't cast your killing curse wandless, right? Because my magic is too strong. Voldemort showed a malicious smile, it would be foolish for you to show up here tonight empty-handed without a suitable wand, but it's normal, and I'm bothered by it too, it's not easy to find a suitable wand for wizard like you and me. What about your own wand? Felix asked curiously. Generally speaking, unless there is a huge change in personality and magic power, wizards will not easily replace their wands, the reason is that the initial one will grow along with the owner, and the two will mutually adapt to each other to bring out the strongest magic power without any worries. Voldemort's face twisted slightly. His wand was picked up by Dumbledore, he gritted his teeth and thought that it might have been destroyed. It can be said that since the resurrection, he was unable to exert his strongest power, the reason is that his wand could not withstand it. Crouch Jr.'s wand is actually very good, but after the battle a month ago, the wand remains traumatized, and every time you hold it you can feel the wand's sadness. As a last resort, Voldemort replaced it with Lucius. It is good that Lucius knows what to do, or else he certainly would have been a part of today's daytime attack. Who let his son and Potter to develop that bright fire-making spell together? Although Lucius swore that it was all Felix Hap's bad taste, he liked to put students with grudges together, and Draco was an unfortunate victim, and offered to contribute his own wand, but he still felt dissatisfied. He desperately wanted a powerful wand that could match his strength and status. Felix smacked his lips, he did not know that Voldemort's wand was picked up by Dumbledore, and locked in the drawer in the office. He thought it was lost more than 10 years ago. But that didn't stop Felix from poking Voldemort's scars. It seems that this kind of trouble can only be experienced by the two of us, you know, coming back from the dead. He deliberately emphasized the last word, and not surprisingly, Voldemort's reaction is intense. You're lying. Voldemort said sternly, his red eyes fixed on Felix's face, Felix Hap. I thought long and hard about it, my magic didn't hit you, or at best, only part of it. You transformed your body as well? Felix's heart fluttered. He tasted something from this sentence, but now is not the time to think, he secretly jotted down, and then continued to spare no effort to increase the chances of victory in the next battle. As you guessed, it seems like my transformation was very successful, the only shortcoming is that I lost my wand, but at least there is not much disfigurement. And I think my eyes are quite prettier than yours. Compared with the scarlet eyes in Voldemort's eye sockets, Felix's pupils are filled with a mystical and mesmerizing aura of a wizard. This is the price that one must pay to gain power, what do you know? Voldemort thought hatefully, but these words could not be said to Felix, and there is no longer the need to say more. He raised his wand, and a dazzling green light pierced through the thick darkness and flew straight to Felix. The coin in Felix's hand quickly expanded in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it enlarged 1,000 times and stood in front of him like a thick brick wall. The killing curse was blocked. What? Voldemort shouted incredulously. This is the power of money, said Felix teasingly, maybe this does not seem too conceivable to you, after all, you went to school without money, and after graduation, you did not work honestly. You think I can only use unforgivable curses? Voldemort gave an icy smile. His wand suddenly swung like a whip, and the gravel on the ground sprinted toward Felix with a mournful whistling sound. Felix disappeared, and in less than a second, he reappeared behind Voldemort, holding a glowing book of runes in his hand, casually flipping a page, and a shadow of ancient magic rushed out from the book, combining with the runic symbols in the sky to form hundreds of black lightning bolts that struck Voldemort head-on. The darkness was pierced through like thin paper, as the white flames followed, condensing into a sharp sword. The ear-piercing tearing sound and dull impact sound mixed together. Voldemort from the dense darkness pulled out the silver shield, the black lightning was blocked, but then the long sword of fire pierced through it, and emitted a zzi sound. Voldemort pointed hard, the silver shield rushed high into the air and was burned clean in the air. He smoothly extended his arm, and his wand traced a circle, circling Felix in it. In an instant the surrounding weeds grew wildly, turning into a thin snake, hissing and swirling around Felix, followed by a surge of endless green snakes. Felix was prepared, golden flames like liquid poured out from his hands, and transformed into a raging erumpents. These behemoths that lived in unknown mountains raised their thick hooves, and trampled the grass snakes, which burned to dust. Voldemort mumbled something under his breath, his voice raspy and low, a strange hissing sound that sounded creepy, and Felix knew it was a Parseltongue. He cautiously apparated to the other side, but immediately his vision abruptly darkened, and the sounds disappeared along with it. He seemed to be robbed of his senses. It was a curse. Felix reacted instantly. Magic perspective. Voldemort's magic continues to converge, forming a haunting wave. Avada Kedavra. Protego Maxima. The killing curse and the shield charm that has a physical form collided together. The tall and lanky Iron Knight held up a blood-stained shield to block the front, and the power of the killing curse made Felix's hair stand on end, as he wondered whether the protection magic on Harry could withstand. Felix thought idly while putting his hand on the knight's armor, transferring the curse to it, and immediately his senses that disappeared returned. At the same time, the knight got drowned in a dazzling green light. What is Voldemort's weakness? Emotion? Felix used his mind and casually released the rain swallow patronus. A silver patronus nimbly twisted and turned in the air, dodging a green light, and then suddenly expanded as it approached Voldemort, and opened its mouth to spit out 2 black dementors. A cold coolness covered all around, the air around seemed to freeze, and the fog converged in the cold night and kept drifting. Dementors! Voldemort laughed, you used a dementor against me. His eyes turned red, the dementors simply did not dare to come forward, they scattered and fled. 2 deep black lights passed, and the dementors moved like a decaying rag. They did not seem to die, just hanging in midair, but no longer seemed to be able to move. As they floated in the air, the folds of their black cloaks swayed feebly, serving as a soundtrack for the battle. But Felix's purpose was different. The thinking room is dragged from his mind into reality. Then Felix and the rain swallow patronus senses got connected with each other, providing an additional bystander's perspective while the patronus acts as a positioning anchor point. Then Felix's figure flashed continuously, faster than ever, much faster. A hidden spell silently sliced through the air, slicing through the rocks, cutting the earth into fragmented chessboards that intertwined with each other to form an impermeable grid of cages. Voldemort was overwhelmed, and apparated several times to move, only to be easily caught up by Felix. Both of them moved at high speed at the same time, disappearing again the moment the spell was released, but Voldemort stopped after only 2 or 3 tries. He was far less comfortable with this tactic than Felix. Brown dirt and stone were enchanted and solidified into hard walls, barely blocking the spells from all sides, but still, he got hurt for the first time in this fight. Felix Hap! Voldemort roared. In response, he got greeted by a lightning-like silver stream of light, a rain swallow patronus, but it is not in the shape of a rain swallow anymore, as it transformed into an akami and wrapped around Voldemort's body. Under the power of the thinking room, it briefly took on a solid entity and took a bite of the wand in Voldemort's hand. At the same time, Felix held a spherical vortex in his hand, in which deep blue magic spun at high speed, and a powerful suction force surged from within. Voldemort's face got stretched and deformed, and the wall protecting him crumbled into shattered pieces. Felix let go of his hand, a colorless spherical vortex quickly flew towards Voldemort. Voldemort finally broke free, the body of the entangled akami tinged with a deep dark green color, which quickly spread to the whole body, and then the patronus disappeared. Immediately afterward another green light rushed out from his wand and stabbed into the vortex. The blue magic inside exploded violently and entangled around Voldemort's body, which began to shrink rapidly. Hiss! Voldemort's face sometimes swelled to the size of a pumpkin, sometimes shrunk to the size of a fist. He obviously suffered a major disadvantage. His scarlet eyes stared at Felix. Felix is now flipping the next page of the Book of Rune, as another powerful ancient magic is ready to be released. Voldemort's body exploded into a black mist, which did not dissipate for a long time, and the messy grass and leaves on the ground withered instantly, and the soil turned black. Voldemort decided to leave, but he still wanted to make one last attempt. He raised his wand, and the tip of the wand coalesced with deep green light, green as a deep pond without sunlight. The surrounding darkness dispersed, and a vague figure appeared in the green light. Felix felt creepy. He looked at the green light. It seems that even his thinking stalled. The book of rune clattered as it flipped, and all kinds of ancient magic spilled out as if they are cheap. Felix moved far away, as an air barrier appeared in front of his body. The green light and the strong explosion turned the battlefield completely. All kinds of dirt, debris, and swirling green light stopped 3 feet in front of Felix. Then it started to move forward a little, as if in slow motion, while a rustling sound, his magic began to collapse and disintegrate. Felix was forced to move again and stared at Voldemort through the dust, and in the afterglow, the air barrier he had high hopes for was destroyed before it could even last for 3 seconds. Voldemort's killing curse is simply terrifyingly powerful and seems to kill magic. If I had such a spell, I would also mostly only use one spell. Felix thought. Voldemort stood still, glanced at him coldly, and twisted and disappeared. He has gone. Snap! A wand fell to the ground. As it shattered into a pile of cinders. Chapter 504. It is over, Felix mentally breathed a sigh of relief. He bent down and twisted the dregs of the wand and turned it into powder on the ground, as he thought about the battle just now. Overall, he did well enough, pretty much even with Voldemort, only at the end his rhythm became messy when he dodged that exaggerated curse, but the biggest goal of his trip was achieved. Felix ranged the approximate strength of Voldemort, which will provide a basis for the next battle. Felix grinned. He suddenly found that the situation seems to be reversed from a decade ago. Voldemort had repeatedly challenged Dumbledore because he thought he was in a period of growing up, which is why he has done such a seemingly suicidal thing. And now, the situation is reversed. Felix is the one who is improving, and he does not mind sparring more with Voldemort. But Voldemort certainly will not think so. He would rather hope that the next time they meet it'll be a one-shot kill, directly curse Felix to death. I guess there will be a few months of peace. Felix thought that in this battle, Voldemort was also not without a gain. Although all he got was a piece of bad news, he could finally be sure that Felix and he stood on the same level. There is common knowledge in the wizarding world here. The physical difference between wizards is not as great as one might think. Even elite wizards like Snape, Professor McGonagall, or Moody can hardly withstand 2 or 3 stunning spells at the same time, not to mention the presence of a super spell like Killing Curse. So when Voldemort believes that he is likely to be attacked by 2 wizards of the same level as him at the same time, his whereabouts will only get more and more secretive, and he will not show up easily unless he is absolutely sure. What will Voldemort do next? Looking for the wand, create chaos, passively wait for an opportunity, these are the 3 ways Felix thought of. In his judgment, Voldemort will try them one by one in order. The first is to find a suitable wand. It just so happens that Felix has the same need. There is no shortage of legends about powerful wands in the wizarding world, but there is usually no starting point when it comes to looking for them. Many wizards automatically classify such legends as fairy tales, and few people will actively look for them, not to mention the fact that they may not necessarily be suitable for them. Felix has some knowledge about wand research, but it basically stays on the understanding of the qualities of different wand materials. As for asking him to judge which rumor is more reliable and more based, he can't be sure, but if he doesn't understand it himself, he can find people who know about it for advice. Dumbledore and Ollivander, the wand shop owner, are the 2 suitable candidates in Felix's mind. If Ollivander can customize a wand for him, it would be even better. He has a lot of hair, so taking out some to build an exclusive wand does not hurt him at all. Felix was amused when he thought about it. Voldemort is in trouble, he does not even have eyebrow hair. But Voldemort's strength is also ridiculously high, especially his attack power. Felix muttered to himself, then dumbfounded. He was restrained by Dumbledore is really not that unfair. The powerful transfiguration is simply perfect to restrain Voldemort's combat system. Felix, Dumbledore, and Voldemort are the 3 people who are standing at the apex of wizardry now. But when you look closer, you will notice that their magic paths are different. Felix is most versatile, because in addition to the rune system, he is also fully compatible with the research directions of Salazar Slytherin and Rowena Ravenclaw, and his regular spells are not weak. Dumbledore is the oldest, and he has no shortcomings under the polishing of time, but his strongest is still undoubtedly transfiguration, while Voldemort walks on a path of no return. After digesting Salazar Slytherin's legacy, still, after obtaining the legacy, he made a big stride in the direction of dark magic. Perhaps he also integrated his understanding of death into dark magic, although he became faceless, but in terms of spell damage among the three, he should be the strongest. If Felix had to choose, he would rather face Dumbledore. At least the runes are no less versatile than transfiguration, and he can also waste away ancient magic to attack or consume the other party. The runes, transfiguration, and dark magic, vaguely formed a circle, allowing Felix to feel the wonders of fate. But since he and Dumbledore stood together, now the one that should feel a headache would be Voldemort. When Harry woke up from his bedroom in Black's old mansion, Ron's loud snoring sounded in his ears. Harry got up from the bed, and put on his glasses. The room became visible, and he took another cautious glance at Ron in the darkness. He is sleeping soundly. Only then, he had relaxed enough to think about a few things. First, he had been awarded the Order of Merlin. He touched his pockets, they were empty, and not surprisingly he found the gold medallion with the purple ribbon wrapped around it, next to his pillow. After the ceremony, he was told about the baiting operation, and after a period of anxiety he finally got the positive news, but after that everything went bizarre. He saw Voldemort. From the discussions he heard afterward, it seemed that Voldemort had hidden his magic in the vampire's body. Harry's breath strained. What a familiar statement. He touched the scar on his forehead. Headmaster Dumbledore had said something similar to him. A sudden chill ran through his spine, and he worried that he would die silently, like the vampires he had seen during the day. His mind began to buzz as if someone is speaking to him. But Dumbledore assured Ms. Bones that there would be no negative impact, either on him or on anyone else. The others. Harry mulled over the word and found it a little jarring. He suddenly glanced at Ron, who is snoring soundly, which made Harry feel better. At least Ron did not worry that he would suddenly draw his wand against him. But did Dumbledore's statement count? Harry felt a doubt. His case is quite rare, isn't it? If there was another person with a lightning-shaped scar on his head, it would have been recorded in some book, and Hermione would have spared no effort to find it and tell him with great enthusiasm that there was an unlucky person who had suffered the same fate as him. She didn't even have to look for it. People would automatically put that person's name on display with him, discussing and lamenting the wonders of magic. But the truth is, he is the only one who survived the killing curse unscathed, and even Professor Happ denied the claim of coming back from the dead. So he is the only one, Harry thought, even though it is not due to his credit. And since his case is so rare, it comes back to the question, is Dumbledore right or not? Chapter 505. In a way, Harry thought he had more say in the matter. He rubbed his forehead hard. 1,000 bees seemed to be buzzing in his head as he repeatedly recalled the instances when his scars hurt. It is true that it was only more intense when Voldemort appeared, with a few exceptions, when Voldemort had violent mood swings, but since he started to grasp a clemency, this had happened much less often. But he really isn't the same anymore. The voice in his head can testify. Harry swallowed, grabbed his wand, and tiptoed out of bed. There are 2 places to practice magic in the Blacks' old mansion, and Harry chose to go downstairs because the 3rd floor housed the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, Fred and George, and Neville. Sirius lived on the 4th floor, and he always had a good ear. The night was terribly silent, the darkness all around him, but he didn't dare to turn on the magic lamp. He could only feel his way through the darkness by memory, stepping carefully on the floor. Every pinprick of noise made him tremble. Harry couldn't help but be glad he didn't wear shoes. He soon felt the handrail of the stairs downward, and his movements became lighter as he approached the 1st floor, the floor that housed Hermione and Ginny. Thud! Harry stepped in the air, he missed a step, and almost fell. His heart pounded, as he held his breath, listening carefully to the surrounding movement. Harry not only worried that he had woken Hermione and Ginny, but also worried about waking up the portrait of Mrs. Black hanging on the wall of the ground floor hall. She is Sirius's mother, filled with all kinds of rotten, old-fashioned ideas. Unfortunately, this idea is passed on to her portrait. Because too many people had recently moved in, she is obviously very loathsome and will use the most vicious language to swear at every opportunity, and if she woke up, she will never miss the opportunity to wake everyone from their dreams. Harry waited quietly for more than 10 seconds, without hearing any movement, and breathed a sigh of relief. The rest of the journey went without a hitch. He carefully avoided the decorative crumpled gargoyle head on the ground floor and did not touch the umbrella stand made of broken legs of gargoyles, and successfully found a sliding door. He slid open the door and a long straight downward staircase appeared. Harry came to the basement level. In front of him is an open space. The 6 sides of the room are made of black stone blocks. Professor Hap had said that this might be Black's abandoned spell testing room, but he, Ron, and Hermione had only seen the debris piled up in the corner when they came before, together with a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. It took them half a day to clean up the place. When the magic on it started working again, they had a decent training room. There is strong sound insulation. Harry did not want others to hear what he was about to do. He flipped the switch, and the lamp on the wall lit up. In the center of the spacious basement, there are 7 or 8 randomly placed ragged targets, with various traces of magic left on them, all the results of their efforts these days. He sat on a soft cushion with a hesitant expression. "I'm just trying," Harry said to himself. He stood up and raised his wand, but several times he couldn't make up his mind. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Avada Kedavra! A dazzling green light flew from the tip of his wand, and the spell missed, hitting the black stone wall. Harry gasped. All sorts of destruction and killing pleasure flashed through his mind. The buzz of excitement filled his head, constantly seducing him, drumming his eardrums. But soon the occlumency worked on its own, and he broke out of this state, and began to hate himself for what he had done, as a strong feeling of disgust for the adventure he had taken tonight made him dry heave incessantly. Perhaps the best thing he could do now would be meekly go back and pretend like nothing had happened. That is when he heard a suppressed scream. Harry jerked his head up and looked in the direction of the entrance. It had been opened at some point, or maybe he hadn't closed the door earlier, and he didn't have time to think about which one it was, because right now he needed to deal with a more difficult problem. "Ginny!" Harry shouted with his mouth wide open. Ginny is standing in the doorway in a nightgown, her mouth covered, and her eyes filled with disbelief as if she is terrified. When Harry called out her name, Ginny subconsciously took a step back. She saw it. "Saw me using the killing curse!" Harry's mind shouted frantically. The voices in his head began to bewitch him again, but he would never agree. Harry reached out his hand to explain but stopped when he saw the watery look and fear in Ginny's eyes. He, Harry Potter, had just used the unforgivable curse. Harry ducked his head and dared not look at her, a strong feeling of shame welling up in him, his stomach turning over, and he wanted to dry heave again. What would Ginny think of him? A potential dark wizard? Or a second Voldemort? He had been plagued by such rumors in his second year when some even believed him to be a more evil fiend than Voldemort, which was why Voldemort had thought to get rid of him when he was a baby. But once Harry knew he had his mother's protection in his blood, he completely lost all worry about that. But now that worry has returned. He had recited one of the worst unforgivable curses without any prior knowledge, and that curse was not much less powerful than his disarming charm, which was somewhat quite frightening. He heard the sound of footsteps. Did she run away? Harry thought it should be. Ginny had surprised him enough by not waking the others. Maybe he should explain a few things, or at least not let her reveal this, but he couldn't think of a reason to do so. A bigger concern arose. If Ginny told the others, what would they think of him? His mind flashed through the names: Ron, Hermione, Sirius, Fred, George, Mrs. Weasley. His heart began to ache at the thought that Mrs. Weasley would no longer look at him with loving eyes. Harry saw a pair of shoes. He looked up in shock and met a pair of brown eyes. The lines around Ginny's lips pursed tightly. "Do you want revenge, that badly?" she asked sadly. "It was an accident," Harry blurted out, and Ginny looked at him in surprise. "I mean, of course, I want to defeat Voldemort, but not in this way, not through, the killing curse." Ginny watched Harry's face carefully, and after a few moments in which she seemed to have confirmed that he was telling the truth, she tossed her fiery red hair and questioned nonchalantly, "Then what the hell happened?" Harry opened his mouth, feeling an overwhelming headache, but from the look on Ginny's face, she's hell-bent on getting an answer tonight. "Okay," he compromised, moving towards the cushion and sitting on it with his bum. Ginny sat close to him. "It started after the award ceremony when me, Ron, Hermione, and Professor Hap were taken to the minister's office." Ginny listened quietly, not opening her mouth to interrupt. Harry stuttered a little at first, but then became fluent. He talked about his sighting of Voldemort in the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, about the conversation he had heard between Dumbledore and Ms. Bones with Hermione's help, and the special feeling he had when he got up from bed tonight, the buzzing in his head, the pleasure from reciting the killing curse for the first time. And even his various fears spilled out. Headmaster Dumbledore has a point, you have a connection with the you-know-who, and it is this connection that makes you more susceptible to his influence. Ginny said in a soft tone. I always knew that, I just didn't think it would be this strong, Harry said sullenly, but he is somehow in a much better mood now. If it's not because I was born evil, then there's only one possibility, Voldemort passed his knowledge and experience on to me. I don't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally, but I'm now under the influence. What makes you say that? Ginny said pointedly, you're nothing like him, you think so too, don't you? She looked at Harry for confirmation. Harry's mouth suddenly went dry, Ginny's face had a special glow in the wavering firelight, and an impulse came over him, so he blurted out, of course, I'm not like him. I would never use this curse on anyone, that's what Voldemort does. Once the words were out, Harry's tense heart relaxed, as if 1,000 pounds of weight had been lifted. The murmur that had been buzzing in his head disappeared. Ginny caught Harry's determination, she ran her hand through her hair and smiled cheerfully. So, what are you worried about? She pulled Harry up from the cushion, the most important thing you need to do right now is getting a good night's sleep. Her face came close, and she planted a soft kiss on the corner of Harry's mouth. In my heart, you'll always be the hero who defeated the Dark Lord. Then she slipped away like a crafty cat with a light step. Harry froze in place, like enchanted by special magic, his entire body was petrified. Chapter 506. Felix spent the night directly at Future World. Early the next morning, he went to a small and shabby store on the south side of Diagon Alley. The gold paint on the sign is peeling off, but the store is a big name in Diagon Alley because its name is Ollivander. As the tagline on the sign reads, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The long history of excellent and consistent quality has led most British wizards to buy their wands here at Ollivander's, and it must be mentioned that this is also the only wand store that has established a partnership with Hogwarts, and all new students who will attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will receive a discount when they purchase their wands here. For many people, the first wand is often a lifelong partner. This makes the owner of the wand store, Mr. Ollivander, have a high status in the wizarding world and garner special respect no matter where he goes. Today, the owner of the wand store hosted Felix. 13 inches, ebony wood, with dragon heartstring, a very aggressive combination, of course, I'm referring to the character of the wand, suitable for all types of offensive magic and transfiguration. Pretty much the most well-rounded class of wands out there, that was the masterpiece of my youth, and I've been looking forward to someone buying it for a long time. Mr. Ollivander's light-colored eyes seemed to glow in the darkness. As it turns out, I was not wrong in my vision, and the wand's owner shined grandly. He said, what would you like to buy, a wand maintenance kit? Containing delicate velvet cloth and beeswax, it's guaranteed to impress your wand. He looked at Felix, guessing where Felix had hidden his wand. Unfortunately, Mr. Ollivander, the wand is ruined. Felix said. Ruined? Mr. Ollivander repeated, his large light-colored eyes blinking incredulously, do you mean broken? If it's just a minor problem, you can bring it to me to fix. No, no, said Felix, it is completely ruined, not a scrap of it can be found. The old man went quiet and seemed to blend in with the dimly lit store, only his near-colorless pupils flickered. Is that so? He said softly, I hope it did its duty. What? Felix asked in surprise. I read the paper, Mr. Happ, the last task in the Tournament of Champions. Mr. Ollivander suppressed his voice and said, you fought the you-know-who, no? The wand was destroyed at that time. Yes, at the last moment. Felix said. Mr. Ollivander became more excited, it is true, I have been hoping to undo my mistake, it all seems like yesterday. He who must not be named, came over to purchase a wand alone, I received him and was pleasantly surprised by his wand choice, yew wood with phoenix feather core, very potent. I praised him highly. He must have been overjoyed. Felix said with an expressionless face, as if he is looking at a liar, you said something similar to me back then, and just said it again. Ahem. You're not like him, I see nothing but pure fondness and a desire for magic in your eyes. I can see that, but he who must not be named is different. He tried his best not to show too much excitement when I told him he was born extraordinary. Ollivander gave a sly look. I do say these things to many people, like a good wish, and customers will be happy to hear it. Moreover, I'm not really lying. Wands choose wizards, wands assist wizards, and no one can determine one's future achievements. Not to mention that he did end up achieving great things, although it was in a bad way. He lapsed into memory and snapped back a moment later. Okay, Mr. Happ, so the purpose of your trip is to purchase a new wand. Ah, a new wand. Of course, it is. The old man said matter-of-factly, turning towards the shelves. It may take quite a while though. Adult wizards always have more trouble in selecting their wands, and there are more factors to consider. Mr. Ollivander Felix tried to interrupt him. You should know Sirius Black? He tried a whole wall of stock. Wait, Mr. Ollivander. I would like to obtain an elder wand if I can. Felix said hurriedly. Mr. Ollivander turned around with a peculiar gleam in his eye. An elder wand? He whispered, as if he was both asking a question, and talking to himself. That's right, I wish to create an exclusive wand according to the standards of the ancient times, with me personally providing the wand core needed to make it, Felix said. He preferred to obtain a wand that perfectly matched his own than to chase after a vain legend. What a surprise! Mr. Ollivander said hesitantly, I rarely take on this kind of work, custom wands, always less stable and time-consuming. But you can certainly do it. When this need surfaced in my head, this was the first place I thought of. Felix said slowly, you know what I mean, a legacy of over 2,000 years, a combination of a genius brain and a lineage of wand. You've come to the right person, son. Mr. Ollivander said happily, in the line of wand makers, the Ollivander family is the best in England. He said, and then added in a whisper, and probably the best in Europe. So, you agree? Felix asked. I'm willing to try. Mr. Ollivander said briskly, it would be an honor to help a first-class Order of Merlin recipient, Mr. Happ. He bowed slightly and pointed to the scattered desk as he straightened up, where a daily profits paper is pressed under a thick book. Felix pulled the paper out from under the book, and on it is a picture from yesterday's award ceremony. There are 5 people in the picture, Felix and Ms. Bones standing on either side, smiling faintly. The 3 people in the middle, Harry kept stroking his hair, trying to make it smooth out a little. Ron had a serious expression, but the next second he turned his back and secretly kissed the medal, and Hermione smiled brightly, rubbing her fingers over and over the pattern of the medal. The headline of the newspaper article is The Champions Who Thwarted the Dark Lord. Do you have any suggestions for the wand core material? Mr. Ollivander asked. Of course I do. Felix looked up from the paper as one of his hairs began to grow rapidly, a dozen inches long, before breaking off at the root and floating toward the surprised old man. Hi! Mr. Ollivander caught the hair, and with his other hand, he took out a pair of glasses from the box and lowered his head to examine it carefully. Wonderful, super strong magical substance, it's just amazing. Taking the liberty to ask, do you have humanoid creatures in your ancestral bloodline? I don't think so. Felix said with a black face. Mr. Ollivander smacked his lips, obviously somewhat unconvinced. It's really no big deal, even though such a union goes against worldly notions. The offspring born can sometimes be enviously gifted, such as the professor of Hogwarts Charms class, you should know him, and the little Beauxbatons girl I met last year, with Vila blood. Of course, I guess the headmistress of Beauxbatons also. He closed his mouth, and his expression became serious, as he gazed down at Felix's hair. What's wrong? Felix asked. Mr. Ollivander looked up in surprise after a long time. I see no trace of foreign origin, which means that even if your ancestors had a mixed blood, it was a dozen generations ago and can be completely ignored. He placed the hair carefully in a brown box. I'm going to still use ebony and keep the measurements the same, as close as possible to your first wand. What do you think? No problem. Felix said with satisfaction. At the moment, the wand could not be completely left behind, because he could not fully cast away the modern magic spell system yet, not to mention, that he felt that this system also had a lot of merits. At that moment, a jingling bell came from the door behind. Someone came in, long light yellow hair, pale sharp face, cold grey eyes. It is Lucius Malfoy. Without moving, Mr. Ollivander closed the box containing Felix's hair and slipped it smoothly into the cupboard. Welcome, Mr. Malfoy. He said politely. Lucius froze for a few seconds, his light-colored eyes bulged slightly, showing his surprise, and then he propped himself up with his cane, his expression reverting to cold. At the same time, the astral ray in Felix's eyes slowly converged. Prophecy orb. Felix recalled the information Lucius had revealed in the thinking room, and in addition to complaining about his gut-wrenching days, he incidentally revealed an important piece of information. Taking advantage of the disturbance in the Ministry of Magic yesterday, an unspeakable under an imperious curse entered the Hall of Prophecy of the Department of Mysteries and tried to get a prophetic orb about Voldemort's fate, but got injured by a protection spell. Broderick Bode, Felix had heard the name. It was still a month ago, he had met Bode in the Hall of Prophecy in the Department of Mysteries. At that time, in order to avoid being interrupted while studying the time energy, Felix had to regretfully knock him out. This man became unlucky twice in a row. Felix felt he also shared responsibility, so he planned to send an amulet anonymously. Well, a little token of appreciation. It's a pleasure meeting you, Mr. Happ, Lucius said politely and rustily, before turning to look at Mr. Ollivander afterward. I came over here today to purchase a new wand, as my original wand was, unfortunately, destroyed due to an accident. Mr. Ollivander looked at Felix and Lucius with an odd expression. It is quite rare to come across 2 cases of wand destruction in one day. Then I'll take my leave, Mr. Ollivander, Felix said, turning around slowly with a twitch in his heart. Oh, by the way, he said in a provocative tone, I heard that the Dark Lord who is hiding also lost his wand and had to snatch it from his servant. Mr. Ollivander immediately looked at Lucius. Lucius's pale face turned red. Nonsense. But this kind of practice can only be considered as a temporary means, Mr. Ollivander, so be careful, as his men will kidnap you away. Felix finished and walked towards the door. He said this in order to remind Mr. Ollivander to be safe, and from the old man's silent action of picking up his own wand, his purpose was achieved. As for Lucius, there is no need for Felix to worry. On the contrary, when he goes back to find the opportunity to report this to Voldemort, Voldemort will take it for granted. And Felix also took the opportunity to show the conflict between the two, so Lucius' undercover identity will also be hidden more deeply. Felix pulled open the door. Wait, Mr. Happ! Mr. Ollivander suddenly called out. Felix looked back at him, puzzled. Meanwhile, Lucius is standing in the corner in silence, looking annoyed. Outstanding acting skills. It's like this, can I ask you a question? After receiving an affirmative response, Mr. Ollivander asked, why did you call the wand you wanted like that? The Elder Wand? Isn't it fun to name your new wand after something from a fairy tale? Felix replied with a smile. Chapter 507. The stores in Diagon Alley are doing a lot less business than usual. That's normal if you have a row of pictures of Death Eaters posted in front of your store as well, said Madame Malkin, as she measured the measurements of Felix's body. Felix enjoyed the cordial service in the robe shop. He glanced at the wanted notices in the window, as well as the various large purple announcements, and thought her words made sense. The street outside the window is filled with passerby walking in a hurry, all in groups with a clear purpose, heading straight for where they are going. They never linger after making their purchases, as they quickly left through the public fireplace. After exiting the store, he walked into Sword Castle with a vanilla ice cream purchased from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and stayed there throughout the day. The principle of the thief's downfall is complex. The key point is the mixture of 17 alchemical materials and multiple magical spells. Some obscure places may need unique magic of goblins. I checked it. The thief's downfall technology appeared just at the time of the honeymoon period after the Wizard and Goblin War, right? You are absolutely right, Mr. Happ. A Ministry of Magic employee who was sent over said, the goblins are so nasty that they left a hand in the knowledge. The short, fat wizard gasped. But you guys never noticed it all along, either. Fred in the crowd murmured to George. The rest of the day was spent on dividing up the work and responsibilities. Clammy was right, the R&D wizards in the company are indeed very efficient. Several of the ministry's employees marveled as they found all their materials about Thief's downfall rapidly understood and digested by Felix. It was as if the person in front of them is not a single individual, but a humanoid creature with dozens of heads. By the end of the day, Future Worlds researchers had caught up with the Ministry of Magic's previous progress and had successfully recovered the ratios of the 3 alchemical materials. I'll be staying at the old mansion for the night today, Felix said to Fred and George. They are now in a room on the highest floor of the Sword Castle. The interior is plainly decorated, like a vacant office, but it has a fireplace connected to the old black mansion. If the two people, Tonks and Sirius, linked the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix together, then Remus Lupin linked the Future World Company with the Order of the Phoenix to use it with Felix. Well, sometime, Fred, George, and Penelope will also use this fireplace. It took a while for Percy to arrive, as he arrived half an hour later than expected. Ms. Bones is using you too hard, Penelope said unhappily. The ministry is seriously understaffed, Percy said cheerfully, and it's just the right time for me to make my mark. He hastily rolled up a few papers and stuffed them into the large pocket of his shirt. Then he crossed the fireplace just in time to catch a warm meal. Mrs. Weasley received Penelope warmly. We got back so late yesterday that not only Harry's birthday party had to be cancelled, but I didn't get many opportunities to talk to you. Mum, there's plenty of time for that later. Percy muttered. But the first few times are the most important, Mrs. Weasley said with a stern face. At the dinner table, Bill is talking about his new job. At the beginning, I really didn't get used to it. All the works are involved inside the office, it's far worse than what I was doing before. The good thing is that I have a lot of extra time to work for the Order of the Phoenix, and I'm partnered with a bunch of old gentlemen who are living at a frighteningly slow pace. He mimicked his colleague, handing the bottle of ketchup to Harry in the next seat, moving a dozen times slower. Everyone around the table burst out laughing. Harry inadvertently met Ginny's eyes, and Ginny's wide smile immediately tightened, and her movements with the knife and fork became graceful. That's right, Ginny's doing the best imitation, Bill said loudly in praise. Hermione snickered. What's wrong? Ron looked at her with confusion. Nothing, Hermione said immediately, and she turned to look at Harry, whose face flushed brightly with a rush of heat. Dinner consisted of stew, sugared fruit punch, and vegetable soup, and Felix hurriedly put down his utensils before Mrs. Weasley could serve him more soup, so Mrs. Weasley turned her attention to Penelope. Is the meal not to your liking, dear? Oh, no, Penelope said, only to find her soup bowl instantly filled up. Sirius arrived late and joined only when everyone was almost done eating and was chatting with each other. He sat down in the vacated seat and took a big bite of the remaining food. Only 1/3 process of interrogation completed. He drank the bowl of vegetable soup in one gulp. Thanks, Molly, fill it up. Everyone falsely claimed they were under the influence of the Imperious Curse, but Amelia didn't intend to let them go easily, especially Macnair and Rookwood, who both sentenced for some previous crimes. Felix is well aware that the former is being considered as the mastermind of the Quidditch World Cup riot, and the latter is a nailed-on Death Eater who has been in Azkaban for over a decade and has only been out of prison for a few days. Ms. Bones would be damned if she would release them. Sirius swallowed a fried pie in 3 bites and sighed comfortably as his movements slowed down. Ron stared at him with unblinking eyes, as if he is watching an interesting TV show. By the way, Sirius, Felix inquired, I heard an unspeakable was injured. There is such a thing. Sirius looked up from his soup bowl. The one with the name Bode. Felix reminded him. Bode, Sirius pondered and said slowly, kind of rings a bell. Seems to have had a research accident and was sent to St. Mungo's for treatment. I was too busy yesterday to pay attention to such a trivial matter. What happened to him? He asked sensitively. We'll talk about it at the meeting, Felix replied briefly. Sirius showed a thoughtful expression. His sense had become much sharper after spending a month around Amelia Bones, so he immediately realized that this incident might not be a coincidence. Harry, Ron, and Hermione at the side also showed an intrigued expression. That name sounds familiar, Ron muttered. We met him at the Quidditch World Cup camp, Hermione whispered. He works for the Department of Mysteries. Harry remembered too. Wait. He made the connection to Voldemort almost instantly, and he looked over at Mr. Weasley. You told us that the work of the Department of Mysteries is all top secret. This dash. Mr. Weasley's expression looked stagnated, and Harry racked his brain hard. It means that Voldemort wants something in there. Or information about something. And Bode is either an undercover Death Eater or under a curse. Boys. Mr. Weasley hesitated. It's okay, Arthur. Sirius said, let's see what they can analyze. I can bring it to Amelia. I mean, even if we stop them, they'll be discussing it in private secretly, so we might as well listen and maybe get some useful inspiration. Harry glanced gratefully at his godfather. He suddenly got stuck. What exactly is Bode's job? Hermione asked. Sirius frowned. I don't quite. What hall does he work for? The Time Room, the Hall of Prophecy, Brain Room, Space Chamber, or the Death Chamber? Hermione asked again, and Sirius almost bit his tongue. How do you know that? It is Hermione's turn to get stuck. She stole a glance at Felix. I guess, it's from a certain book. Information about the Department of Mysteries is never leaked. Mr. Weasley said seriously. She would have seen it in Nicholas Flamel's material. Felix explained, I gave it to her before the end of the school year, and since there are so many materials, I didn't read every one of them, so Nicholas might have casually mentioned it in one of his notes. Professors can be so deceitful. Hermione blinked and put on a that's it look. Sirius and Mr. Weasley understood it. Nicholas Flamel. No wonder, that makes sense. Mr. Weasley said. It is no secret that Felix inherited Nicholas Flamel's entire legacy since the Beauxbatons students spent a whole year at Hogwarts last year. At some point, it was even reported at length in the newspapers. I've heard Fleur mention, Bill suddenly said, that you're still a school board member at Beauxbatons. Fleur. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley twins shouted at the same time. What's happened? Mrs. Weasley asked, am I mistaken, isn't she one of Beauxbatons' champion? A French girl. She's become my new colleague, just joined 2 days ago. I promised to help her with her English, you know how boring office work can be. Bill shrugged and said, I wish the war would end sooner. That's not up to us, Ron muttered, it's not like the you-know-who will admit defeat. By the way, Harry, what did Headmaster Dumbledore want to see you this morning for? Dumbledore came by during the day. Felix asked, a little surprised. Yeah, but he didn't say a few words before he took Harry and disappeared for the whole day. In fact, Harry just returned not long before you guys did. Ron said. Several of the adults looked at Harry. Can you tell? Mr. Weasley asked measuredly, if Headmaster Dumbledore told you to keep it a secret, then don't tell anyone. I'm not sure. Harry said with a blank expression, I don't think we did anything special. Headmaster Dumbledore took me to an old friend's house for a cup of afternoon tea and a bellyful of pineapple preserves. And Headmaster Dumbledore persuaded his old friend to move to a safer place. Who did you visit? Do you remember his name? Felix asked. Horace Slughorn. Harry said after a moment's thought. Professor Slughorn. Mr. Weasley shouted, watching the others' reactions as he explained, he used to teach us, Molly and me. He's a brilliant potions master, and I guess that's why we can't let him fall to the other side. After dinner, the adults went to their rooms for a meeting, while the children sat in the living room in discontent. At least I have you guys with me, Penelope said while scratching Crookshank's chin, the cat comfortably lying on her lap. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, in an old building. Large bushes of flowers were overgrown with thorns from lack of tending, casting messy and twisted black shadows in the background, and the surrounding area is deserted and remote. A bug did not learn from its companions as it flew straight into the old castle to look for food. It crawled through the ancient, mottled walls and climbed up the beams of the house, and peered with its compound eyes at the solemn, oppressive crowd below in the dim light. Sizzle! The bug was burned to ashes by a sudden rush of energy. Severus Snape is attending a meeting of Death Eaters here. Chapter 508. The fire in the fireplace pulsated and added a touch of warmth to the cold, breezy dark night. But all the warmth disappeared when their sight met the talking man. Voldemort is seated directly in front of the fireplace, with the burning wood behind him, a position closest to the flames that cast a much deeper shadow than the rest, and the most conspicuous thing the Death Eaters could see besides his silhouette is the red eyes and pale skin. Severus. He looked at the seat to his immediate right. The Longbottoms' return to the Order of the Phoenix is confirmed, they both appear to have been given separate assignments, but no specific information has been revealed. A tailing at the Order of Dumbledore cannot be ruled out, and the target is someone in this room. There was a slight commotion at the long table, with some adjusting their seating position uneasily, while others were excited. Master, let me go, let me find them, I will capture them. A brunette woman said excitedly. Judging from her profile, she must have been beautiful in her youth, but years of imprisonment had permanently changed her appearance and temperament, certainly to the bad side. Her cheeks are lean, her eyes bulge out, and her black curls cling haphazardly to her head. Bellatrix, I don't doubt that, you did it once. Voldemort surveyed her with his scarlet eyes, but you have more important things to do." After saying that, he stopped looking at her and turned to Snape. "Anything else?" "The Ministry of Magic and Future World Company have reached an agreement on the matter of Thief's downfall, and I must admit, it will make a considerable impact on our cause." The commotion was more apparent this time, as the Death Eaters exchanged uneasy glances. "It's that man's company. We can't allow this to happen." A Death Eater hammered on the table and shouted, "We should organize an attack immediately." A number of people followed the clamor, and the room erupted with chaos. "Would you like to take the lead, Selwyn?" Voldemort asked softly, his voice easily overshadowing the clamor in the room. The Death Eaters immediately stopped talking and their eyes became dodgy. Finally, they all turned their attention to the wizard who had spoken at the beginning. Selwyn stammered, "Lord, my lord, if it is your will, I would." Voldemort smiled broadly. "No need for you to sacrifice yourself yet," Voldemort said lazily. "I am almost certain that the Ministry of Magic and Felix Hap will be on guard. We have to adapt to the new rules of war, and Felix Hap has come up with quite a few gadgets. Some of which are surprisingly useful. Ring of Ouroboros, is that what it's called?" "The Ouroboros snake, right?" His scarlet snake eyes fixed on Snape. "That's right," Snape whispered, "he used it as his mark in his early years, and I think a lot of people here know that." The Death Eaters either frowned or shook their heads. Then the mark disappeared with his graduation, and only reappeared when he returned to teach at Hogwarts and started his own teaching club. Voldemort made a notable sound. "Teaching club, the Ouroboros. Severus, by the sound of the name, I thought this was your present for my return." Snape bowed his head. "Lord, I have to admit, he is the most ambitious and methodical character I have ever taught." "You're right, I can imagine what he was like when he was in school," Voldemort said in a low voice. "Before I wondered why Felix Hap had arrived so timely and suspected whether one of you betrayed me, but this newspaper gave me the answer." A newspaper floated lightly from his hand and moved slowly across the long table. The Death Eaters looked up from their positions and leaned over to get a better look, but Voldemort apparently didn't have the patience to let them read it one by one. "It says very clearly that it was through the Ring of Ouroboros that the Potter trio managed to ask for help. And beyond that? I'm sure many of you have heard of or even used the products of the Future World Company, and I'm interested in the communication mirror, although it reportedly has a limit on the distance it can contact, but predictably, the situation of the war has already changed. We were once ahead of the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic by virtue of our unique communication through Darkmark a decade ago, but now all of us are in the same starting line." "My lord, what do you mean?" "Crack the magic on it, it would be better if we could create a countermeasure." Voldemort said slowly, "Let's get back to Thief's downfall. Something like that would interfere with the speed at which we can expand our ranks, even though we could just knock on the doors of our targets' homes, drag them out of the warm comfort of their blankets, and threaten them with their families to do our work for us." A loud laugh broke out from the crowd. "That's what I'm good at, my lord!" A Death Eater shouted to express his loyalty. "Thanks, Rodolphus, you'll get that chance," Voldemort said without any emotion, "but as I said, it will get in our way. Can anyone come up with a way to deal with it?" "My lord, even with the thief's downfall, we can still get all kinds of information through our family's network of connections." Voldemort showed an expression of interest. "I'm impressed by you, Selwyn. Do you have a good choice?" "There is one, her last name is Umbridge. In the past, she always flattered me, and bragged everywhere that she is a relative of the Selwyn family, but everyone knows that she has a janitor father. I just found out that she used to be Fudge's confidant, and just a few casual words. I am sure that she will pass on the information to me," Selwyn said respectfully. "I also know one. My nephew is working for the Ministry of Magic, and also the youngest head. He has a good relationship with quite a few Aurors," another Death Eater said. "Very well, Avery, since we lost Yaxley, our actions against the Aurors have become a total mess," Voldemort said with satisfaction, "but even though he's dead, he's still contributing to our cause, as we are using his house for meeting right now." Soon the Death Eaters began to discuss. Irrespective of what happened, they could name several acquaintances who worked in the Ministry of Magic. It added up to almost a half-dozen people. Needless to say, these people will become the target of the Death Eaters' next operation. "Lucius." "Yes, Lord." Lucius Malfoy looked up, and met Voldemort's scarlet eyes, before hastily lowering his head again. "Have you heard anything about Macnair and Rookwood?" "I haven't inquired," he replied in a whisper. "Haven't inquired," Voldemort repeated in a voice that didn't rise and fall, and Lucius shivered involuntarily. Does this mean that you've lost your power on the Ministry of Magic side? My lord, please give me some time. I'm trying to connect with the new minister, but that woman is slippery. She's always accompanied by Sirius Black, a man that must have been sent over by the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius Black, Voldemort said, looking at Bellatrix, if I remember correctly, he seems to be your cousin. Yes, he is, my lord, she said excitedly, her body unable to resist leaning forward to get a closer look at Voldemort. No, he is not my cousin, he is a disgrace to House Black, a scum, who I can't wait to kill with my own hands. There's a lot of people you have to deal with then. Voldemort snickered. Bellatrix seemed confused. How? Your niece recently joined the Order of the Phoenix and also become very close to a werewolf. I guess I should expect no less from your family? She took a step further than even your sister. When do I get to hear about their wedding? Are you going to send a present? Bellatrix gave Snape a sharp glare. All the information about the Order of the Phoenix is provided by him. Snape's thin lips squeezed out a sarcastic smile. My lord, she is not my niece, they have had nothing to do with the Black family since my sister married that mudblood. Bellatrix immediately dismissed the relationship, but her words did not satisfy Voldemort. She obviously felt this, her face showed a panicked expression, while her body leaned forward even further, as if she is expressing her loyalty by this. My lord, I will not stand by and let this happen. Despite our falling out, I will never allow the Black family bloodline to be tainted any further, I promise you. Isn't that correct, Lucius? You wouldn't want someone who shares Narcissus' blood to be connected with a werewolf either, right? That's right. Lucius said dryly. Then let's go at once and kill them before the next assembly. Bellatrix said excitedly. I have an appointment with the high-ranking official of the Ministry of Magic, Pious Thickness, and I can't miss this. Since it's important for our cause. Lucius muttered, My lord, I have two important things to report to you. Voldemort's eyes settled back on him. Lucius spoke stiffly. First, I met Hap at Ollivander's wand store, and he was very hostile to me, and warned Ollivander in front of me to guard against me, and us. He did have reason to do so, Voldemort said calmly, but his face contorted slightly, and under the firelight, it looked like a pale snake, and a few people around him dared not look at him for a moment. One bad news, Lucius. I hope your second news will make everyone a little happy. Voldemort said softly. Well, of course, Lucius panted. I inquired about the exact location of Bode. He was taken to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and is currently confused, so the Ministry of Magic didn't notice anything unusual yet. But he will inevitably get better, and if he is allowed to reveal to the Ministry of Magic that we are seeking the prophecy then make him not open his mouth. Voldemort said, who is willing to solve this problem for me? Antonin, what do you say? It would be my pleasure, O great Dark Lord. Antonin Dolohov, a Death Eater with a lanky face said with a twisted grin. When the meeting was over, Voldemort was left alone with Severus Snape. He stared at the dark night sky and regretted it more than ever. Maybe if he waited patiently for a few more months or even years, he would have got the most perfect resurrection, reborn with the help of Harry Potter's blood, the blood of the man who made him lose his magic, his flesh, and his power, that the protection Potter's mother left against him would also exist in his own blood. Regret and frustration tormented Voldemort's heart. He had the heart to actively die, and then resurrect once again, then not only can he get rid of a strong enemy, but it will also make him more powerful. At least he won't be as passive as now. But he really couldn't afford to wait any longer. Christmas night, Felix Hap and Dumbledore's silent invasion of the old Crouch Mansion left him a huge psychological shadow. If he did not use the fastest way to inform Barty Crouch Jr. that night, then the opportunity to resurrect after more than a decade might have been cut off. Especially when he learned Barty's plan to clean up the Mad-Eye Moody, where he almost got caught, he became even more panicked. Since then, he never dared to let Barty Crouch Jr. out of his sight. He repeatedly debated the choice for several months, and it was also his most vulnerable period of time. He was afraid that Felix and Dumbledore will suddenly appear in the next second, and his only loyal servant will be taken away. If it happened, he doesn't know how many years later he will gain another opportunity. There is one thing he has to consider, that is, the resurrection materials, his father's bones, the flesh of his servants, the blood of his enemies. The latter two are in fact time-limited. Perhaps in another 100 years, he could collect Dumbledore's dead body, but the Death Eaters who are loyal to him, the enemies who hate and fear him will also fade with time, and at that time his name will decay faster than Dumbledore's body. So how else can he resurrect? Even if Voldemort believed that he had defeated death, he was still forced by time to hurry up. Not to mention the fact that Felix Happ had already made his mark, and quite a few people believed that he would be the next Dumbledore-like figure. Voldemort read some of the gossip magazines when he had nothing better to do, and two factions were arguing about it, one saying that Felix Happ had surpassed Dumbledore because he had solved the riot at the Quidditch World Cup single-handedly by defeating hundreds of wizards head-on. Although Voldemort scoffed at this, the argument was still popular. On the other hand, the other side of the argument strongly believed that although Felix Happ is strong, he is still far behind Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard. After all, the people Felix Happ faced at the World Cup were drunk and rowdy wizard tourists, who were no different from unarmed muggles. The only thing everyone agreed on was that Felix Happ is currently the most promising person to replace Dumbledore in the future, as everyone realized that he is far from 30 years old. Less than 30 years old. This is also Voldemort's biggest concern. Even if he really survived 100 years and Dumbledore is dead, the Happ may stand in his way and hinder his way to the top. So he chose to give up Harry Potter's blood after repeatedly weighing the choice and resurrected covertly. But nothing has gone smoothly as planned since his resurrection. In addition, there's a ridiculous rumor about Dark Lord's destined nemesis Harry Potter and his brave and wise companions, the Ministry of Magic's recent propaganda slogan, along with an ancient rune professor spreading around. While he inwardly tried to deny his destiny of downfall, he couldn't help but half-heartedly believe it. Especially since he had heard a prophecy about his fate, no, half of it. He looked back at Snape, his red eyes concentrated to the point of dripping blood color, his expression looking both lofty and seemingly impatient. That prophecy, repeat the prophecy you heard. Without changing a word. Without changing a word. Snape mumbled, his voice did not sound like his own. He seemed to have once again returned to the 1980 rundown tavern, and his lips could not help but tremble. He said in a hoarse voice, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." The dimly lit room regained its silence. After an unknown period of time, Snape said dryly, "My lord, that's all I heard, and then I got found and thrown out by the barman of the Hogshead Inn." Voldemort did not respond, seemed to be in deep thought. What does the full prophecy sound like? Is there any mention of Felix Happ? Or the end of himself? "My lord." Snape raised his volume, his tone still sounded without any trace of emotions. "You can leave now, continue to collect information for me." Voldemort paused slightly and said, "If you got a chance, obtain the whereabouts of Amelia Bones, she already poses a threat. But master, I have no informants within the Ministry of Magic." "Use that Sirius Black, haven't you gotten close to them recently?" Snape bowed his head, his dark eyes twinkled, "As you wish, my lord," he said in conclusion. Chapter 509. Black's Old Mansion. Penelope introduced the Future World Company's defense arrangement to Harry and the group in the living room. "Because we have to do business, the Sword Castle cannot be hidden with a spell like here, its protection is closer to Hogwarts, and when the Thief's Downfall and Anti-Spell series research is done it will become much better. In addition, every employee in the company should possess the most basic self-protection ability, and Professor Happ selected the Stunning Spell and Shield Charm for that purpose. No disarming charm," Harry muttered with some regret. Maybe he thought it would be safer to knock out. Penelope herself is not very certain about that. There are also some other valuable spells, such as Bright Fire-making Spell, Apparition, Disillusionment Charm, Runic Shield Charm, and other charms, but not everyone can grasp these advanced content easily, so it will take some time to fully spread. Then, Penelope proposed to play a dueling game. They went to the training room in the second basement, which is a little more spacious than the 5th floor one, and they don't have to worry about making noise. "Who will come first?" Penelope stood confidently in the center of the room. "Sounds like you're planning to fight with all of us on a turn," Fred said, rubbing his nose and sounding a little disinterested. "It's mentoring," Penelope corrected seriously. "I've learned every one of those spells that I mentioned." "I see a bit of Percy in her," Harry heard Ron muttering to Neville. "I should have thought of that. Why can't she stand that workaholic Percy?" "Because they're the same type of person." Harry grinned, and out of the corner of his eye he seemed to see Ginny staring at him across the room, and when he looked over, she had tilted her head away. Harry instantly remembered the kiss last night. It should be a kiss, he thought uncertainly. Harry, Harry! He snapped back. The rest of the group had retreated to the edge of the black stone wall, and Penelope watched him with eager eyes. He subconsciously gripped his wand tighter. Oh, Harry's lost in thought, this isn't good, I'll be the judge. Fred first muttered in a whisper and then said with gusto in the next second. 3, 2, 1, go. Protag. Bang. A red light hit Penelope on the chest, instantly knocking her off her feet. Her whole body fell solidly on the mat, and the wand in her hand slid through a beautiful arc and landed in Harry's hand. Penelope struggled to brace herself from the cushion, with an incredulous expression. Harry also was somewhat surprised by his own spell casting speed, which seemed to be a lot faster, but he suspected it might be an illusion. Mate, better restrain yourself, whispered Ron, as he approached him, or Percy will come charging down to get his revenge on you. I didn't use my full strength, Harry explained in a whisper. One more time, I just got ahead of myself. Penelope said unconvincingly. So, round 1, Harry wins, round 2, ready dash Fred did his duty. This time Penelope lasted a lot longer. Harry did not dare to use the disarming charm, but he found an opportunity to use a jelly legs jinx, and Penelope fell hard and could not get up from the ground. The crowd rushed around. Hermione cast the counter curse and then took out the anti-swelling potion. Penelope is now puffy and sore, and everyone held back their laughter. You have fully mastered the nonverbal spell? Penelope asked sullenly. It's improved a lot lately. Harry said with a smile. He is finally sure that it was not an illusion. He originally could only cast a few of his best dueling spells silently, but today his skills are surprisingly good. Could it be that Voldemort's influence caused this again? His heart clouded with gloom. It won't leave a mark, right? Fred asked worriedly. I mean if that woman, Mom, finds out dash. Harry sucked in a cold breath and forgot whatever he had thought before. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Penelope shrugged. I mean, my skills are not as good as yours. Harry's good opinion of Penelope increased greatly. Next, Harry and Hermione dueled, hurling spells from the tips of their wands and dashing around the training room. Almost a half-minute passed, and except for the sound of the spell hitting the wall, neither of the two spoke. They know each other so well that sometimes they know what spell the other is going to use by their feelings alone. Ron explained, but Harry is really in good shape today, you know he can't beat Hermione in silent spell casting. And you can do what they do. Fred and George scrutinized Ron. That's for sure, not even close. Ron said under his breath as he saw their eager expressions. Look, Hermione's about to use the combination magic, the one Professor Flitwick used. Oh, what's that? His eyes widened as he looked unexpectedly at the sudden change in the situation on the field. Somehow, from Hermione's beaded pouch, a series of palm-sized chestnut wood pieces flew out. These pieces of chestnut wood flashed red, with scorching runic circuits, and under Hermione's precise control, it surrounded Harry. Harry felt uneasy and instantly cast a runic shield charm with a flow rune, as an invisible spherical barrier rippled with light green water wrapped around him. He looked up, Hermione stretched her neck to look, and after confirming he is ready, she slashed her wand downward. Chestnut pieces exploded around him at the same time, turning into a dazzling ball of fire. Harry felt dizzy. The explosion did not hurt him, but the loud noise made him a bit overwhelmed. What kind of magic is this? When the fire died down, he couldn't help but ask, it looks a bit like a runic circuit. You're right, Hermione said cheerfully, but it's an unstable runic circuit that should be avoided at all costs, but if you control it properly, she made an explosion gesture. Turning a failed runic circuit into an offensive attack. Harry mulled over the fact that such an approach is not simple or at least requires a great deal of magic manipulation. How did you come up with that? Ron, who is standing at the side, couldn't help but ask. Well, haven't I been reading a lot of materials about runes lately? While reviewing my learning experience of ancient runes, it occurred to me that the professor showed me this in the very first lesson. Hermione said with a smile, her eyes curved into two crescent moons. The success of her new move put her in a very good mood. I think he may have simply been demonstrating an example of a mistake at the time. Ron told the truth in a heartbeat. Next was Neville and Ginny's turn. Neville seemed to have the concept of defensive counter-attack tactic burned into his bones and hardly made a single mistake. Ginny tried multiple spells in turn and couldn't find a single flaw, not to mention that she is not good at dueling in the first place, and only knows how to stand still and release a spell mindlessly. She huffed and puffed and used her best bat bogey hex, only to be knocked down easily by Neville when he seized the opportunity. "Are you okay?" Harry asked. Ginny shook her head and stood up on her own. "You guys have changed so much," Fred said genuinely, "even I have an itchy hand." "When was the last time we had a serious duel?" George asked in a pretentious tone. "If you don't count the time you cast a hair-thickening charm on me yesterday to test the protective cap, I think it was a dueling match during last school year. We got knocked out at the same time, remember?" Fred said with a straight face. "The time we beat each other with dung bombs." George remembered it too. "But it sucked so much when we were fighting, it was like looking in the mirror." Fred said reluctantly. They didn't really spend much time on dueling, but the mere fact that the two of them fought on a daily basis made them a lot better than the average person. "You're right, it's better to look for someone else," George replied, and then the two turned to Ron in unison. Ron was beaten badly. "You actually lasted a long time," Harry helped him up off the floor, but Fred and George were just so well matched, it was like they could switch minds. "I assumed it was 2 versus 2, Ron said, rubbing his shoulder, "but they turned out to be more shameless than I thought, and it's definitely swollen." Chapter 510. They came out of the training room, and as they passed the room where the members of the Order of the Phoenix are holding a meeting, Fred took out his extendable ears smoothly and tried them out. "No," they set up warts dash. Back in the living room, Penelope made tea for them. "Don't we need to call Percy down?" Hermione asked. "He's upstairs catching up on his report," Penelope said. "That sounds a bit familiar," Ron said, scratching his chin. "Wouldn't it sound a lot smoother if it was replaced with he's upstairs catching up on his papers? We've been hearing that for 7 whole years." Fred said a little sadly, "I told you I always felt like something was missing this month, now I finally know what it is." Neville gasped and laughed, "Sorry, I couldn't hold it in." At that moment, Penelope used her wand to guide the teapot and teacups to fly to the table. "You guys don't know, the head of his department has not been decided, so he's giving his all." "Is he that confident? Is that possible?" Harry asked in surprise. He actually wanted to use the word ambitious, but it didn't sound nice. Percy's department is the Department of International Magical Cooperation, which was previously headed by Barty Crouch Sr. After Crouch was imprisoned in Azkaban, the position remained vacant, and it was occupied by former Minister Fudge on a part-time basis. "It is almost as probable as him suddenly getting the Order of Merlin," Penelope joked, "but he's keeping his hopes up." "It's not that hard, right?" Ron stated half-heartedly, "as long as you get hit with one of the you-know-who's Cruciatus curse." Penelope looked at him with a chiding look. "Why do you think you got the medal for?" "Just because of the Cruciatus curse. A dash. To set an example." Harry remembered what Ms. Bones had said to them. "The Order of Merlin isn't that cheap," Penelope said. Harry looked a little unconvinced. If someone like Lockhart could get the Order of Merlin, what couldn't happen? "Is it because we are still alive?" "Just being alive is enough," Penelope affirmed. Harry looked at her in disbelief, and she said quite sensibly, "You've disrupted the you-know-who plan, and he shouldn't have thought of having 3 witnesses, oh, sorry, 4. She tapped her wand on the teapot, which immediately emitted a stream of white steam, followed by a tiny flow of liquid from the teapot, which formed a delicate amber swirl at the center of the cup. "Not bad, is it? I learned it from my mom during the holiday." "What?" Yeah," Harry said, still dwelling on what she had just said. "But why? At first glance, you didn't listen to what Ms. Bones had said." Hermione pointed out the truth in a very unpleasant way. "Did she make any remarkable speeches other than dragging out the time for the press to take pictures?" Ron asked. "Of course," Hermione straightened up and cleared her throat, which almost foreshadowed the long speech she is about to make, and sure enough, she began to imitate Ms. Bones' way of speaking. "During the past month, addressing all wizard names, I will continue, there hasn't been much sad news, no one has died strangely, and no dark mark has hung over your neighborhood. In fact, all the unrest is brought on by the Ministry of Magic's latest measure. The Ministry of Magic has had to separate a team to deal with all sorts of snarky questions and howlers. It's because there are still many people who choose to remain skeptical and dismiss the bad news about the return of you-know-who. With today's opportunity, the Ministry of Magic, in conjunction with Wizengamot and the Dark Force Defense League, solemnly announces that he who must not be named has truly returned, and is hiding in the darkness, lurking among the crowds, gathering Death Eaters where we cannot see and amassing those pawns who once supported him. If we remain ignorant, the contribution made by the 4 men sitting on the stage today awaiting their recognition will be greatly diminished, and the time they have bought for us will be wasted, while dealing a great blow to the Ministry of Magic employees, orators, hit wizards and pioneers of all walks of life who acted in the first place. We must fortify our confidence and courage, before the enemy reveals his face, because the tougher days are yet to come. Fortunately, we already have role models who have shown resilience when plunged into darkness, showing us that there is no need to fear and tremble, and have managed to come out with all their wounds to give an early warning of war. I hope we can remain positive and optimistic. Despite the foggy road ahead, I would like to think about the joy of victory. When the time comes to look back on this history, people will find that the seeds of victory have long been planted. Hermione finished. This is followed by an introduction to the existing wartime policies of the Ministry of Magic. The people in the room looked at her without blinking their eyes. You memorized the entire speech of the minister? Ron asked, staring as if he is looking at some strange creature, like a blast-ended scroot that has suddenly entered the kitchen. There is a full transcript of the speech in the paper. I read it a few times, and if you get up early enough and bother to help in the kitchen you will find it playing over and over on the wireless. Hermione said to them. So you memorized it anyway? Ron said insistently. Penelope's eyes glowed as she looked at Hermione. I should have met you earlier, we have a lot in common. How about joining Future World after graduation? She could not resist recruiting a talent. Hey, we've been eyeing Hermione for a long time, ready to invite her to join the Weasleys' Wizard Wheezes. Fred pretended to complain. Harry choked on a mouthful of water, he just couldn't imagine the image of Hermione relating with prank items. You guys thinking about poaching someone so early? Ron asked, bewildered. Fred and George sighed in unison. First things first, don't you see Penelope doing the same thing? That doesn't have to be so early, since you haven't even graduated yourselves. Harry said, only to see the twins look at each other knowingly, and a bold thought came to his mind, as he lost his voice. You're not planning to drop out, are you? How come? You're thinking too much. Both of them said in unison. You guys can't even fool Valen with that, right, Valen? Ron said, and Valen heard someone calling her and looked up from the couch. She is holding a tiny fishing rod with a ball of wool tied around the hook and playing a game with Crookshanks, who is lying on the carpet. You've gotten smart, my dear brother. Fred said somberly. But not clever enough yet. George followed. So you guys are really planning to drop out? Harry said, as an inner voice cried out that Mrs. Weasley would never approve, even if she had to tape them both up and glue them in the luggage compartment of the Hogwarts Express, she would do it without a trace of hesitation. SHH, keep your voice down. Fred said in a panic. Look, we're not planning to drop out, we're just going to make our mark early. Actually, there is a better option, with the help of the Future World Company's stores. George said glumly, but it was rejected by Remus. But why? Different philosophy. Fred spread his hands and mouthed an old-fashioned word. We thought that people's mood would continue to be low in the following period, and this is definitely the time when they will require some fun, and prank items will become popular in the market. George nodded his head. It's our turn to shine. We are going to open a store, not in Diagon Alley, but in Hogsmeade. Fred stated their plan. So we're not thinking about dropping out at all, otherwise Mom will hang us up and beat us. George muttered, or drown us in the sink and act like we never existed. Awesome, Ron said. What products do you guys prepared? Lots. Fred and George grinned, but not counting the communicating mirror and the anti-spell series, those two will stay in the future world and will be returned to us when the war is over. Security-wise. We chose to be a neighbor of Future World. George winked at the questioning Neville. What about the shopkeepers? Hire someone first, we'll inspect Hogsmeade when it's open, and use the owl to contact it during the week. Too bad, all the secret passages to the outside world in the school are blocked. Fred smacked his lips and said, but since we only have 1 year left, it's still bearable. I'll probably be in the Ministry of Magic after I graduate. Hermione said, but I don't want to give up my study of ancient runes either. She said with some headache. You want to become an orator too? Fred asked in surprise, looking over at Harry and Ron. Hermione wants to be Minister of Magic. Harry said without thinking. Hermione glared at him but didn't retort. I just think someone has to do something, she said calmly. Fred and George gave a thumbs up. At that moment, there is movement in the foyer and Fred glances downstairs. The meeting is over. He turned back to say. So when Felix, Sirius, and the group came into the living room, they saw a group of people quietly drinking tea in a poised way. I thought you guys would be eavesdropping, and opened the door several times in the middle. Tonks smiled and sat down between them. I'll talk to Amelia tomorrow, Sirius said to Felix, referring to the whole boat thing. Take this amulet to him for me. Felix took a pendant that looked like a snail shell out of his ring and handed it to Sirius. Chapter 511. Children, it's getting late, so head to your beds early. Mrs. Weasley stood in the middle of the living room and commanded the kids. Aunt Molly, Neville asked in a small voice, when my mom and dad will return. Don't worry, they're on the night shift, so they might have stayed out at the safe house near them to rest since it's getting late. Mrs. Weasley's tone immediately softened. Neville nodded silently and followed Harry and the rest of them upstairs. The bright moon cast a silvery glow over the deep, dense trees and shrubs, casting a large, eerie shadow on the ground that stretched over the tall, well-kept hedge walls. A very decent mansion loomed in the darkness. It is Malfoy Manor. A rustling sound reverberated in the air. It's the peacock that Malfoy's keeps, a deep, steady voice said. He glanced around alertly from the shadows and immediately spotted the source of the sound, a white peacock walking gracefully on top of a hedge. The male wizard stared at the peacock for a moment and lowered his guard to speak in a low voice to his wife. We've been watching for several days now, and my gut tells me we can gain something today. Alice looked at a narrow passage recessed inside in the center of the hedge, at the end of which are two imposing wrought iron gates. A wispy mist permeated from the forest and spread throughout the area pleasingly, but when it got combined with the cool night breeze, it became less pleasing. I wonder what our baby boy is doing now, she asked softly. Should be sleeping at this time, Frank said softly while holding Alice's somewhat cold hand. At that moment, the air twisted up and with a soft thud, two figures abruptly appeared. One of them is cloaked in a long black cloak, and wearing a hood, which covered his whole face, looking overly cautious. The other is totally opposite to him, the slender witch is also wearing a hood, but as soon as she appeared, she impatiently took it off, and casually tossed her curly hair, and surveyed the surroundings. Put the hood back on, the man yelled down at his companion. Bellatrix grunted, since when have you gotten so timid, Lucius? This is your doorstep. Of course, it is okay to be seen if I am alone, and I won't be this cautious, Lucius said, suppressing his irritation within, but if someone finds me hanging out with a fugitive who escaped from Azkaban, then I am dash. He suddenly stopped talking. Bellatrix held her wand in her hand and pointed at him with a sneer. I wish I could show Narcissa how you work out at the meeting in front of our Lord. She scoffed, don't worry, I'll only stay at your place for a few days, then I'll go deal with those stinky giants, or, are you averse of being in our Lord's side, and planning to join a different camp? You were given orders to support the Caro siblings, while I was ordered to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic. Lucius said with impatience, so don't tell me to do this or that, because I'm not going to go crazy like you guys. Bellatrix strides towards the wrought iron gate, her loose cloak trailed on the ground. A green light flashed briefly, and the white peacock that had just been strutting around the hedge had plunged down, losing its breath of life. Noisy thing, she said disdainfully. Bellatrix! Lucius shouted shrilly. But her figure had disappeared straight through the wrought iron gate, as if the gate did not exist at all. Lucius stopped where he was, gasping for breath. After a long time, he strode in, and silence once again returned to the surroundings. Frank looked worriedly at his wife, her fists clenched tightly, her teeth clenched and creaked. That devil, she took away 12 years of our best time, Alice whimpered, leaning on her husband's shoulder. Alice, let her have her fun for a little while longer, I promise you, she and her helpers will pay for that, Frank said in an icy tone as he wrapped his arms around his wife and stared at the shaded wrought iron gate. The next morning, Harry watched as Sirius hurriedly ate his breakfast and prepared to go to work with Mr. Weasley, Bill, Percy and Penelope, so he held back what he wanted to ask. It seemed like it made perfect sense that the scar on his head had suddenly become amiable after torturing him for several years, but even if Harry thought on his knees, he knew that Voldemort wouldn't be charitable enough to pass on knowledge to him through the scar. A barely somewhat convincing reason is that Voldemort did not know about it, everything was done passively. But why didn't this happen before? Or rather, when did it start to happen? Harry recalled that sudden kiss and his face became beet red. After a few seconds, he shook his head hard to get rid of the jumbled thoughts out of his head. Going back to the topic, it was when he saw the Voldemort illusion in the Ministry of Magic. Molly, Alastair might be coming over later, he was on the night shift last night. Mr. Weasley warned. Got it, I'll cook extra and save him some meal. Mrs. Weasley said. Pretty soon, they were all left in a line, even Fred and George left. Professor, aren't you going to the company? Harry looked at Felix. Well, I'll stay behind, Felix said, the company's focused on Thief's downfall right now, and I finished sorting out the principals involved in it for them just yesterday. Why, is something wrong? Harry nodded hesitantly. He actually preferred to ask Sirius for advice, but now it occurred to him that the professor would be a more suitable candidate. The professor knew he had been suffering due to the scar and had taught him a clemency for it, and now since the symptoms of the scar had changed, maybe it might be within the professor's expectations? Moreover, he could take this opportunity to ask about the killing curse, the professor is quite skillful when it comes to that magic. Felix made a simple bed in the study on the 3rd floor, and when Harry walked in, before he could see it, Felix had reached out and shrunk the traveling bed to the size of a matchbox and stuffed it into the ring. The Black family study serves the dual purpose, study and entertaining distinguished guests. Therefore, in addition to the long desk and 3 shelves filled with a collection of books, there is also a small sofa and wooden coffee table placed in the corner of the study. The solid wood coffee table had a flaxen edge that seemed to have been remodeled from a giant tree burl. These are magical creatures. Harry looked with great interest at several dynamic sketches on the coffee table, with various creature shapes outlined in dark green ink, in which many of them he could name. Yet, Felix didn't elaborate. The drawing papers automatically grouped together and flew into his ring. Harry guessed that perhaps these are the materials that the professor is prepared for a comic book about magical creatures, but it seemed unlikely because of the recent tension, though he never could have guessed that Felix is trying to structure every magical creature's magic talent to study how to combine and use them. This is considered one of Felix's gains after reflecting on his battle with Voldemort. In that battle, he did not personally transform into an Akami, mainly because he felt it was too dangerous, as even the magical creatures don't have a slight edge against Voldemort's killing curse, but later he keenly realized that there are tremendous treasures hidden in them. Because Felix suddenly found that Voldemort does not seem to understand his and Dumbledore's state of transformation, at least Voldemort described this realm using the words transformation of the body, which is clearly the path of Salazar Slytherin. Felix thus judged that although Voldemort's body may have undergone multiple transformations and alterations to make him more adaptable to dark magic, and his unique killing curse likely derived from it, but Voldemort should not be able to transform into a magical creature, because his transformation is artificial. If he planned cleverly enough, this flaw in knowledge might become Voldemort's death trigger. Professor, when did you learn the killing curse? Harry decided to start with a small question, but Professor Happ was too perceptive and just glanced at him and said half-jokingly, "What, you want to learn this curse too? You certainly gained a lot of nerve." "It's not that I want to learn it, I suddenly know it." Harry stammered for a while, but eventually, he confessed. Felix looked at him with an odd expression. Is it because Harry has seen him use the killing curse a few times, that he's trying to learn it? He felt very bad. He is not teaching children bad things, right? But when Harry described his experience in the past 2 days, Felix's expression became solemn. This is way more serious than what he had expected it might have been, that Harry is desperate for revenge and had tried to learn the unforgivable curse in private. "Come with me," he said in a deep voice. He led Harry to the mini training room on the 5th floor. "Use the killing curse for a look." Harry did so, and a green light flew from the tip of his wand. Both men frowned at the same time. Harry felt that the curse he had cast today was much less powerful. Felix, on the other hand, saw a hint of familiarity in the way he had cast the curse, which implied that what Harry had said before was true. And he knew more things, such as Harry's body hiding a piece of Voldemort's soul, so where did Harry's knowledge come from? Was it personally from Voldemort, or from that piece of soul fragment? "You heard some strange noise in your head when you got up the other night, right?" Felix asked for confirmation. "Yes, but it was soon gone." Harry replied nervously. Felix went silent and watched Harry intently through his magical perspective, in which he had managed to spy a hint of evil magic when Harry's mind's defenses were at their weakest, and that was back in the last school year, but now he hesitated to try his hand in it. If his suspicions are right, Harry had inadvertently stimulated the sleeping soul fragment in his mind, and his stimulation may lead to extremely serious consequences if this goes on. Tell you what, Felix said after a moment's consideration, try the other two curses, the Cruciatus curse and the Imperious curse, and cast them on me. Looking at Harry's stunned expression, he chuckled, I can handle these two curses, so don't worry about hurting me. Harry waved his wand apprehensively, with both the expectation that the curse would succeed and the hope that it would not. In his angsty mood, he justifiably failed, and Harry looked back at the professor. Go on. Felix said calmly. Harry stiffly recited the curse, and even when an hour had passed, he hadn't succeeded once. You'll have to muster some resolve and intent to do that. Reciting the unforgivable curse against your face, Professor? I can't do that. Harry muttered in a small voice. He then saw Voldemort standing in front of him, with his scarlet eyes fixed on him, which startled him. Go on. Voldemort said. This time Harry quickly found his form, despite the fact that he didn't know anything more than the incantation, despite the fact that no one had taught him, and despite the fact that never mind what matter is he was managed to cast it. Harry looked both bewildered and shocked that he seemed to have mastered all three unforgivable curses all at once. How did this even happen? On the other hand, Felix fell into deep thought. Professor? Harry questioned uneasily. It's quite likely, Felix mumbled something, before addressing him. You don't have to worry too much, from your description the occlumency is still effective, so you should not stop training in this field. I will tell Dumbledore about your situation, maybe he can discern something. Dumbledore's response is quicker than he expected. Almost as soon as he received the message, he appeared immediately. He questioned Harry in detail about his emotions, and finally asked for Harry's two memories, the sighting of Voldemort in the halls of the Ministry of Magic, and the memory of his first ever casting of the killing curse. Then Harry was dismissed from there, and only two of them remained in the mini-training room on the 5th floor. Albus, do you think it? Felix spoke hesitantly. I'm not sure, Dumbledore shook his head, maybe it's just a pure coincidence. I can come up with more than one plausible explanation, such as the Potter family heritage is ancient and Harry may have inherited the gift, or maybe Voldemort did transfer some of his knowledge and experience to Harry back then, which resulted in his change now. But, then he said with a grave face, it could also be the influence of the Horcrux itself. We have previously overlooked the question, that is, Voldemort resurrected with the assistance of the power of which Horcruxes? With the assistance of which Horcruxes? Naturally. Huh? Felix pondered the meaning of these words. Theoretically, the wizard would only require one Horcrux, which could serve as an anchor point to the real world after the wizard's death, allowing the wizard's soul to reside on Earth. However, Voldemort's insanity made him create multiple Horcruxes, which raises a question, which Horcrux truly played its role when he died? You know, Harry himself is also a Horcrux, so he also has the role of assisting Voldemort, to keep his soul from disappearing. Of course, Harry is not considered as perfect Horcruxes, or rather, not intentionally made by Voldemort to be one. The possibility of using Harry to keep Voldemort's soul from disappearing is not non-existent, but it is also minuscule, compared to the other perfect Horcruxes he has out there. But the problem is, long before Voldemort's resurrection, his Horcruxes were destroyed one by one. The diary being the first. The diadem was the next, followed by the locket, and the big snake that followed Voldemort around, making a total of 4 Horcruxes before and after. Wait a minute. The locket was destroyed. Felix asked for confirmation. When he passed the Slytherin locket to Dumbledore, the locket was perfectly intact back then. I have saved it for later. Originally I was planning to analyze that Horcrux. Dumbledore gently shook his head, though I found another Horcrux, a ring passed down through the generations in Voldemort's mother's line. Voldemort enchanted it with a vicious curse, and I nearly fell victim to it, but thanks to the warning issued by your amulet. So. Felix nodded, that is still 4 items, only the order of destruction changed to the diary, the diadem, the big snake, and the ring. And Dumbledore is still in possession of an intact Horcrux locket in his hand. That's 5, counting Harry, that's 6. If Voldemort wants to retain even an ounce of sanity, the most he can do is split his soul into 9 pieces. Personally, I'm leaning towards the number 7, Dumbledore nodded slightly. I've got a bit of a clue, although I don't have the hard evidence yet. Do you need help? Felix asked. I can handle it, with Harry helping me. If the persuasive team becomes too much, it might scare my old friend away. Dumbledore said in a jovial tone. Felix continued to contemplate. If the first functioning Horcrux previously was the diary, then when the diary was destroyed, a new Horcrux would certainly begin to work, such as the diadem. And when the diadem was destroyed, it was that snake and the ring's turn, and now it possibly transferred to the locket or another unknown Horcrux. But the above is the ideal situation. What if, at some stage during the middle, Harry the semi-Horcrux got involved? There must be a connection between the split soul and the main soul, so when would this connection become strongest? Of course, it is when the Horcrux that maintains the main soul starts to function. This also explains the increasing frequency of scar pain before Harry learned the occlumency. Because he, the Horcrux, began to function. Albus, do you think the piece of soul fragment in Harry's body will recover again? This is Felix's biggest concern. Unlikely, Dumbledore shook his head. The role of the Horcrux will always remain to revive the main soul, not to mention that a fragment cannot do much. But no one knows the consequences of turning a living person into a Horcrux, not even Voldemort himself is likely to know. The Horcrux has extremely strong characteristics by itself, like its indestructibility, but those characteristics are not reflected in Harry. All this indicates that the living Horcrux is unique. Dumbledore went silent for a moment. I'm worried that Harry is digesting the Horcrux, or rather, fusing with the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Felix looked up in shock, but he had to admit this possibility exists, and he began to think of a countermeasure. Occlumency can provide assistance for this problem. That's right. Dumbledore nodded gently. And the other thing is, Felix's blue eyes began to twinkle, we can't afford to wait 10 years, no, Harry can't afford to wait that long. Voldemort must be solved within a year or two, for this problem. The sooner we can deal with it, the better Harry will be. Which is precisely the most difficult thing to do. Dumbledore said quietly. Chapter 512. Felix exchanged some more information and views with Dumbledore. Apart from the last 2 days, things that have developed relatively clustered. Other times Professor McGonagall or Mrs. Weasley will organize the information of every Order of the Phoenix meeting and give it to Dumbledore. So even if Dumbledore does not often come, he knows everything here, so he can deal with other business without worry. In his words, when you are talking to a troll, you always need to be patient. You also know troll language. Felix showed an odd expression. So what is the meaning of this phrase? He let out a syllable that sounded like a huff and a puff. Dumbledore gave him a reproachful look. Well, I suppose, it wasn't anything good, as I suspected. Felix said, whispering a few words in his own defense. All the troll words sound like curses, and I don't really understand them, so I wasn't at fault for beating up those mountain trolls back then. Felix, I'd personally suggest that it is best if you don't discuss this topic with Norwegian wizards. They're quite fond of simple-minded creatures like trolls, I guess maybe because they have a rough and wild aesthetic. Dumbledore said uncertainly, they even chose the troll as the mascot for the Quidditch national team. Geez, what are they going to do with tons of boogers? That's the real challenge. The whole boat thing got his attention, though. I'll keep an eye on it. It would be best to find a chance to talk to Amelia. Dumbledore said with a slight nod and a smile on his face. It's become easier to deal with the minister without having to worry about the other side's fragile ego. Well, it's actually a bit mean to say this, but I think Cornelius's current position is clearly a better fit for him. Yeah, we're exhausting ourselves while he's eating and drinking in various European countries. Felix said, hopefully he won't be fat when he comes back, that would cause public outrage. Conversations with Dumbledore are always interesting. If Harry's safety wasn't at stake, he would have gladly exchanged a few more words with the old man about the strength of Voldemort, but it is clearly evident that Dumbledore is indeed very busy and eventually left in a hurry. Felix came to the headquarters of the Future World Company with a belly full of thoughts. Regarding the soul fragments in Harry's body, he and Dumbledore temporarily did not have any good solutions, so they can only put their thoughts on Voldemort. The reason is that he is too active, is rekindled. As a living person, he is more emotionally charged than the residual soul period, especially due to recent frustration. He can't sleep at night and unfortunately, Harry, as a semi-Horcrux, became a full-sized emotion receiver, and from time to time he was affected by Voldemort's emotional titillation. This titillation will in turn stimulate the unstable soul fragments, like carrying Pandora's box. Who knows what will happen after opening? The occlumency at best can delay the impact, but the time bomb is still there. If Voldemort discovered it, he certainly will pay enough price to detonate the bomb. Felix pondered in his heart while walking up the stairs that circled up. Because it is a special period, the Sword Castle's hall is temporarily closed to the public. Each employee has a special amulet in their hands, as a means of identification. But this method is only temporary, the real useful one is still the thief's downfall that is being studied. In fact, there is another method. Is a periodic scan with thinking room magic. But on the one hand, the reality of the situation does not allow it, as it is impossible for Felix to be permanently stationed in the company. On the other hand, wizards in general still have scruples and prejudices against memory magic, so Felix does not want to cause internal instability, especially when Voldemort is snooping around. So he chose to use it occasionally, secretly, without telling anyone. Using the opportunity when he talks about the problem and demonstrates the magic, the thinking room magic will be used and retracted within seconds, after making sure everything is okay in general. Maybe creating a runic artifact will help? It will also look cool to guard the door with a golem, right? But Felix finally gave up the idea. Golems at best can be used as one of the means of defense of the Sword Castle, and if other functions are given, it will require some degree of care. Besides, the situation isn't critical to that point. He could wait for a while longer for the thief's downfall framework to be finalized. Professor Hep. When Felix arrived on the 5th floor, Clammy is standing outside his office waiting in anticipation. What's going on? He ducked when he saw Clammy running over to him and trying to reach out to pull him. Oops, actually, she said with embarrassment, it's my grandfather. That stubborn old man? Felix's mind whirled with the notion of whether he had promised him something or not. He asked me to ask you when you're free to come to the Ancient Rune Society, Clammy whispered, and he said you knew what it is about. There is such a thing, said Felix thoughtfully, but certainly can't make a trip recently. I first have to keep an eye on the progress of the thief's downfall, and by the way, strengthen the defense system of the Sword Castle. Let's do this. You can tell Mr. Vera that I will be there before the beginning of this school year. That's fine. Clammy breathed a noticeable sigh of relief. Mr. Vera is free these days? He asked casually. He is, Clammy said with a slightly odd look in her eyes as she pushed the large thick glasses on the bridge of her nose. Originally quite free, but after taking over the position of president half a month ago, he started to get busy. He became the president of the Ancient Rune Society now. Felix asked with some surprise. That's right, grandfather is sighing a lot lately. I guess the Ancient Rune Society will soon be out of business. Clammy said very unsympathetically. She looked around for a moment, and came over to whisper, Professor, I suggest recruiting them all. Felix cleared his throat. What makes you think so? I don't suppose Mr. Vera would let that happen. Well, Clammy said, with disinterest, I've overheard a few times that a lot of people have left the society recently, for various reasons, ranging from the Ministry of Magic issuing war warnings, to the new type of runes that are gaining popularity. Everyone says the professor has ushered a new era of runes. There's no need for such an overkill. If grandfather hadn't implied that he would absorb the essence of the new runes, even more people would have left. Clammy spoke with conviction, revealing the dilemma of the Ancient Rune Society without any psychological burden. He actually just can't let his pride down, so Professor, as long as you make a trip, he will definitely compromise in no time. Finally, Felix promised that he would definitely go over there in the near future, and although the people of the Ancient Rune Society are mainly specialized in translational runes, there is at least some foundation and the possibility of cooperation. Also, they only have a few years to adapt, because, in a few years, there will be enough graduates from Hogwarts to make the Ancient Rune Society completely irrelevant. On the other side, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Sirius and Ms. Bones had just come out of the ward of the Spell Injury Unit. Was it Mr. Hap who asked you to pass on that amulet? Ms. Bones asked. Yes, why? Sirius asked. Nothing, just thought the first-class order of Merlin is worth every canute it was given. Ms. Bones said with a smile. Felix thinks the reason for Bode's injury might have something to do with Voldemort, who tried to use Bode's position to obtain something from the Department of Mysteries, and although it's failed now, Felix is worried that Voldemort will silence him. Sirius explained. That's why I left 2 hit wizards behind, and I can pretty much guess what Voldemort wanted," Ms. Bones said, and then her expression turned serious. "Serious, make an appointment with Headmaster Dumbledore for me, I want to discuss a prophecy with him." No, 2. Chapter 513. Old Blake Mansion, Dining Room. "Alastair," Mrs. Weasley said, emerging from the kitchen downstairs with a vegetable salad and a plate of chicken legs, "I made it with the leftovers, the vegetable soup is not as fresh as it was last night." "It's good enough," Moody said calmly. The blue magic eyes stared at the salad for a moment before he took a big bite. "Oh, by the way," he looked over at Neville, "Frank and Alice will be back about noon, and they passed me a piece of information that's valuable." Neville nodded, his eyes brightened. "What is the information?" Harry couldn't resist asking. "I can't reveal any more than that. In case you guys get caught by the Death Eaters and forced to confess, it will be all over," Moody said gruffly, staring at a chicken leg while bringing it to his nose and sniffing it. "Thanks, Molly." Then he tore it fiercely. Harry wasn't sure which looked more wretched, his mangled nose, or the chicken leg that had been bitten. Or Moody's imagination of them being caught and tortured by Death Eaters. "Don't think I'm joking, a lot of people think they can hold up and be firm, but all it takes is one cruciatus curse," Moody said with a grimace, gesturing toward them as the young wizards at the table leaned back in unison. Mrs. Weasley looked at him with a reproachful gaze. Moody had already picked up a second chicken leg. "Molly, they can take it, I've heard they train a lot, it can't be just to show off in dueling class, is it? I'm just introducing them to the more realistic world. You all want to be Aurors, right?" His one normal eye looked at the crowd. Harry, Ron, and Neville nodded, Hermione hesitantly nodded as well, and unexpectedly, Ginny did the same. Mrs. Weasley looked shocked. "Ginny, you're only in your 3rd year. It's too early to think about that." "It's not too early, I'll be in 4th grade when school starts." "I said it's early." "You're a girl, and I will never allow Mrs. Weasley said angrily. The dining room became very lively in the next few minutes as Ginny made a loud noise arguing with Mrs. Weasley, her hair flopping around like an angry, cranky cat, and Crookshanks, who had been lying at her feet, returned to his master's side, his flat, hairy face staring at the two sources of noise. "We're going to head upstairs." Hermione shot a wink at Harry and the group, wanting to escape the fray, but Ginny left before them, stomping up the stairs with a thud, and Mrs. Weasley chased after her, looking like she wanted to convince her to change her mind by one way or another. "So we're, going to the training room." Hermione stood still and looked at her companion with uncertainty. She didn't really want to train yet, she simply wanted to get away from Professor Moody's darting magical eyes. The others shared a similar feeling, and they stood up nimbly. "Are you all right, Potter?" Moody gruffly asked. "I'm fine." Harry did not say the truth. He hesitated to reveal to Ron and the rest of the group that he had mastered the 3 unforgivable curses, and on the other hand, he began to worry about what Dumbledore would think when he saw his memories. His mind jumbled up and down. He suddenly got a bright idea. "Professor Moody, I have a question," Harry said, then noticed Moody's gaze moved over to him. "Aurors were once approved to use the unforgivable curses, did the situation really get that bad? And won't the curse affect you guys?" "Oh, you mean that?" Moody muttered, taking out the flask from his waist and taking a sip. "That was something that happened at the later part of the war, when it was really tough, mainly because the Death Eaters were gaining more and more subordinate to fight, or rather, more and more people were forced to join. The real Death Eaters are elite and can meet the you-know-who directly, but there are quite a few, such as werewolves, who do not have a high status in the Dark Lord's ranks, but in any case, the war has been fought for almost 10 years, people's hearts more or less destroyed. Barty, he was definitely a tough guy, many people can keep holding on just because of him." He suggested to the new Minister Bagnold back then to allow Aurors some privileges, such as the ability to use unforgivable curses against Death Eaters, and some other miscellaneous things, all in order to let Aurors be liberated, and Bagnold agreed. "Very bold witch. Way better than the last one for me. But, is this really necessary?" Harry asked eagerly. "I mean, a disarming charm or a stunning spell are enough to subdue the enemy, no?" Moody stared at him for a moment and laughed jarringly. His face became even grimmer. "To put it bluntly, a disarming charm can also be used to kill someone. If you use it with an intent to shrew their head or other body parts off their body, you just need to believe, if they have their head they'll harm you," Moody said gently and gruesomely. "Only back in 1717, all 3 of these curses were classified as unforgivable curses, with harsh penalties attached to their use, and after few years people rarely heard about it. Of course, they have not disappeared by any means, as they have been kept alive by dark wizards. It was you-know-who that brought them back to the public eye. The Death Eater and his vassals used those curses blatantly, together with the overwhelming publicity in the newspapers. The curses become well known, and Barty wanted to change the situation. He thought, the curses are necessary to restore the confidence of the public, and the killing curse is certainly more deterrent than the disarming charm. Then you, Harry stuck, he did not know how to ask further. You want to know if I've ever killed anyone with a killing curse? Or what it feels like when you kill someone? Moody asked quietly. Harry stammered, and the others remained silent. Of course, I've done it, cursed a lot of people to death with the killing curse. I remember it well. That's how that Death Eater named Evan Rosier died. Moody showed a sick grin, but I tried to catch people alive whenever I could manage. Because of it, Azkaban filled with quite a lot of acquaintances of mine, but unfortunately a group ran away a month ago. He muttered a small voice, which sounded like a curse. Or maybe Harry heard it wrong. It could be possible that Moody had a sudden craving for fudge flies, which are a type of milky fudge. As for the feeling, there is really nothing to feel. War was at its peak. You can't afford to waste your time thinking too much and risk both your and your friend's life. Moody said dismissively, your heart has to be hard enough, and with enough experience, you can. Footsteps came from upstairs. Mrs. Weasley came down, and Moody picked up a chicken leg and gnawed on it again. That seemed to be the end of the conversation. Oh, by the way, I have something here that might interest you, he said, pulling a well-worn magical photo out of his pocket. Harry saw a small group of people moving around, some waving, some raising their glasses. It's Mrs. Weasley walked over to look at it and frowned. The original Order of the Phoenix, Moody said quietly. You've seen it, haven't you? I'm not sure if you have, but there used to be a handful of copies back then. He said to Mrs. Weasley, both of your brothers were good men, but unfortunately they died young. I went to see Emmeline yesterday, and oh, she's fine, just wounded. He noticed that Harry and the gang wanted to ask a question, so he spoke in advance. Mrs. Weasley's lips pursed tightly. Did she wounded during that baiting mission? Harry asked mildly. He knew that person, Emmeline. She is a demure and elegantly dressed witch, not much of a talker. She is also a member of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry had met her a few times before. It seems you know about that mission. Oh right, you guys are there for the prize, so there is no way to bypass you, Moody said. Harry's heart smashed like a fallen vase. He had heard Ms. Bones talk about it, how the Weasleys were both replaced at the time, but he hadn't at all expected the replacement to be Emmeline Vance from the Order of the Phoenix, and she was wounded. She was lucky. Back then we couldn't even find a full body or just a part of a body. Moody seemed to notice that Mrs. Weasley forced herself to keep quiet, so he handed the photo to Harry. You keep it. James and Lily's photo might be impossible to find in Godric's Hollow. I've been there once, which is currently abandoned. Harry forced a smile, not knowing what to say. He caught a glimpse of his mom and dad, who are smiling at him, and Harry suddenly longed to make a trip to Godric's Hollow. As he lay in bed that night, that idea grew stronger and stronger, and it felt strange how he hadn't thought about going there previously. Chapter 514. The next day, Felix appeared at the Sword Castle and occupied a wide testing room alone. Then he stood on the transfigurated wooden platform, and stared at a 10-foot-tall golem. This tall golem was handpicked by him as one of the defense forces of the Sword Castle, to actively protect the public in the event of sudden danger. The design is similar to the golem that Felix used previously for teaching at Hogwarts, but it is definitely more complex and has better protection measures. And Felix also tried to give it some basic intelligence. He had done something like that a long time ago, and to this day he still has that set of opera troupe golems in his ring. However, before assigning them the guard duty, more precise commands need to be given to them, as it would be bad if the golem malfunctioned on the battlefield due to an oversight, or worse, if it couldn't distinguish the enemy from friends all of a sudden. These issues need to be considered in advance. Near noon, Clammy hurried in with a surprised face. Dumb Headmaster Dumbledore is here. Felix looked down in surprise. Outside the Sword Castle. Felix, I would like you to come with me to the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore said in a deep voice, to the Department of Mysteries. When the two reappeared, they had arrived at the Ministry of Magic's visitors' entrance. With a creak, the red phone booth slowly descended and Felix asked the question on his mind. what the hell is going on? Amelia found 2 prophecies, I pretty much guessed what one of them was and wanted to let you know. Dumbledore said briefly. Department of Mysteries, Hall of Prophecy. It is as tall as a school great hall but does not look empty due to the fact that the room is stacked with rows and rows of towering shelves filled with grey prophecy orbs. It looks like a very strange library. Except for 3 people, Felix, Dumbledore, and Ms. Bones, everyone else was kicked out for the time being, and Sirius reluctantly stood guard at the door with 2 Aurors. Almost 15 years ago, you should have heard a prophecy. Ms. Bones asked. Dumbledore hesitated for a second before he nodded slightly and said, that's true. Is this it? Ms. Bones asked, pointing to a dusty shelf. Dumbledore leaned down and stared at a small glass orb on the shelf. It is dirty as if no one had cleaned it for many years, and glowing faintly like a firefly. Felix's gaze went to the other side, where there is a prophecy closely related to him. He had speculated many times, but still could not sort out the whole picture. Mainly because the key information is too vague, and plausible, with multiple possibilities. Previously he had studied that prophecy for a while and then left it behind. Felix focused his attention on Dumbledore, who is reading the yellowed label under the glass orb. It bore a date in fine print that dated roughly 15 years ago, followed by a string of abbreviated letters. S.P.T to A.P.W.B.D. Next to the initials is a scribbled note in handwritten writing, Dark Lord and Harry Potter. It should be the one. Dumbledore sighed as he straightened asked courteously, may I? Ms. Bones made an inviting gesture, all protective magic is withdrawn. Dumbledore nimbly probed the prophecy orb, and paused at the touch, then took hold of it. He closed his eyes slightly and his whole body remained motionless for a moment before he put the prophecy orb back gently as if he had woken up from a dream. He murmured softly. I heard this prophecy with my own ears, about 15 years ago on a cold and humid night in the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade. I went there to meet an applicant who wanted to be a professor of divination class. I wasn't originally intended to keep that class open, but the applicant was the granddaughter of a very well-known seer, and out of courtesy, I decided to meet her in person. That person must be Trelawney, Felix thought to himself. So the prophecy is from that interview, at your request? Ms. Bones asked. Yes and no, Dumbledore said softly, seemingly going back to that night 15 years ago. I tried to talk to her then, and hoped she would show her talents a little, but the results were a great disappointment. In my opinion, she did not inherit her ancestors' talent for divination at all, so I told her that she is not suitable for the position, and then turned to leave. Neither Ms. Bones nor Felix said anything, they knew the twist is coming. Then she made a prophecy, a real prophecy, Dumbledore murmured. He removed his wand from his robes and waved it hard in front of the 2, a cloud of silvery smoke spewing from its tip, followed by a harsh, hoarse voice that rang out with an uncontainable frenzy as if she had contracted some sort of malady. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. The voice stopped. The silver smoke that condensed in the midair fell like snowflakes and disappeared before touching the ground. The 3 people watched the scene in silence. Although I read the information when I came, but Ms. Bones could not hide her inner shock. Dumbledore slightly bowed his head, his eyes looked at them through the half-moon glasses. Honestly, I was skeptical. The prophecy is not as magical as I thought, and it does not always come true, otherwise there would be no need for the Ministry of Magic to send special personnel to follow and observe the progress of the prophecy. But in any case, the applicant finally made a prophecy, or a very dangerous one, and it would be irresponsible to ask her to leave any longer. Indeed, I asked the unspeakables before, and it would be lucky if even half of the prophecies here came true. Bones offered corroboration. So you took her in and protected her? Felix asked. I didn't have much of a choice. Dumbledore nodded slightly, especially since the prophecy was heard by a third person, though not entirely. It couldn't be helped that Sybil was struggling to make ends meet and had to live in a cheap and fishy Hogshead Inn, and I didn't expect to get anything worthwhile out of that interview, it just happened. That eavesdropper, in my perception at the time, is most likely a Death Eater, and that's all the more reason I couldn't risk letting Sybil roam around the magical world alone. Felix then realized how Sybil Trelawney had ended up teaching at the school years ago. So, it's not entirely Dumbledore's misjudgment, rather he was afraid that she would be caught by Voldemort. The eavesdropper didn't hear the whole prophecy. Ms. Bones asked keenly. He only heard the first 3 sentences. Dumbledore said. The 3 remained silent, each pondering something on their mind. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. So it is Harry Potter. Felix thought, but Neville can also barely be included in it, after all, the 2 of their birthdays are just 1 day apart, both at the end of July. But maybe Voldemort has OCD? That's why he finally went with Harry, whose birthday was further behind. Or is that prophecy at work? The Dark Lord will mark him as equal. Voldemort did not choose the pure-blooded Neville, but Harry, who is a half-blood like him. Perhaps I made a mistake, Dumbledore suddenly said, and my actions, agreeing to Sibyl's entry into Hogwarts for teaching, may have driven the prophecy to happen. Consider this, the loyal servant told Voldemort the prophecy he heard, hoping that his master would break free from his established destiny, yet he only heard the first few sentences. As a result, Voldemort was unaware of the considerable risk he was actually taking by doing so, and, to put it politely, Voldemort was so wary of me that he may have confirmed the prophecy from my actions of sheltering Sibyl. But the truth is that no one can accurately predict what will happen the next day, let alone much further into the future than that, just as you can't expect perfect saints to exist in reality, both of which are unlikely to be true. There is a second prophecy. After a few moments, Ms. Bones said. She led the 2 to another shelf, and Felix looked a little odd as he got a familiar sight. As they drew closer, Dumbledore showed a startled expression as he walked quickly past one shelf after another, and stopped before Ms. Bones to gaze at a brand new label. It bore the clear writing. S.P.T. to HJP. To be verified. Dumbledore looked closely at the date on the label, and after a little thought, he came to the obvious conclusion: the prophecy occurred during the final exams of the last school year, and the 2 people who made the prophecy at that time, the seer's initials remained exactly the same, or Trelawney. And the other one is also familiar to him. Harry James Potter, Ms. Bones said. That's supposed to be that boy's full name, right? I checked it with Sirius. I think the prophecy mentions me. Dumbledore said, a bright light sparkling in his azure eyes. It probably mentions me too. Felix said slowly, and then he added, I feel very connected. This prophecy is not as highly regarded as the first, nor is it under heavy enchantments for protection, but the fact is, I looked through Bode's notes. Ms. Bones took a deep breath, her eyes widened. It's probably the most special one in the entire Hall of Prophecy. Why do you say that? Felix asked with interest. Because you 2 aren't the only ones who can feel the difference in it, I feel it too. It's not a coincidence, as anyone who tries to get close to it will experience a warm feeling of closeness from it. This means that the prophecy covers a huge range of people. Felix snapped back to attention. That's right, Ms. Bones said with approval. I guess it might have something to do with the first 2 sentences. You'd better take a look first. After a long while, Dumbledore calmly handed the prophecy orb to Felix and then fell into deep thought. Although Felix already knew the prophecy, he still listened to it again. The unprecedented change of 1,000 years. The legendary drama is thus played. Ho, the clown returns on the drum beat, the warrior is ready to go, the lion grows old, the firebird of Nirvana, time. Time. The unprecedented change of 1,000 years. The legendary drama, Dumbledore said softly, so, we are all on the stage, and this prophecy announces a whole era. Chapter 515. Clown, warrior, lion, firebird. Who do they each refer to? Ms. Bones asked tentatively. If the first 2 sentences pulled back the curtain of the times, then the next 4 sentences are obviously the important players on the stage. She actually had some guesses in her mind, and at this moment she wanted to get confirmation from Dumbledore and Felix's mouth. Before things really happened, we can only guess. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. But there are some things, such as the firebird Nirvana, does not it refers to Phoenix? Or someone related to the Phoenix? Ms. Bones asked, as her eyes unabashedly looked at Dumbledore. It is a well-known fact that the headmaster of Hogwarts has a phoenix named Fox. That's one of the cons of prophecy, Dumbledore said with a smile. When you try to find out the truth, you will get deeply involved in it. I can associate a dozen or so wizards who are related to the firebird, and more if you count foreign countries. It could represent some magical creature, such as a phoenix, or some magic, such as a unique patroness, a transfiguration, or even a state, a quality. What we are guessing at the moment is just what we would like to see in our future. Time passed day by day. Felix took the time to visit the Ancient Rune Society. With Clammy in tow, they made their way unhindered to the office of the president of the Ancient Rune Society, actually a separate study, filled with various stone tablets, handwritten notes, and ancient inscriptions. Felix caught a glimpse of old Vera, who is sprawled at his desk with a row of rune cards on it, mouthing some words. Clammy lightly coughed twice, and the man at the table froze in response. Then Clammy had to walk over, and tapped her finger on the table, and reminded, "Grandfather, Professor Hap is here." "Who's here?" Old Vera looked up at her slightly perplexed. His attention seemed to remain on the table. "Forget that, never mind that, first help me figure out what this is supposed to mean here." He waited a few seconds and got no response, so he looked up absently, and his eyes suddenly widened when he locked eyes with Felix's. "I heard from Clammy that you are available lately, so I popped over." Felix stifled a smile and said, "I've recently read a few books you've written and had some questions that I wanted to discuss with you." As it turns out, even the most stubborn person, when someone takes the initiative to hand out the ladder, will accept it hesitantly. At least old Vera is such a person. He has long been compromised, and is no longer concerned about ego and honor this time. At first, Felix asked a few symbolic questions, which had happened to touch the old Vera's proud point, and he began to talk at length and eloquently. Then a little less than 10 minutes later, it became his turn to take Felix's hand to ask about the rune cards. "I want an order compiled according to the difficulty, for learning purpose," old Vera said. Felix got a little surprised when he heard that, as he never expected him to inquire about the educational materials. "Look, I'm researching theoretical runes, and they have some similarities," old Vera reluctantly quoted Felix's definition and explained, "As long as I want, learning dozens of practical runes a day is no problem at all. I just need to adjust the writing and cognitive habits." Felix understood how difficult it is to learn. As old Vera said, there is indeed an overlap between the two. Both theoretical runes and practical runes can be memorized quickly, but the rest will take a lot of time. According to this line of thought, the old folks in the Ancient Rune Society who have studied theoretical runes all their life can actually master hundreds of runes casually, and the subsequent learning will not be too slow. Of course, there are not so many practical runes on the market for them to learn. As Felix didn't release them all. "Mr. Vera, I have one thing to ask you," Felix said. "This year, Hogwarts Ancient Rune class will undergo a curriculum revision and be divided into theoretical and practical parts, with separate exams for both parts. The theoretical part is fine, but the practical part requires a new curriculum, and I think what you're working on now will be very helpful when writing the material. You mean to let me be involved in it? You're willing to cede that part of the rights?" Old Vera looked rather surprised. "The final decision is definitely still in my hand," Felix said calmly. The ancient runes had developed to the point where it no longer belonged to him alone, and there is absolutely no need for that. It is enough for him to keep an eye on the most important places to make sure there are no mistakes and prevent the development from deviating from the expected direction. Near the start of the school year, happy news finally came from the Sword Castle. The thief's downfall is completed. It doesn't seem to be quite the same as the one in Gringotts. Sirius surveyed the finished product in the testing room. In front of him, there is an archway with two straight sides, no different from the normal door frame, except that at the top there is an extra half-arc, from which a thin curtain of water drapes down, and Sirius and Ms. Bones look at each other's hazy figures through the water curtain, from each side. "The principle has changed. I incorporated some rune circuits to replace the goblin magic part," Felix said. "The effect is similar. If you don't trust us, you can try it." "So how are we going to do that? Does anyone have a polyjuice potion on them?" Sirius looked at the others with a probing look. All of them shook their heads, so he looked at Felix again, only to find him looking at him with a smile on his face. Sirius froze for a moment. What does that mean? But he suddenly snapped out of it. "Animagus." Felix nodded at him. "Yes, just as you think." Sirius did not refuse, and his body quickly turned into a big dog with black fur. Its fur is oily and smooth, and its body is huge, like a bear. The animagus form of Sirius seemed a little excited, and barked twice all around, wagging his tail and circling around Harry who came along, looking cheerful. Ms. Bones' thick eyebrows jumped hard. She had to clear her throat. By that time the big black dog had put both front paws on Harry's shoulders. "Oh, Sirius, Ms. Bones seems to be calling you," Harry said with some effort, as he nearly fell on his face. The big black dog circled the archway twice and then went in through one of the side. The curtain of water on the archway rippled with a circle, and Harry's eyes suddenly widened as if he had seen something incredible. In fact, it is also true. The thin curtain of water seems to be another mystery. The big black dog's half head disappeared from one side, but did not immediately appear on the other side. The dog was unaware of this, and proceeded to walk forward. When only two hind legs remained, the other side of the arch showed the half of its head. It looked as if a section of Sirius's body had been removed, and it looked very comical. Harry's shoulders shook, as he stifled a laugh, and the rest of the people present, including Ms. Bones' corner of the lips quivered. But the next second, the comic scene turned into a frightening drama. The big black dog's head started to shrink and deform forcibly, and the black hair quickly faded, followed by his shoulders, arms, and body parts, as he reverted to human form. Sirius shook his head, seemingly confused about where he is, and it took a few seconds for him to come to his senses. That was amazing. He tsked, and circled the archway. He looked no different from his usual form. He poked one hand into the curtain of water, then pulled it out again, and the curtain didn't react visibly this time. A neat round of applause rang out in the test room. A week before school started, Felix got his new wand. 13 inches, ebony, with his hair as the core. When his fingers touched the wand, there is a sudden warmth in his fingertips and the wand vibrates slightly, as if leaping and cheering, waiting impatiently for his first casting. Felix held his wand and sliced the air as if he is wielding a long sword. Ollivander watched with rapt attention. A rift appeared and rapidly expanded as it connected to another place, covering the vicinity around it and pulling it in. The tiny wand store seemed to shift at once, appearing in an untidy, desolate land overgrown with weeds. Everything seemed so real, the dim light, the swaying shrubs, the whistling sound, and Mr. Ollivander smelled the smell of fresh dirt carried by the wind. He tried to take 2 steps forward, only to bump into something, but it looked clearly vacant. An illusion? No, it's more real than an illusion. He plucked a handful of weeds from the ground and watched it turn into stars in his hands. The next second, the whole illusion disappeared, and they returned to the wand store. Felix nodded in satisfaction. Although the exact effect had yet to be verified, the thinking room magic alone showed a notable improvement. He could more easily bring the memories in his head into reality. Much better than I expected, Mr. Ollivander. Thank you, you're the best wand maker I've ever met. It's you who matches the wand very well, said Mr. Ollivander with a bitter smile. If you had someone else to try it, or change a different material, you wouldn't have this effect. After that, Felix paid enough money. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Mr. Ollivander said. Thanks for alerting me. I found 2 groups of sneaky people. Were they Death Eaters? Probably. Mr. Ollivander himself was not sure. Those people were covering their heads. The good thing is, the Ministry of Magic has issued warning devices to each store. 1 click is all it takes for the patrolling Aurors to quickly arrive, so they didn't have a chance to do much. Remus, it's so good to see you. I thought you had forgotten about us. Sirius hugged Lupin and pretended to complain. He didn't necessarily forget about you, but he must have forgotten about his boss and work. Felix said slyly from the side. Ahem. Lupin looked away sheepishly. What's going on? Sirius asked as they sat in the living room of Black's old mansion at the moment, waiting for people to arrive for the meeting. Encountered a closed and xenophobic community. Lupin explained, it wasn't wise to risk contact with the outside world under the nose of a pack of nervous werewolves, so I stayed there till everything was over. He had a palpitating look on his face. Once or twice I almost thought I wouldn't make it back. Sirius didn't say anything else, just slapped his back twice heavily. Kingsley and Emmeline Vance arrived, and everyone offered a warm welcome back to Emmeline's recovery, as the quiet witch smiled from ear to ear. Soon, Snape also appeared. One by one, everyone entered the meeting room. Don't try to eavesdrop, I will cast a spell. Mrs. Weasley warned the children. Spoken like it's the first time you've ever done that. Fred muttered. The door slammed heavily in front of him. In the meeting room, Snape is the first to speak. What I'm about to read is a top-secret document, which is not allowed to be mentioned publicly in any context as requested by Headmaster Dumbledore, and it is also forbidden to be shared with non-members of the Order of the Phoenix. He deliberately glanced at Sirius, who tsked. According to a credible source, the Dark Lord, the you-know-who, Snape said with an expressionless face and a different voice, has a keen interest in something in the Department of Mysteries and is sparing no effort to look for it. Even after the availability of Thief's downfall. Sirius interrupted him. You'll find that thing won't stop him, Snape said breezily. And I know what he's capable of, I've fought him. You mean escape? Both Snape and Sirius spoke in a tit-for-tat manner, causing others to have a headache. Well, you can save your greetings till the end of the meeting. Kingsley said. Given the failure of controlling Broderick Bode, the Unspeakable, using the Imperious Curse before, he may send out Death Eaters to gather information. He has a shortcoming in this area, as a Death Eaters who have worked for the Department of Mysteries. Augustus Rookwood is imprisoned in Azkaban. Thief's downfall is also not omnipotent, it cannot detect the human heart, whether it is willingly, or forced, or unintentional disclosure of secrets, it cannot detect it, nor can it warn. Snape finished, then leaned his body on the back of the chair without saying a word. Ahem, then I will continue on this topic, Kingsley spoke calmly, we have been long ready for this, every important material in the Department of Mysteries will be protected under complex magic, under normal circumstances, only those respective Unspeakable can access it, but there may be a loophole after working hours, so Dumbledore convinced Ms. Bones to let the Order of the Phoenix to undertake the task of protection at that time, to avoid any slip through the net. Not everyone in the Order of the Phoenix knew about Voldemort's goal, so they used something like that as a proxy when talking about the prophecy orb. There's not much to say on my end, Sirius said, we're more or less relieved to have Thief's downfall. Amelia decided to set up one in Azkaban as well, the schedule is currently fixed for the day after tomorrow. His tone suddenly became complex, if this thing was available a few years earlier, he certainly could not escape. Snape looked up, his eyes shone with a strange light as he muttered, Azkaban? Are you starting to miss it? You must have made quite a few friends there. The conference room nearly turned into a gladiatorial arena. By the time the meeting was over, the members of the Order of the Phoenix who were not assigned any tasks stayed to enjoy a leisurely afternoon tea, while Snape and Professor McGonagall left because of their personal commitments. Felix stared at Snape's disappearing figure and asked Mr. Weasley, is he always this busy? Probably, he usually won't stay late on weekdays. Mr. Weasley muttered. They went to the living room and sat down. Not long after Mrs. Weasley and Tonks appeared with some dessert plates. Watch out for the last step. Mrs. Weasley warned. Oh, okay. Tonks said, followed by a headbutt on the umbrella stand and the plates fell out of her hands. Felix moved his fingers and motioned for the plate to settle on the table. Thanks, I always forget there's something here. Tonks said bitterly. Actually that umbrella stand was moved from the foyer to here just 2 days ago, Ginny quipped from behind her, because you always bump into it when you come back from work. Tonks became annoyed and tried to cover Ginny's mouth, who ran away squealing. Where's Frank and Alice? Felix asked, he hadn't been here for a while. They went away on a trip, I believe they went to the Giants' territory. Mr. Weasley said. On the other side, Bill is chatting with Sirius and Lupin. The goblins are angry, you know, about the thief's downfall thingy. Bill said the information he had snooped in his office. Lame pretins, they simply don't want to stand in favor on either of our sides. Sirius said. If you've ever dealt with them, you'd see that goblins have different ideas than common people, different from common wizards to be exact. Bill shrugged and said, they are really angry that wizards stole their technology, but you are right, they really have no intention of siding with us. Sirius, when are you going to leave the Ministry of Magic? Lupin asked. He didn't ask when Sirius would be out of duty at the Ministry of Magic, but rather when he would withdraw as planned, since Sirius is going to be a professor of defense against the dark arts in the new school year. By the day before school starts. Sirius said after a moment of hesitation. You're not reluctant to leave, right? Bill asked with a smile. Ha, are you kidding me, I can't wait to leave a bit early. Chapter 516. In the last few days of the holiday, Harry and the group didn't train much anymore and started to look forward to the new term. Neville reluctantly said goodbye to them and went back to his grandmother's house, after they had arranged to meet at King's Cross Station. Why do I feel you've been acting weird lately? Ron looked at Harry with a puzzled look on his face, while unceremoniously attacking Harry's White Queen piece when he got diverted. Have I? Harry asked with a jolt of sensitiveness. Ron's eyes widened, of course you did. Let's see, you're often erratic and distracted, including the last few days we spent at the Burrow, and you can't even bring yourself to play Quidditch with Cedric. And voluntarily gave up the opportunity to Ginny, who also behaved erratically these days. His expression became doubtful with suspicion, making Harry look embarrassed for a moment. I mean, do you guys have some kind of secret? Hermione sighed behind her books. Ron finally realized it. But unexpectedly, his words took Hermione by surprise, when Ron asked with certainty, Harry, did you plan to go to Godric's Hollow and Ginny happened to know about it? Harry froze in his seat. What makes you think so? Hermione asked, in surprise. I guessed it, I saw Harry staring at that picture a few times, Ron said smugly, but the next second he got serious. Harry, Mum forbade us to go out, at most, we can go to the burrow to get some fresh air, but of course, if you insist, we can slip out using invisibility cloak and apparition to get there and back. Harry shook his head. Remus advised me not to be impulsive for some time, and I have not figured it out for now. Then what happened? Ron pressed on. Because, Harry took a deep breath, it is time, he thought. I've mastered 3 unforgivable curses. Unforgivable curses! Ron shouted, as his eyes widened, and Hermione was also stunned. The thick book in her hand slipped to the floor. This is not exactly what she had imagined. After a long while. What do you guys think? Harry looked at them with nervousness. Ron slapped Harry's shoulder hard. That's so cool, man, how did you do that? Did Professor Hap secretly give you a little tutoring? He guessed, or maybe it was Dumbledore, you guys have been going out quite a lot lately. Hermione did not look kindly at that. No way, the professor would never teach us those curses. There were strict restrictions on Aurors, even in the period of war back then, and this is something that Tonks told me. Harry hesitated for a moment, but he still told his abnormalities, starting with the night he returned from the Ministry of Magic, recounting the special feeling he had when he woke up from bed. The next morning Professor Hap took him to test 3 curses, and the various questions Dumbledore asked him after that, and finally the 2 memories he asked for. He became short of breath at the thought of one of the memories, which contained the scene of Ginny kissing him on the corner of his lips, something he should have gotten rid of. But Dumbledore asked for the memory to be complete as possible. Harry then handed it out in his mind without much thought, causing him to regret it every time he thought about it now. Now when he and Dumbledore went out alone to meet his friend, he was not very keen on talking, and Harry did not know whether to feel sorry, because he did not get much opportunity to spend time with Ginny alone, which made him inevitably suffer from the suspicion of being self-conscious. Ron and Hermione struggled to digest the shocking news. That easy? You learned those 2 curses in less than a single morning. Ron still found it incredulous. Aren't you listening carefully? Harry is obviously under the influence of the you-know-who, the professor was just further verifying that. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that easy. Hermione looked at Harry and said seriously, Harry, the professor is right, you must not relax your training on the occlumency. Harry answered sullenly. This is not a joke, Harry, from your symptoms - Symptoms? Harry snapped in annoyance. Well, the indications. Hermione picked her words carefully, your connection with the you-know-who is getting stronger and stronger, which is very bizarre, since when it started. Probably after Voldemort's resurrection. Harry said. But since it has developed into the acquisition of his evil knowledge, it is not trivial, Harry, Hermione explained patiently, dark magic affects one's sanity, and you can imagine what would happen if part of Voldemort's ideas and you're fused together? Your personality may change without you realizing it, or he may even plant a certain idea in your head and make you think it's your own. Maybe that's what the professor and Dumbledore are trying so hard to avoid. So what am I supposed to do? Work on the occlumency, and, keep yourself from slipping into negative emotions more importantly. Hermione said what she had read from the book, but they are all old tricks, we can help you with that, right? She looked to Ron, who busily nodded along. At dinner, Fred and George told them in graphic detail about the new guards at Sword Castle. About a dozen feet tall, they're like enlarged golems, created using more precious materials and enchantments. When they lit up, the magical glow around them could literally illuminate. You'll see them when you go to Diagon Alley, there are 2 standing at the entrance. You guys participated in its creation? What are the capabilities of those guards? Tonks, who stayed for the meal, asked with interest. Fred sighed. Professor Hap made them all by himself, a week before our anti-spell series finished. I wish I could poach him for our prank workshop - he said with a grin. Mrs. Weasley looked at him sternly, and he dutifully made a gagging motion and stopped talking before the word Weasley's wizard wheezes. But Harry knew that Fred and George had signed a contract for a store, right in the Hogsmeade village. Is there only two? Harry asked. Fred and George looked at each other. It's a secret. Harry subconsciously held his breath. So, there are many. Well, honestly, we are not sure, Fred said. There are about a dozen of them on laying out there. He counted them one by one on his fingers, 2 at the door, another 2 as soon as you enter the front door, and a few sporadically placed on each floor after that, but those can't be all of them. That's right, George picked up. Ever since the professor came out of the lab, Fred and I have found several storage rooms with locks on them, but we can't open them, and there are only a few people who have access to it. He spread his hands. We tried to convince Penelope to let us wander in while Professor Hap was away, but she was dead set against it. I bet there's an army of golems in there. Fred and George looked excited, at which point Tonks also became interested. Is this thing can be produced quickly? Maybe I should suggest for Ministry to purchase a batch if it's really cost-effective. Not for now, Fred dismissed her idea. Only Professor Hap can make those guards for now, and I heard it involves extremely advanced memory magic, but he's not in the company right now. Professor Hap is not in the company? Where did he go? Harry asked. The twins shook their heads. Penelope and Clammy would know. They have a way to contact the professor on an emergency matter in their hands. Remus should have one too, but we can't meet him very often. The professor is probably off dealing with the Muggle world. He takes a few days for that every year. Hermione said. He mentioned it to you. Oh, I took a wild guess. Hermione said. When Felix reappeared, it is the last day of the holiday, and he brought 3 envelopes with him. Took some time to go back to school, Minerva was busy, so I helped her to bring this book list. Felix said as Harry, Ron, and Hermione each took their own letters and opened them impatiently. It's supposed to be here sooner, Ron said as he opened the envelope. School starts tomorrow. Professor McGonagall was probably too busy, and only in the last 2 days did she have the time to deal with the school matter. Harry guessed as he opened the envelope, which contained 2 sheets of parchment, one to remind him that the school would start as usual, and the other with the names of the books that would be used during this term. There are 2 new books that need to be purchased. Hermione read the contents of the top, The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5, and Practical Runes for Beginners, by Felix Hap and Hedstrom Vera. Professor, have you published a new book? Felix nodded slightly. Hi, who's the other author? Hermione asked, staring at the title. He's the president of the Ancient Rune Society. You guys would have met him. He and Professor Marchbanks came to the school for a briefing. Felix explained. Because of time constraints, Mr. Vera and I simply sorted out the practical runes that would be used in all 5 grades from 3rd to 7th grade and organized them into a book in order of difficulty and teaching order, which would be separated later when we get a chance, and the textbook would be published by LCA Publishers. How come there is no new book on defense against the dark arts? Harry asked, looking repeatedly at the list of books. Sirius didn't tell you? Felix asked. No, he dash. Did he forget about it? Ron shook the envelope. Well, there's one more paper, let's see dash. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and he didn't move. You got another one there. Harry somewhat curiously came up next to Ron, and at that moment, Hermione on the opposite side had flipped her envelope upside down, as a golden red object slipped into her hand. Harry subconsciously squeezed his own envelope, and it was empty. Our grade prefect. Ron uttered, I've been chosen as a prefect. Ron and Hermione became 5th-year Gryffindor House prefects. Felix was a little surprised by this result, but after a little thought he understood Dumbledore's intention. The prefect had both power and responsibility, and Harry is already carrying too much responsibility on his back. But Harry obviously did not understand it. At the moment his heart is empty. He can only say congratulations in a vague tone, far less sincere than Mrs. Weasley, who arrived upon hearing the news. In fact, there would be no one more surprised than her, not even the recently emerged prefect himself. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, Ron, it's fantastic. You're prefect. She hugged Ron excitedly, water stains dripped from the wet rag in her hand. She generously promised a gift to her youngest son. Can I get a new broom? Ron asked expectantly. Mrs. Weasley looked at him with some difficulty, and then smiled. Of course, I will call you in a few minutes then, First I have to get Fred and George's shopping list, besides the broom, I have to get you new books, oh yes, and Ginny's portion, that's a lot of stuff. She chuckled and left. Ron stopped where he was, for a while, and his eyes twinkled. Fred and George are going to die of jealousy, they absolutely will. But who cares, I'm a prefect, and I'm about to get a new broom. Oh, crap dash! What's wrong? Harry asked dryly, feeling as if his voice had come out of someone else's mouth. I should add some more money from my prize money, so I can get a better broom. Ron said gleefully, his eyes starting to light up, that's right. I'll go and talk to Mum now. Professor, Hermione asked Felix in a whisper, can I call home? From the payphone outside in the neighborhood? Mom and Dad will be happy to know the significance of the prefect post. Felix thought about it, let's do this, Miss Granger, you have not been home for a long time, take this opportunity to just stay with your family, and later in the evening I will pick you up. I have to pack my bags too. Harry blurted out awkwardly. He went back to the bedroom alone, the suitcase laid on the table wide open, like a big mouth, which seems to be silently mocking him. Harry grabbed one of the dirty clothes on the bed and sat down in a daze, only now he had a moment to think. He'd almost forgotten about the prefect before, but when the news actually arrived, he wasn't able to pretend like he didn't care about it. If it was necessary to choose between the two of them, he definitely would have been a more preferable choice to be the prefect than Ron. Harry had some hard feelings inside, did they believe he is worser than Ron? Without wanting to seem arrogant and cocky, he desperately tried to find a justification for himself. I'm better at Quidditch and better at dueling, but other than that? There's no big gap between Ron and him in terms of other schoolwork. But outside of schoolwork, Harry thought indignantly, all those adventures they had shared, all those life and death struggles, he had done everything much better than Ron, and Headmaster Dumbledore knew it perfectly well. But then he couldn't help but correct himself, Ron had always stood by his side, even when they had faced Voldemort, he had never flinched. Unlike him, he has no reason to be an enemy of Voldemort, so it looks as if Ron seems more heroic. At that moment, a voice popped up in Harry's head, but Ron stole the honor that belongs to him. No, that's what he deserves. Harry whispered to himself, yet the voice started to buzz again, incessantly, which Harry miraculously understands. I did more than him and yet it was not appreciated, not to mention I didn't receive what I deserved. That voice transmitted more dark thoughts to him, maybe I should teach him some lesson, with the newly learned curse. That's not my idea, Harry said to himself, Ron is my best friend. He jerked to his feet and nearly fell over. He gasped, his face rapidly switching with expressions that at one point looked like he had turned into another person. Someone needs to get their head checked. The blank canvas in the frame on the wall taunted him. Harry stared at the canvas, but there is nothing there. Maybe it is one more piece of proof of the Black family's ancient, noble, magical heritage, as he had seen clocks that fire nuts at people, snuff bottles that bite, and display cabinets that cough and spew out large puffs of dust when the doors of the cabinet opened. You're wrong, Harry said aloud, but the canvas did not respond to him. After a short while, Harry heard footsteps, so he hurriedly lowered his head and stuffed the clothes he was holding haphazardly into his trunk as Ron came bouncing in. In time, he said happily, I put half of my prize money at stake, just in time to replace the Clean Sweep series with the Nimbus 2000, in fact, I can afford to buy 2001, but I figured I should save it, I have a birthday present to buy, and in case Future World Company released a new product, are you okay? Great, Ron, I mean, you're finally going to have a good broom to join the regular team soon. Harry paused after he said that, and was relieved that the words sounded both genuine and sincere. Ron's smile gradually disappeared. I thought you would be the one who would receive it, I totally didn't expect this dash. No, that's what you deserve. Harry said firmly, which sounded more like he wanted to hammer these words through his own head. You fully deserve the honor of being a prefect. As for me, I've got enough trouble of my own. Oh, well, you're right, maybe Dumbledore didn't pick you for that very reason, is he still coming over today, I mean that inexplicable afternoon tea? Yeah, I think so. Harry felt glad that Ron had changed the subject and that the school year would start soon, and he wouldn't have to eat a bellyful of fruit preserves at Dumbledore's friend's place anymore. He couldn't stop the nauseous feeling whenever he thought about that stuff. In the evening, Sirius returned, and Harry welcomed him joyfully. Should I call you Professor Black? You can leave that for the dinner tomorrow. Sirius broke into a smile. At dinner, he sat down next to Felix and whispered, "Felix, I heard you're the security staff of tomorrow's Hogwarts Express." "Yeah, just one of them." Felix glanced at him and let a jam jar fly into his hand. "As I recall, you are going to be a part of it too." Sirius turned his head a little awkwardly. "I'm going to take a leave of absence, and work tomorrow morning." "Why?" Felix asked curiously. It didn't sound like something he would say. "I was supposed to go on a visit to Azkaban with Amelia today and set up a thief's downfall, but I got an alert that a Dementor had appeared in a Muggle town, which later proved to be a false alarm. Anyway, I thought, in order to have a perfect beginning and an end, I need to visit Azkaban for once, and say goodbye to the past once and for all." Chapter 517. At the table, Felix and Sirius' conversation continued. "As soon as Kingsley agrees, he's the nominal organizer," Felix whispered. "I'll talk to him, but he probably won't be able to come over until tomorrow morning, you know, given his status as Ministry of Magic's orator," Sirius said, spitting out a chicken bone. "The relationship between the Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry of Magic is interesting. The two are independent of each other, yet inextricably linked, as many members of the Order of the Phoenix are also working in the Ministry of Magic." Amelia Bones knew this well, but she did not do anything against it. On the one hand, it is out of respect for Dumbledore, on the other hand, it also has a more positive practical significance. The Ministry of Magic has a complicated workforce, and many wizards will try to climb into a relationship with a pure-blood family by doing a few grey and black deals, so it's easy to say that the Ministry of Magic is nothing more than a bucket with many holes. Thief's downfall can only wash away the spells, but cannot explore people's hearts. In some important tasks, such as escorting the Hogwarts Express, in addition to the strict secrecy in advance, Ms. Bones must also carefully select the personnel involved, to prevent leaks. And regarding confidentiality, the Order of the Phoenix has a natural advantage. After dinner, Felix calculated the time and picked Hermione up from her home. "I set up wards near your home," Felix said, "similar to the effect of the trace. When someone in the neighborhood casting spells, I will immediately get the message. And the situation at present is not that serious. Voldemort is taking a contraction strategy, you do not have to worry about your family's well-being." "I understand." Hermione nodded lightly, but her eyebrows still concealed a heavy worry. "You look troubled, Miss Granger." Felix pointed to a bench under a lush tree with a hanging bell. "Why don't we sit there, once I have rested there?" He was referring to the time he had come out of the Department of Mysteries, and Hermione easily understood what he meant. "Professor." At this point, the two sat on a bench and looked at the crowds of people that passed and strolled through the Muggle community from time to time. Felix turned his head slightly sideways in Hermione's direction, gazing at the beautiful setting sun. "Do wizards and Muggles really not coexist?" Hermione asked with hesitation. "What do you think?" Felix asked gently. "I think," Hermione spoke hesitantly for a moment, then rattled off, as if she had been holding these words in her mind for a long time and had made several drafts, "Of course I want both to coexist, after all, I am caught between them, I mean my origin. But I read in a book, well, there are similar cases in the History of Magic book, about how wizards and Muggles were originally not separated from each other throughout history, but things didn't turn out so well, they were hostile to each other, and many conflicts broke out, and the great witch hunts of the 14th century are just a reflection of this saga." "That's right," Felix said approvingly. "Also, many wizards chose to stay away from the public. The books explain this by saying that they were doing so in order not to violate the Statute of Secrecy, but in fact, this phenomenon existed even long before the Statute of Secrecy was introduced, and there is also the theory that wizards could not stand the sight of Muggles and could not tolerate their smell, but sounds like a loser's self-comfort." Felix didn't realize that he is smiling. Hermione hesitated and nodded unnoticeably, "But aren't wizards supposed to have the upper hand? After all, they have magic." "Well, that's a complicated question, I'll try to explain. You can look at the social structure of a wizard. A mature wizard can satisfy most of his needs that normal people require the help of society to satisfy, with the help of magic. This leads to the fact that wizards are far less connected to each other than ordinary people. In other words, you can hardly organize them to work for a common goal. As far as I know, the last person who wanted to break this invincible prison known as Statute of Secrecy is still imprisoned in Nurmengard because he wanted to rule Muggle before they became uncontrollable. Gellert Grindelwald." Hermione asked in a whisper. The name seemed to hold great power. Yes, and he made use of people's discontent with the statute of secrecy for that goal. Felix said calmly, and, you're missing the rather crucial point, magic is very rare in the real world, but it is quite common among wizards. Isn't that natural? Of course not. Felix said in a tone of discussing academic matters, I've been in contact with some occult societies that take magic very, well, perhaps consider magic as something sacred? Do you think they can imagine real wizards using magic to do laundry and cook and make fires and water their plants? Hermione furrowed her eyebrows in serious thought. So, well, wizards are used to using magic to solve all sorts of troubles, and the day-to-day type of life magic is the norm, right? They're either civilians, or pragmatists, but never a soldier. Felix summarized briefly, magic in their hands is also not a weapon, but a tool, at least for most wizards. So when facing an emergency, they don't use magic to their advantage to make more clever choices, especially young children. To protect their families, wizards choose to back off voluntarily. But there are exceptions, Hermione affirmed. Gwendolen, the 14th century witch, was very fond of being burned and had allowed herself to be caught by people in various disguised forms as many as 47 times. In those days, unattached wizards always lived more freely. Felix said. The two of them sat quietly for a while until the sky darkened, casting a shadow on the ground. They watched a young couple out for a walk, their child, probably only a year or two old, stumbling ahead. Professor, when did the word Muggle originate? Hermione asked again when the family had walked past. Ah, that's an interesting question. I guess you're asking if the word has a derogatory connotation. Felix asked with a smile, and without waiting for Hermione to answer, he continued, the exact origin of the word is untraceable, and who knows what was in the mind of the first wizard who uttered Muggle, but he did take a cheap advantage of the fact that there was no standardized term in the magical world for a non-magical person, so the term was accepted by more and more wizards. Whether or not it contains a derogatory meaning depends on the tone of the speaker. Both the Weasleys and the Malfoys use this term, but they must have had very different notions, which you should have an inkling. The shadow belonging to Hermione nodded. But in general, if you use the word in a conversation with ordinary people, it will carry a hint of arrogance and indifference that belongs to wizards. A very subtle difference that perhaps only a young wizard from a Muggle family can perceive. Why is that? Would you like to be labeled? Felix asked rhetorically, especially if you don't know what that label means. Of course not. It dawned on her, that's why you never used the word Muggle when you were communicating with my father and mother. I was trying to reduce the communication barrier. Felix nodded slightly. It's obviously easier for them to understand the term ordinary people or non-magical person. However, if you have a wizard standing opposite you, it would seem very odd and wordy to talk like that. Hermione understood a little. She liked the professor's approach better, showing respect for the speaker. What about the first question? Can wizards and muggles coexist? I can't give an answer to that, Miss Granger, but I think that the trend towards integration is inevitable, or more accurately, I think it's only a matter of time before the magical world is exposed to the general public. Oh, I see. So, Professor, did you create the Future World Company because of it? Hermione asked keenly. Felix gave a light laugh. I wanted to create a buffer zone, a responsibility that we, wizards of Muggle origin, naturally carries. Hermione broke into a smile. Although she had never felt inferior because of her origins, she still felt anger and hurt when Malfoy called her a mudblood, and after today, if Malfoy ever said such a thing again, she would just pity him and think he is shallow and stupid. Although Malfoy no longer used it in the past 2 years. Is it because of the professor, too? Hermione thought. She felt a little regret that she had not been able to see this scene in time travel. At first, she seemed like a shadow that shouldn't exist, out of place in the whole world, wandering aimlessly between the castles and grounds of Hogwarts, and even the ghosts couldn't spot her. But she also saw a lot of secrets that were previously inaccessible. Hermione survived the hardest days with the food in the beaded pouch, but there was always a time when the food ran out, just when she thought she would be like all those time travelers, trapped in time and starving to death. The gods of luck finally came. A crack appeared in the time turner. In the tension and fear at the same time, Hermione found herself once again possessing an entity. She rushed to sneak into the kitchen to steal food. After a full meal, Hermione was in the mood to consider whether her actions are changing history, or become a part of one of the many strange rumors at Hogwarts. A food-stealing ghost? but she was too hungry to care that much. It turned out she was right to do so. 2 hours after that she was taken on a time jump and her body reverted to a near-void state, but the good news was that she was gradually figuring out the routine and could do things she had previously wanted to do but couldn't. For example, mailing a letter. After almost a month and a half in this way, Hermione discovered that she had gained a solid body in her normal state as if cloaked in an invisibility cloak. She guessed that as she moved closer to the normal timeline, she herself is moving closer to the real thing. It is only a matter of time before she is discovered. So she escaped from school and returned home, ready to document her experiences and spend some final time with her parents. After that, Hermione pursed her lips and looked at Felix. "Thank you, Professor." "What?" "Oh, I mean, I seem to have found a new goal that encompasses the previous one, Professor. I'm planning on joining the Ministry of Magic after I graduate," Hermione said. "A bad news, I thought you would choose Future World Company." Felix sounded a little vexed. "I wouldn't give up ancient runes either," Hermione said greedily. Felix and Hermione returned to the old black mansion, and before they could say a few words, "It is time for bed." Mrs. Weasley stopped Ron from continuing to brag about his new broom and shooed them back to their room. "That's Nimbus 2000. Ron and Ginny shouted in unison. But immediately Ron looked at Ginny warily. "You don't expect me to lend you my broom, do you? Stingy." Ginny grunted and stood up haughtily like a proud cat. "Come on, kids, you have to go to bed early today, otherwise, there's bound to be a big mess tomorrow," Mrs. Weasley said with great conviction. "I'll have to wake you up early or someone will miss something again." She was right. Early in the next morning, the whole house is in chaos like a chicken coop. Mrs. Weasley and the portrait of Mrs. Black who hung in the foyer simultaneously screamed at the top of their lungs. "No magic! You two idiots! Dirty bastards, defiling my ancestral house!" Harry got dressed in a heartbeat, and shoved his toiletries haphazardly into his trunk, while the others looked like they had their hands full until they boarded the Hogwarts Express and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fred and George tried to cast a spell on the suitcase, and it almost hit me," Ginny explained to Harry about the morning's events. Harry scratched his head, not knowing how to face Ginny alone. Just now, Ron and Hermione went to the prefect compartment. Are you okay?" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he felt like crap. "I'm fine." Ginny showed a smile as they carried their luggage along looking for an empty compartment. Not far in front of them there is a girl with messy, waist-length blonde hair. "I spotted Luna, let's go there," Ginny said. Harry looked up and even though he only saw her back, Harry recognized her immediately from the way she moved indistinctly as she fluttered into the compartment. They squeezed through the crowd and met Neville midway. "Oh dear, Harry, I thought I was late," he said happily, "so close." On the other hand, Felix arrived at a compartment near the front and opened the door where several Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix sat quietly inside. "Hello guys!" Kingsley, Darius, Moody, and Daedalus Diggle nodded at him respectively. Felix picked an empty seat and sat down. It is obvious that with so many people sitting in the same compartment it would become a little cramped. Moody's condition is bad, he is uneasy, his eyelids are fluttering and his big rough hands are always trying to grab something. "You mustn't draw your wand, Alastair," Daedalus Diggle who is sitting next to him said carefully. Felix blinked, thinking that the trip had become interesting, and he took out a coin and let it jump around his fingertips as his mind wandered. Dumbledore appeared and spoke to him last night, and the words they have spoken emerged in his mind. "Well, when the time comes, what is a good reason to leave? To find a snack cart to buy snacks?" He sighed silently, feeling it does not fit his image. Chapter 518. In the carriage, several Aurors chatted about recent events. "You probably think the you-know-who doesn't have a brain, right? Think again, how did he gather the initial group of Death Eaters? If you think he will only use force to oppress, you are very wrong." Moody's voice is hoarse as he said, "Excessive valuation of the thief's downfall will only lead us to fall into the enemy's trap. One must always remain vigilant." Hearing this, Darius couldn't help but grunt. "I was also involved in the last war, and all I saw was him and his Death Eaters leaving one dark mark after another over the house where the wizard lived, along with those in Furious. He would leave nothing but a fearful impression." "It's the deepest impression," Moody growled, taking out his curved flask and taking a hard swig. "I've experienced it from beginning to end. I was an experienced Auror even before the you-know-who openly recruited Death Eaters." During those first 2 years of the war, the Dark Lord hid his cruel and vicious side well. He spent most of his time promoting his unorthodox ideas, recruiting manpower, and maintaining a low level of confrontation with the Ministry of Magic. Slowly he disobeyed the rules of the Ministry of Magic at that time, to create their own system, but the minister at the time was confused by his disguise and had an illusion of being able to resolve disputes peacefully. As a result, public opposition towards you-know-who continued to disappear as wizards. Dark creatures were secretly recruited. Mincham finally recognized the status quo, but by then he was unable to curb the rise of the you-know-who. So he was a competent leader in the early days of the war. Felix interjected. Depending on how you look at it, he set his sights on those old pure-blood families, getting money and followers from them. Yes, I'm going to use the word followers, and he did confuse a group of people with his actions, a group of fools. Those people held the bottom of the barrel to support him, such as the Black family at the time. Moody's intact eye glanced at Felix. If it weren't for Mrs. Black's poor health, I doubt she would have determined to join the you-know-who's side and be completely tied to him. Since when did he undergo a change in character? Became cruel and tyrannical? Felix asked mildly. About mid to late. Moody smacked his lips. It is difficult to specify. Based on the perception in those years, he probably thought he was winning. It would not take long to become the ruler of England, so he reverted back to his nature. Felix had a different view. Those years are probably the period in which he frequently battled against Dumbledore. According to Dumbledore's explanation, he had more than once seriously injured Voldemort, but Voldemort always did not take long to come back to life. Felix, therefore, speculated that Voldemort may have secretly used the Horcrux. Finally, from the information he gathered, Voldemort was extremely confident about his conquest of death, and if he hadn't experienced the experience of coming back from the dead, he hardly would have shown such strong confidence. At that moment, they are already driving in the open wilderness, with a large block of shades of color sliding past their eyes. Felix gauged the time and took a silver pocket watch out of his pocket. The front cover popped open with a click. The eyes of the Aurors focused on it at the same time, and after a few seconds of silence, a pink nose peeked out, followed by a black, furry head, as Valen emerged from the space of the pocket watch, and looked around in confusion. Key? Is school arrived? Not yet, said Felix, but you seem to have slept for almost a day. Come on, I'll show you around. Hermione and Harry are in their compartments. Valen's spirit rose up. At first she sat on him and stretched out, then leaped up and jumped to the door of the compartment and waved back at him eagerly. Felix inquired, others in this compartment? I might buy some food. Do I need to bring you some? Everyone shook their heads. We'll go ourselves if we need, Moody said. Without another word, Felix pulled open the door of the compartment and walked out. Can you please help me find Harry? He requested Valen. Valen sniffed left and right as she walked, and finally stopped before a compartment. Felix saw Harry, Neville, Ginny, and Luna sitting together through the window and smiled. All familiar faces, that makes it easier. Felix pulled open the compartment in which Neville is introducing his birthday present to his mates. Mimbulus Mimbletonia, it's from my grandmother, she waited until I got back to give it to me. He said, pointing to a small pot of what looked like a dysplasia cactus. Instead of being covered with thorns, it is covered with a bunch of big pimples like boils. What does it, well, what can it be used for? Harry asked, staring at the thing, and he had a hard time convincing himself that he would like it. It's good for a lot of things. Neville said proudly, it has an amazing defense mechanism, and I discovered it when I tried to put him under Daydream Charm. Daydream Charm? Harry asked, sincerely hoping Neville would focus on it, but Neville couldn't wait to show them the wonders of his new pet as he pulled a quill from his pocket and reached toward the plant. Everyone's eyes got drawn by his action. Harry felt uneasy, his body leaned back a little. Luna is exactly opposite to him, her dreamy eyes peeking from behind the magazine quibbler. Can you wait until I leave to demonstrate? Felix's voice stated, and the group looked up. Neville's hand dangled in midair, and Harry mentally breathed a sigh of relief. Professor Hap, what are you doing here? Did you just say, leave? Harry couldn't help but ask. Felix nimbly flashed in, and casually pulled the door curtain of the compartment shut. He put his index finger up to his lips and whispered, "SHH. Can I trust you guys?" In response to his serious tone, Harry, Ginny, and Neville nodded nervously, while Luna was half a beat slower, adding that it is only at this moment she greeted him through her magazine. Hi, Felix. How are you, Luna? Did you solve the riddle in the magazine? Felix asked. Not yet dash. After greeting, Felix got down to business. As you may or may not know, this train is under various protective enchantments, such as anti-apparition dash. He could faintly see a blur of steam when he looked out the window, and in the distance, there is a range of mountains and woods. Felix drew his new wand. For some reason, I must leave for a while and you guys need to act like you didn't notice it, okay? Without waiting for them to answer, he flicked his wand in his hand and a small window vent above the train's compartment popped open abruptly. Professor, can I help you with anything? Harry asked hurriedly, his hair ruffled by the sudden breeze. Sure, close the small window after I leave. Felix said as he put away his wand. But how will you go out? The ventilation window is too small. Harry almost bit his tongue as Professor Happ's body rapidly grew smaller, like slow-motion footage. Harry could see every detail, but in a flash, the professor disappeared and in his place there is a bird with long narrow wings like a rain swallow, hovering in midair and rushing out of the compartment in a blink of an eye. The four people in the compartment gasped. Luna blinked and looked out of the window. The rain swallow remained in their field of vision for only a few brief seconds before disappearing. Are we dreaming? Luna's soft voice asked. Luna, I guess it is animagus, the professor's animagus. Ginny said. Harry felt someone tugging at his shirt and he looked down to find it is a Niffler, and she is pointing her finger at the small open window. Valin? Oh, right. Harry stood up and closed the ventilation window, by which time, Valin had sat down between Harry and Ginny, and her little hand probed into her silver pocket watch and pulled a bag of butter cookies out of it. Key, she looked at Harry. I didn't hear you. Valin huffed, as she gestured at him with her small hand. I guess she wants you to help her rip the bag open. Luna said, a smart little fella, and she can also write. Chapter 519. The wind blew from all directions, as Rain Swallow flew like a black ghost between the mountains, with its wings brushing through the spires of towering trees. The conversation with Dumbledore last night surfaced on Felix's mind piece by piece. I received intel that Voldemort is preparing to personally capture Amelia when she returns from Azkaban using Portkayat. What are you going to do? Arrange a trap in return? After a long silence, Dumbledore shook his head in the darkness. Not this time, we have no foolproof, we cannot act as if we know about this in advance. Felix understood that this is to protect the spy, and the person who passed on the information is likely to be Severus Snape. Then you. I will not be involved in this operation, it concerns a plot, Dumbledore said softly, the silver moonlight shining on his glasses, making it hard to read his expression. Although I am not certain yet whether it will be used, but before the decision is made, I cannot show my face easily, especially cannot be seen by Voldemort. The port of Felixstowe is the largest and busiest container port in the UK, located in East Anglia on the southeast coast. On a small stretch of deserted beach near the port, two figures emerged from the distorted air. Sirius and Ms. Bones stood together, clutching a well-worn copy of the Daily Prophet in their hands. I hate port keys, can't we just use the ferry like we did when we went? Sirius rubbed his head, he had just hit his head on Amelia's knee, all sorts of these kinds of accidents would happen when using the Portkayat. The people left behind need the ferry more than we do. Ms. Bones stuffed the newspaper into her pocket, and since we are going back early, we have to make do with what we have. Sirius muttered something in a low voice. Bones flashed a smile. Well then, congratulations, Professor Black. Sirius looked at her smugly, then his face changed. Someone's been lurking nearby. He drew his wand and looked alertly from side to side as Ms. Bones drew her wand in sync, the tip flickering as the sand on the small patch of the beach began to shake. Are you positive? Ms. Bones asked with a serious expression. It could just be a passing Muggle. I'm not sure, Sirius said, I just think, look out. He waved his wand and a ball of fire exploded in midair with a deafening sound. Sirius staggered back, but he couldn't care less, his eyes fixed dead on one direction as he inhaled a deep breath. Voldemort. Voldemort stood on the beach, at some point in time, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. Amelia Bones, Voldemort's pale fingers held the end of a wand as he saluted slightly. I wish to invite you to be a guest of mine at my castle. And if I refuse? Ms. Bones asked in a dull voice. As a member of the Sacred 28, I trust you will not be that stubborn, but if you insist dash. You killed my brother. Ms. Bones said with gritted teeth, as she stabbed the wand in her hand like a sharp sword, and the sand grains on the ground rose and rolled up a sandstorm. Go. She said to Sirius. Sirius's hand immediately rested on her, ready to cast an apparition. The sandstorm suddenly rolled backward, creating a heavy wall out of thin air, and smashed against the two. Sirius and Bones got thrown far away, and couldn't get up for a while. Voldemort calmly walked towards Ms. Bones. I'll just have to dig out useful information from your mind then, I might omit something that I would not like to see. Sirius sprawled on the ground, with the feeling that more than one rib was broken, and his wand emitted a red light. Voldemort casually blocked the spell and halted his advance. He seemed to have just only spotted Sirius, his red eyes glinted menacingly as he stared for 2 seconds. Avada Kedavra! Solid earth wall! Ms. Bones shouted, and a spacious wall rose up from the beach, blocking the killing curse. Once again, the two rejoined. Transfiguration! Voldemort uttered in disgust. Look for your chance to escape. You're more important than me, Sirius said through clenched teeth as the corners of his mouth began to bleed and his ribs drilled painfully into his body. He braced himself and recited a spell. He's targeting me, I can't possibly escape. Bones shouted, while waving her wand. The rocks on the shore suddenly seemed to come to life and lunged toward Voldemort, so we should think of other options. Voldemort showed a cruel smile. He looked like a cat catching a mouse. The spell flicked aside one by one, blasting a piece of rock with ease. The aftermath of the spell left a trail of wounds on the two. If not for the purpose of capturing Amelia alive and digging out the secret of the prophecy, he would have been in a more relaxed state of mind. At that moment Sirius suddenly grabbed Bones' hand. As he recklessly and forcefully cast Apparition, Voldemort's wrist waved violently, the wand issued a whistling sound, and a bloody wound burst open from Sirius's chest, but the two had disappeared from their original spot. Voldemort approached unhurriedly, staring at where the two disappeared, and the next second, he appeared straight away in a deserted suburb not far from here. Sirius and Bones barely held themselves up from collapsing. Why does everyone try to use the apparition to escape? For a highly skilled wizard, like me, it is easy to follow the trail you left behind, not to mention that I disturbed your landing spot. Voldemort explained generously, expecting a look of desperation from the two. But the response he received was a prepared powerful spell. Sirius conjured a dozen rusty iron arrows in the air, which let out a mournful cry and flew towards Voldemort. Bones waved her wand in sync, and a patch of open space around her and Sirius suddenly sank. He can't intercept the portkey. She pulled the newspaper from her pocket and held it out. Be prepared. The surface of the newspaper flashed with blue light, and then returned to normal. Hold on, just 3 seconds, she looked at Sirius, whose chest is gushing with a large amount of blood. 3, 2. Sirius stared at midair, with his eyes widened dramatically, while Voldemort hovered in midair at some point and a curtain of green light fell. Sirius wrestled his hand free from Bones' grip. As his red spell faced green light, he gritted his teeth and tried to hold on for a few seconds at all cost. Bones reached out to grab him, only to twist and disappear the moment before she touched him. It is over. Sirius thought. He couldn't stop Voldemort's killing curse, but at least one of them escaped. He began to think about what the world after death would look like, and after 10 seconds or so, he suddenly found himself still conscious. A huge thing blocked the curse. Sirius blinked, and the thing seemed to be a giant golden galleon. Sirius's jaw dropped. While above the ground, Felix blamed himself for his blunder. He hadn't counted that Sirius would forcefully use apparition, even though he had done the same when escaping from him. Anyway, it took a while to catch up again, but luckily he caught up in time and used a coin with a zooming charm to block the killing curse. This familiar scene caused Voldemort to instantly disappear from where he was as he appeared far away from Felix. Voldemort, in your words, you are foolish to appear here today, Felix said calmly as he showed him his new wand. He couldn't help but want to try that potent killing curse from the last fight again, but because of his lack of confidence in restraining Voldemort with dead white Sirius, he felt it would be unwise to expose his killer move and all the magic associated with it. Voldemort stared at his wand, with an ugly expression. Felix Hap! He muttered, with a flash of madness in his eyes. He is already decided to retreat. As the intel from Lucius slowly passed through his mind, Felix Hap gained a new wand, while he is still stuck with a mediocre wand, and he became insane with jealousy. Voldemort vowed in his heart, that before their next meeting, he must obtain a wand that matches his identity, a wand that allows him to cast spells without scruples. He looked at Felix expressionlessly and disappeared from where he was. Felix did not move. With deadweight Sirius, he certainly can't chase him for a fight, because the consequences of fighting Voldemort with a deadweight would be disastrous. Like the death of Sirius. He's gone. a frail voice asked. Felix took a few steps forward and looked at Sirius, who is sitting in the pit of blood and looked like he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. Sirius leaned against the edge of the deep pit and said irritably, "If Voldemort is gone, save me quickly, I can't stop the bleeding, damn it, I'm dying." Felix laughed, "You still have the strength to curse, which means you are still young to die." He quickly dealt with Sirius's injuries. After a vial of potion was fed in, Sirius's state significantly improved a bit, but his whole face still looked pale as a vampire. During the treatment, dozens of Aurors popped up from thin air, and Ms. Bones' face clouded with heavy gloom, but when she saw Sirius, who is bantering with Felix with a dull look, her expression froze. "You're still alive. Almost dead," Sirius said laboriously, nudging his mouth in Felix's direction. "I'll take you to St. Mungo's." Ms. Bones pursed her lips for a while before saying. Unexpectedly, Sirius shook his head, "No, I'm going to Hogwarts. Professor Black can't miss his first opening night. I'll bring Sirius to the school hospital wing first," Felix said to a worried Ms. Bones. The school Great Hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked toward the long faculty table. The professor isn't here, Sirius isn't here, and even Hagrid is missing. "What the hell is going on?" Harry asked anxiously. "They might have been delayed by something." Ron guessed, "Didn't you say Professor Hap had left for something? Did he really turn into a swallow?" "Yeah," Harry said, "but the professor didn't say what he was going to do." He suddenly thought of Sirius. Could it be an emergency on Sirius' side? The sorting ceremony began, but the whole time Harry didn't listen carefully. He just thought that the Sorting Hat had been singing for an extra long time this year. By the time the sorting ceremony was over and the table is filled with food, Harry had to accept the fact. At that moment, the Great Hall's side door abruptly opened. Felix and Sirius walked in, and Felix whispered a few words to Dumbledore, who nodded lightly, and then the two sat down in the empty seats. Sirius smiled brightly and waved towards Harry, who couldn't spot a slight problem from his appearance, and Harry immediately gave an enthusiastic response, the fork in his hand almost flung towards the next seat. "Guess what Sirius is whispering to Professor Hap?" Hermione asked, looking in the direction of the faculty table. "I'll ask tomorrow, right now I just want to eat a lot," Harry said cheerfully. At the faculty table, Sirius is complaining to Felix, "What did you give me to drink? I don't have any appetite right now." You can think of it as a tonic, the ingredients are very precious and contain dragon's blood," Felix replied without looking. Chapter 520. A little time passed and the Great Hall is filled with delicious smells. Felix put down his knife and fork contentedly, waiting for the dessert after the main meal. The other students in the Great Hall are still eating feverishly, while chatting noisily, oblivious to the ghosts floating above their heads. At the Gryffindor table, Harry had almost finished eating and began to pay attention to the sounds of talking around him. He isn't too happy to find that one of the topics people talking about is him, the ghost of Gryffindor House. The voice of the nearly headless Nick drifts into his ears from 7 or 8 seats away. "Yes, that's Harry Potter, there he is, you'll have plenty of chances to see him later." Harry didn't turn around, but he guessed that Nick was talking to Hogwarts' new student, and he concluded that the new student came from a wizarding family, so he would have learned his name before he went to school, unless that student is a topper like Hermione. Dean and Seamus chatted loudly about the news from Diagon Alley. He pricked up his ears. This year he did not have the opportunity to go there. The textbooks, stationery, and potion materials needed were bought by Mrs. Weasley. He had planned to go to the Future World 1 store in Diagon Alley to see if there are any new products, but that plan had fell through. He also wondered if the Weasley twin brothers' anti-spell series products are on sale. The stores are packed, with more people than ever. It can't be helped, who made this year's book list distributed this late, so everyone hurried to get them. Not many people were interested in stopping for a chat, and I saw several familiar faces, but they disappeared in a flash as if something was chasing after them. The demand for rune booklets exceeded the supply, and Mom tried to buy a few for her relatives living abroad. Seamus said excitedly, and when he met Harry's gaze, he grinned and his voice became louder. "There are a lot more mobile stalls on both sides of the street, which is actually just a stall with a piece of cloth on the ground." "What were they selling?" "All kinds of amulets, of course. My mother told me they are all rubbish, with lesser odds than finding real things at Knockturn Alley." Of course she was joking. "That damn place still hasn't been closed down by Aurors." Ron spoke with his mouth stuffed full, and Harry magically understood what he meant. Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley are adjacent to each other, but with completely opposite reputations. Diagon Alley covers a huge area and is the commercial center of British wizards, while Nocturne Alley is just a small, out-of-the-way alley with stores selling not-so-regular goods. At that moment, a voice whispered in his ear, "Excuse me, make room for me." Startled, Harry looked back to see a tall girl with long braids looking down at him, her face barely a foot from his. Angelina Johnson jabbed her finger between Harry and Ron respectively and managed to squeeze a seat between the two of them. "So, how was your summer?" she asked briskly. "Fine," Harry said, momentarily confused about what she is up to. "Well, it was," Angelina smoothed her hair, "I got selected as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team." "Quidditch captain," Harry repeated, then his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Quidditch?" Angelina showed a really look. "Fred told me you forgot about Quidditch, I didn't quite believe." How could I?" Harry stammered, "I even played with Cedric over the holidays." He looked around and spotted the handsome face on the long table at Hufflepuff's side. "Yeah, so you're not quitting the team?" Angelina asked, her big eyes fixed on Harry with a dead stare, and the pressure steadily building inside Harry. "Absolutely not, I'm hoping to win another trophy," he assured. "That's good," Angelina sighed in relief, "I don't want to seem overly sensitive, but I've just taken over the team and I sort of feel a lot of responsibility. I kind of understand why Oliver was so nagging." "Don't ever follow his footsteps," Harry hurriedly said. Angelina laughed. "I'll be off then. Ah yes, since Oliver is gone, we need a new keeper. I'm going to arrange the tryouts on Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock, and I want the whole team to be there at that time, all right? That way we can allow the new guy to try and play with everyone." "No problem, do you already have someone in mind?" Harry asked, and Ron, who was eating at the side, pricked up his ears. "Not yet," she sighed, "I'll go back later and put the application on the wall." She bent over and left. "She looks so stressed, I almost forgot about Quidditch," Hermione said. "Maybe captains who just took over the team are like that?" Cedric wasn't used to it at first either. Harry only answered the first half of the statement. "So do you have time? It's O.W.L's year, and don't forget, you promised Neville to reassemble the dueling self-study group." Hermione reminded him that. "I know," Harry muttered. The food on the table cleared up, and after a few seconds, various desserts suddenly appeared on the plate. Harry picked up a deep-fried jam donut and chewed it crunch, crunch, crunch while looking over at the faculty table. His eyes first focused on Dumbledore, who sat in a golden high-backed chair in the center of the long table, wearing a dark purple robe covered with silver stars, with a matching hat and gloves, looking like the lead singer of a band that had walked into the wrong place. To his left and right sat Professor McGonagall and Snape respectively. Professor McGonagall is trying a kind of fresh strawberries drizzled with sauce. From her expression it does not seem to be quite to her taste. Snape, on the other hand, squinted his eyes in response to Dumbledore's questions, his lips barely opened and closed, and between Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout, Sirius and Professor Hap are seated. Oddly enough, Sirius had also given up eating early and poking his fork at the fruit on the blueberry cake in boredom. As for Professor Hap, Felix gazed at the ceiling, which looked the same as the outside environment, but much plainer than the previous years. He and Sirius actually arrived at school earlier than the Hogwarts students. It was just that Madame Pomfrey took a lot of time to give Sirius a full checkup. In the words of Madame Pomfrey, Felix's approach is quite crude and unprofessional. If not treated in time it may fester and puss in a few days. While she re-cleaned the wound, Felix chatted with the rushed Dumbledore. "The one who delivered the message to you was Severus," he said in a definite tone. "I knew you could guess," Dumbledore said with a smile. "I also know," Felix said slowly, "that it was also Severus who revealed Bones' whereabouts to Voldemort, as Sirius had mentioned it at the meeting and was overheard by him." Dumbledore went silent for a moment. "You're right. Was it really necessary to do this? There was a 1% chance I could not save their life. In fact, Voldemort's most loyal servant, Barty Crouch Jr. died right before his eyes," Felix said in a slightly aggravated tone. "I did that. As a qualified spy, to gain Voldemort's trust, he must show a unique value, and this value must be impossible to be given by others. Only then, Voldemort will treat him differently," Dumbledore said without emotion. "That's not the answer I want, Albus, and I never thought you would be so apathetic," Felix said. "Thank you for saying that, Felix." Dumbledore gave a small smile, and the wrinkles in the corners of his eyes stretched. I certainly wish I could do more if I could, trading my life for Voldemort's. Very cost-effective indeed, if there is a chance I will not hesitate. Hopes of too many people have been placed in this position of mine, I cannot easily bet. I know Voldemort, probably more than he himself, without experiencing a failure, he will not reflect, and Amelia will always be in danger. Voldemort has to realize that it is not an easy thing to catch her, and she can call for support at any time. This time it is only you, but next time not necessarily, so Voldemort will look away. Only Sirius is innocent in this whole thing, but then again he's not. Every member of the Order of the Phoenix should be prepared. Just like the person you buried in the Death Eater's dash. Felix raised his eyebrows slightly and made a listening gesture. Lucius, is it? Dumbledore asked softly, there might be more dash. How did you guess? Felix interrupted. Lucius has tried to target me in the past, and I didn't think that taking him off the list of the board would be the end of the confrontation between us, and it did continued. But I've noticed that the complaints against me have decreased by a large margin in the last year, almost like a certain part of the board had lost their voice. Or it would have been much trickier during the board meetings. So, Felix said slowly, if you knew of Lucius' existence, why did you still dash? Risk Severus? Dumbledore asked with a smile, twirling his thumbs as he did so. Felix nodded. As I said, Severus has a unique role, he is Voldemort's greatest asset, a nail in the heart of the Order of the Phoenix, able to provide information about everyone, including you and me. Felix suddenly understood, you value how to reasonably deliver information to Voldemort more than getting it from him. Dumbledore blinked. Instead of letting Voldemort act recklessly, I prefer if he acts at the time I expect, in the way I expect, even if there are risks, I can control them in a justifiable range. You really got it? The day before school starts? Hermione asked, amazed. Yeah, got it. Harry said. I can't believe you got it after failed so many times before. What is it about, Harry? What are you guys talking about? Ron looked at the two with a puzzled look on his face. Don't interrupt. Hermione said, as her eyes remained focused on Harry. Headmaster Dumbledore got a memory from Mr. Slughorn. Harry looked around to see if someone heard him and whispered at them, I guess it involves Voldemort, or something similar, as Headmaster was quite excited to get that memory. Maybe it's a way to defeat Voldemort, Hermione guessed. According to what you said, that old gentleman and Headmaster Dumbledore were colleagues, which means he taught the you-know-who as well, didn't he? He must know something about him. That's what I thought. Harry shrugged and continued to wolf down his food. Compared to Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Slughorn was in a less than wonderful mood. He threw us out and didn't even respond positively to the Headmaster's suggestion that he should move. Move? Headmaster Dumbledore wants him to live at Hogwarts and continue his potions research. Hogsmeade would be fine, being a neighbor to Honeydukes. I can see he was a bit tempted. Harry said casually. Hermione's chewing slowed down. What could it be? Since it's a memory, it can only be a piece of the past. At this point, Dumbledore stood up and tapped his glass and the Great Hall went quiet. Welcome back. I know you can't wait to run to the warmth and comfort of your quilts, but please be patient for a little while longer and listen to my few words. This year we have 2 changes in our teaching staff. The first is the Care of Magical Creatures class. Our gamekeeper needs to attend to some personal business and will be absent for a few weeks. In the meantime, Professor Grubbly Plank would fill in the vacancy, so let's give her a warm welcome. Professor Grubbly Plank rose from her seat, nodded toward the students with her prominent chin, and sat down as the Great Hall erupted with polite applause. Next we will introduce our new teacher for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Professor Black has extensive experience fighting against dark magic and has been working as the Minister of Magic's advisor for the previous 2 months. He will be joining as a member of our faculty this year. Sirius stood up gleefully, and waved at everyone, before failing to restrain from whistling loudly twice at the end. The atmosphere in the Great Hall came to life, and Fred and George responded to him with a similar whistle. Dumbledore waited for the applause to calm down and continued. There are some small, interesting attempts going to be made in this school year, and I'm sure some of you may have heard about them, and there are 2 things that are closely related to you. The first one is that the examination of the ancient rune will be divided into 2 parts, a theoretical examination and a practical examination, and the specific assessment criteria will be introduced to you by Professor Happ in the classroom. Felix waved his hand lazily as the students exchanged glances below. The second matter is, the school will include some spells into the scope of the annual assessment, which requires every student to clear to graduate. If there are special circumstances you can apply in advance, of course, I will not admit the reason such as allergy to specific words. We will post the assessment spells for the different grades within the first week of school. So, before we all go to bed, let's all sing the school song. Dumbledore said loudly. The great hall stirred, and Felix's face seemed to freeze. The school song will not be sung every year at Hogwarts, and sometimes the student orchestra will be arranged to sing, but it is clear that this year Dumbledore is quite interested in being a conductor. A long golden ribbon floated out from the tip of his wand and twisted into words. Headmaster Dumbledore wore stark gloves that matched his robes and hat, and he held his wand as he waved his hands, like he is holding a baton, while Felix hummed along with the crowd. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hogwarty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees, our heads could do with filling with some interesting stuff. After the end of the chorus, Dumbledore wiped his eyes emotionally. Music always moves people. Okay, now everyone can go back to their dormitories, and prefects please lead the freshmen to their rooms. Chapter 521. The next morning, Valen remained reluctant to get up from under her velvet quilt, so Felix shoved the twittering alarm clock under her little quilt. Valen turned off the alarm clock and tossed it out, before drowsily smacking her beak and rolling over to sleep more soundly. Felix arrived at the Great Hall. The weather is overcast and damp outside, and the owl's feathers are wet from the dew in the air. A brown owl circled him twice and dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet. He spread the paper, but there is no mention of yesterday's attack against the Minister of Magic. Instead, there's a magic photo of Ms. Bones standing in front of the thief's downfall on the front page. In the photo, she looked calmly at the camera with a very relaxed expression, with several people in the background, the Aurors standing behind her with solemn expressions, while Sirius leaning against the wall, and poking the water curtain of Thief's downfall with his wand. When Felix appeared outside the ancient rune classroom, a student is already waiting at the door. Good morning, Professor Hap. Colin Creevey greeted enthusiastically. Good morning to you as well, Mr. Creevey, come in. For the first time after 2 months, Felix opened the door of the classroom, which smelled like a mixture of accumulated dust and damp stale air, and the corners of the walls crept with green moss. Felix waved his wand and the windows in the classroom opened simultaneously, then a whirlwind came out of nowhere in the room. The tables and chairs clattered, while Creevey's face sparkled with excitement, and after 10 seconds or so, a cloud of grey air flew out through the windows. The air in the classroom became fresh and comfortable again. Now, all that's left is moss. Felix muttered, pointing his wand at the stubborn green patches, the tip of the wand emitting a bright light, and when it hit the wall, the moss on it immediately disappeared. Is it cleaning magic, Professor? I can help. Creevey volunteered. Felix had no objection, so Creevey drew his wand and followed Felix's example, trying to recite the spell silently. After failing several times, he had to recite the spell honestly, Scour Jiffy. Scour Jiffy. 10 minutes later, they stared intently at the classroom, searching for any possible stains. Nearly complete, let's see, extra 10 points for your passion for work. Felix said and went to the window, where a drizzle of rain has been falling outside, which is carried into the classroom by the wind and hits his face with cool moisture. Creevey found a seat in the front and took out the book Practical Rune, Elementary, and asked with great interest, Professor, what kind of new teaching aid have you prepared for this year? Can you tell me in advance? Why are you so sure of it? Felix looked over at him from the window. Because every year you prepare something new, Creevey counted on his fingers. The first year, oh, I was still in the first year, was Golem, the second year was a variety of Sneakoscope, and the third year was rune cards. I was so curious for a while about the new teaching aid we would have this year, so I came over early. Ah, if you put it that way. Aren't you already holding it? Creevey blinked and looked down at the Practical Rune, Elementary, in his hand, and his expression collapsed in a moment with great disappointment. But, he stammered, just a summary of some practical runes is in here. Well. Felix shook his left hand, and the ring glowed with a bright light, and with a loud bang, a large box landed on the table. Creevey's eyes widened. He leaned down to stare at the contents of the box. It is a variety of small wooden sticks, which appears to be a mixture of quill and wand, with a sharp edge at one end. The sticks are marked with oddly shaped patterns that looked like something in between letters and runes. Rune carving knife, Felix explained, it already became available 2 years ago, but I have never promoted it. After all, the wand works just fine. But as ancient runes become more and more developed, it is necessary to make more specific distinctions, just like the cauldron of the potions class, which also has various versions through the centuries: ordinary type, automatic mixing, foldable, special material, etc. This is actually Hedstrom Vera's suggestion. Creevy looked at the box and asked, Professor, how do I pick the right rune carving knife for me? Oh, the material is actually the same, they even come from the same chestnut tree, at most the pattern is different, but it does not affect the use. You can pick the one you like, first come, first served, Felix said, relieved to see him choosing with interest. After Valen learned to write, she loved to scribble around with a paintbrush, so Felix cut a full chestnut tree into thick boards as tall as Valen to allow her to write and paint on it. In addition to a few fairly good-looking works collected by Felix, the rest of the materials were reshaped into rune carving knives. He caught a glimpse of Creevy picking up a carving knife and examining the design on it with awe in a fleeting glance. Felix decided to keep that a secret, no, to keep the tradition, and in the future add patterns on the carving knives that have no real use. At that moment, 2 more students walked into the classroom, and Ginny and Luna looked at Creevy, who is about to plunge into the box, with rather curious eyes. Felix stood on the podium. The students below are chattering about a rune carving knife in their hands, and they are even seriously speculating about the meaning of the pattern. As you already know, this class has a separate practical section, which means that the value of practical runes is recognized by the Wizarding Examinations Authority and included in the examination. According to the first version of the assessment standards, the O.W.LS exam will only involve engraving common runes and rune circuits, while the N.E.W.TS exam will involve casting runic spells, such as the bright fire-making spell. The runic spell is not as easy to learn as one might think. The minimum requirement to master it is to master practical runes used in that spell. Not many students in the class can actually do this. To be precise, minus Ginny and Luna, who are both members of the Magic Rune Club, the count is currently 0. At the end of the lesson, Felix collected the summer assignments and announced the end of the class. The rain outside is getting heavier, with a few muffled thunderclaps sounding from time to time. After finishing his meal in the Great Hall at noon, Felix noticed the door to the staff room is left open, so he walked in through it. Oh, whoever it is, please close the door for me, thanks, it's a little noisy out there. Professor McGonagall's voice stated. Felix casually closed the door and looked over at a desk, from where the voice had sounded. But all he could see are stacks of parchment, and Professor McGonagall's body is totally blocked. With a casual wave of Felix's hand, a flame flared up in the fireplace. The dampness in the room dissipated considerably. Summer assignment? Yeah. Professor McGonagall looked up and nudged her glasses. The first week of school is the busiest, lots of things need to be dealt with, summer assignments, Quidditch tryouts, adjusting class choices. Information from the Order of the Phoenix also needs to be sorted out in time, not to mention taking time to comfort Charity Dash. She immediately shut up. The Muggle Studies professor? What's wrong with her? Felix asked curiously. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips. Well, you'll find out somewhere else, she was involved in a tricky mess. Felix still had an impression of this professor from 2 years ago, when they had attended a not-so-successful international conference together, and the professor had mentioned that she is studying a popular science book on genes and heredity. Thinking about it, a guess popped into his head, there won't be any Death Eaters after her, are there? But it shouldn't be, Rita Skeeter is still kicking alive and well. Of course not, she was caught by the Muggle police, Professor McGonagall said with an uncertain tone as she grunted from her nose. According to her words, she was trying to consult an academic for advice, and she accidentally created a few sparks in her wand and was suspected of possessing a dangerous weapon. Hi, she is something. Felix smacked his lips, and said dryly after a short while, she was not sentenced, right? Her penalty wasn't too severe on account of her being a professor, just a warning, plus a fine. Good thing she didn't enter Azkaban. Still, she felt ashamed and submitted her resignation upon her return to Dumbledore, but the headmaster didn't agree. She's been stuck in her office for the past few days, with the excuse of preparing her new book. Felix raised his eyebrow, thinking of the paper Professor Burbage had planned to publish. He felt that this new book would cause an uproar. In fact, it is not impossible to publish such controversial content, but it is just that the current time is really sensitive. It took less than 10 seconds for him to come up with a solution, to send her a complete set of biology books. Since she is determined to study, let her spend more time, and when she understands it all, the battle may have already been finished. At that moment, the door pushed open from outside again. The rustle of the quill on the parchment is immediately muffled by the noise from outside, followed by a damp, cold air rushing into the room. The red-hot wood in the fireplace blazed, sending a series of sparks up. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Snape walked in dragging his ever-present black robe, with a thick pile of parchment floating behind him. Chapter 522. It seems they both had the same idea. Minerva and Severus both wanted to use the lunch break to correct some of their summer assignments. As for Felix, he has much more free time than them. Nevertheless, he sat in his armchair, holding a stack of papers and reading them. For a while, the staff room was silent, with only the sound of correcting papers. The three professors corrected differently. Professor McGonagall is the most rigorous and serious. The quill rustle sound rarely stopped, like the sound of fine rain on the grass. Snape is the opposite. He did not move for a long time, and then coldly with a lot of force circling heavily on the parchment. Just from listening at that time, Felix was able to roughly judge the level of the student, and how Severus was feeling. Felix wrote down a series of page numbers at the end of the paper as an indication of what the student needed to re-understand. After a little more than half an hour, he stood up from his chair, straightened his body, and prepared to go out for fresh air. Snape, who had not spoken, raised his head, stared at Felix's back, and followed him out of the staff room. Felix appeared in the yard, amidst the drizzle outside, and stood by a tall pillar. A broad eave extended high above the castle, and cast a large shadow, which concealed a small patch of bushes. Felix squinted and gazed at the blurred view in the distance where students were hopping like rabbits in the rain. Magic is magical and convenient. He couldn't remember how many times this thought had flashed through his mind. Snape is standing next to him at some point, and there are also students out in the yard for fresh air, but whenever they get close, they would meet Snape's vicious gaze, and it allowed them some free space. The two men surveyed their surroundings respectively for any disturbance, and spoke at the same time. "I heard you got a new wand," Snape said. "I heard you got a side hustle these days." This was said by Felix. Snape's face stiffened for a moment, and then he said softly, "Our headmaster truly trusts you. Then you should be wary of him, as this usually means that he has made some scheme that includes you." "You mean he intends to use me?" Felix asked. He found something rather interesting. In the eyes of different people, Dumbledore's image could be quite different. What about himself? How many faces does he have in the hearts of others? "Use you," Snape repeated playfully. "If you mean being a pawn, with all your moves firmly under his control, you're sort of right. It's scary he wouldn't have prophetic blood, right? But I remember he personally doesn't believe in prophecy that much," Felix said exaggeratedly. Snape gave him a knowing look. "Our headmaster is quite a skilled chess player. He will analyze you thoroughly before the conversation begins, thereby making you believe that everything you do is of your own free choice, except it just happens to be what he desires to." Felix ignored the familiar sensation of what he himself seemed to be doing, preparing as best he could before the negotiation and not giving the other side a chance to say no. Those words sounded as if Snape was accusing him personally. "Whining a lot, Severus. Just being sentimental," Snape said without looking at him. "So, the name of your new wand is Elder Wand." Although it came out of context, Felix caught his point. "That's right," he replied briefly. "It is the work of Ollivander," Snape pursued. "Yes. He's quite skillful. But some people don't think so," Snape said gently. Felix rolled his eyes. "Your part-time boss? I mean, don't you think he's being too strict? Some people think," Snape raised his voice, his dark eyes glued on the curtain of rain, "that this wand has long existed, and has been in the custody of the Ollivander family, which has recently found its new owner after a long time." Felix was slightly surprised. Strange. Voldemort misunderstood something? Felix's mind worked fast. Voldemort's previous image of retreating without a fight flashed before his eyes. He certainly had misunderstood something. The Elder Wand. Snape fell silent. Felix pondered. So, Lucius told Voldemort what had happened in the wand store? He carefully recalled the conversation with Mr. Ollivander all over again, and he is pretty sure he used that fairy tale name in a joking tone. But who knows what Voldemort thought, he is not quite right in the head. It is true that there are various legends of powerful wands in history, the Elder Wand, the Death Wand, the Destiny Wand. The rumors about the Elder Wand are most exaggerated, and the process of their succession was bloody and cruel. Of course, not many people believe in them, and knowledgeable people will treat them as a story to listen to, but you can't conclude from this that these powerful wands have never really existed. Snape said in a low voice. Why do you say that the Elder Wand was passed down through a bloody and cruel process? Felix asked, picking out a prominent part. Snape glanced at him. Rumor has it that the only way to become its true master is to seize the wand from the previous owner. And that usually means scheming as well as bloodshed. There's plenty of evidence to support this dash. Do you believe this too? Felix asked. Snape didn't answer positively as he continued, several powerful dark wizards throughout history have used their lives to prove their prestige. Of course, there is another faction that believes that it is all just a nonsensical coincidence, a false pattern drawn by later researchers who threaded their way through a limited succession of wand owners and inferred it in reverse order, and it is just rather a fanciful story. What I'm holding is not an Elder Wand, Felix said and smiled with interest. It doesn't matter if I believe it or not, it doesn't matter if I say it. Snape brushed it off. Felix was dumbfounded, he had a new understanding of what Dumbledore said before, how to control an enemy's thoughts through intel. Simply by deducing what he did backward on the line, at least, in this case, Felix can conclude, that until Voldemort figure out whether the Elder Wand is true or not, he would never dare to fight against him. A deterrent effect brought by a fake Elder Wand is astonishing. Even Felix could not help but feel a bit moved, just as Voldemort is wary of Felix, Felix is also wary of Voldemort. Two wizards of equal strength, far beyond the normal level, both valuing each other's unconscious actions, thoughts, and feeling is a perfectly normal thing. Of course, he knew that the Elder Wand he is holding is a fake, but what if there is such a battle wand truly exists in reality, and he named his new wand after it implicitly, does this foreshadow anything? For example, he will eventually get the real Elder Wand? But Felix quickly quelled this thought, he is not willing to believe the existence of an invincible wand, that can make any random wizard stronger. Besides, the wand is only a temporary thing for him, he does not need to spend too much energy on something that is destined to be abandoned. Might as well study how to counter Voldemort's killing curse, he now has at least 3 ideas, zooming magic to enlarge very solid things, 7th level shield charm, and modified magical creature transfiguration. But it would take time to apply them flexibly. Felix got lost in deep thought, he had been underestimating the zooming magic in the past, thinking only about how to shrink the target, but when he thought about it, it would be a good idea to zoom in the surrounding things. He will carry some coins, stones, nails, and other things from now on, and when he encounters Voldemort later, he will throw them at him, or he can even throw rats and insects, ha ha ha. Who's there? Snape suddenly shouted. He strode aggressively toward the shadows, with his robe hurling hauntingly. Felix looked back just in time to hear Snape's exasperated voice yell, 50 points for eavesdropping professors. 4 each. Plus detention. Felix blinked and moved a few steps to the side, now he could clearly see. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are standing together with their heads down, their expressions looked sickly, and Harry is holding a floppy string, the extendable ears invented by the Weasley twins. The other end of the extendable ears is twitching at Snape's feet, and Snape's face twitched in anger with it. Chapter 523. The same arrogance, ego, self-righteousness, lack of discipline, love to be in the spotlight, nosy, rude. Snape looked at the 3 distant figures, his gaze firmly fixed on Harry, his eyes burning with bitter hate. Well, if we judge him by Slytherin standards, he really isn't very appealing. Well, all 3 of them. Felix said softly, but as you have heard, they only heard the last few sentences, with no beginning, that is why I said to them that we were talking about my new wand, and I gave it a fairy tale name. Snape did not speak. His dark eyes still gazed at Harry's back, and from this angle, he looked like his father. After a moment, he spoke coldly, Felix, I will pass on the information about your wand to that person. Felix answered calmly, I have this expectation, you can decide how much to say by yourself. You think I can make the call? Snape left after dropping a sentence disgruntledly, his black robe tossed, through the curtain of rain. As his figure blurred. Tough luck. Ron muttered as he stomped up the steps. Oh, stop it. They stood at the door of the staff room. Harry knocked on the door moodily, hoping from the bottom of his heart that no one will be inside. The seconds of waiting seemed like years, and finally a familiar voice heard from inside saying, "Please come in." Not exactly what he had hoped for. Harry heard two sighs. He plucked up the courage and pushed open the door as he walked in. It is a long room, a soft glow draped from the ceiling. The room is a little warmer than outside, probably because of the fireplace in the corner. Professor McGonagall looked up from the stack of parchment, her sharp eyes peering over from under her squared glasses. "Potter, Weasley, Granger, what can I do for you? We were asked to come and see you because of some mistakes." Harry handed over the note in his hand and Professor McGonagall frowned as she took it. The note is glued together, an order of the Phoenix trick, and her eyebrows furrowed deeper as she removed her wand and tapped on it, and the note opened automatically. Professor McGonagall read it quickly and did not speak for a short while after reading it. "Is this true?" she said, eavesdropping on a professor's conversation. In addition to explaining the process in general, the note mentioned in cryptic handwriting the context in which the conversation was taking place. The two were talking about confidential information related to the Order of the Phoenix. "We didn't mean to," Harry said. We went out for some air after lunch and Professor McGonagall grunted, so Harry explained everything that happened 10 minutes or so back stiffly. "Did you hear that? Sirius's class was quite popular," Hermione said musingly, as she along with Harry and Ron had just come out of the Great Hall, to get some fresh air. "He said he wanted to keep it a secret." Harry sounded indignant, kicking his feet, saying it's a surprise, but we won't have his class until tomorrow. "I'm not looking forward to it anyway." Hermione and Ron laughed. "What's wrong?" Harry looked at them somewhat puzzled. "You sound like a little kid who had a fight with his parents, watch out," Hermione said as a first year stumbled over and almost ran into them. "Running is forbidden in the castle, you'll bump into other people," Hermione first said sternly, and then her tone gentled down. "What's the matter?" The freshman's eyes looked frightened as he looked back as though someone is chasing after him. The trio looked at each other in wonder. "Hey, little one, we are prefect, if someone bullies you, feel free to speak up," Ron puffed out his chest, making the prefect badge on his shirt a little more conspicuous. "I have the right to detain and deduce points." "Come on, Ron, we can't abuse that right," Hermione said seriously. She looked at the freshman, who said with a look of shock, I just met the potions class professor in the yard, he had such a scary look in his eyes. Did you not figure that out on your first day?" "Well, it's true though," Ron muttered. "Professor Snape." "Well, he's really strict," Hermione said slowly. "If he reprimands you for no apparent reason, you don't have to take it to heart." "Yeah, well, you'll have plenty of such bad days in the future," Ron added. And when Hermione's eyes darted over, he immediately shut up, and when her attention returned to the new student, he began to wink at Harry, who felt that Ron had said both sentences rather accurately. No, Professor Snape is talking to another professor, and I guess they don't want to be disturbed." The freshman turned red and stammered, his eyes watered as he finished, before turning to run away. "So you guys wanted to figure out what had happened?" Professor McGonagall asked in a stern voice. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded woodenly. "We're prefects, we always have to." Ron scratched his ear as Professor McGonagall glanced at him. "With all due respect, Mr. Weasley, there is nothing in the prefect's code that explains your behavior today, let alone the fact that this isn't your first time." The bell rang and Professor McGonagall stood up, shoving the parchment from her desk into a drawer. "I fully agree with Professor Snape, points deducted." She pursed her lips, "as well as detention, which starts from this week." Harry and Ron looked up in horror as they thought about the same thing. Quidditch selection on Friday afternoon. Every Saturday night until lights out, you need to process potions materials until the end of the month. After that, they got kicked out by Professor McGonagall. Ron rambled the whole way as they hurried towards the potions classroom. "Late again, I bet that old bat is definitely going to trouble us. Why Professor McGonagall didn't speak up for us, Snape is totally making a big deal out of it." "Well, he'll be happy, since there is someone to help him with the potion materials this new term." Harry's stomach turned up a little abruptly. His mind recalled the gloomy chamber, the gutted toads, the smoky mandrake root and peppermint, the horseradish and the mucus of flobberworm, the organs of bats and rats, the slimy slugs. His scalp tingled. They dragged their heavy feet back to the common room by evening. "I told you, Snape is not going to let us off easily," deduction of 10 points each for being late, and aren't we late because of him? Together it's close to 200 points. Ron's whale is about to catch up with the moaning Myrtle. They listlessly went to the most isolated seat in the common room. Harry and Hermione aren't in the best spirits either. What do you guys think, can we deduct points from the other houses? Ron asked out of the blue. Neither of the other two paid him any mind, and both Harry and Hermione are accustomed to Ron's daily unreliable suggestions that he would abandon on his own sooner or later. We can't do that, not to mention the fact that you have to write a whole bunch of reports. Hermione finally couldn't resist the urge to correct. If it's Malfoy's gang, Ron's eyes sparkled, then the light dimmed. Oh yeah, I forgot he's also a prefect. At that moment, Harry, who hadn't spoken, suddenly asked. That story, the one that Professor Hap picked the name for his new wand from, is called The Tale of the Three Brothers, right? Well, is it famous? Just like thunder, man, I grew up listening to it. Ron said without thinking, it's a short story from the tales of Beetle the Bard. Wait, I think I've seen that name somewhere, Beetle the Bard, Harry said slowly, looking subconsciously at Hermione. Usually around this point, Hermione will always be able to give the exact answer. But this time Hermione also showed a pondering expression. Have you really seen it, Harry? She asked. Harry returned a look of obvious confusion. Next to her, Ron stifled a laugh and said, that's a rare thing. Even Miss Know-It-All can't find an answer one day. Hermione glared at him. If you know, say it quickly. But Ron enjoyed this process immensely, so he shook his head for a while. Think of something that both Harry and I know, well, something that is accessible and that you happen to miss. Hermione's eyes seemed to become as confused as Harry's. But Harry on the other hand had a clue, definitely not something related to study, because Hermione would not leave any corner of the textbook or reference book, she just had that ability. Then it could only be something he and Ron had seen while killing time. I remember, Harry's eyes lit up and Hermione immediately stared at his face. He said in an affirmative tone, it's the strange case of Mick the Little Wizard, it's mentioned there, but I can't remember exactly where it is. But I've read a few volumes too. Hermione slowly came back to her senses as she and Harry looked together at Ron, who still wanted to play hard to get, but being stared at by both of them at the same time, he immediately threw up his hands in surrender. Well, it is in the last book, the young wizard Mick's friend is in danger, and in the moment of crisis he used his magic, and thus exposed his wizard identity. Mick is sad because while he received his Hogwarts notice, he also has lost a group of friends. But on the day Mick leaving, his friends returned, without caring if he is a wizard or not, and sincerely wished him well. After that Mick told his friends the story The Wizard and the Hopping Pot. Ron finally nailed it down, that's where the name The Tales of Beetle the Bard is mentioned, just once. That's very helpful. Harry complimented. Ron grinned. Hermione still mulled over what he had said earlier, what is The Wizard and the Hopping Pot, is about. This put Ron in a difficult spot, he thought about it and stammered, probably about, well, a kind old wizard died, he was very kind to Muggles when he was alive, always helping people as much as possible, the neighbors all loved the old man. But his son wasn't like him, so the old wizard left an enchanted pot before he died, the old man must have been an alchemist, ahem, I'll go on, and after the old man died, his son refused to help the poor neighbors anymore, in short, he was quite stone-hearted, and then the pot began to torment the old man's son, making him lose his sleep appetite, thus the son decided to comply with his father's wishes and continue to do what he could to help his neighbors. Ron said everything under one breath, so he panted a bit, and after taking 2 deep breaths, he finally concluded, I guess the story is trying to convey that wizards can live in peace with Muggles and help each other, that was what my mom said. He lastly added. Hermione stared at him. Don't look at me, I was only a few years old then, so it is impressive that I can remember a bit. Ron said. But Hermione questioned, biting her lip, as she remained puzzled, I failed to see any sense of peace and harmony in it. I mean, the old wizard must have figured out his son's nature, so he forced his son to do the good deed, under the compulsion of that pot. Ron shrugged, I dunno. At that moment, a voice suddenly interjected, don't give him a hard time, he was drooling over his teddy bear back then. Fred and George came over gleefully, sold 7 extendable ears. The very first day of school. You guys still short of money? Harry asked. That's not true, Fred said with a big grin as he sat down next to him, but we need some testers who can give feedback about our product. Like you did with the quick thinking candy. Hermione asked sternly. What? Fred questioned in surprise. I saw it all. You guys posted the announcement about recruiting testers on the bulletin board, and if I hadn't noticed it when I went to post the list of assessment spells - her mouth pursed up, her expression resembling Professor McGonagall's. Fred and George looked at each other. It won't be long before you will change your mind, Hermione. George said dismissively, you'll definitely use it, this is your O.W.Ls year, and every year there are a few breakdowns, no one will be okay, the better their grades the easier they will suffer, remember, Shelton carried an onion-flavored amulet at that time? Of course, I remember, Fred said with a straight face, after all, we sold it to her, but unfortunately, the concentrated solution of the elixir to induce euphoria does not seem to coexist well with onions. He stood up and tilted his head towards George, come on, let's go find Lee, there might be something on his end - At the sight of Hermione looking at him with exasperation, so he shut his mouth alertly and fluidly changed the subject, oh, by the way, about your previous question, George, and I also asked at that time, Dad said that there are always good and bad wizards, that's why people like him exist. You mean? Hermione asked hesitantly. At that time Dad was making laws to protect Muggles. George said briefly and concisely. While Hermione pondered, as the two left together. Harry is now feeling conflicted. On one hand, Mr. Weasley's practice of protecting Muggles through laws is as admirable as the old wizard in the fairy tale who restricted his son with a pot, but when these words came out of Fred and George's mouths, it always felt slightly odd, especially with their sneaky backs. As he lay on his four-poster bed, he tossed all those messy thoughts aside. The possibility of listening to Sirius class tomorrow filled his heart with anticipation. Chapter 524. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom the next afternoon, Sirius has shown up early, and he looked completely different from before, wearing a fine, slim-fitting dark suit with a similarly dark vest and a loose collar. His face sported a carefree expression that matched his curly black hair as if he had stepped out of a painting. Harry. He came over to them and asked with a worried look on his face, I heard you guys got a lot of points deducted. Did Snape do that? Harry abruptly felt a sense of temporal dislocation. The image of Sirius seemed to overlap with the time when he had been the best man at his parents' wedding more than 10 years ago. At best, he looked more mature now. It's nothing really. Harry muttered, not wanting Sirius and Snape to clash. Okay then, let's talk about it later. Sirius hesitated, you guys stay after class, there's something I think you should know, it involves Hagrid. He's back? Harry asked in surprise. Sirius interrupted him, he doesn't want other people to notice this for a while, as he still can't show up. We are going over to visit him tonight with Felix. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other and didn't press the issue any further. They took their seats, and in the back, Lavender Brown whispered in Parvati's ear, don't you think the new professor is more handsome than the previous Lockhart? Then they both chattered and debated. Harry hurriedly moved to the inside seat, afraid of being infected by the stupidity emanating from the two. Hermione looked at Sirius and asked with expectation, do you guys think Hagrid'll be back to class next week? I don't know, I hope so. Harry said, judging by Sirius' tone, Hagrid should be back, but why he didn't show up? The bell rang and all the students gazed at Sirius in silence, their eyes carried a deep measuring look, a treatment every new professor got, only this time it is particularly distinct because the new professor's resume is so daunting, not because he had worked as Minister of Magic's advisor, but because this man had escaped from Azkaban with the title of the first Death Eater under the you-know-who, and this fearful reputation had scared them for 6 months before. Everyone became very curious about how he escaped from prison and approached the school at that time, and many students here had spread rumors about the new professor. Well, students, as per the usual tradition, I need to introduce myself first. But I doubt that there is someone here who doesn't know my name. After all, my wanted notice has been posted in Hogsmeade for most of the year, with a surprisingly large one in the window of the Honeydukes, Sirius said gleefully, although I don't look quite the same as I did then, my name hasn't changed. Sirius Black, you can call me Professor or Professor Black, and of course, it's okay to call me by my first name directly when we get acquainted. The students exchanged glances with each other, this new professor seemed to be very talkative. Any questions? If not, we'll start the class. But, Hermione raised her hand, Professor Black. Sirius smiled at her. We don't have any textbooks yet. She said. The students nodded, and Harry's heart raced in fear that his godfather would say, "I forgot." But on second thought, Harry thought it is unlikely. "You mean textbook? We won't use that stuff. What I'm going to teach you is not something you can remember with your head," Sirius said. "Now take your wands and follow me." Before the others could react, he had already disappeared from the classroom. After a few seconds, he peeked inside with confusion. "What are you waiting for? Haven't I made myself very clear?" Everyone snapped back, exchanging excited glances with each other. Hermione, however, was greatly shocked. She remained frozen in place as the other students got up from their seats and headed toward the door. "A good start, isn't it?" Ron said, while holding his unicorn wand in his hand. "I have a lot of confidence in him all of a sudden." They walked down the stairs in a sparse line, then walked through the entrance hall and out of the castle, stopping in a clearing on the edge of the Black Lake. Perhaps because of the rain yesterday, the weather today is exceptionally sunny, warm, and comfortable. The sun is shining, the breeze is gentle, the lake is rippling with golden waves, and a thought pops up in many people's minds: if only today is a weekend. When did 2 more walls appear here? "It's so ugly," Draco Malfoy asked with a frown. "Not far from them on the grass, there are 2 stone walls erected, about 20 feet long, nearly 1 person high, spaced 60 or 70 feet apart from each other." Sirius pretended like he didn't hear it. "It was built by him in the Dark Knight, so even if it is a little crooked, it is justifiable, no?" Silence, students. Defense against the Dark Arts class has one ever-present goal, and that is to teach you how to protect yourself when you are in danger. So, I have been asking myself one question for a while, and that is how to teach you to protect yourselves in times of war. Can anyone answer this question? Without surprise, Hermione was the first to raise her hand. Hermione-Sirius suddenly coughed repeatedly. "Well, I mean, Miss Granger, please answer." According to the booklet distributed by the Ministry of Magic, in the event of danger, the only thing minor wizards should do to protect themselves from danger is to quickly reunite with their families and use apparition to escape, so all must master and adapt to the side-along apparition. Very good, perfectly correct. Can everyone keep this in mind? Sirius looked at the students. Only a few of them nodded their heads. Sirius furrowed his brow. "I mean, there is nothing difficult in this. Do you need her to repeat it again?" This time basically everyone shook their heads. "Great, then this part is considered finished," Sirius said with satisfaction. Everyone looked a bit confused. "What do you mean by finished?" Sirius cleared his throat. "Protecting yourself is very simple. Don't run around aimlessly, don't create unnecessary troubles, then learn the skill side-along apparition, and that's pretty much everything. I forgot to apply for permission with the headmaster to teach you side-along apparition today." In the end, his tone became low and solemn, then he just stood there quietly, to attract everyone's attention. "It is certainly best if you can escape, there is no need to risk your lives, but if you cannot escape, or have a reason why you must stay, then you are left with only one choice, and that is to pick up your wand and bravely fight, no matter who the enemy is," he said in a deep voice. This is the moment where one can see the subtle influence of the traits that are advocated by different houses on their students. Although it would not be obvious when singled out, the difference could still be seen when they're grouped together. Most of the Gryffindors and some Slytherin students are moved by the tenacious fighting spirit in Sirius' words and start to think about the circumstances in which they must choose to fight, but there are still many Slytherin students shook their heads faintly, expressing their disapproval. There is actually no difference between the two, being calm and being indifferent, being brave and being reckless, as a line between the two is so thin it can be easily overstepped. "All right." Sirius clapped his hands and said to the students, "Next is grouping. Slytherin House students stand over here, Gryffindor House students go over there." He opened his hands wide as if he is holding 2 small flags that indicate the direction. The students followed the instructions and walked to their designated positions. Draco Malfoy passed Harry in stride and turned back with a provocative look. "It looks like there's going to be a duel later. I will show you what I've learned over the summer," he whispered. "You can challenge me." Harry had long been accustomed to hearing such words, so answered very smoothly, "But I want to fight against a Death Eater, so if you know one, you need to introduce them to me, okay?" Draco's smug expression froze as he remembered his Aunt Bella, who had lived briefly in his house. "Hurry up! You two!" Sirius urged them from the side, and the two went to stand in their respective houses. Not knowing if that is a coincidence or not, Harry found himself standing right in front of one of the stone walls, and so did the opposite group next to the wall by their side. Sirius stood between them and pulled a whistle out of his pocket. What you're going to do is fight like you're on a real battlefield. It is okay to interpret it as a chaotic battle, where you need to take down the opposite house with your house. I want to see your true level, so follow my instructions. When the whistle sounds, you can start. I will give a reminder in advance. Remember, only stunning spell and shield charm are allowed. There should be no one here who doesn't know how to cast them, right? The two groups froze for a few seconds. A scuffle? That's not fair. Draco shouted, there are fewer people on our side. Then how about I transfer you to the other group? Sirius asked in a threatening tone as he bared his fangs. At least from Draco's point of view. I'm not going. Draco said with a scowl, asking a Slytherin to join a group full of Gryffindors? He had only ever experienced that feeling at the Magic Rune Club, and it wasn't a fight. Then behave, Sirius said impatiently, turning to everyone and saying in a loud voice, do you think the battle will only take place when you want? Think everything will go according to your wishes on the battlefield? I hope you'll still have the strength to complain later. I have prepared a lot of fun games. Harry clenched his wand tightly in his hand. He did not expect the practical lesson is a scuffle, and the Slytherin students opposite were also confused. But gradually, some students' expressions become vibrant, their hearts quickly burst with crazy emotions, then they flashed a dangerous smile toward their opponents. Harry's heart tightened as he took small steps toward Ron's direction while whispering to Hermione, come closer, let's get together. What? Oh! Hermione hadn't recovered from her shock. With obvious confusion, how could Sirius do this? He's bound to get tons of complaints. He's acting even more out of line than Hagrid and Professor Moody did before Dash. Let's talk about that later. Harry interrupted her. On the opposite side, most of the students remained blankly where they stood, so Sirius had started to count down to increase their pressure. 3, 2, 1, shoot. The loud whistle echoed in this field, and the red light of the stunning spell streaked across the field. Hermione and Ron released the shield charm at the same time, to protect themselves, while Harry's wand poked out from the gap of the charm, and twitched quickly, as two people from the opposite side instantly collapsed. After a round of exchanges, nearly one-third of Gryffindor and Slytherin respectively fell, and everyone stopped, not knowing what to do next. Continue. Until one side falls completely. Sirius, who had retreated further away, shouted at them. Draco Malfoy is the first to respond, standing behind a crooked stone wall and ordering the rest of the group, over here. There are few of us, so let's use the environment. A spell hit the wall near him, and it is from Ron, who regretfully retracted his wand, missed. That spell acted like a fuse, and after that, every student ran towards the back of the stone wall on their side. From Sirius' point of view, one would see that the students of the two houses are standing behind a stone wall and cautiously looking ahead of it. There are already a dozen students lying on the ground. Behind the stone wall, Harry licked his lips. He didn't feel the pressure. Knocking down two people with a silent stunning spell seemed like a breeze, especially since he had the protection of Ron and Hermione's shield charm. He felt he had been too cautious before. Never mind those people on the ground, they're already corpses. Sirius shouted from afar. At his urging, the two groups of students chanted spells at each other from across the stone wall. After the initial awe and discomfort, everyone became immersed in this tense, exciting and unusual game of dueling, and they gradually gave up defending and just shot at each other with stunning spells, and after a few minutes, half of their companions collapsed on both sides respectively, and only single digits remained on the Slytherin side, which made Sirius shake his head for a while. Now the situation on the field has become a total mess. The huge disadvantage in numbers made the Slytherin students sober up, and they finally stopped appearing and hid behind the solid stone wall, only occasionally glancing from the edge of the defensive wall or from above, and if any students in the Gryffindor group stood still with a big grin, they would be hit by a chaotic spell in the next second. The situation was at a standstill. Sirius raised his wand from afar and took the unlucky ones who had been hit by the stunning spell off the battlefield and woke them up with a reviving spell, and most of them looked shocked when they came to their senses and had no recollection of how they had been hit. Look carefully, and write a paper about it when you get back. Sirius said to them. They're hiding there without coming out. What should we do, Harry? Neville shouted as he leaned against the wall. When he had just poked his head out he almost got hit by the spell. Harry looked back at the rest of the group. There are 16 left. Hermione said. Harry gritted his teeth. Would you all like to act in one group? That's for sure. We will listen to you, Harry. It's too good to be true, we're about to beat Slytherin. Seamus said excitedly. Okay, Harry decided to lead them. Me, Ron, Hermione, he hesitated, and Neville, will go ahead and defend with the shield charm, while Seamus and Dean stand behind us and cast the stunning spell. It took them half a minute to adjust and barely build a formation to step out of the stone wall. On the opposite side, Draco frowned, feeling that something is not right. There is no movement outside for a while. What is going on? He estimated there would be at least a dozen more on the other side, while on their side, he grimaced, there are only 6 remains. It is a losing battle no matter how you think about it. Damn Sirius Black, Dad's words are right, he's the biggest traitor of the pure-blood faction. He glanced at his followers beside him. Goyle had fallen, leaving only Crabbe with him. Crabbe, you go outside and take a look. Crabbe filled with reluctance, the muscles in his body could not stop so many wands, but he still poked his head out of the wall, and the next moment his eyes suddenly widened. What's wrong? What happened? Tell us. The few remaining people asked in a chaotic frenzy. As Crabbe spoke halfway through, he got hit by a stunning spell and fell to the grass with a thud, and Draco's eyes popped out. It was not because Crabbe had been hit by the spell, but because he heard the sound of footsteps moving in unison, very close to here. Hey, Malfoy! A teasing voice said, and Draco looked up as Harry grinned broadly from behind a shield charm, and from behind him, 2 wands flashed red as the spell and darkness struck him simultaneously. The dozen or so remaining Gryffindor students let out a deafening cheer. We won. Sirius approached the 6 students and chanted the reviving spell on them. At the end of the first game, no one used other spells, which is good to know, because in other grades someone took advantage of the chaos to use the hexes, and I punished them with copying sentences that I learned from the Muggle school. Anyway, Slytherin lost, Gryffindor wins. Gryffindor's students are still joyful, shouting one after another, we won. Victory! The Slytherin was defeated. Also, one more thing, half of your comrades died, Sirius said expressionlessly, and they immediately stopped laughing. Next, the second game, this time you are only allowed to use the Jelly Legs curse, not even the shield charm can be used, you cannot defend, treat the curse as a killing curse, you should know its characteristics, difficult to defend it, you will die if you are hit. Many Slytherin students cast hateful glances at him, they think they have to suffer another humiliation, even Harry's heart jumped from all those looks, but Sirius did not seem to mind it. I'll stand over here, I want to regroup. Soon, Sirius divided the group of red and green students like a fabric cut in two by a pair of sharp scissors, and the 2 houses got mixed up. They stood together, yet with clear distance. Everyone's face remained blank. Harry saw the face of Malfoy, who had just been knocked unconscious, while Ron and Hermione separated to the opposite side. About the same number this time, what do you think? Sirius asked. He then retreated to a distance again. You have 2 minutes to think about tactics, after that the game will begin immediately, the rules are clear to you, and whichever side loses this time can no longer make excuses. Of course, you can use this time to goof off. Harry looked at his new group, no one said anything for a while. Half of the Gryffindors and half of the Slytherins looked at each other with strange eyes. They were not long before waving their wands at each other, cheering for the other side to fall, but now they are forced to stand together, apparently, everyone somewhat caught off guard. They don't know where Sirius learned this from. They couldn't help but complain. Why is it so much like the Magic Rune Club? Neville muttered. Realization dawned on Harry, and he looked at Draco, with a similar emotion he had felt the first time he saw him in Madame Malkin's robes store. How could someone be so annoying? Harry thought to himself, but he fought back his discomfort and said, as per the club's rule. Draco looked at Harry with a measuring gaze, and they looked at each other with disgust. Just as Harry was feeling impatient, Draco's pale face sneered as he said, sure. Hey Potter, you have to watch out for the spell that will come from the side. A girl next to him whispered. Shut up, pansy. Draco said coldly. 2 minutes passed quickly and Sirius blew his whistle again. The battle has begun. What are you waiting for? He growled and shouted, and everyone subconsciously waved their wands and recited the Jelly Legs curse. Chapter 525. Felix stood at the entrance of the castle. The sky is about to completely darken. From this angle down, you can see the lights in Hagrid's hut is lit up. At that moment, the sound of footsteps and talking came from behind him. I should have guessed, Neville said his parents came back a week ago and took him to Diagon Alley to buy textbooks. I mean, since they went to the same place as Hagrid, it doesn't make sense that Hagrid would be that much slower. Harry said. Because they were on different missions. Sirius explained as they reached the castle's entrance. The Longbottoms fought off the Death Eaters who had arrived as backup and barely got their revenge, and they came back when it was over, and Hagrid. Hi Felix. He greeted. Felix nodded towards Sirius, not really surprised by the arrival of the Golden Trio. Based on your relationship with Hagrid, it's good to meet up, otherwise, you might have to wait a few months to see him again. What happened to Hagrid? Harry asked anxiously. He'll be staying in the Forbidden Forest for most of the next few days. Today is an exception. He has to take care of his injuries. Felix replied briefly, let's go and get back early. The five made their way down the marble steps, Harry's mind crammed with doubts, when Ron poked him in the ribs, look over there. Harry followed his gaze, and the dim light of Hagrid's hut cheered him up. They crossed the spacious field to Hagrid's hut. Before they could get close, Fang's bark rang out. Sirius stood at the door and shouted, Hagrid, we're here. A messy rattle came from inside the hut, and after a while, the door opened, and Hagrid came out from inside. His appearance startled everyone. His face smeared with dirt, his head turned into a strange shape, like a pumpkin that had been beaten and smashed, his left eye swelled and became a slit, the corner of the eye is still bleeding, a flat line going under his eye, if not for his nose also bleeding, probably no one can find the correct location of the nose, exposed skin, hand and face are blue and purple, bruised and battered. Fawebolo. Hagrid carefully closed the door, with his other hand so awkwardly that one would suspect he had broken his bones. Are you okay, Hagrid? Hermione asked softly. Hagrid struggled to open his eyes, and seemed to recognize Hermione's shape as he grinned, it's good to see you all, I had planned to show up sometime later, I can't spare much time now, plus I can't see anyone in this state. He pointed at his face and tried to smile, but it strained the wound on his face. I didn't quite believe it when Dumbledore told me. Felix looked Hagrid up and down, but it seems to be true. How was your trip with Madame Maxime to the Giants? Hagrid's face flushed with embarrassment as he waved his intact arm, not really a success. Olymp and I, let's just say we have achieved the minimum expectations, the Giants chose not to help both of us, and in fact, they had no time for us. They divided. Divided? Felix asked with some surprise. Incredible, isn't it? There aren't many of them left in total, and yet they still fight and kill each other. Hagrid led them deeper into the Forbidden Forest, telling his story along the way. At the beginning of the holidays, Olymp and I headed out to persuade the Giants. Is it Madame Maxime? Harry asked. Yes, she is a strong person, not afraid of difficulties, which is rare. You know she is an elegant, well-dressed lady. When Dumbledore told me she will also join me, I was a little worried. But I was proven wrong. Whether it is climbing rocks, or sleeping in the caves, she never once complained. Besides, she always comes up with all kinds of useful stuff. She said you lent it to her. Hagrid looked at Felix. If you are referring to the space capsule, indeed, that product is currently a disposable type. If you want to hold things, you must prepare in advance. Felix said. That's it, Hagrid said, stamping his foot on a dead branch. We got to the place quickly, without much accident in the middle, and after a few days of wandering around the mountain, we finally found the cave where the Giants live. You guys didn't use magic? Hermione asked. Oh, no. Hagrid muttered, it's okay to use it on the road, but not when you get near the giant tribe. Giants do not like magic, they hate wizards, for some deeper reason, and Dumbledore was worried that the you-know-who had also sent messengers, so we had to be very careful. Anyway, we made contact with the Giants, and according to the method provided by Dumbledore, we managed to deliver our greetings directly to the leader. This stage was rather exhausting, we had to be patient and dispel the Giants' vigilance, and that approach worked, and we stayed in the tribe for much longer and longer. Speaking of this, Hagrid suddenly smiled. That Gurg, the leader of the Giants, although lazy and greedy, but unexpectedly loved to listen to the stories. Olymp and I took the opportunity to say more good things about Dumbledore. Other Giants who know a few words of English also came to listen. The progress was encouraging. The Forbidden Forest became increasingly dim. Felix threw a milky white ball of light into the distance, which emitted a bright, soft white light, illuminating a large area of the forest. In the darkness, you can vaguely see the outline of different creatures. A pair of glowing eyes made people jump. This is what the Forbidden Forest really looks like at night. We met the leader 3 times, and on the 3rd visit there was an accident, as we saw the Death Eaters. Death Eaters? Ron exclaimed. An expected thing. There were 2 Death Eaters, a man and a woman, Hagrid said, and like us, they were treated as guests by the giants, and the leader of the giants foolishly introduced us to each other. Did you guys fight? Sirius asked keenly. Not at that time. Despite the mutual hatred between us, we still reached a tacit understanding and did not fight in front of the giants, but, Hagrid paused, out of the giant tribe, we fought privately. The opposite side was not our match, so they escaped. They disappeared for a few days. I thought the 2 Death Eaters gave up, but then we found out when we were dealing with other giants, they changed tactics and visited the giant leader while we were away, so we approached the giant leader and frankly told him that we wanted him to be on our side. Now that I think about it, we were more or less impatient. After all, we were not in a position to slowly negotiate. Later that afternoon Longbottoms arrived, and we had learned that the Death Eaters' side sent reinforcements. That night, the giant tribe was in chaos. The war cries were deafening, like a thunder. The 4 of us discussed for a while and then decided to go out and observe the situation sneakily, and if we found out that the giants were just having a bonfire, we would come back and sleep. He had a complicated expression on his face. On the Death Eaters' side a witch, named Bellatrix was there. I don't know how she managed to convince the number 2 man in the giant tribe to start a rebellion in a night and become the leader herself. Of course, we disagreed. So we also joined the battle. By dawn, a dozen giants died in the battle, most of them killed by each other, and 1 died by the hand of the Death Eater. The original leader of the giants had lost his arm, and his power was greatly reduced, so only 24 giants were willing to follow him, including his wife and children. The remaining 30 or so giants formed a new tribe, which is stronger and more brutal. The giants divided into 2 groups, and the original leader fled deep into the vast mountains, while the new leader chased after them. Unless they determine a victor, they won't care about anything else. We have arrived. Hagrid suddenly stopped in his tracks. The surrounding woods are dense, but there's a clearing beneath them that seemed out of place. The clearing is ringed with a chaotic patch of branches, and several pine trees have been uprooted. They heard a rumbling sound, and in the center of the clearing there is a huge, round thing, and the crowd moved a few steps closer with the help of the bright light from the illumination magic. Ron took 2 steps back. Is it living? What had been mistaken for a mound of dirt or rocks is breathing rhythmically. Harry felt like he would suffocate when the smooth grey thing suddenly moved and made a loud purring sound. He thought it is a rock, but now it didn't seem to be. It looked like a poggerbin that had been magnified a million times. My brother, oh, my half-brother. Hagrid said in a low and hoarse voice, I don't think I have told you guys, I am a half-blood giant. My mother left my father after she gave birth to me and found another giant, where she gave birth to Grop. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other uneasily. They had known about Hagrid being a half-blood giant for a long time. It was back at the 4th year ball when Harry and Ron overheard Hagrid and Madame Maxime talking, and in Ron's words, Hagrid is a complete idiot, who got overwhelmed by love, and the fact that he thought he was whispering, which turned out to be not much different from shouting into their ears. Hagrid, is he hurt? Felix asked. It is only then that they noticed that the rough rocky texture is actually a wound, and in the soft white light, they could see that it had scabbed over. Yes, alas, the first day I placed him in the Forbidden Forest, he made a lot of noise, and as a result, he attracted Fluffy, and they had a nasty fight, Hagrid explained. A few people present, Sirius, Harry, Ron, and Hermione's eyelids jumped hard, and Felix also somewhat became speechless. Fluffy is not a human, he is a giant 3-headed dog, a rather dangerous magical creature. I was forced to ask for Dumbledore's help, Hagrid said, wiping tears from his eyes. Dumbledore is a good man, he helped me find medicine for the injuries. I mean, a 3-headed dog's fangs are not easy to handle, and Fluffy took a deep bite. Oh my god! Hermione exclaimed in an unclear manner. Yeah, Hagrid thought Hermione was agreeing with him. Grop actually can heal on his own, but it's too slow, and I can't watch him all bloody. I planned to teach him some manners before I took him to meet people, and you guys are the first ones I thought of. This would be a good way to start. Hagrid, what are your plans for his future? Felix asked softly. I haven't thought about it. Actually, it would be good to keep him in the Forbidden Forest. There's no shortage of food here, and not many creatures here can harm him," Hagrid stammered. "I guess he could be my assistant." "Of course, only after his nature has changed for the better," he hastily added as the three young wizards present looked like they are going to pass out. Harry couldn't imagine the scene which Hagrid had described in a warm and fuzzy tone. He had thought that Hagrid, who is twice the normal height, would be considered a giant, and anyone who saw him for the first time would be shocked by Hagrid's huge size, such as the Dursleys. Only after a few more encounters would people will realize that Hagrid is quite a friendly person, but now, the thought of Hagrid patrolling the Forbidden Forest in the future, followed by a pure-blood giant much taller than him, made his scalp tingle. "Hagrid, how tall is it? How tall is he?" He couldn't resist asking. "About 16 feet, I think," Hagrid estimated. Oh my god," Hermione said incoherently. "So, I'll wake him up then, you guys get to know him. He's much better tempered than before and only punched me twice today, while I tried to convince him to stay here," Hagrid said expectantly, picking up a branch from the ground. No," Hermione jumped back, seemingly horrified. "Well, I mean, I don't understand, he's not happy to stay here." Hagrid paused and said with a somber expression, "Yeah, he's always wanted to go back, and I forcefully brought him here." "But why, did Madame Maxime agree too?" Hermione asked pointedly. She understood my situation from the beginning," Hagrid said uneasily. "You guys didn't see how Grop was bullied. If we left him there, he would be killed by the other giants. He is too short." "Short?" Hermione cried out. "Short? Within the group of giants, yet," Hagrid said. "When Grop went berserk, Olymp helped me to subdue him, but it didn't take long for her to get a little bored, and I have to admit, Grop's not that bright in the head, grumpy, and not easy to get along with. After she helped me to transport Grop across the strait, she hurriedly said goodbye and left." "But things are getting better," Hagrid tried to bolster their confidence, waving a long branch in his hand in front of him. "We've been back for 3 days now, and he hasn't lost his temper as much as he did before, which I consider a positive sign that he's about to get used to the life here. I will try more intimate contact, like giving him a hug or something. You know, let him feel that someone values him and likes him, so he won't always think about going back." Hagrid poked the sleeping giant hard with a branch, and the giant growled, his massive body stretching out, a broad palm the size of a sunshade propped up on the ground, and the thing above the arm that looked suspiciously like a head moved, as he woke up. Felix raised his head and looked at the huddled giant rising from the ground. Legend had it that giants could fight a dragon on even ground, so he is rather curious about such a creature. Grop has greyish-white skin, a surprisingly huge face, and features that look like they have been cleaved out of a round stone. The only thing that Felix could associate remotely similar to this face is the face of the Mad-Eye Moody. Grop rubbed his eyes vigorously and then, without warning, stood up with astonishing agility. The crowd could now see more clearly, and they gaped at his short, stubby nose, crooked mouth, yellowed teeth, and cloudy brown-green eyes for a moment, in shock. Before Harry had thought that Classroom 7 is simply omnipotent, but now he finally knew that something is missing. There are no giants there. The history of magic textbooks describe giants as a totally inhuman beings, but Harry had always thought that these descriptions are a bit exaggerated, because he is surrounded by more realistic examples. Hagrid is a half-giant, but he just looks like an oversized human, but this thing in front of him, this pure-blood giant, is, as the books said, resembled a deformed humanoid monstrosity. Felix's eyes settled on the giant's ankles, where a rope tethered around it, with the other end tied to a thick tree in the distance. Harry, Ron, and Hermione kept backing away, not feeling much reassurance from the wand they are holding. The thing in front of them, well, it is Hagrid's half-brother. Grop seems to be able to crush them with one finger. Ho! Grop let out a deafening roar and yanked the other end of the rope around with a rattle, as dead silence fell over the Forbidden Forest except for the giant before them. Chapter 526. Grop let out a deafening roar that made Felix's ears buzz. He took 2 steps back, shaking his head for a moment. That was too loud. Hagrid stepped forward and tried to calm him down, but Grop seemed to have gone berserk, flailing his arms around and stumbling on his feet as he tried to free himself from the rope around his ankles, but it seemed awfully sturdy that he failed to break free even after a hard struggle, so he took his bad temper on Hagrid. "Oh my god!" Hermione exclaimed. Grop's fist landed solidly on Hagrid's face and Hagrid, who was unprepared, fell to the ground on his back. Grop wanted to keep attacking. "Hey! Big guy! Sirius shouted at him as a flash of red light bounced off Grop's rough skin. Grop yelled and lunged at them, bang! Then tripped over the rope and fell, and then the earth seemed to shake as a bird's nest in a towering pine tree scattered as Sirius gulped. Sirius leaned closer and said, "Felix, if you don't restrain him, I'll be forced to use a powerful spell. The ropes are sturdy," Felix said, suspecting it might have been enchanted by Dumbledore. "Don't dash," Hagrid said as he rolled over and sat up, covering his nose as blood snaked down his fingers. He slurred, "Little Grop, listen, they mean no harm." Felix's eyes glowed bright silver and then the air around them shook violently, like a vapor on a boiling cauldron. Harry had felt something similar before. During the second task of the Tournament of Champions, he had witnessed a large part of the Black Lake shake violently, causing the surrounding scene to become disoriented. Just like now. But the change came and went quickly, as the folds in the atmosphere smoothed out, and he looked over at Professor Hap, as the wand in his hand subconsciously relaxed. The silver light in the professor's eyes hadn't gone out, and the fine runes, like a ring of Saturn, swirled around his light blue pupils, which suggested that he had indeed done something. Harry looked eagerly towards the clearing again, his eyes narrowed as he felt that everything around him looked out of place. It is as if the position had shifted. Grop rose from the ground agilely, moving much faster than he looked, and with incredible strength, he grabbed an uprooted pine tree in his hand and swung it around. The leaves rattled as he twirled it around like a small stick. He soon found his target. The Hagrid had somehow managed to get to his feet, seemingly intact, and he lunged forward with his arms wide open, wrapping them around Grop's waist and pushing him back as hard as he could. The little sanity he had left also disappeared, and his powerful arm rose high in the air, and bang! The eyelids of those present jumped as Grop hit the ground. The trunk of the tree struck Hagrid's head solidly, splattering the dirt like a bomb, but Grop ignored everything and roared under his breath. He swung his hand around and smashed the surrounding ground, causing it to sink another few inches. "Professor!" Hagrid's dash. Harry tried to rush up to him, his wand flashed with an intense glow as he ran forward, not thinking about the irrationality of the situation. "I'm here," a voice said, and Harry stared at Hagrid, who had suddenly appeared out of thin air, and looking speechless in shock. The air rippled like water waves and the shadow of Grop in the distance twisted strangely, which made him look even hideous. Hagrid covered his nose with an extremely weird expression, especially the corner of his injured mouth twitched at the sight of his other self being beaten violently. Sirius narrowed his eyes and looked closer. "Is this an illusion?" "No, not just an illusion, the environment is also changed, but if you look closely you can still spot the flaw, the airflow, the sense of touch." He spit his saliva on his hand and flung his wrist, "but it's perfect to use against an opponent who has lost his mind." "Cool," Ron said with a look of awe. Harry agreed deeply. Hermione asked suspiciously, "It doesn't seem like a mere illusion." The fake Hagrid had taken quite a few of Grop's punches and even the trunk of the tree had broken in two just from smashing Hagrid and the surrounding circle of the ground, but the Hagrid remained unharmed and kept blocking Grop's path again and again. A normal illusion couldn't do that. "Professor. You're right." Felix nodded. He showed them the real scene, and instead of Hagrid, Grop's opponent is a silver, bloated shadow, the Patroness. Harry gasped. He had practiced this magic over the holidays and had made quite a bit of progress, but still, his Patroness never took on a physical form. "I combined the power of the thinking room to give it a brief moment of solidity," Felix explained. "He didn't use the thinking room to draw him in and blasted his conscience with magic. After all, Grop is a bit different from a dark wizard and might be counted as a potential friendly force." He thought with less certainty, but more importantly, he was eager to try out his newly acquired abilities. More than once he had dragged something from the thinking room to reality. From small models of buildings such as the Snowflake Gallery during the Quidditch World Cup, the Sword Castle in Diagon Alley, or the collection of books behind the door of the thinking room, or presenting nearly 1,000 years of development in the non-magical world in a few seconds during a speech at the Ministry of Magic, or when he used the thinking room and Patroness to assist him in positioning himself to use instant kill tactics more quickly during a private battle with Voldemort. But it was only when Felix held the wand that matched his bloodline, origin, and emotions so well in the Ollivander wand shop that he instinctively used memory magic, where the images constructed in his mind appeared in reality in a more relaxed and direct way, subsequently overriding scenes that actually existed in reality, which made him more interested in this magic. Valen was the first to be affected. During the few days after that, she frequently found herself lost, the office carpet of the Sword Castle in Diagon Alley was suddenly replaced by a complex maze of building blocks. It only took her a few days to go from being uncomfortable to being excited about building a Niffler castle out of the blocks. It had only been a matter of experimentation before, but today would be considered as the first battle in which the thinking room covered the real world. Felix waved his hand and the patroness faded away. For now, it is no match for the giant's strength. At best, it can bluff and act strong and powerful, but in reality, it is Grop himself who has been misguided to stand in the same place. In Grop's mind, the nosy dwarf had finally been knocked out by him, so he punched him some more, feeling frustrated that this man had brought him into an unfamiliar environment, and yesterday he had brought a white-bearded beanpole who had completely trapped him with a wave of his hand, and it was hard for his intelligence to find out why, but he was just angry and woke up just in time to find the culprit stabbing him with a small wooden stick. After venting, his pitifully little wisdom and sanity returned, and he paused in vague concern. The dwarf was nice too, finding him food and talking to him, looking up at him with wet eyes, a gaze that Grop did not dislike. And he could faintly sense that there seemed to be a bloodline connection between the two, a brother who is shorter than he. A nearby area of dense forest became very quiet, even the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves are missing. In Grop's eyes, Hagrid laid motionless on the ground, and he carefully picked up the branch that Hagrid had used to wake him up earlier and poked the non-existent Hagrid. Of course, Hagrid didn't move, so Grop became anxious and went forward to pick him up, but Hagrid disappeared like a mass of smoke. Grop. He sat on the ground for a while, unable to figure out anything. Grop judged with his limited wisdom that the dwarf had been killed by him. Ha-gee-gee-er. The giant growled under his breath. Hagrid danced around happily. He remembers me, remembers my name. Did you see that? I taught him that. He looked eagerly at Felix. Let me through. He said. Felix hesitated. Hagrid, he's not necessarily safe. It's all right, let me through. Hagrid said firmly. Chapter 527. Felix cancelled the magic and the air shook again, and Harry felt the whole world become alive. Although it had been real earlier too, and he couldn't spot the flaws that Sirius had spoken about earlier, he could still feel the difference more tangibly. The distant noises and howls of the unknown creatures, the whistling wind, the rustling of leaves, the faint sound of breath. Not even close. Felix thought silently. It is enough to deal with some magical creatures, but to fool a wizard, especially a keen one, it is nowhere near enough. But in any case, he had evolved the memory magic he had learned initially from Lady Rowena Ravenclaw and had finally stepped on the path that suited him best after a long process of evolution. Hagrid approached Grop, whose size paled in comparison to that of a real giant, still he stood about the same height as the sitting Grop, who could only be considered a short man among giants, as a normal giant would measure between 20 and 25 feet tall. Little Grop! Hagrid called. Ha-gee-gee-er. Grop looked at him with a considerably kinder look, at least he didn't come up swinging his fist. I thought he wanted to say the word hunger. Ron said. Sirius' hand rested on his shoulder as he shook it hard. Don't be a buzzkill, look, quite a touching scene, isn't it? Grop slowly reached out his big hand, a few onlookers sweated for Hagrid, but it stopped before it touched him. Grop's hideous face harbored some sort of worry, what if he knocked the little shorty out of existence again? Hagrid gleefully grabbed one of Grop's fingers and said dotingly in the same tone he used with magical creatures, It's all right, little Grop, you just need some coaching, you don't even know how much strength you have yourself, do you? Harry suddenly remembered the Dursleys. Is Grop going to turn into a big Dudley later from all this doting? He shivered coldly at the thought of the giant freeing himself from the ropes and running through the forbidden forest on his big sled board-like feet, with Hagrid following in chase. Grop gave a low growl, then slurred, Grop. Hagrid. Hagrid gushed with joy as he pulled Grop's finger and looked back at the crowd. Little Grop, these are my friends. This is Harry, Ron, Hermione. He stopped and looked at Hermione with an apologetic look. Would you mind if he called you Hermy? It's too hard for him to remember your name. And no, I won't mind it a bit. Hermione said snarkily. Sirius snickered, earning a blank stare, but soon he wasn't able to laugh anymore. This is Sirius, how about simplifying it to Siri? Hagrid said looking inquiringly at Sirius, who agreed with a grimace. So after a quick turnaround, everyone found themselves blessed with new names, except for Harry and Ron, whose names are inherently simple. In Hagrid's mouth, Felix became Phili, Hermione became Hermie, and Sirius became Siri. Hermie, do you hear me? Hermie Hagrid said to Grop, syllable by syllable, and then, those two slightly larger ones are Phili and Siri, you can tell the difference, can't you? The two referred to as Phili and Siri shrugged their shoulders. Harry and Ron both looked like they wanted to laugh as they listened to Hagrid repeat the wrong pronunciation over and over again. It seemed that he didn't need his help. Felix mentally thought that Dumbledore was too worried that Hagrid would be beaten to death by his cranky giant brother, but now at least there is a good start. After a long time, they headed back through the depths of the Forbidden Forest. I'm going to move nearby and stay with Grop for a while, I need to find him food, and keep him company. Hagrid said. If you guys are looking for me, you can just pass the message through the owls, don't come into the Forbidden Forest personally. He said to Harry, Ron and Hermione. Stop, Hagrid. Felix said, looking deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Everyone stopped. With the help of the soft white light hanging overhead, they could see past the branches and bushes, and Sirius sniffled and cautioned, something's coming. Then they heard the sound of a branch snapping and strange footsteps. A huge bowstring emerged from the green shadows and plucked away the leaves that blocked the way. It's me, Hagrid. A topless male said, his human upper body connected with the horse's body from the waist up, and finally, Firenze's full body stepped out of the shadows, his silver mane bathed in soft white light, and his hooves clattered. What brings you here? Hagrid asked warily. I heard disturbances. Firenze asked in a low voice, what's going on, Hagrid? Nothing to do with you, this isn't Centaur's territory. Hagrid replied stiffly. But I live in the Forbidden Forest. Firenze said, and the next second he turned abruptly, the bow in his hand pointed into the deep darkness, who's there? His hooves dug into the ground. The branches swayed and a horse with a shivered dragon-like face peeked out from the other side, its white glowing eyes timidly looking at them as if wondering why everyone had gathered so late. It stood at the edge where black shadow and white light intersected, and its leather-like black wings, obscured by the shrubs, could be faintly seen. So it's Thestral? Hagrid said with a sigh of relief. Ah, how could I forget you guys? Felix said softly, gazing at the magical creature. Hermione looked at him suspiciously. Fascinating creature, isn't it? Some people can't see it, others can, you can see it. Felix suddenly stared at her. Yes. Hermione whispered anxiously, in fact, the three of us she didn't continue, but the meaning of the words was clear enough. Harry and Ron both watched the Thestral with ogling eyes. Sirius glared, Harry, you didn't mention this. It's only been 2 days since school started, and I didn't get a chance to spend time alone with you. Harry muttered in a small voice. I couldn't see it before either, I mean the day school started, Ron said, but I figured something out in the last 2 days, it just dawned on me. Harry and Hermione looked at each other behind him as they too remembered the scene that had happened in the carriage at the start of the school year. The carriage creaked and rattled down the road on September 1st. You both can see it. Inside the carriage, Ron nearly choked on his saliva as he stared blankly at Harry and Hermione. You're not teaming up to trick me, right? The reason you can't see it can only mean one thing, your barren brain hasn't worked in the slightest throughout the summer. Hermione said pointedly at Ron. Any word on that? Harry asked. He knew about Thestral, but only a little. Seeing death, accepting it, and possibly some insight, it's hard to explain. Hermione said distractedly. What do you think about the death of Crouch Jr.? Harry understood Hermione somewhat. So he turned to Ron and asked him. What else can you think? He deserved it, Ron said, his eyebrows furrowed. You guys aren't feeling sorry for him, are you? Of course not, Harry instantly said, so do you ever worry about the future? Ever thought, your family or yourself might die in the war? His voice became softer as he spoke, it is something he had been thinking about recently, why did his parents instead of fleeing abroad had stayed behind to fight the Death Eaters? Ron looked uneasily to his left at Harry and to his right at Hermione. Isn't Dumbledore, and Professor Hap around, they'll sort it all out. Hermione gave Harry a meaningful look, and Harry knew its implication, see. He hasn't thought about it at all. Sirius patted Harry and Ron on the shoulder and muttered something under his breath that no one could hear. On the other side, Hagrid lowered his guard as he walked up to stroke Thestral's thin, bony body and gave it a few quick pats on the head at the end. Come on, there's nothing to see. No food either, that's my nosebleed. Firenze the centaur also backed away and disappeared, warning Hagrid before he left, the elders of the tribe are very upset, and if you continue to bring those dangerous creatures from all over the world After this interlude, Felix, Sirius, Harry, Ron, and Hermione parted from Hagrid in front of his hut and returned to the castle. The Golden Trio sat in the corner of the common room and were dazed for a good part of the night before they could barely digest the fact that Hagrid had hidden a giant in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid won't be able to hide it for long, the centaur has a strong sense of territory, and they will think that Grop is infringing their territory. Hermione said worriedly. Harry didn't say anything. Isn't that kind of obvious? He could only pray that all would go well regarding Hagrid's educational plans, or that Grop's mind isn't as retarded as he appears to be. Meanwhile, Felix returned to the ancient rune office and looked out across the bay window in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, death. The sound of his voice was faintly audible, and he wondered what the world looked like through Thestral's eyes. If he is fortunate enough, he will soon find out. Chapter 528. The next morning, Felix overslept on a rare occasion and missed the owl in the Great Hall. He randomly found a seat and sat down. In between sips of porridge, he looked thoughtfully at the students in the Great Hall. The number of newspaper subscriptions seemed to have increased. 2 seats away, a Ravenclaw student took her paper and quickly flipped through the headlines on the different pages, and let out a deep sigh of relief. Everything's peaceful. Her friend had grown accustomed to her behavior. Why don't we talk about the assessment spell? What's there to talk about? All you need to master in 4th and 5th years is Disarming Charm, Stunning Spell, and Shield Charm, which I learned a long time ago. The Ravenclaw girl said with a toss of her hair before scrutinizing her friend. Oh, I forgot, you're not interested in dueling and have never competed in one before. Her friend rolled her eyes and then sighed. I envy the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years, all they need to do is master the side-along apparition. Absolutely easy, isn't it? Don't be like that. Mum told me that quite a few accidents involving group apparition are caused by young wizards who become overly nervous. Small children who are not trained will subconsciously mobilize their magic to resist, resulting in apparition mishaps. Felix listened halfway through, then focused on his breakfast, staring at the oatmeal and imagining them being a collection of runes. No, to be precise, a pattern that would stably carry magic. A plan of digging a pitfall for Voldemort is progressing slowly. He had been able to change into some magical creatures, but that didn't mean that everything is fine. In fact, he had never thought of fighting Voldemort in his magical creature form. It would be too difficult, even if they are indeed magical in some ways, but just look at the belief Newt promoted, no magical creature could defeat a well-established wizard, because they're less intelligent. Only by transforming the magical talents of multiple magical creatures into runic magic and using them with a wizard's body would they be considered potent. But while the two are inextricably linked historically, that doesn't mean that magical creatures actually have a distinct rune, or runic circuit, inside them. What Felix had to do is create ancient magic by himself, just like the original group of ancient wizards did, and the volume of work involved in this process is quite high. The first step is transforming into a magical creature, then using the body of a magical creature to experience their magical talents, feel the mysteries of the magical creature's bloodline, and experience how his own magic flows and works. He must repeat this process over and over again to get a vague pattern, something that looks like a jumble of capillaries or a complexly intertwined devil's snare. This is what ancient wizards saw when they dissected magical creatures. After that, it is just a matter of trying and practicing to extract one rune after another. The biggest problem Felix faced was that he was not always able to find the right rune to match the magical structure of the magical creature, so he had to create his own rune, which would undoubtedly lead to 1,000 failures. But the good news is, he is on the right track, and he keeps getting better. That is all that matters. Despite the tediousness of the process, Felix enjoyed it, especially the significant views that developed during the process. For example, magical creatures derive their magical abilities from their own bloodline and unique physical structure, but what about wizards? Felix suspects that the soul plays quite an important role in the process. One piece of evidence is that only wizards can transform into ghosts, neither ordinary people nor magical creatures can. He was quite fascinated by these types of thoughts, and even as Felix stood on the podium, his mind wandered with all sorts of whimsical ideas. At his level, the theory and practical aspects of magic were becoming more and more outside the bounds of belief, and every step forward represented an overturning of the perception of magic in the eyes of ordinary wizards. This is true both in terms of the act of recreating magical creature talents using runes and bringing memory magic to reality by tailoring Lady Rowena Ravenclaw's memory magic. Take out the rune carving knife. I will reserve a few lessons for you to get used to your new tool, after which you will realize that it actually works better than a wand in some ways, especially if you intend to do some fine manipulation. Felix said calmly, today is a practical lesson, and I need you to write down the practical runes and runic circuits you have learned over the past 2 years on a chestnut board. The students moved and went to the podium in order to get their chestnut boards and returned to their seats to start practicing. A bit too easy, isn't it? Ron said cheerfully, we practiced it in the Magic Rune Club before. It is indeed easy for us, but Hermione cut the palm-sized chestnut boards into slips, each one just about the size of her index finger, as she smoothly wrote down a string of ancient runes, and looked up at the rest of the class with satisfaction. Bang! The chestnut slab in Seamus' hand suddenly exploded, and a cloud of smoke and fire spread out. Felix waved his hand and the smoke and flames disappeared at the same time. Keep your eyes open, Student Finnegan, you need to focus more on your board, instead of looking at me. He said as he looked up from a three-dimensional pattern made up of ancient runes. His gaze swept around the room and a number of students lowered their heads sheepishly. When are we going to be like the professor? Harry couldn't resist asking. The runes in the professor's hand looked like specks of fine gold dust, glistening in the sunlight. The professor told me not to be overly ambitious. Hermione said sadly. Obviously, she had asked a similar question. She then grinned widely, but the professor complimented me on my explorations and experiments on the runes. She gestured at the work she had just finished, and Harry and Ron glanced over from the side and smacked their lips in secret. Dense ancient runes were inscribed on the small slab of chestnut wood that belonged to Hermione. If you didn't look closely, it looked like it had been scribbled on with ink. Hermione, it's not going to blow up, right? Harry asked with trepidation, recognizing what this thing really is, dozens of blast circuits that subtly crammed together in a palm-sized area, which linked together crookedly with a golden line that shone with a pulsing light. Don't worry, I've combined the blast circuits with the stability circuits. You have to use a specific frequency of magic to trigger it, and that frequency is something only I know. Hermione smirked as she tucked the chestnut slab into her little beaded pouch while Harry and Ron gulped. Hermione seemed to be getting scarier and scarier, especially over the summer when the professor came over every now and then and Hermione asked questions during their conversations, which led to her research rapidly reaching a level that they didn't understand at all. For example, the term specific frequency of magic. At one point the professor said to her, I've thought about creating different levels of awards for individuals or groups who have made outstanding contributions to the field of ancient runes, but the conditions are not ripe yet. If I ever created it, would you like to contribute your name? The Hermione Granger Award. Harry believed that the professor's tone sounded serious with no hint of a joke. For the next few moments, he began to imitate Hermione, writing the runic circuits in a smaller and smaller sizes, and when he looked up during the break, the mass of runic symbols in the professor's hand had shaped into a vividly realistic akami. At the weekend Felix held the first Magic Rune Club assembly of the school year, and the members of the club beamed with joy, exchanging recent incidences with each other. Professor Sprout promised to write me a letter of recommendation, but I haven't figured out where to go yet. I mean, Dad wants me to get into the Ministry of Magic, but, Cedric said, with a gentle smile on his face. Mum sent me a new dress and a book. Neville said, I thought I had left something behind again, but I didn't, it was just a simple gift. In the corner, Harry whispered to Ron and Hermione in a sullen tone, Pumpkin Pie invited us to tea because his brother had learned 10 new words. Pumpkin Pie is the new code name they have given to Hagrid because Hagrid doesn't want anyone else to know that he has returned, as it would make his absence from class conspicuous. If Grop's presence were to be exposed, things could get very messy. I don't want to put Dumbledore in a difficult position, Hagrid wrote in his replay. If parents became aware of the presence of an uncontrolled giant in the Forbidden Forest they would make an unnecessary alarm. I think it is not appropriate for young Grop to appear in public until he learns the necessary manners. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all agreed on this point, except for a slight disagreement on the term unnecessary alarm. I don't want to go. Ron said in a hushed voice, greatly repulsed by the invitation. I'm not trying to shirk it, but we have a lot to do. We have Quidditch practice this afternoon, and Angelina was very upset about our absence yesterday, and I don't want my name to be brushed off by her. In case she decided that Hooper's nagging and bossing isn't that unbearable. Ron's concerns weren't unfounded. At Friday's Quidditch tryouts, Ron had only come in third. He was able to claim the keeper's spot because Angelina felt that both Vicky Frobisher and Jeffrey Hooper ahead of him had obvious flaws. The former valued the Charms Club more, and the latter grumbled at the drop of a hat, complained about petty things, and tried to get Angelina to follow his plan. Weighing up the options, Angelina ended up picking Ron to take Wood's place as keeper. They ended up skipping their first official training session yesterday because they had to go to the potions class office for detention, which was awful, as Snape gave Harry, Ron, and Hermione a large bucket full of potion ingredients for each to handle, which would be used for all 7 grades, and Harry still smelled the lingering smell of mandrake mixed with rat innards under his fingernails. Not to mention all the assignments. Now I wish he'd come back to his real job. Professor Grubbly Plank leaves us a ton of assignments, why would I need to sketch 10 bowtruckles? It's not like I'm planning to become a painter. Ron said with vehemence. It's O.W.L's year and the bowtruckles are the focus of the exam every other year. Hermione pointed out the unpleasant truth. Harry and Ron stared at her. Ugh, but of course, I hope he will come back too. Hermione shrugged. Hey, Luna. She turned to look at Luna. How was your holiday? Very good, Dad managed to secure a deal. Luna said gleefully, as she invited Hermione enthusiastically, I'm going to see Firenze this afternoon, do you want to come? Oh, okay. She looked left and right, but since Harry and Ron had to go to training, and she really couldn't find an excuse, she ended up agreeing pitifully. Students. Felix smiled as he settled back comfortably on his armchair, welcome back, and before the assembly begins, let me make an announcement. The Future World Company and the Ancient Rune Society have collaborated to create a monthly magazine called The New Solutions to the Rune, and for the time being, the magazine The Quibblerus will handle this venture. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immediately looked at Luna. And for the temporary period, I personally will act as editor-in-chief, so if you are planning to submit a manuscript in the near future, you can forward it directly to Miss Granger, who will organize it and give it to me. On a side note, the manuscript fee is very public-friendly. The call for submissions is here. Felix waved his wand and a pile of flyers flew up from the table and landed in each person's hand with precision. Elder Wand. Hermione muttered as she stared at his wand. What did you say? Harry became very sensitive to this word, after all, this was the reason they were in detention. I've recently found the book The Tales of Beetle the Bard to read through. Hermione said briefly, I'll talk about it later. Professor Happ's eyes looked over, so she closed her mouth and sat upright. On the side, Luna looked at her, with burning eyes. The Deathly Hallows. Harry's mouth dropped open in surprise, they had only just emerged out of the Magic Rune Club when Luna caught up with them. That's right. Luna affirmed, the Elder Wand, the resurrection stone that brings the dead back to life, and the cloak of invisibility that allows you to hide from the death. Together these 3 items represent the Deathly Hallows, the possessor of which will become the master of the death. Nonsense, Hermione raised an eyebrow, that's just a fairy tale, something like the Crumplehorn Snorkax, it doesn't exist in reality. But they do exist, and countless wizards obsess over them. Luna said calmly, Dad tried to convince Florian to join him in his search for the Deathly Hallows when they were young, but he refused, pretending that his ancestors had never owned the Elder Wand. Who's Florian? The name sounds a bit familiar. Ron asked. He's the owner of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Luna said. No way that's true. Hermione said firmly, I'll write to him and ask him for clarification. Harry, however, drifted back to the time when he had sat under the brightly colored sunshade outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor to do his assignment. He had previously been so focused on the free supply of ice cream that he had never realized that the shop's owner knew everything about his history of magic assignment. Although Harry didn't know the exact age of the ice cream parlor owner, he guessed he had graduated at least 30 or 40 years before. Would he remember his knowledge from school so well if he isn't an avid fan of the history of magic? He won't write back to you, he disappeared. Luna said, the neighbors speculate that he may have moved abroad because he feared the war. Because the Ministry of Magic Aurors who patrols Diagon Alley day and night didn't hear any alarm from the warning device. This incident is written in an obscure corner of today's newspaper. Chapter 529. A clearing in the Forbidden Forest. Felix looked at the thestral that he had lured with a blood-soaked dead bull and felt satisfied. Hagrid told me this tip, and it looks like you guys like it. Felix said as the two thestrals leaned down, exposing their thin bony necks and tearing down the dead bull, and he said, "You guys are smart, so you must be able to understand me, right? I need a little help from you." Thestrals did not utter a sound and enjoyed the feast in silence. Although they are omnivores and will eat all kinds of grass, fruit, and meat, it is not every day that they get to eat fresh blood-soaked bull meat. As he talked, another thestral cautiously poked its head out of the forest, looking at its two companions and the strange wizard, debating whether to come out. The sound of constant chewing attracted the new one, who soon joined in. Seeing his chance, Felix placed his hand in the mane of the nearest thestral, and he felt like he is touching a tough, thick membrane of skin, with no flesh beneath it. Thestral looked up uneasily and stared at Felix with bright white eyes. Eat up," he said with a smirk, patting its bare head smoothly. His eyes looked like a big grey wolf eyeing a little white rabbit, and Thestral waved its long black tail and looked down again to tear the bull meat with its sharp teeth. The new Thestral was a little alarmed and spread its huge wings warily, but neither Felix nor its companion paid any attention to it, and after a long standoff it seemed to find its behavior a little tiresome and far less important than the food on the ground, so it just snorted when Felix touched its smooth, hairless body. Felix smiled slightly as his body began to morph. "I still can't accept it. To me, it looks more like Beetle was mocking the whole Deathly Hallows legend, because none of the three brothers escaped death in the end. Even the oldest who got the invisibility cloak met death with open arms. Deathly Hallows was less useful than a philosopher's stone when it came to beating death. At least Nicholas Flamel actually lived for 600 years or so." Hermione, Luna, and Ginny walked down the path at the edge of the Forbidden Forest while arguing over the topic they had just discussed. "That's because they were not recognized," Luna said in an ethereal voice. "What recognition?" "I don't know," Luna said dreamily. "Maybe it's some sort of ritual, or a pre-planned activation method, or..." She looked blankly into Hermione's and Ginny's eyes. "According to my dad, the only way to master the power of 3 Hallows is to possess all 3 of them at the same time." Hermione's face showed a look of extreme disapproval, but she asked calmly, "Is it about that strange symbol you showed?" "Maybe," Luna said. "Let's talk about something else," Ginny hurriedly said, her interest in the subject waning. "Luna, do you have your bone whistle with you?" "Brought it," Luna said cheerfully, as she pulled a thin cord woven from a stalk of grass from her neck, which had an ash-white whistle attached to it. Hermione glanced at it. "Is that the one Hagrid gave us?" "Yeah," Luna said, "it can summon the little creatures Hagrid keeps, but there are no dangerous creatures at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, so I sometimes use it to attract unicorns, thestrals, and forenza." After saying that she looked around with her head probing, with the look of a thief. "Don't tell Forenza, he will become unhappy." "Can Centaur also hear such a sound?" Hermione asked intrigued. "It is an interesting piece of knowledge." "Of course, they can," Luna said seriously. "He's not always around though, we have to try it in a few different places." They walked through a patch of bushes, vaguely smelling the scent of blood, and Luna pushed aside a large bush to reveal a group of 6 or 7 thestrals huddled together in the clearing. "Wow, what luck!" Luna said. "Someone been here," Hermione muttered to herself as she stared at the dead bull that only consisted of a half-skeleton and little meat on the ground. Was it Hagrid? But it's unlikely that he would focus on other creatures now when he had to deal with a bloody mess. Luna had bounced into the clearing and greeted thestrals enthusiastically. Thestrals had long been familiar with her, so they simply raised their eyes to gaze at her and lowered their heads to feast again, allowing Luna to pet them. Ginny stared at the piece of meat on the ground. She couldn't see thestrals, but could see a chunk of meat detaching from the bone and disappearing into the air, followed by the creepy chewing sound. "It feels so awful, like there's an invisible mouth full of sharp teeth in the air, and you don't know when you're going to walk up to it of your own will." "This thestral is weird," Hermione said, and Luna turned her head to look at the unique thestral. It laid quietly on the ground, and somehow the two could feel a tranquil aura from its thin, bony face. Its eyes half closed, showed no surprise or unease at their arrival. "Are you new here?" "I don't think I've seen you before," Luna asked in a whisper as she crouched in front of it. Thestral glanced at her and closed its eyes completely as if it didn't want to pay any attention to her. Luna skillfully grabbed a handful of grass from the ground and brought it to Thestral's mouth, which moved its mouth away and looked at her with blank eyes. "Oh, you are not hungry?" "Luna, the book says Thestral is dangerous, even the ones in the Forbidden Forest that were trained by Hagrid," Hermione said, not having a trace of confidence in the word safety that came out of Hagrid's mouth when she thought about the acromantulas and giant grot that he kept in the Forbidden Forest. The bone whistle that Hagrid had given her was placed in the innermost section of the beaded pouch, and she didn't think she'd ever use it. "But I feel like it's friendly," Luna said, as her light-colored eyes twinkled, and then she turned her head and addressed the thestral that had been lying on the ground. "Aren't you?" The thestral suddenly opened its mouth wide at her, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth and emitting a grr sound that startled the three of them. Ginny stumbled back and stared blankly at the air. What happened? Even thestrals, that had been eating, stopped and looked over. "They're friendly, aren't they?" Hermione asked snappily. Luna didn't answer as she examined thestral closely. "It's strange, you give me a completely different feeling. So many harassing rackspurts flying overhead." "Huh? It's gone in a flash," Luna said in awe. "Come on Luna, let's go somewhere else, we can come back another time." Hermione pulled Luna and Ginny away. Luna fawned over the unique thestral. "Maybe I can be friends with it, it could be the king of this pack of thestrals in the Forbidden Forest." In her final sight, the thestral raised from the ground and joined the other thestrals as they walked deeper into the forest. "Look, it's walking very differently too." In the middle of the day, Felix emerged from another part of the Forbidden Forest, wiping the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, feeling that everything that had happened today was very bizarre. The next 2 weeks were peaceful, except for one afternoon when he and Snape met in the corridor where Snape warned him, "I gave the man the information about the Elder Wand and he didn't ask me to do something concerning that, so I think he has another plan." Hearing this, Felix took the time to return to Diagon Alley and check the Sword Castle from top to bottom. The entire defense system was functioning well and everything was in order. The weather began to turn cooler at the end of September. On another typical weekend, Felix and Valen appeared in the Great Hall, both wearing a scarf each. Valen sat on a stack of thick books and enjoyed steaming pumpkin pie, which Felix had thoughtfully sliced up. After finishing that, Felix became keenly aware of the murmurs and odd glances directed at him in the Great Hall. "What's going on?" he called out to a student who was about to leave after eating. The student first glanced curiously at his chest, waist side, and pockets as if looking for something, then handed him a newspaper. "You should read the front page, Professor Happ," the student said. Felix opened the paper and got surprised by the headline on the front page of the Daily Prophet, which read "Top 10 Wands in History." "Key. Let's look together," Valen called out. So he spread the paper on the table and read it with Valen. There is no doubt about the importance of wands to wizards. Since the day the wand was created, there has been no shortage of legends about powerful wands, and people have enjoyed these rumors. In people's perception, powerful wands and powerful wizards are closely related, but it is impossible to come to an accurate conclusion whether it is the wizard who fosters the wand's prestige, or the wand that shapes the wizard's power. However, it is well known that Mr. Ollivander, one of Europe's most prestigious wand makers, made a well-known quote, "The wand chooses the wizard." The wand lore philosophy also suggests that every wand is different, which leads us to wonder, are there really wands that are inherently extraordinary? Are they like unknown treasures, lying quietly in a velvet box in a wand shop, waiting for an owner worthy of them? The author has searched through a vast array of documents to find 10 of the most prestigious wands in history and has ranked them according to the influence of their owners for your reference. Note, the wands of some of the great wizards in history are not considered famous, as they never deliberately declared the role of the wand in contributing to their great achievements, so they are excluded from consideration for the time being. Number 10, Death Stick, length unknown, elder wood, wand core material unknown. Its owner was a notorious dark wizard, Loxias, who used vile means to kill the fearsome warlock Barnabas de Veril, to acquire his wand, which was later renamed by him as Death Stick. Since then, he has conquered all his enemies. Renowned for dotingly stroking his new wand each time he defeated an opponent and loudly proclaiming that his wand is an embodiment of death, his classic quote was, "Face me and die." He ended up dying in a tavern, and it is unknown who his killer was. Because of his cruel and tyrannical nature, many people claimed to have killed him, but no one was able to show his wand. Number 9, Old Hammer's Wand. Number 8, Godalot's Wand. This wand is famous because its owner saw it as a partner and even a mentor, and he used its power and knowledge to right magic mist evil, as Godalot called his wand, "my most evil and mysterious friend." Number 7, Salazar Slytherin's Wand, length unknown, snakewood, basilisk horn core. In this case, the wizard and the wand are evenly matched in terms of their fame, and their combination scared the wizards of their time. It is rumored that in his youth Slytherin wielded a snakewood wand and commanded snakes, and many wizards did not even dare to approach him, except for his close friend Gryffindor, and at a certain point of time the wand in his hand took the form of a walking stick. According to the photographic material that has survived, its wand core made of basilisks' horn, a creature that is known for its power to kill enemies with just a look. The current whereabouts of this wand is unknown. Note: of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, only Salazar Slytherin has descendants who are still surviving, so this wand may have passed through the hands of one of the branches. Number 6, Destiny Wand, length unknown, wood unknown, wand core unknown. The wand was owned by an unknown wizard, who was active for an even shorter time than Loxias. A hooded dark wizard challenged a group of the most prestigious dueling masters of the time in just 3 months, leaving just a handful of survivors, but the challenge came to an abrupt end 3 months later, with rumors of sighting his suspected body in a foul ditch, but there is no way to prove it. When he had slain a powerful man, he had said in a low voice, "I am with destiny." Thus, his wand was known as Destiny Wand. The ultimate whereabouts of this wand is unknown. Number 5, Wand of Morgan Le Fay, Morgana, wand information unknown. King Arthur's half-sister, Merlin's enemy. Morgan ruled as Queen of the Island of Avalon and gained a significant part of her authority through her magical powers. Number 4, Merlin's wand, length and wand core unknown, made of English oak. Merlin's fame speaks for itself. Number 3, the wand of Gellert Grindelwald, information unknown. The reason this wand is remembered has a lot to do with its owner, and there are rumors that the Dark Lord once described his wand as the best one, and judging by what he has accomplished, there is no doubt about it. This wand disappeared into history with the legendary duel back in 1945, which may have been destroyed in the duel or in the custody of the British Ministry of Magic, or hidden in the hands of a particular great wizard. Number 2, the wand of He Who Must Not Be Named, 13.5 inches, wood, with a phoenix feather wand core. It is well known that wands with a phoenix feather wand core are rare and powerful, and each one is an excellent piece of work. The wand of He Who Must Not Be Named was made of a phoenix feather. This wand proves that claim. It is presumed that this wand was destroyed 14 years ago. Number 1, Elder Wand, length unknown, elder wood, wand core unknown. The name derives from a fairy tale in the Tales of Beedle the Bard, and I'm sure many people remember it and even imagined possessing this invincible wand as children, although they would leave these childhood fantasies behind them as they grew up. But there is no shortage of people who still tirelessly research the authenticity of the Elder Wand when they grow up. According to them, Beedle the Bard based his story heavily on real history, and the poet Beedle played a trick on us to satisfy his literary romance by suggesting that the actual deeds of the Elder Wand might have been taken from one of the above-mentioned wands. This wand is placed first because it seems to have an extreme condition for choosing a master, as the wand's allegiance can only be obtained by killing the previous owner. In other words, anyone who gets it can gain its power. The whereabouts of the Elder Wand were once unknown, but a rumor surfaced recently that Felix Happ, the ancient rune professor at Hogwarts who had previously made a splash at the Quidditch World Cup finals, had unintentionally called his wand the Elder Wand, but whether he named it a reference to the fairy tale, or whether he actually held the legendary wand that was historically invincible, we have no way of knowing. In the Great Hall, Felix squeezed the newspaper, with only one thought in his mind: he wanted to curse. Voldemort's killing move had arrived unannounced. Chapter 530. Felix put away the paper. Key. Valen shouted. She hasn't finished reading yet. Well, seriously, you should improve your reading speed. Where are you reading now? The fork in Valen's hand pointed at the middle section of the paper. The snakewood wand. Felix muttered, I'll tell you a story about the Chamber of Secrets and Slytherin some other time. He continued to sip his oatmeal, unconcerned by the various curious gawking in the Great Hall. After a calm breakfast, he appeared in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. There is already a visitor inside. A short, chubby, balding man squeezed his bloated body into an armchair. One of his fat hands picked up a sugar-glazed pineapple from a nearby box as his mouth kept chewing, his thick walrus-like silver mustache smeared with bits of sugar glaze. Headmaster Dumbledore, I have something to ask you. Felix didn't move as he measured the man, who is dressed in a maroon and purple velvet tunic with shiny brass buttons that issued an unpleasant sound as he made a swallowing motion. His strange eating habit is comparable to the sight of Thestral eating, but Thestral is much thinner than the man in question. Slughorn absently glanced at Felix, and the movements of his mouth abruptly stopped. That's him, isn't it, Albus? He asked, looking at Dumbledore, who is seated opposite him and looked pitifully thin compared to him. Felix Happ, Felix said politely, if you want to ask my name. Ah, of course, who else has the ability to impress me this much? The wizard said, jumping nimbly out of his chair and reaching into his shirt pocket with his other clean hand, pulling out a soft purple velvet handkerchief and meticulously wiping his fingers twice. I've been looking for a chance to meet you, he said, extending his chubby hand to Felix, the great Felix Happ, the pride of Slytherin. You flatter me, Felix said, shaking his hand. His fingers felt sticky when he let go, but he knew it was a psychological effect. He asked tentatively, Mr. Slughorn. The wizard raised his eyebrows at once, his bulging stomach twitched with some pattern. Come sit here. Slughorn motioned for him to sit closer to him in the tone of the owner of the house. Dumbledore's lips brimmed with a smile as if he found it amusing. Valen jumped off Felix's shoulder and tugged at Dumbledore's pant leg. Pointing her little pink finger at Fawkes, who is standing on a roost having a nap. Key. A candy suddenly appeared in Dumbledore's hand like a Muggle magic trick which he handed to Valen with a wink. Sharing is the gateway to friendship. I agree with you, Dumbledore. Slughorn said as he sat down, side by side with Felix, his body squirming back in his chair to adjust the best angle. In the middle of it he sighed as his body leaned against the back of the chair. Want a piece, Felix? He asked rather enthusiastically. No, thanks. Felix said, allergic to sweets these days. I had those moments too, Slughorn said with a big smile, picking up another pastry in his hand. Always had a preference for a certain sweet for a while and gorged myself on it, then for years, I would never touch it again. That was in my younger days, now I prefer to have some of each. A very wise comment. Felix said briefly, only it would have been better if he hadn't used his sweet tooth as an example. He watched silently as Valen climbed onto the slender-legged table and locked eyes with the phoenix fox that stood on the gilded roost. Valen wobbled on the table with the sweets in her hands as Fawkes squinted at her. Dumbledore and Slughorn also looked at them with interest. The cockroach clusters, some people don't like it, in fact, it has a special flavor. Dumbledore said, and as he spoke, Fawkes darted its head out from its roost and snatched the cockroach-shaped candy from Valen's hand, swallowing it with a crisp crack, chunk sound. The three simultaneously withdrew their gaze in satisfaction. Ah, I'll go get what you want. Dumbledore suddenly said to Slughorn as he stood up and made his way around the revolving staircase to the first floor. As his figure disappeared up the stairs, Felix felt Slughorn's gaze flicker as he measured him. You're more talkative than I thought, he said after a few seconds. I mean, so many people have mentioned you in their letters and I can't help but find it strange that they're so widely divergent in their opinions about you. That's not strange. Felix said. Oh, you're right, everyone has their own standpoint, and I've heard rumors, like your Muggle origin, although I personally don't care about that at all, it's true. Slughorn said, and next, to prove his point that he has no prejudice against bloodlines, he went on at considerable length about the contacts he knew, who are being in key positions and many of them are wizards from Muggle families. Felix, on the contrary, discerned a passion for collection in the expression on his face. So Felix hinted that he should write a memoir of all the talented students he had taught, and Slughorn beamed when he heard it, feeling like he had met his soulmate. I discovered when I was the head of Slytherin that young wizards from Muggle origins always had all sorts of novel ideas to offer. Of course, I mean the smart ones. From that point of view, their presence is necessary to bring fresh blood into the aging wizarding world. What a shame I retired a few years in advance. He stared at Felix with burning eyes, as if regretting that he had missed a treasure. Do you still keep in touch with those students? Felix asked. From what little he had heard over the summer, this elderly gentleman lived in a rather isolated area. Alas, I had planned to hide away and avoid the spotlight. You know, it's going to get messy out here soon, and I don't want to mix with that dangerous bunch that much, but they certainly will find me. I have a feeling about that, Slughorn said, and that was when Dumbledore approached me. He looked somewhat indignant as he continued, he wanted something from me, oh I can't say exactly what it he shook the sugar icing that dripped in his fingers, I've worked with him for very long and know his character well, he won't stop until he gets what he wants. And he even brought a little one together to convince me. Felix smiled, he knew who that little one is, it was Harry. Well, since we are talking in private, I'll just say this, it was a despicable move on his part. Slughorn came over and whispered, in a knowing manner, but it was brilliant, he poked me in the soft spot. I'm growing soft as I getting old, especially when dealing with the child of my favorite student. He sighed deeply, his walrus mustache comically cocked up. Incidentally, she's also of Muggle origin. Lily was a genius, quick-witted, resourceful, and knew how to pay back. Ever since she found out about my birthday, she sent a thoughtful gift every year, never belated. Even after she graduated a gift would come. When I read in the paper that she had been killed, I knew that no one would gift me a warm knee pad again. Alas, as the saying goes, good people don't live long. He muttered, picking up his handkerchief and blowing his nose heavily. Felix didn't have a clue how to respond nor whether he should respond back, so he simply waited for him to change the subject. You don't know how Dumbledore pries open other people's mouths, do you? He made sure to bring me some wine on my birthday, and he claimed he was there to celebrate the occasion, but he couldn't fool me, and I know what was on his mind. But I couldn't say no to a nice dinner, even if it was from a person with an ulterior motive. The worst part was that he used me and then dumped me. I asked him to introduce me to the other 2 youngest Order of Merlin recipients, but he kept brushing me off by saying I wasn't a school professor, so I couldn't bother them. And he actually suggested that I should write them a letter. Slughorn looked indignant. At that moment, Dumbledore appeared on the staircase and spoke in an amused tone of voice. My dear Horace, I certainly have nothing against you. In fact, I've been approached by the press for some time to organize some interviews with them, but I've turned them all down in the name that it would interfere with their studies, and I don't think it's a good thing to let them know too soon that they have a sudden influx of admirers. It would muddle their little brains. Dumbledore said, handing him a package. Thanks, Slughorn said with a rare smile and struggled to get up from his armchair to take the package. He grabbed a handful of flue powder and sprinkled it into the fireplace, where a turquoise flame flared up. I'll be back, Dumbledore. Slughorn stepped 1 foot into the flames, and hesitated, then withdrew it as he fished a small vial out of his pocket and tossed it to Felix. Pass it on to Harry Potter for me, and tell him it's his belated birthday present. He stepped into the flames, holding the parcel, and disappeared with a very comical spin. Felix looked at the thumb-sized vial in his hand. It is the Felix Felicis. He casually put it away and looked at Dumbledore and asked in a deep voice, Albus, I need to speak to you. Is it about the Elder Wand? You also saw today's paper? Felix asked. More than just today's paper. Dumbledore said. What? I got in touch with some friends in France, Bulgaria, Norway, and even America this morning, and they told me they had seen similar articles as well, but not today, with the earliest reports dating back to a week ago. Felix furrowed his brow. Well, Voldemort's plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone had been executed thoroughly. In his perception, Voldemort's purpose would be 3, 1 to cause him some hassle and keep him occupied with other things for months, 2 to test the authenticity of the Elder Wand with the lives of others, and as for 3, Voldemort may have harbored a hidden expectation that he and Dumbledore would fall out over this matter. After all, it is possible that if he stayed at the school, some dark wizards would snoop around the school every other day, and it might be possible that Dumbledore would become unhappy because of it. If he is Voldemort, he absolutely would take this opportunity to control a few unlucky people to make a move to infiltrate the school, together with some public opinion campaign. But with all this drama, Felix had a feeling that Voldemort might have other plans. The school? The Ministry of Magic? Or the Sword Castle? He mentally mulled it over. Voldemort has finally found some work for the hold-up Death Eaters. He said sarcastically. This move certainly did catch us off guard. I'm sure we wouldn't have been so passive if this news had been limited to England. By this time there could have been a number of people illegally infiltrating the country. Dumbledore said, I contacted Amelia, and she will be coming over later. Felix nodded. What are you going to do next? Dumbledore asked. 2 things. The first is to ask Ms. Bones to clarify the whole situation to the public. Her word is more convincing than mine. With her as a witness, at least the British magical community will not be in chaos. Makes sense. Dumbledore said with a smile on his face. The second thing, Felix's eyes twinkled with a strange light, let the news out that I have the means to prove the doubts of the outside world, and both native British wizards and foreign wizards are welcome to witness it. He added more emphasis to the word witness. For a moment, he looked sharp. The so-called witness was merely a euphemism for a challenge. You claim I hold the Elder Wand, but I don't even need it to defeat you. I can easily destroy all those who covet the power of the Elder Wand with just an empty hand." Felix grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. He started to actually look forward to that day. "Felix," Dumbledore paused. "Don't worry," Felix glanced at him, "I won't randomly take people's lives if it's possible, but don't expect anything pleasant to happen to them either." In truth, if this incident had happened to Voldemort, the dark shadows who think they're strong would only envy and fear him more, but in his case, it would turn into a hassle. He seemed to have stayed too low for a long while. On British territory it would be alright, some of his deeds circulated vaguely in the dark corners, so no one would seek him out lightly. But in abroad, his name and reputation paled in comparison to here. Well, not really, Felix thought. Quite a few people had seen him in action at the Quidditch World Cup, but he just couldn't say exactly how effective it would be. The clock pointed to 11 o'clock when the flames in the fireplace rose high again. Amelia Bones came out of it in a dusty state. "You're both here." She froze for a moment, then spoke on. "It's been confirmed that a group of people were indeed illegally entered, and Kingsley raided Nocturne Alley and Hogsmeade with an Auror squad and caught a dozen foreign wizards, 2 of whom are even wanted criminals on the run from other countries. The number in the shadows will only be higher," Dumbledore said lightly. "We think so too," Ms. Bones said. "There's something wrong with the Daily Prophet, its editor-in-chief should be under an imperious curse," Felix abruptly said. "That's right, we tested it with Thief's Downfall, but Barnabas Cuff doesn't remember anything, and it's hard to tell if it's a sham," Ms. Bones said. She paused and looked at Felix. "Mr. Happ, I was wondering, the wand you're holding." Felix waved his hand and a black wand flew towards her. "I did get a new wand custom-made by Mr. Ollivander, a replica of my first wand, 13 inches, ebony, the only difference is that the wand core was replaced with my own hair," Felix said as he made a pleased gesture. Ms. Bones gave an apologetic expression. "Excuse me." She picked up the wand and gave it a flick. The wand didn't respond and was even resisting her magic. "You should be able to spot the characteristics of it, extremely exclusive, and it serves no one but me," Felix said softly, as he calmly opened his hand and the wand stiffly broke free from Ms. Bones' hand and spontaneously flew over, circling him while emitting an excited buzzing sound. "So you should also be able to tell that this is the perfect wand for me." Ms. Bones watched the scene in amazement and nodded subconsciously. "Wait, your hair." She looked at Felix with an odd expression on her face. "Do you have the bloodline of a magical creature?" "Oh, sorry, you don't have to answer that." Felix looked black. This is the reason he didn't want anyone else to know about his wand core material anymore, especially his acquaintances like Sirius and Severus. Despite the two's opposite personalities, they are bound to reach some sort of consensus on the matter, in which he would be laughed out of. "The reason for using my hair is related to my unique magical path," he explained simply. "I can testify to that," Dumbledore said. Bones assumed he was talking about unique magic and didn't press the issue any further. The three of them discussed the matter for a while and finally came to an agreement. "Oh yes," Ms. Bones said as she left, "Tonks briefed me about the big golem guards at the Sword Castle, and I wandered around the gates of the castle and sensed how extraordinary they were. I wonder if the Ministry of Magic could procure a batch?" "Sure, I will speak to Remus about it," Felix said, "but don't expect too much from them. Their present defense mechanism is relatively rigid, at best they can be used to function as a holding force." "Will it reduce combatant casualties?" Ms. Bones asked. "Of course, it can. That would be sufficient," Ms. Bones said as she left through the fireplace. Felix got up to say goodbye too. He had some preparation to do in the next few days for what would come next. He is rather optimistic. In his opinion, this is a good opportunity to promote the practical rune system and expand the influence of the future world company. It is up to him to decide exactly what to do. Valen waved at Fawkes and Phoenix gave a proud cry. As Felix walked to the door, Dumbledore hesitated and called out to him from behind, "Actually, I know where the Elder Wand is." Felix turned his head and looked at him deeply. "It doesn't matter anymore," he said. "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded slightly. "The truth is the only thing that doesn't matter in this encounter. But I'm still interested," Felix added. Dumbledore looked a little flabbergasted at his words, and after a few seconds, he shook his head. "Well, if you insist, it's in my hands." At this time, after a morning of fermentation, the news in the newspaper had spread through the school, and the students were enthusiastically discussing the topic of the top 10 wands. Chapter 531. In the library. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are sitting together in the library catching up on their assignments, but there is so much chatter around them about an article that they were unable to stop themselves from thinking about it. Mrs. Pants had already chased away 3 groups of bickering young wizards by waving a feather duster, but there had been no effect. Harry, didn't your wand core come from the same phoenix as the you-know-who? Ron asked. Yeah, both come from Fox. Harry said slowly, not really wanting to admit it. Wouldn't your wand also make it onto the list then? Ron excitedly asked in a low voice. Harry's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Probably not, he said, it also mentioned in the article that the wand and the wizard complement each other, and I'm just a student. Despite what he said, Harry couldn't help but fantasize that if he ever achieved something comparable to, no, the very thought of Voldemort made his stomach churn, it would be better to think about someone else, Headmaster Dumbledore or Professor Hap would be perfect. His eyes gradually looked lost. But how come Headmaster Dumbledore's wand isn't on it? Ron flipped through the paper and was looking for a new topic with interest. It stated that only people who had publicly bragged about their wands would be on the list. Harry said casually. Then what's the deal with Salazar Slytherin? Probably because of how unusual it looks. Harry remembered Lucius Malfoy's walking cane wand quite vividly. At that moment, another pair of young wizards argued, and they seemed like a couple. How could our professor possibly kill someone? But it's written in the paper dash. It must be a rumor. And it only talks about possible, so maybe the rules itself are wrong. They argued so much that they were finally thrown out by an annoyed Mrs. Pants altogether. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other. Have the rumors developed this far already? It's only been a morning dash, Hermione said incredulously, as she closed her book hard. We should better warn the professor, it's obviously someone is deliberately spreading it around. How do you know? Harry asked. There are plenty of flaws. Hermione lowered her head and spread the paper out in front of them with some key points underlined. Look guys, firstly, the article isn't signed, which is unusual, and secondly, the fact that only the Elder Wand is on the list isn't because of a certain wizard, and it's merely a fairy tale. The article seems very vague, yet it mentions the cruel way of passing it on and puts the professor's name on it. Think about it, even we only accidentally had learned the name of the professor's new wand by eavesdropping on his conversation. What sources did the other guy use to learn about it? Ron took a breath and made a handful of gestures. Snape. Unlikely dash. Hermione shook her head as she looked from side to side and whispered, Muffieto. The charm turned their speech into an indistinguishable buzzing sound. Why? I think it's possible. Harry said, his resentment towards Snape breaking through to new heights lately. At their last detention yesterday, Snape had made them clean the old jars and the smell in them could literally kill someone. Because he is close to the professor. Hermione simply said. Well, it's still not impossible. Ron lowered his voice. Who knows where all that information he got came from? Not even Sirius knows that much, plus he was traveling around mysteriously during the summer. If you ask me, maybe he was visiting his friends and family all summer, visiting those old Slytherin friends of his. And he's very close to Malfoy's dad to boot. Hermione sighed. Although I don't like him either, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Hap both trust him. Do you think they're both stupid? Harry and Ron were dumbfounded. That reason was enough to erase all suspicions. Well, you're right. Ron said weakly. The problem now is that we can't let this rumor spread any further, Hermione said grimly. We should better alert the professor. Is that necessary? Harry asked. The professor is not that fragile. It has nothing to do with being fragile. Remember in the second year, when you were mistaken for being the heir of Slytherin. And the fourth year, when we were misunderstood about dropping our names into the Goblet of Fire. Hermione analyzed, if all the students and their parents believe the rumors and pressure the school board, the professor might possibly face a suspension. Realizing the severity of the problem, they packed up their things and left, and passed the Slytherin house students who looked in high spirits. Well done, said a sixth-year Slytherin student with a red face. Harry asked in disbelief, are they gloating? Well, again, it didn't look like that. They're happy. They don't care how the professor got the Elder Wand. Remember what that wand represents? Invincible. After obtaining the wand, Hermione said softly, I heard Parkinson and Millicent talking about whether Professor Hap could beat Headmaster Dumbledore when I went to the lavatory, and from the tone of their voices, they seemed to be eager for it to happen. What a bunch of oddballs, Harry shook his head. On the other side, Felix emerged from the headmaster's office. His expression faded. The fact that the Elder Wand actually exists was something he didn't know before. To be precise, it was the headmaster Dumbledore himself that had admitted that the Elder Wand could be considered more powerful than the average wand, and he hadn't asked for any details about the origin of the wand, as Dumbledore was obviously reluctant to elaborate further. There could be a human life involved. As Felix walked down the corridors, he could occasionally hear the excited chatter of students. Some of them were speculating about the origin of Professor Happ's Elder Wand. When the rules of the Elder Wand's bloody succession were made public, it was inevitable that the rumored owner of that wand would be subjected to such a suspicious gaze. Suspicion would be inevitable. Even Dumbledore could not avoid it. What's more, he had some vague guesses. Headmaster Dumbledore's fighting history was pitifully low, though no one could ignore the legendary duel in 1945, in which Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald, the Dark Lord of his generation, in a public duel. As a consequence of this defeat, the community of so-called acolytes, which numbered over 10,000, fell apart. But Grindelwald is still in Nurmengard Castle, where he is still alive and well, so the rumors could be incorrect. It is not necessary to kill the original owner, perhaps a simple crushing defeat is enough to obtain the wand's allegiance. From the few words of conversation with the headmaster, Felix came to the conclusion that the Elder Wand acted like a strength enhancer and a channeler. It would amplify the power of the wizard who held the Elder Wand, a boost that would be quite noticeable to all. If it had this power, then Felix can understand why this wand is considered as the most powerful wand. Because the Elder Wand has had multiple wielders throughout the history of the wizard, and each of them has been formidable in the dueling field. Why would a young wizard need to choose a brand new wand with no other wielder? Apart from wanting to choose the most suitable wand available to them, a more practical reason is that a second-hand wand carries its former owner's spellcasting habits, and it can easily taint a blank piece of paper with its own color. That article already said it all. The wand chooses the wizard, and then the wand and the wizard will grow together. That means, the wand has growth, but of course, that growth is not really noticeable to its wielder. At best it would feel much smoother. Felix wondered, but what if the wand had fallen into the hands of someone else who matched it perfectly? If the original holder of the wand had been a master of transfiguration, then the wand would help the new holder learn transfiguration much better, regardless of rejection. In his own case, for example, his wand is extremely exclusive. After all, it has his hair in it. But it is not impossible to adjust it. He can change the wand's ownership selection criteria for the wand to choose a wizard who is proficient in ancient runes. Although this would be difficult and not something that could be easily accomplished, Felix knew a fair amount about wand lore as well, or at least he had a high degree of certainty. If he gave enough time, or worked with Mr. Ollivander, he might actually be able to change the rules of the wand to minimize the rejection. Perhaps in 1,000 years, after his wand had drawn on the wisdom and spellcasting habits of the successive generations of ancient runes masters, it too would become a legend, an existence similar to the Elder Wand. In Felix's mind, the Elder Wand might have started out as a mere new wand, created with top-notch materials, wand core, and manufacturing techniques, which might also have incorporated some alchemical techniques. But the most important aspect, the thing that made the Elder Wand different from ordinary wands, was the fact that it could recognize itself. This trait was enough to allow it to learn knowledge and spellcasting habits from multiple wielders over a long period of time. Felix mused about how Godelot had treated his wand as his partner and even mentor, using its power and knowledge to compile the magic mist evil. Dumbledore explicitly stated that the Elder Wand doesn't think or communicate like a human, so is it just a faithful notation? After all, its previous possessors had all been strong, and the occasional few who couldn't reach the standard would have left a strong mark on history because they were manipulated by the evil knowledge hidden within the wand. Felix breathed a long sigh of relief. Exactly why the wizard who crafted the Elder Wand did so is unknown. After all, Felix had a strong skepticism about the existence of death itself. Beedle the Bard was from the 15th century and there were no similar legends before his time. As a matter of his own judgment, Felix figured that perhaps the wizard who built the Elder Wand was an extremely skilled alchemist and a wand maker, as for the purpose, perhaps on a whim or as an experiment. Some of the notes left by Nicholas Flamel had opened Felix's eyes, one of which concerned the legend of the cornucopia. People tend to be intensely curious about areas they don't understand, and if they don't get an answer, they tend to fill in with their own cognitions. Both wizards and muggles have this bad habit. I can think of at least a dozen ways of creating a folklore's cornucopia, for example, ranging from an easy way by using a few hidden tricks, such as using an undetectable extension charm to hide a batch of grains, fruits, and flowers beforehand, after which you can sit back and watch the show, to more complex ways, which certainly can work even better than the legendary cornucopia does, which in ancient times, when information was not easily available, could have been fabricated. This can be built by simply adding small alchemical tools that cannot be seen by Muggles, alchemical tools that have a strong sensitivity towards fruits, grains, flowers, golds, and so on, which are designed to steal the wealth of an innocent merchant a few hundred kilometers away from the cornucopia when the Muggle is asleep. This was not difficult, and the Muggle, usually a simple peasant, of the time would only marvel at the fact that he had a treasure that spontaneously produced food, jewelry, and a pot of gold, without suspecting that the fortune produced was in fact belonged to someone else and, if done cleverly enough, the stolen treasure could be fused into a fixed shape and marked with a unique mark. In my long life, I have truly seen such a deed done, and as a result, I have been careful about keeping my creations out of circulation. I have kept my work strictly for the purpose of research alone, but of course, I can't rule out that it is because I made a bet with Pernelli. Felix walked around the Black Lake, enjoying the refreshing breeze and watching Valen run after a butterfly, her scarf flapping up behind her head, and watching her happily run around made him smile unconsciously. To sum it up, is there a death in this world? He wasn't sure, but unless death is literally standing in front of him, and he can't beat it, the question is irrelevant in practical terms. Whether it's an Elder Wand, a resurrection stone, or an invisibility cloak, he generally just dismisses it as the work of an extremely skilled alchemist. If he ever happens to come across them, he will borrow them to study for a while. This also made him realize that there was really no need to dwell on the Elder Wand and the death. He also possessed crafting methods for creating a whole bunch of magical items such as Philosopher's Stone, Horcrux, etc., oh yes, and the Time Turner. He had no shortage of time energy. If death truly exists in this world, I would like you to appear in front of me and shatter my world views, muttered Felix in a small voice, but he soon changed his mind. Well, it would be better if you appear a few years later when we can sit down and talk about magic. On his way back, he heard movement behind him and turned to see Harry, Ron, and Hermione darting their way over from behind the pillar. Just in time, I was hoping to find you, he said to Harry. Professor, Harry gasped for breath, we've heard some rumors and now everyone is speculating where the wand you're holding came from. You'd better clarify that. If you leave it alone the rumors will surely get worser and worser. Hermione added. After the first two had finished their sentences, Ron could only nod his head hard when it was his turn. Well, so this is skipping right over the authenticity and defaulting to the fact that I possess the Elder Wand. Felix chuckled and ended the sentence in an eerie tone, don't worry, someone will explain it for me, you guys wait until you read the latest paper. On the other hand, I'm curious to see what will happen next. Whether they will choose to believe a story that sounds quite so-so, or whether they will want to know the truth at all cost. Harry and the group were literally frozen in place by these words. Felix followed up with, I mean the dark wizards who are thinking some crooked ways. The Golden Trio immediately smiled at that, of course, what else could it be? Here, Harry, it's from Mr. Slughorn. Felix tossed the small vial with the liquid luck to Harry. Mr. Slughorn. Harry caught the small vial and looked at the golden liquid inside, and shaking it casually, the gold-like droplets jumped like swimming fish. He asked in confusion, what is this? Hermione covered her mouth, oh my god, oh my god. Felix Felicis. Felix replied. Harry still didn't get it, he had spent most of his time in potions class muddling through, he had low expectations of passing the class and the lower years textbooks didn't contain an introduction to potions like liquid luck. Felix looked at Hermione, giving her the task of explaining it would be a win-win for everyone. Felix Felicis. It has another name, liquid luck. It has the effect of bringing good luck and making whatever you do go smoothly. Hermione said, remembering that she had seen this rare potion in her second year in the professor's collection. She had tried to get information about Polyjuice potion at the time, but the professor had pulled out several magical potions, including a vial of liquid luck, exactly the same as the one Harry is holding. Unsurprisingly, Harry and Ron's eyes widened at the same time, and Harry felt the vial in his hand become so hot that he couldn't remember how he had taken it from the professor at all. That's correct, Felix nodded at Hermione before turning to Harry, you can ask Miss Granger the do's and don'ts about this potion, besides, I would like to ask one more thing, you don't really think that a potion can change your luck, do you? Harry looked at him blankly, doesn't it? Let me explain it like this, Felix said to them, have you ever had an experience such as this? Not performing well enough on some important occasion because you were nervous, and then being so remorseful afterwards that you felt you would have done better if you could do it all over again. The three of them pondered. I think like that after every exam. Ron muttered in a whisper, would a liquid luck will help? Felix chuckled, if you've never been exposed to that part of knowledge before, it's rather limited in what it can do. The liquid luck will stimulate your hidden potential, making you sharper and more precise in your judgment, as if you had everything under control, so you can easily do things you would not normally dare to imagine, but the truth is, you already had such potential. Harry looked at the potion in his hand, the enthusiasm in his heart gradually subsiding. So, what you wanted to say is liquid luck is a luck potion, by definition, not a wishing potion? Harry asked. Felix smiled and nodded his head. Harry's eyes suddenly widened, wait, then Professor, doesn't your thinking room dash have a similar effect? He was well aware that a sub-function of this magic is thought acceleration, which sounded similar to the effect of a liquid luck. Ah, Felix smiled, don't you know? Magic spells and magic potions can be used as a substitute for each other, so in a way, you're right about that part. Like his name suggested, he could always make luck come to him, as well. Chapter 532. That day passed by peacefully. The next day the Ministry of Magic held a press conference, with the Minister of Magic Amelia Bones herself as the speaker, standing on the dais with a crowd of reporters and photographers below her, and dotted with people who had run over to see what was going on. She looked over at Kingsley, who gave her a slight nod. Ms. Bones calmly announced. The rumors about Mr. Felix Happ obtaining the Elder Wand, which was previously propagated in the newspapers, have been proven to be false. I have personally examined his wand, and it is not made of the rumored elder wood, which speaks volumes. It is well known that in addition to his expertise in ancient runes and Muggle studies, Mr. Happ is also a writer with a child's heart. The best-selling comic series that brought LCA publishers back from the dead, The Strange Adventures of Mick the Little Wizard, was written by him, and this masterpiece included a large number of references to works in the same genre, and naturally, the Tales of Beetle the Bard, which has influenced countless young wizards, was also featured. Are you implying that Mr. Happ has named his wand the Elder Wand because of the reverence he holds for the Beetle the Bard? That is correct. Madam, are you denying the existence of the Elder Wand? Perhaps it truly exists, but it is certainly not in Mr. Happ's possession now, nor is it part of our discussion today. Ms. Bones replied. How did you check it, and what if he had made a forgery? I wouldn't doubt my own eyes. Ms. Bones said coldly, next. What if he has a second wand? Bones examined the man who spoke from under her monocle. I don't remember inviting you, what newspaper are you a journalist for? Ahem, I'm here on a trip, a tourist. The bald man who had asked the question said smilingly. Good, Ms. Bones said calmly, we'll check your approved entry paperwork after the press conference. If you don't have it, be prepared to pay the fine up front. She cleared her throat and continued. There may be more to this than that meets the eye, and I can break the news that the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, who approved this article, is suspected of being under an imperious curse, which suggests there may be a possible conspiracy lurking under the surface of this matter, and given the current situation, there is reason to suspect that it is connected to Voldemort and his evil gang. The red-carpeted press conference room became silent as if someone had cast a charm. Ahem, are you sure? I used the words suspected and possible, Ms. Bones said sternly, but if you're well informed, you'll discover that this article has appeared in a dozen countries, and it cannot be a coincidence. I personally have nothing but contempt for the authors of this article, because those responsible for it cannot even distinguish the most basic fact that Mr. Happ's research focused on ancient runes and that he promoted the current boom in runes throughout Britain. Although Mr. Happ is not a man of many words, he is deeply distressed by the public's wrong prioritization. He has therefore requested me to organize an exchange in the Hogsmeade village on the last weekend of October, that is, October 27th. At this point another journalist questioned. Why drag it so long? Wouldn't it be enough for him to come forward and state that he never possessed the Elder Wand? Rita Skeeter's eyes twinkled as her question drew a chorus of approval. Because that's just trivial. Ms. Bones interrupted her. The Elder Wand is worthless in Mr. Happ's eyes compared to the promotion of ancient runes, and that's the difference between you and him. Rita Skeeter glared at her viciously. The others took notes excitedly, their quill seemed to fume, and the white glow of the flash flickered constantly. And, It must be mentioned that Dumbledore, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has applied to the International Confederation of Wizards to arrange this exchange as an international event, where he will invite wizards of sufficient prestige to attend, including experts in ancient runes from all over the world, and headmasters of wizarding schools from all countries. The crowd of journalists froze. The various colored quills that hovered in the air fell to the ground as if they were in a faulty state. Big news! Rita Skeeter grabbed a green feathered quill with a look of excitement on her face. She had not made the wrong decision to side with him. For the next few minutes, all that was left was the sound of the writing quills. All outsiders must report in advance and limit their activities solely within the Hogsmeade village. Violators will receive severe punishment. Can you tell us about the exchange? All that can be revealed at this time is that in addition to presenting his research, Mr. Happ will also graciously spare some time to accept challenges from anyone. Wait. A challenge? The reporters sniffed out the keyword. Exactly. Ms. Bones said, looking at the few excited, unfamiliar faces on the scene. They are obviously foreign wizards, and a wave of pity rose up in her heart for no apparent reason. Only she and a handful of Wizengamot wizards had seen the footage of Felix Happ fighting Voldemort. If you are so excited, you will not refuse to sign a life and death contract, right? She continued reading her statement undisturbed. The event is expected to last 3 days. The Ministry of Magic will actively negotiate with the various foreign ministries of magic, and the proceedings would be held in the form of a real-time broadcast, with technical support from Future World. The press conference ended with a buzz of excitement. By the time the news reached Hogwarts, it was already the next morning, and students exchanged information briskly with each other at the Great Hall table, with an occasional knowing look when their eyes met. That meant, I told you there would be big news. Then they rushed off to their classes. Over the next few days, an atmosphere of restlessness permeated the school, and this restlessness was reflected in the classes that followed, where some daring students could not resist asking questions about the topic in question. Professor Black, may I ask who is more powerful, you or Professor Happ? A very unlikable student asked an unpleasant question. Sirius glared at him. That comparison is pointless, and besides, it is forbidden to provoke a conflict between professors, so 5 points off for Gryffindor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione grinned. It was hard to hide their actions from Sirius, who was somewhat regretting that he had told them about the time he had been played around by Felix and, become somewhat annoyed about it for a moment, and asked with a dark look on his face, since you guys asked, I will ask an exactly similar question, how much better do you think you are compared to Aurors? We can try. He carried his wand and looked impishly at the crowd. Get a real feel for it. Aurors are given plenty of opportunities to be exposed to combat, and it is real combat unlike your duel games, and their opponents tend to be cunning dark wizards. Even if you have mastered the same magic, those who have had training in dueling behave completely differently from those who have not, and furthermore, those who have had experience in real combat are completely different from those who have not, and this gap is reflected in the tiny details of how you perceive fighting. Let's assume that I'm not particularly far ahead of you guys. But even with the same spell, and maintaining the same level of power, the gap between us is still quite wide. He paused and made a provocative gesture, the meaning of which is clear enough. So, who's first? Harry leaped to his feet, but Sirius pretended like he didn't notice it, remembering the grudge. Zabanai, come here. He pointed at someone and Blaise Zabanai stepped forward confidently. His friends whistled loudly. Harry, you call the start. Sirius and Zabanai stood face to face, staring at each other's faces. Harry shouted start and they both moved at the same time. Sirius flicked his wrist and Zabanai's wand immediately flew out. A little trick, but if you're holding your wand tightly, the power of the spell will barely move your arm a little, but it's just perfect in this case. Sirius said, again. Unconvinced, Zabanai picked up his wand, this time gripping it firmly in his hand. Begin. Both men raised their wands in unison. Expelliarmus. Zabanai shouted loudly, but Sirius beat him to it. Casting spells silently always makes you one step faster, Sirius said with a tilted head. This time I'll cast the spell like you, so let's do it again. He said. Zabanai hesitated for a moment, and picked up his wand from the ground, looking at Sirius cautiously. A moment of silence followed. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Both men shouted at the same time. Except this time, Sirius jerked his head low and dodged the spell quickly, while Zabanai got hit solidly and his wand flew out of his hand as it rotated a few times. Even if two people chant the spell at the same time, I still have the chance to dodge it or flick it away with my wand. In short, there are many ways to avoid it. Sirius said, still, even if you've read about this in your textbooks or storybooks, or even practiced it in private, you still might not be able to remember to use it or use it well when you're in actual combat. Your last school year professor, Alastair Moody, I have worked with him, and he has a saying that rings well, constant vigilance. Of course, I'm not asking you to imitate him, but at the very least, you should know what to do when danger comes, and if you can't remember, then you should use your body to remember. On a late night, Felix spread out the new version of the Marauders map, where rows of paths through Hogwarts Castle and the Forbidden Forest intersected with each other and sprouted like a spring flower. His index finger tapped on an inconspicuous corner, and in a flash of flickering light, the original layout quickly disappeared, and new paths expanded from the corner of Hogwarts Castle, twisting and turning until a new location appeared. It is a small village, made up of numerous cottages and shops with many familiar names on them. Ambrosius Flume is in Honeyduke's, Madame Putafoot is in Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Rosmerta is in Three Broomsticks Inn, Zonko is in Zonko's joke shop, and there is that barman at the Hogshead Inn named Aberforth. Dumbledore. To be honest, Felix was genuinely taken aback when he first saw the name. At the moment, he lowered his head to look down at the other names in Hogsmeade with the help of the dim light. Let me look, all the strangers who have shown up and the ones who are stupid enough to roam around Hogwarts. Chapter 533. The night is already freezing in early October, and the Hogsmeade village seemed gloomy and cold as Felix walked through the empty streets. The streets were deserted, even the Aurors and Hit Wizards who were on patrol had found shelter from the cold. They would not come out unless someone pressed the alarm or triggered the caterwauling charm. All the shacks and shops along the street were closed, and the Hogshead Inn was no exception, but Felix spotted a faint light through a gap in the closed door or window, and after 2 minutes of persistent knocking on the door, it finally opened. In the doorway stood a sharp face resembling Dumbledore's, but with an angry look on his face. The older man who towered a little over him looked tall and lean, and stood firmly in front of him. "Why, I never realized this before," Felix muttered. "It's closed, come back tomorrow if you have any business." The barman's tone was snappy, and he had the same long beard as Dumbledore's, only it is grey in color. "There's no need to be so gruff with your customers," Felix laughed lightly, his head inclined towards the side. "Let me in, I can see 2 men drinking in the corner. And on an extra note, your closing hours are usually pretty late." Aberforth Dumbledore, the owner of the Hogshead Inn and its only barman, glared as Felix gestured in the direction of the icy stone wall of the inn, and if one passed through it, one would see that his statement was unmistakable. "Their lodging," Aberforth Dumbledore stated. Felix shrugged and didn't reply, and the 2 men stared at each other for a few seconds before Aberforth reluctantly moved out of the way. "Don't make any trouble or I'll throw you out," he whispered threateningly and slammed the door behind him after Felix stepped inside. Felix stood and looked around the room. The bar is small and reeked of goat smell. It is also very dimly lit, probably because of the night, with a few candle heads burning quietly. He took a quick glance at the only other customers in the bar. It is now nearly midnight, so neither of the 2 men are in any disguise, allowing Felix to see their faces clearly. There were 2 bottles of liquor on the table, and both bottles looked dirty. What a coincidence, Felix thought to himself. Those 2 faces looked exactly the same as the profile he had read before, exactly 2 of the 3 targets he was looking for, a notorious group of dark wizards who have been moving around multiple countries committing lots of bloodsheds. He walked towards the bar as if nothing had happened, but the 2 dark wizards in question froze, a little dumbfounded that the target they had been strategizing about had just appeared out of nowhere. But Felix Happ had been rumored to be a force to reckon with, having made a big splash at the Quidditch World Cup, taking down hundreds of wizards all by himself, a rather impressive number even if he had faced a bunch of confused, drunken people who were just venting their frustrations. Their eyes followed Felix all the way to the bar where he sat down, at which point Aberforth also walked in through the bar's side door and returned to his usual and familiar spot. "What kind of drink do you want?" he asked gruffly, casually picking up a tattered rag to wipe his goblet. "A fire whiskey, ugh, never mind." Felix looked at the dirty rag in Aberforth's hand. The thing looked like it hadn't been replaced for centuries and seemed to be from the same era as the stone floor that looked completely unrecognizable from its original form. "I want to inquire about an intel," Felix said, and his words caught the attention of the 2 wizards in the corner. who had their ears cocked to the side, but they couldn't hear anything when Felix tapped on the bar top. "I'm not an information dealer or an information broker, I'm just an owner of an inn," the old man said impatiently. On the other side, the two dark wizards looked at each other. "Shall we do it?" one of them asked, licking his lips. "Wait a little longer, that barman is not easy to mess with, he has thrown out a dozen unruly men in the last 2 days, when Felix Hap leaves, we will follow him and wait for the opportunity to attack. Should we notify the old man? He has had a lot of drinks, and neither the fourth nor the fifth have returned. Don't startle the snake, it won't be good to attract that man's attention." The other dark wizard said with a grim look on his face, "That is the elder wand they're talking about, and if he obtains it, the more people there are, the more trouble he will have to deal with it." The two dark wizards were obviously unaware that they had become the subject of discussion as well. On the bar, Felix squinted slightly in the direction of the corner, and Aberforth also followed his gaze. "I'm taking 3 people," Felix continued as if he hadn't heard what the opposite party had been saying, "including those 2. He sounded like a customer who was ordering a normal meal. The barman at the Hogshead Inn looked deep into his eyes, the dirty rag he was holding hovered in the air as he growled in a low voice, "You think I would agree to that? You should be able to understand my concern, they are all dangerous people, and it is my responsibility," Felix said. "Oh? Aren't you the famous Professor Hap, when did you start to do the Auror's job?" Aberforth Dumbledore said with no shortage of sarcasm, "Or is it because of a damned, for the greater good thingy?" His blue eyes resembled his brother's, except Felix was unable to associate the color with the deep, calm vastness of the sea, no matter how he looked at it. His eyes brimmed with storms of emotion like they were ready to tumble into waves of turmoil. Felix understood, after all, the younger brothers were always a little more lively. "Speaking of that, unbeknownst to me, I've acquired a lot of identities, and occasionally I struggle with them," Felix said with a grin that didn't look bitter at all. "Let's just say that lately I've been carrying the title Ministry of Magic's Advisor, as well as the Ministry of Magic's specially approved Bounty Hunter." "Bounty Hunter?" Aberforth Dumbledore seemed confused. "Yeah, like a vampire hunter, except the latter has been deemed an illegal profession, and my bounty hunter status was only recently granted," Felix said cheerfully, waving his left hand around as a piece of parchment suddenly appeared in front of the 2 men's sight. "Do I need to show it to you for inspection?" Aberforth stared at the Ministry of Magic's seal that was stamped on the parchment, and his breath quickened. Bang! He slammed his fist on the bar as the bottles and goblets shook. It made Felix notice one more thing that made him different from Headmaster Dumbledore, probably because he was used to doing physical work, his body is more sturdy with thick muscle and prominent veins. He said gruffly, "If I had met someone like you who is playing with the law 20 years earlier, I would have broken your nose with one punch and thrown you out. I was 4 years old back then, are you sure about that?" Felix grinned. Aberforth glared at him, getting tired of the rumbustious boy in front of him. He had never been comfortable with the school, he never had read many books in his life, and he had only dealt with things like quill and parchment a handful of times since graduating, and now he had some trouble controlling his anger. He admitted that he held prejudice against Felix Hap, a prejudice that stemmed from the man who lived in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts Castle. Because they were in the same team. But a good idea suddenly popped into his head, the type of idea that had not come up very often in his life, and he decided not to waste the inspiration. In a tone full of sarcasm, Aberforth quipped, "So you're trying to tell me that you were this nasty when you were just 4 years old as you are now?" "In a way, sort of, I was more mature than the average child." The man opposite to him laughed, "As far as I'm concerned, I've said all this to make sure you understand that I have a valid reason, but of course, I don't want to make too much of a scene. In case we run into each other at a private party, it will inevitably be awkward for you. I'm always well liked." He was referring to the Order of the Phoenix and combined with the old man's name, and the customer base the Hogshead Inn had always had, Felix knew this place would be another pair of eyes of Headmaster Dumbledore. After a moment of silence, Aberforth huffed and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Don't tell me it's Albus' order." "Of course not, it was my own decision." Felix stepped out of the spell's range and stomped on the floor, which caused a loud creak, and the 2 wizards in the corner looked over in unison, their eyes fixed dead on the wand he had just taken out of his pocket. For a moment, the only sound in the Hogshead Inn is the crackle of the hearth fire. "Do you want to have a go? This is a great opportunity to release your frustration." Felix asked with a tempting tone. "Shut up, boy!" Aberforth exclaimed. The two dark wizards looked at each other, their identities seemed to have been exposed. Do it! Felix stepped forward, his eyes lit up like stars. One of the dark wizard's body swayed as if he had received a blow on the back of his head, his body suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground, and the other dark wizard still remained emotionally composed and did not panic at his companion's fall. Despite the fear that threatened to spill out of his eyes, his movements remained fluid. He raised his wand, the tip of which gathered a deep black aura. Delectry. Felix took another step forward and his wand stabbed out, suffocating the dark wizard's last word, in the physical sense. The dark wizard suffocated, his chest caving in heavily and his entire body slammed into the wall. There's one left, in room 9. Felix looked towards the stairs, which was the piece of information he had just received. From behind the bar, Aberforth looked furious, the wand in his hand pointed at him. Get out of here! This is no place for you to fool around. I'll let it slide since those two were the ones who started it just now, but don't you dare to drag my guest out of his bed. How touching! You should know what kind of people they are, and I only picked off the most dangerous ones, Felix said, but Aberforth didn't budge in the slightest, stubbornly holding up his wand. I've been running this bar for decades, and I know what rules I have to follow. He said hoarsely, his expression becoming very intimidating. And if I insist? Felix locked eyes with him. You can try. All right. Felix took a step back and seemed to have compromised. But with a downward stroke of his wand in his hand, the air rippled like water, and a fold of layers stacked up. The small, dark room suddenly lit up for a moment, a strong light bursting from Felix, followed by a rapid dimming. Aberforth looked at him warily, his magic spell gathering its momentum, but he soon opened his mouth wide in surprise, which made Felix laugh out loud. He had never expected he would see such a comical surprised expression on the face that resembled Dumbledore's. The silvery glow spread in all directions and all furnishings became new everywhere it went. The greasy, muddy floor became flat and smooth, the dusty brass candelabra looked yellow and shimmered with a metallic sheen. Aberforth picked up a rag from the table and surveyed it. The stains and grease from long use on the rag disappeared as its original bright color returned. His bar seemed brand new, just as it had been when he had first taken over. But it only lasted for a few seconds and soon the room was back to its original state. What have you done? Aberforth asked with a furrowed brow. He didn't see what had happened, and that was the worst of it. He is not a weak man, to be precise, he is considered much stronger than the average man. And for that reason he could clearly feel the unfamiliarity in the building he had lived in for decades, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping him and isolating him. He definitely wouldn't be surprised if the rag in his hand suddenly jumped up and gave him a quick jab in the next moment. Felix put his wand away and waved his hand at him. Let's both take a step back, and I won't go up there and make a scene, but if the man comes down on his own and decides to come with me, it's none of your business, I suppose. Transfiguration. Aberforth didn't respond, he looked down and pondered for a moment before blurting out. The answer made Felix a little curious as well, and he couldn't help but ask, can Headmaster Dumbledore do something similar? It is a trick he has developed on his own. If you mean controlling a piece of terrain, Aberforth muttered, he did it back in 1945, not so sure about now. That legendary duel? You were there. Legendary? Legend. Aberforth sneered. He suddenly calmed down, as he shoved his wand back into his pocket and began to wipe the goblet with the dirty rag again, but he seemed somewhat absent-minded, occasionally looking in the direction of the stairs. After a while, there was a movement from upstairs, and he stopped what he was doing and stared at the darkened stairway as if to confirm something. A man appeared horizontally as he floated out. Red face, yellow hair, scarred and pot-bellied body, his face dragged on the floor as his one leg is held up by something tall. The dark wizard who lived in room 9 had not floated down like he had originally thought before, but had been dragged down by a tall man, and the man whose face he knew so well, as he sees it every day when he look in the mirror. He looked just like the other Aberforth Dumbledore. Thanks, Aberforth. Felix said mischievously as the Aberforth who is carrying the dark wizard remained silent and dropped the dark wizard in his hand to the floor. Bang! The real Aberforth in the back of the bar's eyelids jumped as the dark wizard's head bulged with a large bump. He was obviously hit by something. Before he could ask, he knew what had knocked the unlucky wanted man unconscious. He saw his other self suddenly jump up and revert to its original form in midair, a brass candelabra. The candelabra fell on the bar, wobbled, and spun twice, before stopping in front of him. Aberforth probably guessed how Felix had done it. he had used some method to spread his magic throughout the bar, probably on the same principle that he knew exactly where the dark wizards in question were before he even entered the inn. And this dark wizard was probably blissfully sleeping, unaware of the approaching danger, or perhaps the alcohol made him lose his usual vigilance. In any case, the metal candelabra above his bed would have floated into midair and knocked him senseless. Then the candelabra morphed into his own form and carried the dark wizard downstairs. "I hate pranks." Aberforth glared at Felix and said stiffly, "You have achieved your purpose, you can leave now. Do you need me to pass your greetings to Albus?" "No need." Aberforth yelled in no good humor. He had just had enough for the night. "If I say that I'll come back tomorrow night get out of here." Felix stopped talking as he beckoned the two dark wizards who had passed out earlier, and the three dark wizards hovered in a continuous roll like a train in mid-air, and followed him silently. "I'll take my leave then, Mr. Dumbledore." He headed towards the door after he had spoken. Aberforth stared at Felix's back with an unexplainable feeling of wonder. He had keenly sensed that the young man resembled his brother in some ways, a courteous exterior hiding an unnoticeable mixture of arrogance and stubbornness, the words that were always used to describe him, but his grumpiness was perhaps just more outwardly apparent. But then again, they are very different, though Aberforth, at least the guy who lives in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, wouldn't have done what Felix had done today. He suddenly called out to Felix. "What are you going to do with them? Send them where they need to go." "Sadly, I don't really want to do this either," Felix replied. Aberforth was taken aback. "You're going to kill them?" "Mr. Dumbledore, that's an appalling notion. I just want to trade them for some money. I told you at the beginning, I'm a bounty hunter." Felix turned back to the old man, his trophy huddled together and their heads rubbed against the ceiling. "Turns out he is going to hand them over to the Ministry of Magic. But I did come across two lost guys at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and they fumbled their way to the perimeter of the Hogwarts. Felix pushed open the door of the bar and a gust of wind blew in, which made the old man's hand shake. Felix stood at the entrance with one foot outside the bar as he guided the three dark wizards that were hovering in the air to float out one by one. "And then what?" Aberforth asked after him. He figured out that the young man's character was brimming with mischief, and so he guessed if he didn't continue to question on this, the young man would be gone, and he hated when people leave their sentence half-spoken, as it would keep him awake all night. "Of course, they're dead," Felix said calmly as the door closed behind him. Chapter 534. The next morning Felix went to his classes. As usual, the three wanted men who were still alive were naturally picked up by Aurors. He didn't pay much attention to them. At most, he checked on the new defenses that had been added to the school this year. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall had been busy because of it some time. They added this new layer of defense to guard against the Death Eaters, and in the words of Charms class Professor Flitwick, the you-know-who regarded Headmaster Dumbledore as a major obstacle for his reign during the First War. "Who knows what he'll do this time?" Of course, Felix and Snape, during a private chat, concluded that Voldemort would not deliberately target the school students. He wanted to rule, not slaughter. But Phileas was right about one thing: there are indeed quite a few people in the school who became a major nuisance to Voldemort. It was just Dumbledore before, but now there is an additional Felix, as well as Harry, Ron, and Hermione, 3 students who have disgraced him. If one looked even more broadly, the young wizards from Muggle families and students and teachers who did not approve of his brutal philosophy could also be classified in this category. Although Voldemort would not deliberately target those latter group, that would only come after he had taken over the British magical world. As part of his grand cause, anyone with a bit of intelligence would realize that if Voldemort aimed to do something, no matter who his target is, he would not show mercy. Voldemort would never care if you are innocent or not. That's why defensive measures are necessary. I don't need to tell you about the exams next June, and one of the major point in your life is finally here, Felix said in his 5th year Ancient Rune class. I reckon you've been hearing this similar statement over and over again since last year. It's like a countdown ticking in your head. Actually, for us, it started in our 3rd grade. Ron whispered, because we have a good friend whose name is Miss Know-It-All. Hermione rolled her eyes. All in all, you're lucky that the Ancient Rune class practical part of the exam has only been divided up this year with no clear specification made beforehand, which means that it won't be too difficult and the test coverage will be relatively narrow. The students below listened with great focus. Usually, at this point of the year, every word uttered by the professor would be worth memorizing, as there is a high chance that it would be relevant to the exam. And this is the O.W.L.S. year. Magic golems, the 3 most common kinds of sneakoscopes out of the 7, and rune cards. Other than that, what we're going to talk about today is relevant. From now until the time of Christmas, you will learn to make 12 types of amulets. The core of each amulet is made up of an array of runic circuits. Of course, the true version is much more complex, because of the stability and duration of the magic power. Today, we are going to learn about an amulet that can ward off dark creatures, and you will notice its entire runic circuit core has been carefully structured around the light rune. You are by no means unfamiliar with this knowledge, but you haven't exactly delved much deeper into it either, so today's lesson will help you understand and consolidate this knowledge better. Felix paused and looked down at the students. You all have a copy of the rune booklet, right? The students nodded in unison. Very well. Apart from some basic theory, this booklet also contains a complete dissection of an ancient magic, illumination, which I have already covered in the Magic Rune Club. The light rune is also used as the core of the illumination magic. In addition to this, the bright fire-making spell, which is highly rated by the Dark Force Defense League, also made use of this same rune as its core. Overall, it has become a highly iconic rune, in other words, a test point. A bold student couldn't resist asking, "Professor, so this rune will appear on the O.W.L exam?" Felix blinked. "All I can say is, it's very likely." "Mr. Thomas." He waved his wand and a large wall of writing appeared on the board. "The crafting method is in the textbook, and the do's and don'ts are on the board." In addition, with another wave of his wand, a cluster of white smoke emerged from the tip of his wand and a series of images hovered in midair as it became footage. Footage of amulet making, for your reference. The students below the podium are no strangers to this, but it is the first time this magic has been used in an ancient rune class. They stared at the footage in midair. A clean, slender hand held the rune carving knife. They guessed it would be Professor Hap, and fluidly wrote a burning magic rune on the palm-sized chestnut slab, so fast that before the first one had cooled, the last one was already finished, and the whole circuit of magic runes linked together and burst with a bright glow. When the bright light faded, the hand began to move again, and they could only partially understand the next procedure, and after nearly 3 minutes, an amulet was made. Next, the silver cloud in the air suddenly froze and the scene returned to the beginning, starting a new cycle. "I haven't figured it out yet. You have to watch it together with the material and the notes on the board. So we just have to do what we're shown." Harry murmured in awe, if only potions class could be like this. Potions recipes in the 5th year had taken another step up in difficulty. The various steps involved became so complicated, and slight negligence could turn the potion into a pot of waste water. Snape should really learn this, instead of spending his energy on thinking about how to deduce our points. Ron couldn't help but complain. "I think Professor Binns needs it too." Seamus chimed in. His words drew a chorus of approval. Professor Binns is well known for being able to present the thrilling Goblin Rebellion and the War of the Giants into a boring technical report. Many of the students became programmed to get sleepy when he opened his mouth. When the classroom quieted down, Felix said, "I don't think you'll be able to make it in one attempt, but it's always wise to set your aim high. Anyway, let's get started." The students off the podium took out their rune carving knives and chestnut slabs and started to try their hand at making amulets. Throughout the whole session, Felix walked around the classroom, pointing out various problems of the students, and he noticed a certain phenomenon. To be precise, it had been going on for a while, and today was just another reoccurrence. The Slytherin students looked at him with reverence. This kind of behavior is very different from before, and cannot be justified simply as a sign of adherence to classroom discipline. Well, at least, when they met him in the corridors recently, they would deliberately slow down their speech and appear extremely dignified. It was as if they were afraid of making a joke in front of him. Felix had thought that this reverence came from the reputation of the Elder Wand, but the Ministry of Magic had helped him to dispel the rumors, and yet their attitude persisted without waning. He wondered if they knew about his new habit of walking in Hogsmeade these past 2 days. Even the Gryffindor students could notice this kind of perversion. "The Slytherin students are oozing something amiss from top to bottom," Ron said at lunchtime, waving his fork in his hand. "I almost thought they were in cahoots with Percy." "What it got to do with Percy?" Harry asked. "Percy's been busy as hell. And, of course, he's overjoyed. I mean, he's supposed to remain idle for the next few years after hosting 2 big tournaments in a row last year, but now there's the Ancient Rune Exchange, and that's great news for him. The Slytherin students wouldn't still think that the professor is holding the Elder Wand, would they? Hermione asked. I mean, the professor has clarified that, hasn't he? Probably too desperate for glory. Harry said, this is something he understood better than Ron and Hermione, as he had been playing Quidditch with Slytherin House for 3 years and became familiar with their ways. The bad reputation of Slytherin House had to do with many factors, such as being arrogant and loving to talk about their status. Of course, more importantly, there had been a growing trend from top to bottom where they valued honor too much and were not shy about using many petty tricks to win when they were on the bottom. You guys are right, the ghost nearly headless Nick floated over. In their opinion, Mr. Happ is expected to be headmaster of Hogwarts. I don't know who first spread this word, but it suddenly became widespread in Slytherin House. But does it really matter? Harry asked. Well, of course, it does. Nearly headless Nick said, do you know how many headmasters have come from Slytherin House throughout the history? Harry fumbled. He looked at Ron, who shared his blank expression, and then at Hermione, who had a rather odd look on her face, so he asked uncertainly, maybe a dozen. Nearly headless Nick shook his head. Are there too few? And Harry added another question. He knew just one, Sirius' great-great-grandfather, known as the most unpopular headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. Not very few, but only one, Phineas Black. Nearly headless Nick revealed the answer. Only him? Harry asked in surprise. He finally understood why Hermione's expression looked quite weird. She must have known, because she had almost memorized the book, Hogwarts, a history. Over 30 headmasters and only one was from Slytherin, so you can imagine what kind of expectations they harbored. Honestly, I think the headmaster Black was quickly accepted and supported by Slytherin House during his time was probably also related to the fact that he was the only Slytherin headmaster, even though the future generations didn't think much of him. But wasn't he the most unpopular headmaster? Harry muttered. There's no contradiction between the two. It's true that some of the things he did while in post were unpleasant, but at the beginning, Slytherin House was cheering and celebrating it, and they had a lot of expectations for Headmaster Black at the time. Nearly headless Nick said, although even Slytherin House's own students couldn't stand him later on. So what the hell has he done that angered his own people? Ron muttered. I can't speak ill of him behind his back, he was once a headmaster of Hogwarts after all, you can check it out by yourselves. Nearly headless Nick said as he drifted off and flew away. At the table, the Golden Trio froze for a moment and continued to eat with their heads down. Any new news? Harry asked Hermione. Today? Nope. She said briefly. International Confederation of Wizards still hasn't approved Professor Dumbledore's application. Ron asked. Well, not this soon, but the preparations have started. In fact, the event will proceed whether they agree with it or not, it will just be a lot less impactful. Hermione explained to them the reasoning behind it, and it will also slow down the speed at which the ancient practical runes will be promoted in other wizarding schools. Harry suddenly gave a violent cough. Is there such a thing? Did I overlook it? It's obvious. It mentioned that they would invite experts in ancient runes and the headmasters of other wizarding schools. Why do you think they would do that? Hermione asked rhetorically. Putting it that way, Harry and Ron somewhat understood the reason. How's the pumpkin pie doing these days, any ideas? Ron asked after a few moments. I have to deal with lots of assignments and the little time I have is reserved for Quidditch practice. He groaned. I kind of understand what Fred and George were saying. O.W.L.S. year really does stress people out, since it peels a layer off our skin. I asked Hedwig to send him a big bag of snacks. Harry said honestly. He wondered if Hagrid had shared it with Grop. There wasn't enough in that bag to even feed that giant a single bite. Ugh, I sent him one as well, Hermione sighed. I wish he'd come back sooner. Professor Grubbly Plank is obviously getting more popular. Professor Grubbly Plank has to deal with a lot of her own mess, Ron said. She has her own small estate with a few magical creatures in it. Fred mentioned that she has a large colony of fire crabs on her estate. Harry and Hermione looked at him at the same time. How do you know that? Ron shrugged. Fred and George have a shop in Hogsmeade, and Professor Grubbly Plank's estate is nearby. A few Krupps ran out of an estate once and Fred and George helped her catch them back. How come I've never seen that pet shop in Hogsmeade? Harry couldn't help asking. There is no shop. Professor Grapeland only takes private orders from foreign countries. Every kind of pet requires a special license. A special license? Yeah, things like fire crabs, krupp, and jobber gnolls, which are somewhat risky but not particularly dangerous, can be used as wizard pets, but of course, children are out of the question. Charlie was particularly obsessed with Moke, a lizard that shrinks at will, for a while, but we only have cats and gnomes around the house, with some occasional harmless little creatures that will come and go. At the weekend, Harry gathered the members of the dueling study group together, and a few extra people showed up than last year. Luna had come along and curiously surveyed the room of requirement while Ginny whispered in Harry's ear for an explanation, as she acted as if they had accidentally entered the wrong room. "We'll train a few things that aren't taught in class, like Patronus Charm, runic magic, some very practical spells like the 4-point spell that will show the way, and all other things we mastered during the tournament. It's not just about learning magic, we can all sit and chat too, or occasionally go outside to the Black Lake to blow off some steam." Harry explained to the crowd his plans for the dueling self-study group. "Where is this place?" Ginny asked. "It's room of requirement. It will provide us with training space and most importantly the equipment that we can use as we please without having to think about the damage," Harry instantly said. The crowd looked around with amazement as rows of targets and mats appeared out of thin air as they watched. They looked at it all with fascination. For the next while, Harry, Ron, and Hermione instructed the others to shoot red sparks with their wands. "Don't underestimate it, it can save your life in a pinch," Ron said half-truthfully. Everyone here could manage to make sparks from their wands, but it wasn't enough to use them for warning purposes. After the first activity, they parted in front of the tapestry of trolls before the room of requirement. "Not that bad, was it?" Hermione said. "Yeah," Harry said vaguely, not wanting to explain his feelings about the 2 minutes he had spent alone with Ginny. He felt like he had done something wrong, and anyway neither he nor Ginny had brought up the subject of how to make the sparks more focused and brighter, but again Harry couldn't remember exactly what they had talked about. They went down the revolving staircase and prepared to eat in the Great Hall. At the stair from the third to the ground floor they heard a loud noise coming from the entrance hall, and they looked at each other and picked up their pace in unison. The sound became clearer. "It is a woman's shriek." "What's happening?" Ron asked in shock. Many people crowded in the entrance hall, densely packed, enclosing a central space, and the chatter noise kept rising. People in the back row craned their necks in excitement to look ahead as Harry, Ron, and Hermione struggled to get through the crowd. "Make a way, there are 2 prefects here!" Ron shouted. "Who isn't?" Draco Malfoy whispered in his ear. Ron was startled, followed by a look of disgust. "What are you doing here?" "Watching the fun," Draco said slowly, "or based on your excuse, I'm doing my duty as a prefect." Ron's face flushed. Harry didn't say anything as he caught a brief glimpse of Professor Hap, who stood solemnly in front of the crowd like he had run into an extremely difficult problem. "But the professor isn't at the center of this incident, he's just a bystander." Harry shifted his eyes to look at the 2 women who stood at the center of the crowd, Muggle Studies Professor Charity Burbage yelling at Professor McGonagall, "Let me go, Minerva, let me go. I won't allow you to leave." Professor McGonagall tightened her lips and said dryly, "Neither Headmaster Dumbledore would." Professor Bubarge had 2 trunks trailing beside her, well stuffed and bulging, and it looked like that was everything she had, and Harry listened for a moment, learning from the chatter of the crowd that Professor Burbage suddenly wanted to leave the school for some unknown reason. "Professor Burbage has not been in her best condition lately," a third-year girl said sadly. "She's in a trance. Maybe she's too eager to finish that new book," a well-informed student said. In the middle of the entrance hall, Professor McGonagall tugged Burbage hard and refused to let go as she sternly said, "Charity, if being locked up in a Muggle prison is still bothering you, it's not because of that." Professor Burbage sobbed. "Then what is the reason?" Professor Burbage's eyes suddenly widened, and she stared listlessly at the dimly lit ceiling as if something unseen is preparing to swoop down and take her away. She shuddered and sobbed, "It's a nightmare. I've become a squib." An uproar erupted in the entrance hall. Chapter 535. What is magic? Magic, incantations, gestures, emotions, thoughts, knowledge, wands, beliefs. As his research progressed, step by step Felix eliminated unnecessary components and approached the essence of magic more and more truly. At a certain moment, Felix had the idea that magic is the basis for the existence of all incredible phenomena, the source of miracles, while the mind or soul points the way to miracles. When the two are united, it allows the mind to do what it wants. And the accidental magic riot of the little wizard is the closest thing to this description. They can do miracles without mastering a profound spell, only with the guidance of strong emotion, in other words, a power of the mind, to perform a high level of spell casting that many wizards would never be able to do in a lifetime. This is, of course, referring to the complexity of the magic at work, rather than discussing the amount of power. When young wizards are enrolled in school, they begin to systematically learn how to harness magic and learn how to move it so that it will work like a charm. This is in fact a shift from instinct to skill, from wild casting to rational one. Magic naturally forms an essential part of a wizard's cognition. What would happen if one day this part of cognition is destroyed? The scene unfolding in front of him seemed to offer an answer. Felix gazed at the hysterical Professor Burbage, who, from his perspective, had magic inside her like he had never seen before, a mess, like a ball of wool torn haphazardly apart. But he is certain that she is definitely not a squib. There is a real squib living in Hogwarts School, his name is Argus Filch, and he is the caretaker of the castle. Felix's eyes darted out towards the crowd, where Filch is standing in the doorway of the caretaker's office, which is immediately adjacent to the entrance hall. The sound of a magical gramophone emanating from the unclosed door should be heard here if he wishes. He is carrying a set of keys in his hand, looking stunned, and Mrs. Norris is curled at his feet. Felix withdrew his gaze as he once again got confirmation from Filch that the two had very different types of magic in their bodies. Of course, the squibs have magic, but it barely can make any difference, because it can never be honed. Neither the quantity nor quality is comparable to that of even a young magical children's. The magic in their bodies is idle beyond belief, like a secluded pool, or more accurately, like a small puddle of dead water. Professor McGonagall, it would be best to take Professor Burbage to the hospital wing and have Madame Pomfrey examine her. She may have been struck by some weird curse. Felix cautioned, which of course is an excuse, but there was no need to make some things public. He couldn't give an accurate conclusion at the moment either, so rather than saying the half-truth and leaving the students to speculate, he might as well keep his mouth shut for now. After all, half-truths and rumors are no different, they are basically the breeding ground for rumors. Professor Burbage heard this in a trance and, as if grasping the last straw, she said in a panic, "Yes, it's a curse. Those books, the ones I brought back from the Muggle world, they messed with my head. Oh, Merlin! There's a wicked curse hidden in every word of that book." A loud intake of breath was heard throughout the entrance hall. "Muggle books hide curses?" a student asked in a low voice. "Possible, Mum told me to stay away from anything related to Muggles," another student said sagely. "Nonsense!" Hermione said feistily, and that boy glared at her, before turning his face away in disbelief at the sight of the prefect badge pinned to her chest and muttered under his breath, "My mum said that. Charity, let's go to the hospital wing, you'll be healed," Professor McGonagall gently whispered. But Professor Burbage continued to repeat the same words, occasionally stopping to sniffle sharply. Felix shook his head slightly, his eyes flickered, and then the insane Professor Burbage slowly collapsed into Professor McGonagall's arms without consciousness. The crowd was awfully quiet, as if the words she had just said are still floating in the air, manifesting themselves as horrific creatures and flaring their fangs and claws at them. Felix was compelled to say aloud, "Everyone." His voice reached a long distance, and the students in the room fixed their eyes on him in bewilderment. Even the few professors who had just arrived, looked at him blankly, hoping for an answer. It is simply because the news that came out of Professor Burbage's mouth was so alarming. Normal wizards turned into squib? It is something that had never happened before. Something is wrong with Professor Burbage's body, there is no doubt about that. The cause is unclear at the moment, so I need you all to remain calm. He spoke calmly, slowly moving his gaze to encompass those present, a convincing power radiating from his body from the inside out. I don't want you to forget my other two identities, Muggle researcher and memory healer, so Professor Burbage's trouble happens to be my area of expertise, so instead of rambling on, ask me, of course, after the session. He passed a glance towards Professor McGonagall, who understood and led Professor Burbage away hastily with her wand. Several professors followed. Snape stood by the wall, his dark eyes flickered, as he also paced in the direction of the hospital wing. The students looked at each other blankly. "Oh, ahem, Justin Finch Fletchley hooted abruptly, startling everyone, and the companion next to him dashed to one side frightened, as he slapped his chest exaggeratedly. After a few seconds, Justin stated, "I remember, it's true that there are some cursed items in the Muggle world, but they're all smuggled out of the magical world by dark wizards. Once Professor Hap had even helped me examine a vase made by a goblin. There is such a thing? His friend Susan Bones asked. I can testify about that. Ernest Macmillan, a Hufflepuff student who had just been frightened, said with a straight face, trying to salvage his image. The frozen air in the entrance hall melted away and the chatter heated up, with a fair number of the young wizards crowding around just in to hear more clearly. The hospital wing is packed with people. Pretty much all the professors had arrived upon hearing the news, and there are even many students standing crowded in the corridor of the hospital wing, and Professor McGonagall had to go outside every few minutes to maintain discipline and keep the chaotic students quiet at bay. Some people, like Hermione and Ron, were caught in the middle of it, running back and forth in the corridors to maintain order. In an atmosphere of chaos, Madame Pomfrey finished her inspection. This is simply the strangest case I have ever seen in a patient. Everything about her body is normal, except for the magic. Usually, this is the most difficult condition to deal with. Even if she had an arm missing I could fix it. She kept shaking her head with a confused expression. I can't judge, but she is not squib, but the symptoms dash. There was another clamour from outside and Professor McGonagall stood up in a huff, her chest heaving violently. Can't those students just look at the clock? I'll make sure they get a point deduction. She gasped and rushed to the door, opening it to see a tall, slim wizard standing outside. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally here, Dumbledore. Charity she dash. I know all about it. Dumbledore nodded at her, looking around first. His gaze seemed like it held magic, soothing the restlessness in the professor's mind. Then he strode over to the bed and bent down to examine Professor Burbage's state, his silver-white beard trailing down to the bed sheet. After a good while, he straightened up, and a hint of confusion tinged his eyes. I can conclude that she has not become squib, and it certainly is not some curse dash. Headmaster Dumbledore, is it possible that it could be an obscurus? I've read about it in books and its characteristics are similar to the magic in her dash, Madame Pomfrey asked. Absolutely not. Dumbledore said with conviction. He looked at the others in the room and Professor Flitwick said as he tiptoed, I don't see any hidden magic spells. Snape stood in the corner and said with a blank face, nor is it the effect of a potion. Professor Sprout chimed in, she hasn't made any recent contact with plants and herbs like sneezewort or scurvy grass. Maybe then it's not the effect of magic. Trelawney, who is wearing a pair of large glasses, peeked out from behind Astronomy Professor Sinistra and Care of Magical Creatures Substitute Professor Grubbly Plank as she looked toward the sickbed. Thank you, Sybil. Dumbledore said briefly. He looked over at Felix, who had just opened his eyes and had an odd expression on his face as he looked at the other side of the bed, and asked softly, how did you and Charity communicate recently? The eyes of a few professors in the ward widened, staring at Felix's face in unison, trying to discern something. Felix hesitated for a moment. Albus, you'd better see it for yourself. Dumbledore met his gaze calmly, his blue eyes drifted for a moment under his half-circle glasses, and then he found himself in a strange world of vibrant colors. There is no way to tell up from down, no place to land underneath his feet, and he is surrounded by an empty, dark landscape as if he is in the space. Dumbledore surveyed his surroundings with interest as a coiled double spiral structure formed a golden staircase that stretched from near to the end of his sight at infinity. This is followed by a large ball of blue light that sparkled like lightning, radiating a bright white current that filled only part of the void. The gold and blue intertwined with each other clearly and distinctly, forming a large obscure and indeterminate shadow of light at the edges where they made contact with each other. This is, Dumbledore slowly said, Professor Burbage's dream world. Felix replied briefly. As he spoke, a familiar voice rang out from nowhere. It belonged to Charity Burbage, her voice much more ethereal than usual, with echoes as if it came from the open plains, and her tone filled with confusion and fear, as it sounded from all directions. Why is there no magic in this? Dumbledore, with a solemn expression, spoke up and explained. During the summer holidays Charity had been involved in an accident. She visited a dozen Muggle biologists in quick succession, and on the last visit, she became very agitated and possibly at that point her body developed this problem. Her wand warned her, but unfortunately, the Muggle professor she was talking to suspected she was hiding a gun and rushed up to knock her out and report it to the police. She was quite distracted when I brought her out. Minerva and I talked about it. Felix showed a reminiscent look. At the International Conference on Muggle Studies 2 years ago, Professor Burbage had shown curiosity in biology knowledge. but what she was studying at the time is very basic, a level roughly similar to a first-year levitation charm. Her presentation was interrupted due to an accident when Ilvermorny students attacked the hotel. I have paid little attention to her area of research and progress since then, and it is apparent that Professor Burbage has not given up, and her research has gotten deeper and deeper in the past 2 years. Dumbledore gazed at the strange dreams of Charity Burbage. She is unable to comprehend that new knowledge. Worse than that, she understood it, but couldn't incorporate it into what she already knew. Felix said. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, oblivious to the echoing voice of Professor Burbage drifting around the dream. Is it another system? One that conflicts with magic? Magic and science. Felix said lightly, the two are like two circles, each has developed a very different system over the millennia. If you look at them in comparison, magic is sentimental and versatile, science is rational and rigorous, and they have grown increasingly distinct from each other, forming two brilliant flowers of civilization. But unfortunately, our Professor Burbage has discovered the intersection of the two by mistake. Dumbledore said with emotion. That's right, Felix said, her cognition is too inclined towards wizardry, and as a witch, she is undoubtedly well qualified, but on the other hand, pardon me for saying this, her scientific knowledge is pathetically low, but she is under the delusion that she can use the wisdom she has accumulated through her life to understand another logically rigorous behemoth, and that is very difficult to accomplish without clearing many problems. So that's the case. Dumbledore exhaled softly and looked at the dreamscape before him. Now that we know why, it becomes easier to solve Charity's current troubles. There are more than one way to solve it, and we can let Charity choose exactly which one to use when we go out. Felix nodded, as he thought of the same. The most straightforward way to fix it is by making Charity Burbage forget the memories involved, then treating her as a newly enrolled young wizard, and letting her reorganize her magic knowledge all over again. The whole process is not that difficult, but of course, she may not be happy about it. The other method is more difficult. Instead of erasing her memories, she must rediscover the magic and solidify her cognition despite the presence of disruptions. But either way, I'm sure Dumbledore would warn her to stay away from such a dangerous knowledge for a short time. Felix regretted a little that he hadn't given out his Christmas present yet, but he didn't dare give anything related to the Muggle world now. Who knew if it would touch her nerve? The incident had also woken him up to the problems that are in the middle of his goal. He had been secretly trying to promote the integration of the wizarding and normal world in the past, and now it seemed he had a long way to go. Perhaps a buffer zone should need to be created in between the two, somewhere between the opening and closure of the wizarding world, a careful balancing point. A limited degree of openness? Felix mused. Dumbledore sighed. She is supposed to be the wizard who will push this area of knowledge to the limit in centuries. She is indeed a pioneer. Felix agreed. And what about you? Me? Your achievements in the field of Muggle studies are equally admirable, Dumbledore said softly. I have read your book, which contains a considerable amount of scientific knowledge, and as far as I know, one can only formulate something through the words if they have an idea or deep knowledge about it. You are thinking that I have studied it more deeply than Professor Burbage. That is what puzzles me most. You have never seemed to be troubled by this? And you also managed to apply that concept in the company you founded. Future World is said to spend a significant portion of its expenses on Muggle items, but those employees aren't as, well, the only difference I can think of is that the areas of research are different. Dumbledore said in a tone that explored the truth. There are indeed reasons for that. Felix said, the development strategy one have for the company, at least the preliminary research, is to draw on the ideas and purposes of Muggle technology products before trying to replace them with magic. I didn't ask them to master the principles behind it, and it's especially important to note that he crossed his fingers, the concepts of mechanics, physics, chemistry, are either available to wizards themselves, or are still blank and do not seriously conflict with their cognition. Unlike Professor Burbage, she has touched the most essential and radical problems. As for the fact why I am personally unaffected, I think it may have something to do with my origins, which have made me hold both magic and science with equal regard, as well as the fact that I don't think I can easily master the power of both with my own hand. Felix said. Dumbledore smiled. Ah, a marvelous vision is born in me, as your job advertisement in the paper stated. What kind of sparks would come from the combination of Muggle wisdom and magic? That's right, I'll wait in anticipation to see what will happen. You are too modest, Felix, and if I had to find one word to describe this, I would say, fruitful. Dumbledore said. In the dream world, Charity's voice rang strong and weak, as if she had been wandering through the dream world, begging for answers over and over again. Genes. DNA. Evolution. Why is there no place for magic in it? Have you thought about how to deal with this? Dumbledore asked thoughtfully. Felix magically understood what Dumbledore meant. Dumbledore hadn't demanded an answer itself, that wasn't realistic or immediately available. He simply wanted to know how to deal with this type of conflict of ideas and concepts if wizards and normal people are destined to merge. Haven't thought about it before. Felix said bluntly. And now? Have a little idea. Dumbledore looked at Felix with a smile. Felix seemed to have the illusion that he had gone back 3 years ago, as if they are sitting in that circular headmaster's office, and he is being interviewed for a serious job, rather than exploring issues in a professor's bizarre dream world. In the short term, magic to magic and science to science, with an artificial buffer zone drawn to give each other plenty of time to adjust. He said seriously. The voices in the dream world suddenly fell silent, as if Professor Burbage's subconscious mind is also listening at the side, and there was a terrible silence around them as the blue ball of light and the golden spiral structure parted a little, revealing a large black area in between. Limiting the communication to a certain level. Dumbledore nodded, good thinking, so who will be the bridge in between? Felix hesitated for a moment before voicing his thoughts. The Ministry of Magic was unintentionally doing this before, now it is Future World Company who is actively promoting it. In the future, it will be all the young wizards from Muggle families working together. Dumbledore made no comment on that as he simply said, let's get out of here, the people outside should be waiting impatiently. Speaking of which, I wonder if Charity has any chance of being on the chocolate frog card? And what will her introduction look like? It's really something to look forward to. Chapter 536. Felix and Dumbledore opened their eyes at the same time, and the professor in the room looked at them intensely. Are you guys whispering? Sirius asked in an irritated tone, we've been staring at you guys like idiots for 5 minutes. This statement should be true, as they were in someone else's dream world. Felix didn't use thought acceleration, so the amount of time that passed in the dream world would be the same as the amount of time that passed in reality. Snape waved his sleeve in distaste and walked further away. You could interpret that as two healers discussing a treatment plan and not wanting to be disturbed by a certain bloke making noise. Felix said teasingly, speaking of which, didn't taking your students to Apparite all day long drained your energy? Sirius smacked his lips and muttered, I should have asked for a raise. At that moment, Professor Burbage awoke from her bed, looking flustered at first, but when Dumbledore's bright azure eyes looked at her through the lenses, she quickly calmed down and looked at Felix with a smile. Charity, I don't want my words to sound like an accusation, but you really shouldn't be shouldering all these problems alone. Dumbledore said gently, you can always ask for help at Hogwarts. Professor Burbage took a deep shaky breath, tears welling up in her eyes as she covered her face and said, I am so sorry. Madame Pomfrey stepped forward and handed her a steaming mug. Dear, drink this hot chocolate, it will make you feel better. She took it, and took a sip, as she whispered, I was so silly. Charity, what's going on? I heard part of it from the students, but their claims are ridiculous. Squib? That is impossible. Flitwick said pointedly, maybe we can help. It's the shadow. A low, slow voice echoed through the ward, I saw a lot of wizards, shadows, but couldn't make out their faces. You mean the ancient runes exchange in Hogsmeade? Professor McGonagall said nonchalantly, thank you, Sybil, but I can't pretend like I didn't see the news in the papers. October 27th, 3 weeks from now. Of course not. Trelawney exclaimed, glaring at Professor McGonagall as if she had insulted her, I had predicted that there would be a twist in that exchange. Fate warned me of a very different thing. Then can you explain it more clearly? Professor McGonagall asked patiently, forcing a hum out of her nose. Well, inner eye are not allowed to be misused, but, yes, I did see something. Trelawney struggled to keep her eyes open and tilted her head, her lenses flickered as she used a deliberately shaky voice, it seems to be an island, no, maybe a castle. The others weren't interested in hearing any more, so they returned their attention to the person in the hospital bed. Professor Burbage's lips quirked as she hesitated, unsure of how to speak. No one urged her, and then after a while, she finally opened her mouth, it was my own fault, I learned something from the Muggle world and ended up doubting myself, and magic as well. Alas, I was a fool. I changed my mind a few times midway through. She said softly, probably about 2 years or so ago, I first came across a book titled The Biography of Mendel, which contained knowledge that is in line with me. Some of the ideas coincided with what I've long thought. She darted a glance at Dumbledore. You know, I'm against pure blood supremacy, of course, Muggle books won't mention wizards, but the implication is pretty much similar. Then she began to say unfamiliar terms like Mendel, experiment, genes, and crossbreeding unconsciously to the bewilderment of those around her. They looked at Dumbledore and then at Felix. In a nutshell, it's a term coined by Muggles when they study the grand subject of life. Felix summarized it. The realization dawned on a few professors, which made it much easier for them to understand. Professor Sprout scrutinized Professor Burbage. No wonder you've been frequently looking for me to talk to for a while. It's almost as if you were studying plants as if they are human beings. Plants? How can a human be the same as a plant? Professor Sinistra shook her head for a moment. Not exactly, Professor Burbage retorted. That book was only for enlightenment. Their research methods were quite rudimentary back then and have been enriched in the last decade or so. I mean, Mendel was a man from the 19th century. Felix blinked. Speaking of which, when was Headmaster Dumbledore born? He found the thought somewhat offensive, so he sensibly refrained from uttering a word. You're way ahead of a lot of people if I had to judge, Charity. Dumbledore said gently, but, how did you get yourself into such a dangerous situation? Alas. She said with a sigh, 2 years ago, I attended a Muggle research conference which ended up being interrupted by an accident, which prevented me from presenting my hastily completed paper. Before that, Professor Happ had advised me that my research would attract collective opposition from pure-blooded wizards. I didn't listen much. She huffed. I was optimistic that if I researched far enough I could prevail in the foreseeable disputes and silence them with irrefutable evidence. Professor Burbage said, in a less polite tone. Then my research stalled, so I turned to the Muggle books that had given me so much inspiration. I bought the most advanced professional books, magazines, and papers and stuffed my head with them. I was slow, there were too many out-of-the-box words and roundabout logical connections. To be honest, at first, I didn't think Muggles would do anything phenomenal. I just wanted to find new ideas and refine my own theories from them. But as my research progressed, I discovered a terrible truth. Muggle research into the nature of life had no magic in it, not a word, but their theories are unexpectedly self-contained. I was unconvinced and tried to find out the flaw, and alas, then the nightmares started to appear. Her eyes filled with fear, she shivered and took a large sip of hot chocolate, the delicious liquid giving her courage as she began to tell the most crucial part of the story. Although my conscience was rejecting it, my subconscious had accepted the theories and my research shifted silently. I wanted to integrate the two perspectives. I mean, fusing them together, it was truly out of my league. As a result, my mind was completely messed up. Professor Burbage shuddered, a look of confusion flashed in her eyes again. It was strange how amazingly similar they were in some points, but diametrically opposed in others. I couldn't reconcile those contradictions, so I chose to visit the Muggle biologists over the summer, but this had brought even more terrible consequences. I actually started to doubt the magic. Finally. Her mouth clamped shut and the ward fell silent. Every professor fell into contemplation. Snape looked at Felix with eerie eyes, his face calm as a rock or a plant growing in the dark, but his mind is fluctuating violently. The boy had almost screwed him up. The Christmas present he had given him. Those chemistry books. Although Felix had only gifted him the middle school experiment guidebook, but he had stumbled past a bookshop in Muggle Alley during the summer holidays and purchased a few chemistry books on a whim, which he had found beneficial after a careful reading. Snape's expression looked condescending. He leaned against the wall with his shoulders hugged, and no one could guess what he was thinking. He did see a lot of inconsistencies in the chemistry book compared to the wizard's perceptions, but he didn't take the bull by the horns, because he had known one thing early on, that Muggles didn't have magic powers, and even if the recipe for the potion is given to those people, and they follow the same steps all over again, the best they will get is a stinking pot of pus. Thinking of this, he glanced coldly at Professor Burbage, who doubted her wizard blood. No wonder she was betrayed by her own magic. At that moment, Sirius broke the silence in the room. Why do we have to dwell on these questions? He spread his hands. I modified a motorbike with James. I mean, an adventure to a Muggle shop, to investigate Death Eaters. That's right, that's when. We couldn't even figure out what was the purpose of the spark plug back then, but it didn't stop us from keeping it, and we didn't find it much of an eyesore when we sat on it. That's a different thing. Snape said. I'd say it's the same thing, Sirius retorted subconsciously like always, or maybe do you think you can master all the knowledge? That nothing is impossible. Snape glanced at him coldly and ignored him altogether. Headmaster Dumbledore, if there is no further problem, I will take my leave. With that, he walked out of the ward and after a few seconds, his very energetic voice rang out from the entrance. No spells in the corridors. 20 points off for Gryffindor. Sirius couldn't sit still, he made a lame excuse to leave, and soon there was a heated argument sounded from the corridor. Severus Snape! Don't you try to deduce points for nonsense again. Ah! Dumbledore snapped out of his deep thoughts and turned his head to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, you'd better go out and check it out and separate them before they cause any more trouble. I don't want to see news about Hogwarts professors fighting in the headlines. After Professor McGonagall left, the others left one by one. When the ward was left only with Dumbledore, Charity Burbage, Felix, and Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore explained the two most viable treatments to Professor Burbage and, as expected, she did not choose the seemingly easy method. I don't want to forget that knowledge, Professor Burbage said after a moment of hesitation. I'll be more careful later. If you insist. Dumbledore respected her choice, but he still warned her, but you can't do any more research like that for a short term. Professor Burbage nodded heavily. It would be best to bring Charity to St. Mungo's for a period of recuperation. The conditions here are too rudimentary to deal with this kind of problem. Madame Pomfrey suggested. But I don't want to be absent. Alas, all right. Professor Burbage agreed. Dumbledore stood up with relief. That's settled then, please wait, I will need a few minutes to explain to the students. Their little minds are always full of all sorts of strange notions, and it is best not to leave them to their own devices. He walked out of the ward and his soft voice was faintly heard from outside. I am happy to announce that there will be no long-term effects, too much strain and need to rest for a few days. It won't be long before I will return you an intact professor. In the ward, Felix also prepared to take his leave. Professor Happ, Professor Burbage called out to him after a moment's hesitation, I'm sorry I didn't follow your advice. It was something no one expected, Felix said calmly, I understand what you did. It's hard for a normal person not to be tempted by the discovery of a treasure on the side of the road. He expressed his empathy for what had happened to Burbage, but more than that, he started to self-reflect. He considered another issue in his mind. If one day wizards made their identity public, a place where wizards and muggles could coexist would have to be established in order to facilitate communication between the two sides. It would be like a testing ground where all ideas, both mature and immature, could be put into practice. It would not be a good idea to build this place either in Diagon Alley, or Hogsmeade. There are more realistic factors to consider, such as the attitude of the Muggle government. But Trelawney's words had given him some inspiration. An island. Felix thought about it, and wondered if he could build it in the future. Professor Charity Burbage did not stay at St. Mungo's for long. She returned from the hospital after only 2 days of absence, which kept the rumors going among the student group from making any waves, and with her return to teaching, especially after demonstrating the levitation charm in class, the rumors that originally seemed flimsy fell apart even faster. Peace returned to Hogwarts Castle, and as the 27th of October drew nearer, the newspapers began to report lengthy articles about ancient rune exchange, with a steady stream of photographs of the Hogsmeade venue. One student flipped through the latest newspaper, which showed a picture of the incomplete venue, with dozens of staff standing in a small clearing in the middle of Hogsmeade village, directing blocks of planks to appear in the right place. It looks like a huge open-air auditorium. The student reading the paper said. Rather like a dueling ring. His friend corrected. Their views represented most of the students. The Hogwarts students had their own separate emphases regarding the exchange, and they had automatically divided into 2 factions, one focusing on the exchange itself, discussing who would be there and what the event would result in, while the other firmly focused on the interlude of the exchange, the challenge section. Coincidentally, the latter view prevailed mostly in Gryffindor and Slytherin House. Chapter 537. A student spoke enthusiastically in the Slytherin common room. Look at that circular field with the familiar star pattern, it's exactly like the ring used in the international wizarding duels. Randolph said excitedly. People in the common room looked up, and pairs of scrutinizing eyes focused on him. The room was silent, apart from the slow pattering sound of the ghostly green lake against the basement window. The Greengrass sisters put down their quills, and Astoria, the younger sister, blinked twice as if she had found something amusing, and she simply pushed the parchment, ink bottles, and thick reference books in front of her to her sister's side, while she leaned on the table with one hand and cocked her head to watch the fun, much to the annoyance of her sister Daphne. "Astoria, you little bore," Astoria made a face at her, causing Draco opposite to them to snicker as he lazily leaned back in one of the armchairs. Pansy, who is occupying the seat next to him, fiddled with an emerald green and silver silk ribbon bow. A little further away, Crab and Goyle are eating chocolate cake, and the crumbs splattered on the head of the Millicent Bulstrode's cat, which whimpered, as it raised its tail and wriggled free from its owner's thick arms to jump in front of a young first-year witch. "Go away, stupid!" Who said, while her eyes stared intensely at Randolph's face. Randolph wasn't too nervous to speak because of the gazes. Instead, his voice raised involuntarily. He waved his hand so hard that the newspaper in his hand almost hit the student next to him in the eye, but he didn't notice it at all. His full attention is focused on what he is going to say next. "This means that all my previous guesses were right. Professor Happ is finally no longer going to hide his strength," he stated in a lower tone, his tone laced with obvious glee and anticipation. "Did he hide it?" the male student who had almost been hit muttered in a whisper. "Gee, I mean, if I had that kind of strength, I'd certainly want the whole world to know about it." Randolph paused for a few seconds with rather a theatrical indignation on his face. "Did you by any chance didn't notice that there were people in the papers dissing the professor a while back, saying he just knocked out a few drunks?" "I don't know much about that, I wasn't there during the Quidditch World Cup final," the boy said. "I went," Randolph said excitedly, "the professor was just so cool." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spell came flying towards him but ended up weirdly stopped in midair. He gestured haphazardly for a few moments and paused in thought to say, "Too bad it was such a mess that there aren't many pictures available. I know the professor is strong, but there's no way he could have knocked over 100 of them at once, right?" His friend looked skeptical. "How is it impossible?" Randolph said in a low tone, "The professor saved Potter and the gang from the you-know-who, and I heard a Death Eater died then." "Randolph!" A student stood up and called out. His face looked as grim as that of his friend who is leaning against the rough stone wall. Not said coldly, "Watch your words." The first-year witch's eyes widened, and she suppressed her excited voice in her throat while fidgeting and pulling a small green note from her pocket, as she pushed the fat cat in her way and flipped open the note to find the page marked "Not," as her eyes glued expectantly at the argument in the common room. "Mafalda! How dare you push my cat?" Millicent glared at her viciously. "Quiet," Mafalda waved her hand carelessly, "before I make you up in a story." It seemed like a terrible threat, and Millicent scowled at her and reached out to hold her cat back. On the other side. "Did I say something wrong?" Randolph yelled at Not. "Which of my words do you think is wrong?" Not turned red as he tried his best to appear contemptuous and angry. "I was telling you to be careful what you say and not blabber on about the Great Dash." "Great? Who are you referring to?" Randolph interrupted him nonchalantly. "If I understand you correctly, you are speaking for the you-know-who." Not stared angrily at Randolph, but what disturbed him more was that no one in the common room stepped forward to help him. The green light from the lamp hanging overhead shone on his face, sending a chill down his spine. No. I just thought that it shouldn't be," he stammered. "Then keep your mouth shut and don't always bring up your pure-blood philosophy," Randolph said pointedly, "or I'll assume someone in your family is on the side of the Death Eaters." He sat down with the air of a victor. The Slytherin common room was eerily silent, except for Mafalda, who enthusiastically scribbling in her green note. Not, promoting the philosophy of the you-know-who for the past month, suspected of being influenced by Death Eaters. All underclassmen fidgeted and kept quiet like quails, and those who are slightly older had some bad feelings in their hearts, wondering when the trend in Slytherin House seemed to have changed. Regardless of the public opinion, Voldemort had always been a Slytherin flag, and before him, it was Phineas Black, but these two flags fell one after another until Felix Happ rose out of nowhere. But they had mixed feelings about the professor. It is rumored that the professor had been treated unfairly by the house when he was at school, causing him to become unaffectionate with the house, which was fine, but as his influence grew, his fame overshadowed the others day by day, to the point where he has finally reached a level that no one can ignore. The things that made Slytherin students uncomfortable paled in comparison to his mind-boggling achievements. For example, the pro-Muggle inclinations that had been secretly criticized were also completely ignored in light of the reality of how rapidly the future World Company had grown and is expected to rival the Gringotts in just over a short period of time. A voice has even emerged that Professor Hap has a unique vision. With his foresight he clocked himself as pro-Muggle, to accumulate wealth effortlessly. As for what the truth is, not many people care anymore. When people mentioned Slytherin House, apart from the legendary figures like Salazar Slytherin and Merlin, the first person they thought of among the wizards who are still alive at the moment, would be Felix Hap rather than the house head Snape, beside the he who must not be named. The change occurred silently and was hardly noticeable to outsiders, but it is nevertheless wielded immense might. A testament to this is that when news of the you-know-who's return emerged, a small group of people prepared to propagate extreme pure-blood philosophy in Slytherin House, just as their fathers had done during the last war, only to be surprised to find a lukewarm response that barely made a ripple. It was as if there was no market for such talk anymore. But there could only be one real reason: Felix Hap, who is considered as the new Slytherin flag, is against the pure-blood philosophy. Despite the fact that he did nothing and gave no preferential treatment to the Slytherin students, he still managed to influence a large group of people just by existing. It is a third-year Slytherin girl, Astoria Greengrass, who made them really aware of this. She casually said something like, "Professor Hap is definitely going to be headmaster in the future, and he's a Slytherin, that's all that matters." This comment sparked a discussion throughout Slytherin House, and they deliberated and concluded that it is a great truth. If Professor Hap wanted to, there is no obstacle in his way. Well, perhaps the only obstacle would be the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, which is why many fantasized that Professor Hap could fight Dumbledore after the rumors of the Elder Wand came out. How much power could an invincible wand exercise in the hands of Felix Hap, who has a great variety of ancient magic? The answer to this question is one that made the hearts of all who seriously pondered this question jump. Is it possible for the greatest white wizard of this era to stand up against the combination of this two? But this talk gradually died down, as Professor Hap himself refuted the rumors denying the authenticity of the Elder Wand, much to the dismay of many Slytherin students. But once some ideas are born, it's hard to dismiss them as nothing. It is safe to say that in the last half a month, Slytherin House has experienced an undercurrent of ideological conflict from top to bottom. It was also during this collective, all-encompassing reflection that everyone had more or less developed their own inclinations. Draco Malfoy watched the lukewarm response Theodore Nott received with a cold eye. He felt he needed to have a serious talk with his own father, and this Christmas is a good opportunity for the Malfoys to take control of their own destiny, and if not, then turn to the side that is destined to win. Besides, Muggleborns aren't all that annoying. Chapter 538. Harry and Ron dragged their heavy feet up the marble steps towards the castle, muddy from their recent training, their hair blown around by the wind, and Harry vainly tried to smooth the messy hair. "Angelina is a second wood, I should have expected this." Ron grumbled under his breath, but his mind had already begun to look forward to his first game. "I wish I could play against Slytherin right away, so I can teach Malfoy a lesson. He's not going to score a single goal at my hand. He's a seeker, not a chaser," Ginny reminded him. "Of course, I know that." Ron changed his tune at light speed. "Let Harry stop him from getting the golden snitch, and I'll guard the goal. We'll both work together perfectly, and it'll be an absolutely flawless combination." Ginny rolled her eyes. Harry perked up a little as he said to Ginny, "You're a good flyer, there's hope you'll join the team this year, why not stick around?" "It's not too late to join the team next year," Ginny said as she smoothed her hair. "I want to wait for Fred and George to graduate." "They pissed you off?" Ron asked perceptively. "I can help you teach them a lesson." "That doesn't sound very convincing," Ginny said dryly. Ron said vaguely, "You could write to Mum and tell her off." A strange look appeared on his face. "Mum hasn't sent a howler in ages, I really miss." "Don't bother," Ginny said, "I don't want others to gossip. You know, if you add me to the mix there would be 4 Weasleys on the team." Harry noticed a more subtle side to her, and to be fair, it was rather a nonchalant statement, as if it is a sure thing that she will join the team. Ron froze for a moment in response. He seemed to have just realized that as he counted it up on his fingers. "Fred, George, yeah, if you are added to that, more than half of the players will have Weasley as their last name. That's not bad when you think about it," he said cheerfully, neither Harry nor Ginny paying any attention to him. "Which position are you going to play?" Harry asked. "Seeker," Ginny said. Harry cocked his head and squinted at her, and Ginny pursed her lips. "Well, I was joking. I think the beater position would be good. I just love the idea of slamming a bludger into someone's face." Harry suddenly felt a chill run through his body, probably from too much wind. He should better go to Madame Pomfrey's and pick up some potions for his cold. "You're going to help me, aren't you?" Ginny asked, staring at his face. "What?" Harry looked stunned. "Help me train." "Oh, sure," Harry said, trying his best not to let his confusion show. He had a strange feeling lately that Quidditch didn't seem to be as appealing to him as it had been before, something he had felt vaguely since the beginning of the school year when Angelina had asked him about it, and now that it had been over a month since school had started, he couldn't pretend it as a misconception anymore. Exactly what is the reason? Harry thought seriously. For one thing, if it was an occasional Quidditch game he would never turn it down. It is one of the few things that relaxes him, after all, but if it involves spending a lot of time on it, he doesn't think it's quite worth it, and he might as well spare that time to hold a dueling study group. Susan Bones' last suggestion about registering the dueling study group as an official club made perfect sense because the dueling study group wasn't just for Gryffindors now, it had started with Luna, and later Susan Bones, Ernie, Justine and other students from other houses had joined in. Of course, Harry wasn't sure how long they would stick around, and anyway, it seemed to him that these people are more interested in his, Ron's, and Hermione's amazing experiences, whether it's being the youngest winner of the Order of Merlin, or what happened on the graveyard after the third task of the tournament. Although Ron had already told his story several times, with several revisions in between, Weasley laughing as he faced Cruciatus Curse and Ron defeating Death Eaters, and in his stories, the other three characters were pretty much sidelined. "You were the one who came up with the idea of using the Ring of Ouroboros to inform Professor Hap." It was Harry. "So you had the ring with you?" "Not really, it was Hermione." "You fought the you-know-who?" "Well. So you just got hit by the Cruciatus Curse?" "Of course not. Mate, I took down at least 4 Death Eaters." "We might as well talk about that." "Hey, don't leave." The crowd scattered in disinterest. So after a while, Ron got wise and started lamenting that the History of Magic textbook is too old-fashioned, even though he never personally read it fully, thinking that there are a lot of important events left out of it, and when he was pressed about it, he would talk about how he set a Death Eater on fire with the bright fire-making spell. In his words, that was the first time the bright fire-making spell was used in actual combat, and it just doesn't make sense that such an important scene isn't included in a History of Magic textbook. Harry pondered what exactly the name of the club would be if he is going to officially start one. He recalled the names of the clubs he knew of, some of which had been founded by professors at the school and had very straightforward names: the Charms Club, also known jokingly as the Charm, Glamour Club, the Transfiguration Club, the Magic Rune Club. They are not exactly that high-end names. Harry also knows that Mr. Slughorn, when he was teaching at Hogwarts, named his club, the Slug Club, based on his name. Other than that, there are a few clubs that were created by the students themselves, and that's what he needs, Harry thought. The first one that came to his mind is the Gobstone Club, but again, it had a little reference point, and the next one that popped into his head, Harry reluctantly remembered, is the Harry Potter fan club founded by the Creevy brothers. He had prayed that it was just an unfunny joke, but it seemed to be true. He had even seen a recruitment flyer in a hidden corner of the common room. The Anti-Voldemort Club? Harry was tempted to name the dueling study group that way, but it would probably scare off a large group of people. Ron's suggestion, the Order of the Phoenix Branch, was also rejected. Hermione suggested to simply call it the Defense Association, DA for short, which could also be considered as Dumbledore's Army, which would be a good name, but Sirius warned them, "Don't get Headmaster Dumbledore in trouble, we're on good terms with the Ministry now." "Do you want the Ministry to get the wrong idea about us?" So the name was scrapped. Finally, Ginny made a suggestion to change the name to Potter's Lookout when Fred and George had jokingly suggested Frontline Lookout, which everyone liked, and if nothing unexpected happened, the name was decided. When the name was decided, the purpose of the club was outlined: to provide help to students who are preparing to become Aurors, or who are opposed to Voldemort's dark reign, and Harry also intended to share regular updates on the war outside the school. Sirius was well informed in this regard. The members of the Frontline Lookout would cheer when Harry informed them that all was well during the assembly, they would applaud when Harry announced the name of a captured dark wizard, they would raise their wands in silence when Harry said that an Auror or hit wizard had died. "Where's Luna?" "She's wandering around the Forbidden Forest again, saying she's trying to find the King of Thestral," Ginny said helplessly. Ron muttered something that sounded like loony. They crossed the foyer and found Hermione hiding behind a suit of armor, waving at them covertly. Harry looked curiously in the direction she is hiding, a strand of red hair flickering in his vision. But when they walked past, Hermione is all alone. Hey! Where's everyone? Never mind, you guys come with me. She ran with them to an abandoned classroom. Just in case, Hermione said. More intrigued, Harry followed Ron and Ginny as they looked into the abandoned classroom, where a small girl stood, not very tall, half a head shorter than Ginny, but she had reddish-brown hair, and when she turned around, Harry was surprised to find that the girl looked unexpectedly similar to Ginny. Who is she? Ginny asked, and sensing a threat she stepped in front of Harry. Hermione took a step to the side with an odd look on her face. I thought you guys knew her? Then let her explain it to you personally. The young girl stepped in front of them and looked them up and down nonchalantly, youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin. She completely ignored Ginny. So what if we are? Ron said casually, you're a freshman in Slytherin House. The young girl tore her fiery gaze away from Harry's forehead and scrutinized Ronald Weasley. A headstrong girl, Harry thought. The young girl's gaze lingered on Ron's face for a few seconds as she held out her hand. Mafalda, Mafalda Pruitt. Ron's mouth dropped open in surprise. Mom. The little girl's face tensed and Hermione couldn't help but cover her face to stop looking. Ginny slapped Ron on the back of the head. What a silly thing to say. She looked at Mafalda with a critical eye. What is your relationship with my mum? It dawned on Harry, he vaguely remembered that Mrs. Weasley's maiden name is Pruitt. Chapter 539. As Ginny asked her question, Mafalda's attention focused on her for the first time, and the two, one taller and one shorter, sized each other up. Harry noticed that both girls had a slight resemblance to Mrs. Weasley, and both also had reddish hair, but again they had many differences. Ginny's flame-like hair stood out most distinctively, even among the 7 Weasley children, and she didn't look at people with aggressive eyes most of the time, though right now is an exception. She looked like a hot turkey that would soon be served on the Halloween table with her hair flaring up. I've met Aunt Molly, just once. Mafalda said, but I met your father more often, and he took me to Diagon Alley to shop around and get some things in advance. He even gave me an owl, and when I went back I wrote to him, and he answered diligently at first, but then he became slower. Maybe it's because he's busy, or maybe you're asking too many questions. Ginny said in one breath. Maybe, but I don't need him to take me with him anymore, I can do it alone. Mafalda said, I convinced Mum and Dad to allow me to go to Diagon Alley. What's that line? Getting to know the wizarding world. I became interested in everything in Diagon Alley. Old Tom at the Leaky Cauldron had lost all his teeth, but he made good food. When I inquired about Madame Malkin's marital status she threw me out. I also persuaded the clerk at the Flourish and Blotts bookshop to allow me to sit in the corner and read, my favorite being Easy Spells to Fool Muggles and the 7-book series of Gilderoy Lockhart's adventures. In the former, I picked out a few spells to learn, and they work quite well, while the latter has been an eye-opener. Wait. Harry felt that her statement was so ridiculous that he had to interrupt, and he wasn't the only one who thought so. Ron, Hermione, and Ginny all shouted out at the same time as Mafalda glared at them. The scene was a bit comical and the crowd looked at each other for a moment. Okay, one at a time. Hermione sighed. She knew since the moment this young girl approached her and said she had great information about the Death Eaters that this is not a student who follows the rules, and sure enough they were all taken aback. She looked at Mafalda and asked patiently, Miss Pruitt, I believe Mr. Weasley would have told your parents that the magical world is not peaceful right now, so how did you convince them to let you go to Diagon Alley alone? She actually wanted to accuse Mafalda's parents of being irresponsible more than anything else. They do not interact with each other much. Mafalda gestured to herself and Ginny as a way of indicating both parents. My father and Aunt Molly are related, but I think they aren't on very good terms, which is evident from the stiff conversation between them. That's exactly what I'm saying. Ron interjected as the others looked at him, so he swallowed and murmured, Mum does have a distant cousin, but she seldom mentions him in the family. Dad's a squib, works as an accountant now, and occasionally trades equities. Mum's a Muggle and neither of them had much involvement with the magical community before. Mafalda said, except for me. She added. But Hermione was torn. Even if that were the case, there's no way Mr. Weasley wouldn't have warned Oh, that's easy, I'll just tell Mum and Dad, someone is waiting for me behind the door in Diagon Alley, like Bill Weasley, I know he works in Diagon Alley. Mafalda said with a slight smug look on her face. Hermione looked shocked. Ginny let out a cat-like purr in anger. So you were tricking them? Mafalda shrugged, the answer is obvious. There was a moment of silence in the abandoned classroom and Harry asked, you know that Lockhart is he hesitated. A liar. Mafalda asked and Harry nodded as she said calmly, I like the way he tells stories, that's all. That was the end of the cross-examination, and even though Ron and Ginny didn't like Mafalda much, they still have to pinch their noses since she is their relative. What's the purpose of your visit today? Ginny asked with a stern face, you should know that Gryffindor House and Slytherin House are deadly rivals, if anyone finds out. That's why I sneaked over here, Mafalda said with a jolt, as she pulled a green notebook out of her pocket. Harry could tell from some of the details that it's a product of the Muggle world, and she turned the page, but instead of showing it to them, she closed it in front of them and said, I can give you information about Slytherin House, about the Death Eaters, but in exchange Death Eaters? Harry, Ron, and Ginny said in disbelief. The three looked at Hermione, who hastily waved her hand, I don't know any more than you do, Hermione spotted the problem, a young girl from a Muggle family who had previously had no inkling about the wizarding world and only been here for a short while, what kind of information could she know? Oh! Mafalda looked at them curiously, is it clear, did you understand me? Then I will continue, I certainly won't do this for free, I want you guys to become one of the leads in my story in exchange for it. Harry looked at her in confusion, what the heck was this all about? What in your story? The lead role in my story, Mafalda jiggled her finger at him, haven't I told you, I love history and I love to write, you know Bathilda Bagshot. Harry nodded reluctantly, he knew the person, a brilliant historian, she wrote the textbook that is now used in history of magic classes, she retired and lived in Godric's Hollow. Godric's Hollow, his heart clenched. Mafalda didn't notice Harry's difference as she went along with the previous words, Bathilda Bagshot wrote History of Magic, and there's a quote from her that I particularly agree with, that the happiest thing for a chronicler of history is to be able to talk to history itself. You know what that means? Hermione raised an eyebrow. This thing I'm doing right now is? Mafalda said. Ron mulled it over and said slowly, so you're writing us into your story? You just said you liked the Lockhart books. He shot a knowing look at all of them, think about it. Harry's not going to agree to that. Ginny said with a raised eyebrow, looking at Harry uncertainly, right. Of course. Harry nodded firmly, he didn't want a heel behind him, the Creevy brothers are more than enough for him to handle. With a firm attitude, he said to Mafalda, sorry, I've got a lot on my plate this year, O.W.Ls exams, Quidditch, clubs, no time to play house with you. Mafalda blinked and just when Harry thought she would give up, she lowered her head and stared at the notebook which she had just opened and read out one name after another, Nott, Avery, Selwyn, Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy. Well, I am not certain about him, do I have to keep reading? Harry's mouth dropped open, Ron's mouth not much smaller than his, and Hermione looked at her with a shocked expression. Mafalda stared at their faces and smiled. So they really are related to the Death Eaters. How did you guess? Harry asked with difficulty, these are the names he had heard Voldemort himself say in the graveyard, each of them holding a significant position in the wizarding world. But they were humbled to the dirt before Voldemort and had to kiss Voldemort's robes to gain forgiveness. Sirius told him that because there is no evidence, the Ministry of Magic can't arrest them, and for now, they can only employ surveillance. Of course, that wasn't his exact words, Sirius was just as annoyed as Harry about it. Amelia doesn't agree with the idea of arresting them and giving them 2 pounds of Veritaserum. Afterward, when he had calmed down, he personally admitted that idea is implausible, unless we intend to cause chaos in the wizarding world, or if we'll get arrested first, the moment we try to arrest them, he said gloomily, that's the way it is with purebloods, if there's no actual proof, one arrest will bring all of them together to pressure us. Mafalda smiled like a fox, the family name Pruitt, it surprisingly has not so bad reputation and is not as eye-catching as Weasley. So what do you guys think? Would I make an excellent undercover agent for the righteous cause? I disagree. Harry said quietly. Why? Mafalda asked in surprise, she never expected to be rejected even after she had shown her capabilities. Harry, if there's a Slytherin House student willing to help us, even if, Ron said. No, Harry said, no. He repeated once again, what if she gets found out? Don't worry, Mafalda interjected, from what I've seen over the past month, Slytherin House isn't what it was rumored to be, it changed. Do you know what you're doing? You're dealing with not just some bad students, but a possible real Death Eater. If any Slytherin student mentions you in their house and investigates you behind your back, will your little smartass still be useful? Harry glared at her, as a wave of unwarranted anger welled up inside him. You're pulling your own family into a dangerous situation, and they can't even use magic. Mafalda pointed unconvincingly at Hermione, as far as I know, her family circumstances are no different from mine. Hermione remained silent. Because she didn't have a choice. The blood in Harry's heart rushed to his face. I know you're referring to Muggle status. More than that, it's also because she's my friend. Harry said in a low voice, looking at Mafalda with a gasp. That's right, she's a friend of the great Harry Potter, and Ron also had no choice, from the time he sided with me in the first year. I had even less choice, being forced to get involved with Voldemort when I was just a baby, and there's a chance for one of us to die, or even die together as a whole. Mafalda's body suddenly froze. I didn't. I don't know what you have mistaken undercover for, if it was just a prank it would be fine, but you're capable, I can see that. Which is even worse, I suppose you never imagined that one day you'd see a picture of your house in ruins with a dark mark over it in the newspaper. No, you're wrong. Then tell me the truth. Harry said, gazing down into her eyes. Mafalda glared back at him without giving up, her eyes glistening with mist. Just you wait. She gave them a hateful look and turned to run away. Harry stared at her back, but all he could think of in his mind is the picture of Godric's Hollow he had seen in the old newspaper, a picture of the ruins, just as Moody had told him, except for some white flowers and candles on the edge of the ruins, which were left by some wizards who had admired them. With sorrowful condolences, the tome said, but Harry felt it was all meaningless, as those words and condolences not going to make his family come back. Sometimes Harry would just lie in bed and think, if only he could get the resurrection stone, even if it couldn't bring back the dead like Luna said it could, just the features in the story of the three brothers that allowed them to see the souls of their loved ones is enough, instead of just a green flash in his head and his mother's pleading voice. Harry, you better be careful, she doesn't look like someone to mess with. Ron said as he looked in the direction of the classroom door. I don't care. Harry said stiffly. Something suddenly occurred to him. Luna firmly believed in the Deathly Hallows. Is there someone she desperately wanted to see as well? She could also see Thestrals. She seems quite intelligent, Ron said hesitantly, and we've accepted other students into the dueling study group. I am sure they would not refuse to fight a Death Eater. She's only 11. Harry said coldly, and Ron shut his mouth. After a moment, Harry asked as an afterthought, she said Slytherin House had become different. What's going on? Ron said without a smile, the only one who knows has just been thrown out by you. Why don't we go ask Malfoy? Harry cringed a little, he should have asked first. At night, Felix continued his promising job as a bounty hunter, except for the first time he entered the Hogshead Inn and had a slight disagreement with the barman. The other times he just stood in the doorway with a black weatherproof cloak, and before long his target would walk out on their own. Hogsmeade has recently gained an additional legend of a powerful ghost. Of course, because the missing people were all dark wizards, and the worst of the lot, not many people really cared as they had thought. The men would have been hiding their identities, probably just had left because of a sudden urgent matter. Some of the wizards swore that they had seen a ghost that had extremely powerful magical powers and could take a person's soul away with just a wave of the hand. He is the embodiment of death, said an old wizard obsessed with horror stories. His performance drew a roar of approval, and the old wizard earned himself a glass of hot fire whiskey. The barman at the Hogshead Inn snorted dismissively and continued to keep his head down and wipe his goblet with a dirty rag. Felix occasionally found time to visit the premises, which had yet to be completed. In a clearing in the middle of Hogsmeade Village, there is a huge pile of building materials, black and white marble arranged in a circular pattern with a mysterious star design on top. Felix stood with interest in the center of the star and looked around. The whole wizarding village is shrouded by a deep curtain of night, with only a few sparse starlights shining. Felix stared into the darkness where a faint sound approached, like footsteps, but it was too soft. The unknown creature's body seemed blurry in Thestral's perspective, indistinguishable from the darkness, and all he could see is a blurry glimmer of bright light that faintly pieced together the appearance of a thin, house elf. This view is very distinct from the regular perspectives and visions, even from the magical ones, and if he had to define it, he seemed to be able to see a glowing soul. "Hello, Mr. Hap, Bondi presents his regards," the house elf said in a sharp voice, stopping far away and bowing to Felix. He then looked up into Felix's silvery grey eyes and couldn't help but shiver, the eyes made him shudder. "What can I do for you, Bondi?" "Mr. Hap, Bondi brought a letter for you." "Forgive Bondi." Bondi was unable to get into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The house elf bowed deeply again as he spoke. Bondi has been waiting around for days to finally meet you." Felix always found the scene at hand somewhat familiar, but the last time the letter had been delivered by a small child, bringing a letter of invitation to battle from Voldemort to boot. He took the letter, and on the envelope, there is a triangle seal, with a circle and a vertical line inside. He stared at the pattern for a few seconds, and his mind grew more than a little suspicious. "Nermengard." The house elf bent its body even lower. Felix opened the letter, which didn't have a hint of magic attached to it, and there is a simple line written on it: "You're lying, the Elder Wand is not with you." Felix smiled involuntarily. "The Elder Wand doesn't belong to me, but it doesn't belong to you either, Mr. Dark Lord." So he asked Bondi the house elf probingly, "Can I have a meeting with Mr. Grindelwald? Sir needs the permission of authority, and Mr. Grindelwald also has no plans to meet with a guest at present," Bondi said respectfully. Felix smacked his lips. It seemed that Gellert Grindelwald is still locked up and can't get out, but at least he can communicate with the outside world. And writing letters to accuse him of. Is this the end of the first Dark Lord? Dumbledore was too merciful, and Felix felt he would not let Voldemort have a chance to enjoy the same treatment. He wrote a short reply, his tone filled with regret, or was it mockery, at not being able to meet with him, and then he handed it to the house elf along with a couple of books from the ring. "Pass them on to Mr. Grindelwald for me and tell him to pass some time with it, and if he's interested then we can communicate by correspondence later." He then handed the house elf a copper canute. "You can contact me through this." When the house elf, Bondi, disappeared, Felix began to look forward to it. What would be the magical path of this Dark Lord? And what kind of magic does he possess? After lingering in place for a moment, he started to worry if the wording of his reply was too sarcastic, and what if the Dark Lord is a serious guy? He then just laughed at the thought and turned to leave. The last 2 weeks of October were full of violent storms, and towards the end, a cool and cold rain brought the temperature plummeting even more, and the young wizards changed into thick clothes to ward off the knife-like chill. Many of the students wore gloves even during class time, but their minds were getting more and more active. Halloween, the first game of Quidditch, and the Ancient Runes exchange would be coming up in the following week successively. As Halloween approached, the castle was once again hung with colorful decorations, and the school atmosphere lightened up for the occasion. Finally, the day of October 27th arrived. Chapter 540. At 9 in the morning, Felix stood in front of the mirror well dressed and packed up ready to go out. "Key." Valen voluntarily put on a small scarf and looked at him with an expectant expression. "Can't take you with me, Valen." Felix bowed his head with an apologetic look, not sure if it will be dangerous, so the best option is to stay home. He removed a memory disc from his ring, which arced through the air and landed steadily on the small square desk in his office. A dense circle of magical circuits around the edge of the memory disc were illuminated, with smoke billowing from the center. The employees at the company have found a new application of it, in addition to being able to recreate memories. "Gee, it's starting to look more and more like the future I envisioned." Felix waved his hand again and a tray of small snacks and a jug of juice appeared. "You can watch the live feed through it." "Humph." Valen hung her head and headed to the sofa. The entrance hall is crowded with silhouettes of many students who are looking out towards the stone steps outside the entrance hall. The breath they have exhaled has melted the frost off the castle walls, and wet streams are running down the rough walls. Why won't they allow us to watch it when it's clearly happening in Hogsmeade? What the hell was Headmaster Dumbledore thinking? One student asked indignantly. "I heard it is for our safety." "You're joking, right? What danger could there be with Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Hap around? Even if it is the you-know-who," his voice lowered. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood in a corner of the entrance hall, and Ron asked expectantly, "Can't we just let Sirius take us with him? He sort of left us behind intentionally," Harry said sullenly. Ron looked jealously at Percy on the stone steps, who is beaming and talking to Dumbledore. "There's a lot more of them than expected. I mean, they're all the best in their fields." There was a sudden silence in the entrance hall as Felix descended the revolving staircase, then the chatter got louder. "Professor, we're rooting for you!" a student shouted. Felix smiled at him, "Slytherin plus 3 points." The student froze, then the support in the Great Hall got louder and Felix managed to squeeze through the crowd and said to Dumbledore and Percy, "Let's go, are we all set?" "All set." Percy said hurriedly, "The Ministry has deployed 200 staff, including 50 Aurors and Hit Wizards, and has made a special one-day holiday for the occasion." Felix nodded, then looked at Dumbledore without turning. "Alastair is guarding there," he said briefly. "This side of the school dash. There are other professors around, and Fawkes will summon me in a pinch." Percy was clearly a little confused by the conversation between them, but he managed to answer Felix's next question. "Where is Ms. Bones?" "She is also in Hogsmeade. She is hosting the ministers of magic from a number of European countries and the headmasters of magical schools from various parts of the world," Percy said enthusiastically. "Some of them came in early and have been wandering around Diagon Alley for days, probably with a bunch of questions in their stomachs." They headed down the stone steps in the direction of the school's main entrance. A crowd of bleary-eyed students was left behind. Harry and Hermione gazed at Professor Happ's distant figure with mixed emotions, and Ron muttered in a small voice, "I've been spending so much time with the professor every day that I've forgotten how much of a gap there is between me and him, and probably no matter how much we try to catch up, we'll only see the back of him like we do now. The professor is going to be a legend like the most famous wizards in history," Hermione said, biting her lip, with a very reluctant look on her face. "So, do you think any of our names will be featured in his legend?" Ron asked, intrigued. Neither Harry nor Hermione said anything. "Surely it will," a firm voice said. The trio looked at Neville, who was taken aback by the look they gave him, and mumbled, "It's like a storybook, surely more than one character will be featured." "No. You mean as supporting characters?" Ron muttered disgruntled, "Sounds like Mafalda's kind of story." "Oh yeah, Harry, what has she been making up about you lately?" "You mean her spin-off stories?" Harry said gloomily, "She describes me as a ranch hand whose daily job is to shovel horse dung." Felix stood in the middle of the Hogsmeade star-shaped platform, surrounded by 3 layers of wizards from all over the world, with all sorts of purposes in their minds, but at the moment all of them focused their eyes on the young man in the middle of the venue. It is well known that every field of study cannot be perfected by 1 or 2 people, it is a matter of constantly laying down bricks and blocks on top of those who have gone further before, and that is why I am standing here. "Isn't it because of the Elder Wand?" a wizard asked in a hoarse voice. "I will not rule out the possibility of the wand playing a part in the long journey," Felix looked at him and smiled, "but the misunderstanding brought by my own wand is a private matter, and I will address it in between the speeches. Of course, if one wishes to experience ancient magic in person, it is not impossible, except they need to sign up first." He gestured to a table in the corner where 2 Aurors stood guard. "Let me continue. Any advancement in the discipline of magic will bring us real benefits. Take Wolfsbane potion as an example. For centuries, we have been helpless against the werewolf infection. Once infected there is no cure, but now that the first brick has finally been laid, I can almost foresee the future. Formulas of the potion will be developed, in a more refined and inexpensive way. There will be a flood of analyses and papers related to the potion. Of course, new theories will emerge, maybe someone will even invent a more targeted spell based on the principles of potions. None of this is fantasy, it has been constantly repeated throughout the past few thousand years, like an invisible hand that has pushed the entire wizard community forward a little." Lupin stood under the huge projection screen and clenched his fists in excitement. If what Felix said came true, he is willing to give his entire savings to support this cause. The wizards became visibly more interested in Felix's speech, and they watched with rapt attention as he paced around the center of the venue, relating his experiences in studying ancient runes. "And for that reason, every magical discipline is significant." Felix smiled, "They elaborate on our innate ability, magic, from a different perspective, they are slowly but surely improving our understanding of it." Hundreds of magical devices in the sky in the shape of billywig insects scanned down the scene of the venue and recorded the excited faces. The white light and purple mist of a magical camera flashed occasionally in the corner, and at the same time, hundreds of quills quivered with excitement. In addition to this, Felix's words are also being transmitted to thousands of wizarding families through a magic radio. Felix held the ends of his wand in his fingers, but the wand is no longer as attractive as it was at the beginning, and the eyes of over 2,000 wizards from all over the world in the audience are fixed on his face as they stood slightly on tiptoe from the leap of faith. "And a new discipline is obviously more valuable," like ancient practical runes. Why do we have to dig it out of the past when it does have so much untapped potential in it, and when it can be combined with so many magical disciplines under the modern magic system, such as modern spells? He waved his wand and the flow rune combined with the shield charm to form a light green, watery magical barrier. The light rune combined with the fire-making spell as a bright, white flame swam around him. More and more runes appeared in the air, combining with modern spells to form a ripple of colorful magic. Or alchemy. He gestured at the huge projection screen that stood behind the crowd. We know very little about the ancient wizards, and we can only roughly trace their legacy in fragmented handwritten notes and abandoned monuments. A fragmented knowledge not only makes it difficult for us to carry on the legacy of the ancient wizards but also makes us misjudge the era. For example, the immense power of ancient wizards came with the extreme diminishment of his other magic abilities. I have found from some old handwritten journals of ancient wizards, back when a master-apprentice system still existed, even if they mastered several powerful ancient magic at a young age, they continued to have more worldly worries than modern wizards. Most of them needed to carry dozens of boxes to move their family during a journey, and the most advanced form of transport they could use on a trip was a flying broom, or they might even have to clean their own houses and cook their own meals because not everyone knew life magic. One by one, wizards fell into contemplation, a question constantly being raised with the appearance of Felix. Are the ancient runes, and the ancient wizards that represent behind them, really as powerful as the legends make them out to be? Wizards also have myths or legendary tales. But many people automatically classify them under the same category of stories in the tales of Beetle the Bard, with few willing to believe that the magical wonders shown in the stories actually happened in reality, breaking mountains, parting seas, destroying the space and the ground with a single spell. Some people firmly believe it, some people doubt it, and some people dismiss it. But today Felix provided a new perspective to judge strength and weakness. What is the criterion of power, individual or collective? Is it judged by magical power or convenience? Chapter 541. The speech continued on the Hogsmeade star-shaped platform. Felix chuckled. Many people have fantasies about that era, but if you wake up one day and find yourself in ancient times, it won't be 2 days before you will regret it. A low chuckle rang out from the crowd in the square. Felix then spent some time systematically explaining the ancient runes, which were, of course, rather general in nature. They could basically all be found in the corresponding entries in the rune booklets available in Diagon Alley, but with Felix personally demonstrating them, the printed texts become more convincing. Starting with individual ancient runes, there are many branches that extend further down: runic circuits related to ancient alchemy, runic sequences related to ancient magic, and runic spells that are created with the combination of modern magic spells. Although I have organized the boundaries of the ancient runes field, I have yet to touch on the finer points. Like I said, perfecting a discipline is never a work done by a single person. Many wizards nodded in agreement. They ranged from ministers of magic and senior officials from different countries, headmasters of magic schools, experts who are researching ancient runes, and officials of the International Confederation of Wizards. They are the very people who will decide whether to promote the ancient rune discipline or not. Next, I would like to invite the de facto administrator of the Future World Company, Remus Lupin, to give a presentation on the products created using ancient runes, an area he knows much more than I do. Felix gave up his place. By the way, wizards who are ready to participate in the magic exchange session can sign up now. Lupin straightened his clothes, a little wobbly on his feet. He secretly cheered himself up and walked to the one corner of the star design. When he looked over, he saw several thousand pairs of eyes staring at him. Ahem. I am not going to use ancient runes for demonstration, I am going to show you some of Future World's work in the process, in other words, theories. By the time Felix stood in the middle of the stage again, it is close to noon. The rumors about the Elder Wand are false, there's no doubt about that, and I've included it at this time because you will understand my reasoning better with the preceding elaboration. For me, the Elder Wand, even if it is real, is not something essential for me, because I am trying to get rid of the limitations of the wand little by little. Felix, who had taken the stage again, spoke exceptionally short, and waved his hand, as his ebony wand hovered in midair, and a crowd of eager eyes examined it. The wand is the most important thing a wizard owns, and there's no way I'm going to let just anyone pop up to inspect it, so I've come up with a solution: speak with strength. As long as you beat me, you can take it from me, not to mention examining it, so are you ready? A cloaked wizard in the crowd murmured. The statement in the challenge states that you won't use your wand. Exactly. A few wizards moved. "I'll go first," a blushing wizard shouted, tossing the challenge letter he clenched in his hand into the air, where it burned violently and coalesced into a magic symbol. "The pact is established, life and death battle," Amelia Bones said solemnly. Many of the wizards whose hearts burst with fervor and eagerness looked like they had been doused with a tub of ice water. "My name is David Elliot," the red-faced wizard said, carefully drawing his wand and circling the edge of the stage. When he found Felix standing motionless in the center, he cursed under his breath and stood opposite to Felix. "I'm going to start," he stated in annoyance. Felix smiled and nodded. "Stupefy!" A red light flew from the tip of his wand, which was brushed aside by Felix's outstretched hand, as the spell grazed his finger. The red-faced wizard was somewhat dumbfounded, and it was followed by an uproar from the many onlookers who did not know about the existence of the humanoid shield charm. Only a wizard with extremely good eyesight could see a flash of bright light from the spell. He wrapped the defensive spell around his hand. The red-faced wizard tried several times, but he simply couldn't break through Felix's defenses, so he had to leave the scene unhappy and stand with his family. After a moment of silence, another wizard stepped forward, his whole body hidden in bandages, showing only one pair of eyes. "Who is that man?" Bones asked in a low voice. "Too late to figure out, he probably hid well before and only appeared today," Kingsley replied. Felix and the bandaged wizard didn't say a word to each other. The bandaged wizard raised his hand and shot a black light from his wand. The humanoid shield charm that attached to Felix's body swelled into a ball, and the black light hit the magical barrier and burst into pitch-black flames with a tang sound. Felix waved his hand, moving the burning barrier aside to avoid the equally swift spell. He reached out and let a ball of black lightning leap from his fingertips, then the next moment he appeared in front of the bandaged wizard and pressed his palm directly against his face, and black arcs of lightning flashed with relish. A few seconds later, the bandaged wizard slowly collapsed. "The cheerful atmosphere of the morning is gone. Healers go up," Bones said aloud. At the same time she whispered to Kingsley, "Find out who he is, if he's still alive." The red-faced wizard in the crowd who had just taken the stage touched his face. "Taking a hit like that, this is going to hurt." Felix returned to the center of the stage and waited for the next challenger. Everyone who signed up have to meet him under a magical contract. The third wizard came up warily. "We're just sparring, right?" Felix grinned. "Of course." The wizard conceded defeat voluntarily after a few spells, and Felix didn't give him a hard time. The onlookers gradually concluded that if they followed the international dueling rules, the challenger could walk off the stage unscathed, at best hit by a stunning spell, and the unluckiest of the bunch struck in the face with a stinging jinx that swelled his nose to the size of a tomato. But if the rules are not followed, or if a lethal spell is used, the result is often not good. One guy who had agreed to duel and ended up using a curse in the middle of a challenge had his spell rebound and part of his body turned into wood. Felix stood in the middle of the stage, somewhat bored, as the next challenger seemed to lose his nerve and refused to come up. Suddenly he caught a strong whiff of malice, and it is not from a single person. Felix narrowed his eyes. A dozen shadows suddenly appeared, uniformly dressed and hiding their heads, uttering a single spell as they appeared, working in perfect harmony with each other, and deliberately separating one from the other to fly into midair and reach for a wand floating in the air. A shout of surprise rang out from the crowd. The spells came from all directions but stopped eerily in midair, and the dark wizard in midair could not resist the temptation to look back as a dozen bright lights of spells hung in midair like fireworks. Circled in the middle, Felix held a ball of golden flame-like liquid in one hand and poured it down indifferently. The flames rushed and instantly filled an empty space hundreds of feet in circumference. By the time the flames died down, a dozen men had completely disappeared, with only a black wand floating in the air as if nothing had happened. "Where are they?" someone asked in a low voice. "Probably saw the situation is bad and apparite," the man next to him said uncertainly, having a more frightening answer in mind. In the corner, Dumbledore looked uncomfortable. He didn't approve of killing, especially in such a violent way, but he couldn't accuse him, just as he couldn't come forward and admit that the Elder Wand is in his possession. The implications of that would be far more serious. The bloody trail of the Elder Wand was littered throughout the history of magic, not just referring to the history of its bloody legacy. There had been no shortage of ambitious men and dark wizards in every age, as far more people had died in the process trying to find the Elder Wand than all the previous owners of the Elder Wand combined. The best thing to do is to let the legend of the Elder Wand disappear for good and turn it into a fairy tale again. And all he had to do is take one step out of line, and thousands more innocent lives will be lost. Felix looked around him, a pair of malevolent eyes lowered, not daring to look at him. His purpose seemed to have been achieved, but he couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he looked at Dumbledore's departing back. He suppressed the irritation in his heart and erased the knowledge about the Horcruxes little by little. Just now, something suddenly dawned on him: he could make a prototype of a Horcrux right now if he wanted to, his soul wavering as if a piece of it would fall off at any moment. Had I made a mistake? Felix looked up at the sky, which is overcast and clouded with darkness, but his thoughts grew clearer and firmer. I am Felix Happ, not some crazy loon, and I can't possibly follow the path of others in order to live long. I will find my own path, and there's nothing wrong with me. He opened his hand and a milky white light converged, forming a huge pillar of white light that shot high into the sky. Everyone stared in awe at the sight, as the black clouds drowned with the white light, followed by a tiny pillar of light that broke through the clouds and showered them with soothing light. Felix let out a breath, withdrew his distant gaze, and spoke calmly, "The challenge continues." Chapter 542. Outside Hogwarts Castle, many people wandered aimlessly around the stone steps path, occasionally glancing at the school gates in the distance. They are curious about the ancient rune international exchange happening in Hogsmeade, but unfortunately, the school won't let them out at all. This is obviously pre-planned. One student pointed out angrily, they even postponed the first Hogsmeade weekend for this. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat on the steps near the entrance hall. They had come over here for the third time, but still, there were no familiar figures in sight. Harry looked at the dark clouds overhead, expecting a rain shower that would fall at some point. "What's in the clouds?" Ron suddenly asked. Harry stared at the dark clouds looming high in the sky, and just as Ron had said, something is glowing in the clouds. More and more students noticed the difference overhead as countless tiny pillars of light pierced out of the thick clouds, then turned into a gentle light that illuminated the entire castle. "Is this illumination?" Harry's mouth opened wide. It is at this point that he suddenly felt a stinging pain in his scar and covered his forehead, suspecting that his head is about to split open as a blurred image appeared out of thin air in his mind. "Harry? What's wrong with you?" Hermione was the first to notice that something is wrong. It's Voldemort," Harry said, fighting through the excruciating pain. "He's somewhere, and he's happy." Harry gasped and stumbled a few steps out, almost falling down from the steps. Ron rushed to pull Harry to his feet, Harry's hand gripping his arm like a clamp and leaning most of his weight on him, causing Ron to suck his breath in pain. "Hiss, you saw him again." Their strange behavior drew the attention of the others, and a couple of members of the frontline lookout approached them hurriedly. "What's going on?" Seamus asked in shock as he shouted into the distance, "Call the professor over, whoever it is. Harry's ill, his scar dash." "Don't!" Harry whimpered, covering his head, his face contorted with pain. Seamus freaked out as Neville squeezed over forcefully. "Harry, do you want me to go get Professor McGonagall? Or Professor Black or Professor Snape?" There was a glum look on his face as he said the last name, as he would usually try to avoid Snape. Hermione gave him a deep look, knowing that the people Neville mentioned are all members of the Order of the Phoenix, so she said decisively, "All three of them, hurry up." Just as Neville spoke, Harry's scar felt like it is on fire, and he felt his skin melt as a picture appeared before his eyes, a looming complex of buildings standing on top of a hill, surrounded by a somewhat similar environment to Hogwarts, covered in a cold, wet mist and dense forest. Two tall humanoid stone statues stood at the two sides of the main entrance, but they appeared in the corner of his view, making it impossible for Harry to see them clearly. A strange and unfamiliar feeling became clear. He sensed its presence, connected to him by blood. The legends are true. Harry stumbled and sat on the steps. The gentle white light shattered the dark clouds overhead and spilled onto his face, making him a little more comfortable. He closed his eyes when a sudden cold touch met his lips. "Harry, drink it," he heard Hermione nervously say. Harry barely opened his eyes to see a small vial with a potion floating in front of him. "No, I don't want it," he grunted in a small voice, "it's too loud." The noises around him are chaotic, with students shouting everywhere, making it hard for him to get back into Voldemort's head. "Quiet! Everybody be quiet!" Ron's voice exclaimed, and Harry caught a glimpse of him waving his arms in the corner to disperse the ever-approaching crowd. Harry tried his best to resist the self-operating occlumency. "I need to see more, I don't need you for now." Two images overlapped, On one side there is the sound of footsteps, a professor is coming. On the other side is a sight of huge, lush trees that suddenly come into view, the leaves swaying and rustling without wind, and he felt two overlapping emotions of joy. One from Voldemort and the other from the tall snakewood tree. What's happening? Potter. Snape appeared with an expressionless face, followed by Draco Malfoy and a pale Neville. He was the first one I saw. Neville's eyes helplessly intoned. Harry's scar has begun to hurt again. Hermione anxiously said. Fragile people are like that, easily overwhelmed by a tiny dose of reality, and if he's still not doing as well as he should in potions class, all I can say is dash. You know what I'm talking about. Hermione yelled at him as hard as she could. Gryffindor 10 points off for talking back to the professor. Snape said subconsciously, then he saw the twisted snake shadow on Harry's face, he maintained the mocking expression on his face, and slowly said after a few seconds of hesitation, I can't help you, better take him to the hospital wing. Old bat. Ron's voice mingled with the footsteps and loud inquiries of Sirius and Professor McGonagall, who had arrived upon hearing the news, which allowed Snape to hear only the first sentence, and he looked menacingly at Ron, but Sirius had already squeezed him aside, so he simply said nothing and stood coldly in place. What's happening, Harry? Harry! Your scar is starting to hurt again. Sirius shouted anxiously. Harry didn't reply, his voice became low and hoarse, and a creepy hiss sounded from his mouth. Sirius' eyes widened, and he reached out his hand. Don't touch him. Hermione grabbed him, her expression is one of fear, but then the firmness returned, as she said with a shudder, it's Parseltongue, Harry's connected to that man. Sirius' outstretched hand froze, his heart tormented, debating whether or not to stop this dangerous act. Luckily the Parseltongue soon subsided and Harry slumped down on the cold steps breathing heavily. At that moment a stone in front of them turned into a stretcher. I'll take you to the hospital wing first, Harry. Professor McGonagall said, with some composure, and then I will notify Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry didn't say a word, an incredible image surfaced in his mind. The huge snakewood tree is withering rapidly, its bright leaves becoming dull, grey and yellow and crumbled, its trunk shaking as if it had gone through thousands of years in just a few seconds. Crack! The trunk cracked down from the middle, revealing a large hole. A wand floated out of the pitch-black deep hole. A few tender buds remained on top of the wand, but they lost their luster and fell off in an instant, and the surface of the wand became lustrous as if the wand had absorbed the entire life force of the giant snakewood tree. The tidal wave of joy came in waves, making it impossible for Harry to distinguish reality from illusion, and the last image he had in his mind was of a pair of thin, pale hands holding it. Harry sobered up instantly as if he had plunged into ice water. Chapter 543. He made it. Harry muttered. Potter, come with me to the hospital wing, you need a long sleep. Professor McGonagall said. No, wait, Professor McGonagall. I know what Voldemort has done, what he's been plotting all this time. It's a wand, he got a wand using this commotion as a distraction. Professor McGonagall stared at him, her mouth pursed tightly for a few seconds before she said, if you're talking about the Elder Wand, Professor Happ has dismissed the rumor. Not the one the professor is holding. Harry said aloud, it's too late, he got a wand from under a snakewood tree, and it looked extraordinary, like a legendary wand. His voice slowed and his mind spun frantically, it's a snakewood wand. He's got Salazar Slytherin's snakewood wand. A few people drew in a breath. The one ranked 7th in the top 10 wands. Ron asked. What? Oh. Harry said blankly, still lost in his own thoughts, exactly, that's what Voldemort is after, he doesn't care about the Elder Wand. No, not really, of course, he wants it, but it's too difficult to get it from Professor Happ, and he's not sure if it's genuine or not. So he deliberately stirred up a dispute and gave the professor trouble in order to mask his investigation about the other wands. Snape looked at Harry with a complicated look. But how did he know where the snakewood wand is? Professor McGonagall asked dryly. He's been on the hunt for similar rumors, and quite a few people have gone missing. Sirius said, like the owner of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, I suspect he was taken because of this. He's a descendant of Dexter Fortescue, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, and has legends of possessing a powerful wand from his ancestry. Hermione said pointedly, then gave Sirius a cautious look, I only learned that recently, is it correct? Sirius smiled at her. It all matched up. Harry hammered his palm with his fist. he went through all the trouble to finally get the best wand that matched him. "Do you know where the Dark Lord has gone?" Snape asked coldly. "I don't know," Harry shook his head, "I only saw a complex of buildings on a hill that looked a bit like Hogwarts. By the way, there are 2 huge statues on either side of the main entrance. The top of a hill, resembling Hogwarts, and 2 statues at the entrance." Hermione racked her brain to remember where she had heard that before. "Yes, the 2 statues of a man and a woman, but I really didn't notice. No, I think it was Voldemort who didn't care." Harry looked at Hermione with an expectant look, hoping for an immediate answer. A few seconds later. "Ilvermorny! Ilvermorny!" Hermione and Neville said at the same time. The crowd looked at Neville, who scratched his head. "Byers and I have talked quite a bit about his school, including the tree you mentioned. As you know, I am very interested in the herbology subject, so I asked more questions about it. And I heard something different. Byers told me that the 2 founders of the school planted an unknown snakewood tree outside the school that could not be cut down or destroyed. It was later discovered that the leaves of the tree had powerful medical effects. I will inform Dumbledore immediately," Professor McGonagall said decisively. She drew her wand and a silver patronus flew out of the tip and flew towards the outside of the school, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Harry relaxed slightly. "So, Potter dash," said Professor McGonagall, looking over at Harry. "I don't need to go to the hospital wing," Harry said hurriedly, "I'm fine, something similar to this has happened before. Just need to rest or get some air." He made an excuse for himself. Sirius cleared his throat. "Well, I'll take him out for a walk, just around the corner." "All right then, I'll tell Dumbledore all about it as it is," Professor McGonagall said, rather reluctantly, as she hurried away. The others were prepared to leave as well, when they suddenly realized that there is someone else on the scene, not Snape, whose presence is so strong that he unconsciously radiates cold air just by standing there, scaring the other students away. It is another person hiding behind Snape. "Draco Malfoy! What are you doing here?" Ron nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Harry and Hermione's breath stopped. "Malfoy knows. He knows that I, Harry, can see into Voldemort's mind. He knows it, that means Lucius Malfoy knows it, then what about Voldemort?" The 5 remaining men figured this out at the same time. An unnerving silence followed. Sirius drew his wand in silence as Snape said slowly, "Leave him to me, Black. Fuck off if you don't want to get hurt, I'm not joking," Sirius said. "Really?" Snape's hand went to his pocket, where his wand is, as he said with a scowl, "You are as impulsive and arrogant as ever, with absolutely no regard for the consequences." "I know what I'm doing," Sirius said coldly. Draco took a step back from his glare, his face turned pale. Snape gazed at Sirius and whispered, "Oh? You know what you're doing, as you did at the Shrieking Shack when you were at school." The muscles in Sirius's face suddenly quivered with agitation. He knew what Snape was talking about. They had been mortal enemies at school, and they would never hesitate if they had the chance to get the other one expelled. Snape had spent a lot of time stalking him and James back then, even closing in on the truth that Remus is a werewolf at one point. Fed up with being stalked, Sirius had impulsively told him where Remus had transformed, and who knows what would have happened if James had not stopped Snape from entering the Shrieking Shack when he learned of it. There was a chance that Snape could successfully escape with their secrets and then spread them around to force Remus to drop out, or there was a chance that Snape could simply be torn to pieces by werewolves who caught the scent of humans. Sirius hesitated for a moment, but then he looked at Harry and his expression firmed with determination. He had already made one mistake, a terrible mistake when dealing with Peter Pettigrew, and he couldn't leave any more hidden ends. Just one obliviate. "Snape, Harry. I can't take any chances," he whispered with his teeth flaring, his eyes gradually becoming frantic. "Better wait till Dumbledore returns," Snape said, as he clutched his wand in his pocket with a death grip. "If our headmaster finds out you attacked a student." "I don't care," Sirius said frantically, a few fiery sparks erupting from his wand. Snape immediately drew his wand and the two pointed at each other, just like they had done in the Shrieking Shack over years ago. "But I care, Sirius," Harry said. Sirius immediately turned his head to look at him, and Harry met his eyes with determination. After holding his gaze for a long while, Sirius voluntarily averted his eyes. "James." "I won't say anything," Draco suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. Draco's face paled even more and a few drops of sweat permeated the tip of his slender nose. You're lying. Ron said, if we just let you go, you'll turn around and tattle. He's got a record, remember? Buckbeak dash. Draco gave him a vicious glare as he said to Harry, Potter, I have something to tell you, something important, that only you can know. He added. Harry looked back at him and saw that Draco's expression quivered with fear. Good. He said. Harry. It's okay, let's hear what he has to say first. Harry said, looking deeply at Draco, Malfoy, even if you did nothing, I wouldn't let Sirius cast the Obliviate on you, not because I believe you, I saw what happened that night with my own eyes. I just don't want Sirius to leave the school because of you, because, it isn't worth it. A faint blush spread across Draco's pale face. Harry had practically pointed his finger at him and said, I know your dad is a Death Eater, so I don't trust you to keep this a secret at all. We'll come over too, Ron said, me, Hermione, and Neville. Draco turned his face to glare at him. We'll stand far back, where we can't eavesdrop. Ron tilted his head and muttered in a small voice, who knows if you'll take the opportunity to hex Harry. Draco returned a mocking sneer, could be. They walked down the steps, Ron, Hermione, and Neville following them from a distance. Harry looked back and could even see Hermione clutching her wand as Ron said something to Neville, his fingers gesturing. Further away, Sirius and Snape stood on the stone steps, neither of them looking at the other. They walked a good distance away, leaving the greenhouse and Hagrid's hut behind them, and they could see that they are almost close to the main entrance of Hogwarts, the boar's wings visible on the castle iron gate. Harry finally grew impatient, feeling like he had made a mistake by showing up here. How much longer are you going to hesitate? Harry asked. Draco finally paused, glancing at the three figures stalking them in the distance to make sure they wouldn't hear what he would say next. His lips moved slightly, and he said in a faintly audible voice, I'm supporting Professor Hap. What? I said, between that man and Professor Hap, I'm with Professor Hap. Draco tried to keep his tone as calm as possible, but when he saw Potter's face, which looked astonished to the core as if he had spouted nonsense out of his arse, he burst into a fit of anger and badly wanted to slam his fist on his face. But he didn't dare do that. They were followed by three other heels. Don't think I believe everything you say, Malfoy. Harry said. Well, I can tell you a secret. But I want you to swear that you won't tell anyone. Draco said reluctantly, as his mind squirmed. Harry blinked, okay, I swear. You answered too quickly. You're not sincere at all. Draco snapped irritably. I don't have time to waste. Harry shot back, you can choose to believe it or not, at least my credibility is much better than yours. Draco's grey eyes filled with disgust as he sized up Harry. This is the first time he had ever been in this situation. He forced himself to think about one question, is it worth it to give Harry Potter his secret or not? Draco took a deep breath, well, do you remember what happened in the second year, with the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk? Of course I do. Harry said with an odd look on his face. Malfoy isn't going to try and say that he knows how he and Ron used a polyjuice potion to trick him, is he? That would indeed get them in trouble. They had broken quite a few school rules and Hermione had even sneaked into Snape's private storeroom to take the horn of a bicorn and the skin of a boomslang snake. That diary, I once had in my possession. What? Harry froze, not because of what Draco had said, he had already known that, Dobby had told him. What he is puzzled about is why Draco Malfoy is telling him this, shouldn't he keep this to himself? Draco's expression turned odd as well. I followed you to an abandoned girls' lavatory and later got spotted by you. Then later I returned to investigate when you were gone. There was only a diary there, which I picked up from the floor. And then what? Harry asked, this is something he had discussed with Ron and Hermione. Something happened in between, Draco said vaguely, then I gave it to Professor Hap who destroyed it. You handed it to the professor personally. Yes. I asked him to help me keep it a secret, I don't want to get involved with this. Harry stood stunned in place, he had always thought that the professor had noticed the anomaly and confiscated the diary, Horcrux, from Malfoy's hands, and they had laughed at Lucius Malfoy for creating a trap and almost harming his own son with it, but the truth is Draco Malfoy had handed the diary, Horcrux, to Professor Hap with his own hands, which had led to the first Horcrux's destruction. This is just too ridiculous. He felt the sky spinning, the scene around him blurred as his consciousness continued to plummet downwards. His scar started to hurt again. Chapter 544. 10 minutes ago. In the Hogsmeade village, the challenge continued. According to the procedure, Felix would explain the ancient runes in the morning, and take some time for the challenge at noon, to demonstrate his strength, while the rest of the afternoon would be reserved for the experts in ancient runes, the professors of the magic school and the headmasters, to ask questions to which Felix would answer. But because they had just experienced the mysterious disappearance of a dozen dark wizards and the dispersal of dark clouds using illumination by Felix, the crowd of wizards is now obviously dazed, and no matter what Felix said, they all looked at him robotically, not quite recovered from the shock they had just experienced. None of them dared to step up to the challenge either, and many of the wizards who had signed magical contracts cried out in frustration. Felix simply announced that the challenge session would be moved to tomorrow, and asked the crowd to take a break before starting the questioning session in 2 hours. The wizards dispersed, needing to digest everything they had seen in the morning, and specifically to mentally redefine the importance of ancient rune discipline. A handful of wizards and all the journalists stayed behind, and they surrounded Felix with all sorts of questions. "Mr. Happ, that lava-like flame you just used is also a form of ancient magic." "That's right. It's so powerful." "So all those people died?" Felix glanced at the journalist. "You could think so." The journalist's breath choked, and he gave a wry smile. "Mr. Happ, I've seen illumination in an ancient rune booklet, but its description is nowhere near as outrageous as you've shown it to be. Ancient magic's power varies from person to person." Felix explained patiently, "It is difficult to control, but it is also less constrained." "Mr. Happ." "Ouch, don't squeeze. I'm a senior official of the French Ministry of Magic, and I've spoken to you through correspondence," said a short, chubby man, his hat shoved off to reveal a few strands of flowing, thinning hair. Felix shot him a double glance. "Giles Fitzgerald. It's me, Maxwell asked me to say hello on his behalf." The man yawned slightly, revealing the top of his bare head, and said, "The French Ministry of Magic is interested in adding a new subject in the Beaux Batons Academy of Magic. Can we talk about it?" Felix's eyes lit up, and he looked around for the impressive tall figure. "Is Madame Maxime not here? She got caught up in something tedious and will probably arrive tomorrow, but the deputy headmaster of Beaux Batons is here." The man got so squeezed that he looked like he would throw up at any moment. He had one hand over his head while a short, stubby finger of the other hand pointed at a man a dozen feet away. "No problem," Felix said. At the edge of Hogsmeade Square, Amelia Bones breathed a long sigh of relief. Not too much trouble after all. What was the origin of those dozen dark wizards? "Is there a record of them in our files?" Kingsley replied, "There is too little information available, and they entered using the apparition. These dark wizards aren't stupid. As it turns out, they were stupid," Ms. Bones said snarkily. After a moment she asked in a low voice, "Has there been any news from Mad Eye Moody's side?" "No word has come through yet," Kingsley said. "That's odd," Ms. Bones said suspiciously. "We've purposely scheduled a day off and now the Ministry's defense is as empty as it has ever been. It's the best chance to take the prophecy orb." Kingsley shrugged. "Leave him be, there must be no disorder on his side." "Have Aurors and the hit wizards broaden their surveillance around Hogwarts?" "Yes, ma'am. I don't think Voldemort will show his face on this occasion either. Let's just try to remove as many hidden dangers as possible," Ms. Bones said with a smile. "Even not counting the Aurors and hit wizards, there are close to 2,000 or 3,000 wizards in Hogsmeade Village at the moment, many of whom are considered the elite among the wizards." The expression on her face froze at the sight of Gilbert Fontaine, headmaster of the Ilvermorny School, whose face had suddenly changed dramatically as he left with a grave expression. "Let's follow him and check up." With a slight hesitation, Ms. Bones said. They watched as the headmaster of Ilvermorny School went into a nearby makeshift tent, where Ms. Bones and Kingsley stood a few seconds later and called out twice without receiving any response, and instantly realized that something had gone wrong. Ms. Bones cautiously lifted the curtain and Kingsley readied a magic spell in his hand, but there was no one inside. The two looked at each other. "Is it an apparition? Or is it a portkayet?" "Kingsley, notify the portkayet office and the accidental magic reversal squad to come over and determine the approximate distance of travel at least," Ms. Bones said seriously. Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Headmaster's Office. A figure suddenly appeared in the room, and Gilbert Fontaine rushed through the window with blinding speed as soon as he appeared. "Headmaster Fontaine." Jura Edmund, who had been walking Bethany in the garden, looked surprised and asked, "Didn't you go to England? Why are you back so soon?" Headmaster Fontaine hastily left with a simple statement, the Snakewood Tree prohibitions have been triggered, I'm going over to check out. And with that, he disappeared from their sight. Jura's expression became serious as he turned to Bethany and said, "It must not be a trivial matter if Headmaster Fontaine has been alerted, I'll follow him and check. In case there is any danger dash." Jura hesitated and raised his arm, as a line of tiny runes started to emerge from the back of his wrist before a wand appeared out of thin air. "Jura, this is what Mr. Happ told you to use in a pinch." Bethany persuaded, "I'll look for the other professors dash. Now is a critical moment." Jura said, gripping the wand, "Don't worry, I'll protect myself." On the other side, Headmaster Fontaine had appeared at the entrance of the school, where he paused briefly before running in the direction of the Snakewood Tree. He thought fast. Every past headmaster had left protective magic on the Snakewood Tree, making it impossible for an ordinary student to destroy it, especially since it concerned a hidden secret that dated to more than 300 years ago. The students of Ilvermorny only knew that the leaves of the Snakewood Tree had powerful medical effects, but as a headmaster and descendant of the original 12 Aurors, he knew much more inside news. One of the founders of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the witch Isolde Sayer, had once wielded the wand of Salazar Slytherin. Headmaster Fontaine hurried on his feet, the hidden history of the past slowly flowed through his mind. Isolde Sayer's mother had been born into the ancient house of Gaunt, a pure-blood family that descended from Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, her mother did not support the idea of pure blood like most of her family and moved out of the house at an early age. She married her husband and had a lovely daughter, known as Isolde. The early years of Isolde's childhood were peaceful and happy, with loving parents by her side, who were kind enough to quietly help their gnomish neighbors, but all that was destroyed by a fire in which both of Isolde's parents were killed. The culprit was Isolde's aunt, Gormlaith Gaunt, a cruel witch with a violent nature. She adopted Isolde at the age of 5 to raise her as a proper pure-blood witch. As Isolde grows up, she realizes the true nature of her aunt, and then finds an opportunity to steal her wand. She is not allowed to have one personally, and after some trouble, she traveled to New World, North America, on the Mayflower ship. That wand is the heirloom of the Gaunt family, the Snakewood wand of Salazar Slytherin. Isolde then married her gnomish husband in the New World and lived in peace for over a decade, and during that time she had founded the prototype of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but at that time her aunt Gormlaith had finally found out about the residence of the increasingly famous Isolde, and Gormlaith Gaunt was enraged. She used the rules that had been designed in the Snakewood wand when it was first made to order it into a dormant state using the Parseltongue, and then tried to kill Isolde and her family. But she ultimately failed. Isolde later buried the dormant wand in the ground outside the school and attempted to make her own wand. The following year, the spot where the Snakewood wand was buried began to sprout into what later became the iconic medical Snakewood Tree of Ilvermorny. Headmaster Fontaine finally arrived at the location of the Snakewood Tree but was stunned by what he saw. It was completely destroyed and reduced to ashes. A black-robed wizard with pale skin and blurred facial features gently stroked a glowing wand. The Snakewood wand. A wand handcrafted by Salazar Slytherin himself, a wand that had served as his companion and ranked only 7th in the previous sensational news, but Headmaster Fontaine had scoffed at it, for he had known from the start that the other wands might be fictional, but this one is certainly genuine. And it is plenty miraculous to rank first. Voldemort's heart is contented with the fact that he is currently holding the wand of the greatest of the 4 founders in his hand, and there is no hint of rejection from it. He could feel the wand of his ancestors cheering, the power of the wand echoing with his own magic as if urging him to use it as he saw fit. There is no better wand for me than this one, and there is no one more worthy to use it than me. Voldemort thought, right now it is time to find a sacrifice worthy of it. He looked up at the sky. Should Felix Happ be in Hogsmeade at this hour? Voldemort gave a cold smile as he turned to leave. Stop! Headmaster Fontaine shouted, and Voldemort's red eyes fixed on him. Fontaine frowned. The man in front of him looked tall and thin, like a skeleton, his face oddly contorted, and the more he looked at him the more familiar he became. You are the Dark Wizard Voldemort? He asked coldly. You may address me as the Dark Lord Voldemort. Voldemort said politely. Whoever you are, leave the wand behind. It's not yours. Headmaster Fontaine shouted. It doesn't belong to me? There could not be a more rightful owner for it than me. Voldemort said contemptuously, and if I say no? He spread his hands lazily, the Snakewood wand gleamed in his hands. Headmaster Fontaine felt uneasy, but nonetheless, he withdrew his own wand out. Hee. Voldemort sneered, his red eyes glowed vividly as if they could ooze out blood, as he softly muttered, "It isn't a disgrace to take you as a first sacrifice." "What did you say?" Avada Kedavra. Green light filled his entire field of vision. "No. No!" Harry shouted out. His mind was in turmoil like someone had churned it with a knife. His vision flooded with green light, the color of death, and he cried out at the same time as the other young man he saw in his mind, the one who looked familiar. "Harry, wake up!" Hermione shook him, and he barely opened his eyes to find himself on the floor, resting on the cold ground, a large shadow enveloping him above his head. It is Ron, who is arguing with Malfoy. "What have you done to him, Malfoy? I knew you couldn't be trusted." "I didn't do anything. It's not him, Ron, it's Harry's scar," Hermione said. Harry blinked a few times, unable to take interest in their argument. His heart felt very heavy with the death of a man, the headmaster of Ilvermorny. A bright green light still lingered in his mind. Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy's faces were all strangely contorted. He looked around. Neville also had his wand in his grip and remained silent as a rock. He tilted his head as Sirius and Snape ran over to him from a distance. The expression on Snape's face seemed as anxious as Sirius. Harry rubbed his forehead hard, the scar stung like a pinprick. "Harry," Hermione mumbled, "you can't do this anymore." She took a deep breath. "You can't afford to allow your mind to be invaded anymore. Invade? Hermione, I can't let the vital information slip out of my sight, and it's not me being invaded, it's me invading Voldemort's mind," Harry retorted irritably. "But both are the same, your mind's defenses are already riddled with holes, and it will ruin the occlumency you've worked so hard on," Hermione advised patiently. "I can't worry about that for now, Hermione, we can talk about that later, we have more important things to do now," Harry said, propping himself up, his hands touching the cold dirt, which lifted his spirits a little. He grabbed another handful and pressed it to his forehead, the ice-like touch eased the pain in his scar. He lifted his head and looked at the castle iron gate in front of him. "Harry, what did you see? Did he do something else?" Hermione asked in a low voice as she approached him. "He killed the headmaster of Ilvermorny," Harry said woodenly. Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. Ron and Malfoy lost their voices in unison, Neville's eyes went wide, and Sirius and Snape, who had just arrived, were stunned in place. They stared at Harry in disbelief, as if they had heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. It was Harry who had managed to snap out of it first, as he said urgently, "There's something more important, Voldemort is coming." "What? Voldemort is coming, he's going to Hogsmeade to find Professor Hap." Chapter 545. In the Hogsmeade village, Felix is talking to a representative of the French Ministry of Magic. The man, Giles Fitzgerald, is very talkative, and if you ignore his regular attempts to smooth out his pathetically thinning hair, the whole conversation was quite pleasant with all the arse kissing. "I heard that Mr. Hap is also a school board member of Beaux Batons, a talent that Mr. Nicholas Flamel personally identified. He's picked the right man. Mr. Flamel was always generous. I received a sizable scholarship when I was at school. He was a really nice guy, wasn't he, Myron?" Giles turned his head to look at the middle-aged wizard next to him, who is the deputy headmaster of Beaux Batons. "You're right," Myron said firmly, "the loss of Monsieur Flamel is a major loss to the French magical community." Giles cleared his throat. "It is, but now we have Mr. Hap, and history always goes around." "Yeah," Deputy Headmaster Myron said briefly. Felix smiled without saying anything. This conversation took place after Giles cornered him to inquire about his arrangements for the Beaux Batons scholarship, and when he told them to continue everything, as usual, Giles spent a full 10 minutes touting him in a greasy tone, but once Giles realized that Felix had no interest in being touted, he turned his tongue to praise the contribution of Nicholas Flamel in a high note. Nicholas Flamel left a lot of legacies, but Felix only took the parts that are most useful to him, leaving the rest intact. Including Nicholas's vault in the Gringotts France branch, which he had only visited once, and it did not contain many alchemical items that deserved his attention. So when the Gringotts goblin brought out a thick stack of contracts, he did not choose to annul any of them. Felix thought it would make him feel good to do so. "It's a bit windy today," Giles muttered, reaching out to brush aside the lock of hair that kept ruffling his nose in front of him. But soon there is a loud clamour and Felix peered into the distance, and his expression turned serious. He held out his hand and a small black dot appeared in his palm area. The dot rapidly smudged away like a drop of ink in water, and in the blink of an eye, a book appeared in his hand. Mr. Hap? Giles asked in surprise, looking curiously at the book of rune in his hand at the same time. We got some trouble, Mr. Giles. Inform the rest of the group to hide for now. Felix said calmly, as his figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared near the edge of Hogsmeade. An exaggerated-sized black tornado headed towards the Hogsmeade village. The black tornado uprooted rocks, grass, trees, and everything along its path as the wizards rushed around in disarray. Silence! Felix heard Amelia Bones' booming voice say, but it had very little effect. Everyone was stunned by the sudden onslaught of the natural disaster, and although the tornado is still some distance away, the howling winds, as well as the raining droplets, have arrived first and splattering down. Ministry of Magic Orders, hit wizards, follow me to ward off the storm. Ms. Bones shouted as the Ministry of Magic crew emerged from one hidden corner or another. Felix pressed his hand on the book of rune and the pages flipped. A dozen milky white balls of light flew out of it and headed straight towards the loud behemoth. It's illumination. Professor Hap is here. The black tornado swallowed the balls of light in one gulp, and seconds later, the tornado swelled very rapidly in size that it seemed to roll down the clouds in the sky, as a dazzling pillar of light stabbed out of the whirling vortex, managing to break it up before it could breach the village. The black tornado was forced to disperse as a dozen smaller whirlwinds formed from the air pressure and rushed into the village to wreak havoc, followed by rocks and branches falling from high above, and Felix watched as a rock the size of a man's head smashed a hole in the roof of a shop, and the subsequent mini whirlwind blew the furniture and ornaments inside all over the place, as it looked like some kind of vomiting monster. Felix was forced to pause after breaking up a few mini whirlwinds. He stood in the scattered air currents and gazed high into the sky as a black-robed wizard appeared in the air, his features blurred and his skin looked pale white. His red eyes looked down at the wreckage below as he grinned silently. Would a few thousand wizards be useful? I just need to create a little chaos to make them disorganized. Come up, he said with a gesture. Felix remained motionless, his silver eyes fixed on Voldemort. In Thestral's perspective, that man's soul radiated a shiny black light from the inside out and had more than one piece missing, like a rotting pumpkin that had been haphazardly gnawed on and discarded by wild animals. A thought flashed through Felix's mind: Voldemort's soul looked even uglier than his appearance. He counted several times over and found 7 gaps in total. That meant that Voldemort had made 7 Horcruxes, counting the body, and he had split his soul into 8 parts. They had destroyed 4 of the Horcruxes, the diary, the diadem, the gaunt ring, and the snake. 3 remained: the Slytherin locket in Dumbledore's possession, Harry, who is half a Horcrux, which is currently impossible to strip, and the last one, the unknown. Felix's lips quirked as he relayed this information to Dumbledore, who stood somewhere in Hogsmeade. Once this was done, he kicked the stone beneath his feet and leaped into the air, facing Voldemort, who stood at a distance. I thought a little highly of you, Voldemort, Felix said. You're killing quite indiscriminately for someone who calls himself a ruler. It was just a greeting. Would you care if you accidentally hurt an ant or two? Voldemort said lazily, twirling his snakewood wand in his hand and examining Felix's silver-grey eyes. His snake-like nostrils flared out excitedly. Indeed, you have transformed yourself too. Have you chosen the Thestral? Ah, Felix stated without moving, it's a creature with a touch of death after all. But they are too tame. I prefer Basilisk more, Voldemort commented in a condescending tone. I had bred a few, but unfortunately none of them grew, probably due to the lack of certain key steps. Then I found I preferred dark magic, and I did some experiments on myself, some successful, some not. This is the price of being at the forefront of the whole magical community. You have to do some trial and error. Voldemort enjoyed this pre-battle communication. It is one of his few interests. But there are very few people left in the world with whom he can discuss magic, especially since he has little in common with Dumbledore, who keeps using transfiguration to greet him and always keeps talking about the power of love. Why haven't I seen Dumbledore? Have you guys fallen out? Voldemort said mischievously, his snake-like pupils peering down. Isn't that what you expected? I killed a dozen dark wizards before you showed up, and he probably couldn't bear to see it and left early. Felix said. Voldemort scrutinized his face as if examining the truth of the statement. Doesn't matter, he said, he's no longer a match for me. TCH Felix smacked his lips. You think I'm bluffing? Voldemort narrowed his eyes. I don't. But it looks like you've finally found yourself a proper wand, which is why you dared to show up in the open. Felix said, and from the beginning, Voldemort kept his wand in the most conspicuous position like he was showing off. A wand made by Salazar Slytherin's own hand and inherited by his most talented descendant. Voldemort stretched out his hand, the wand in his hand blossomed with a bright emerald green light that hummed and buzzed. Well, it certainly suits you perfectly. Felix said slowly. After a short exchange, a fierce battle broke out. The Hogsmeade village had fallen into disarray. Madame Putafoot ran out of her tattered shop, it looked like a terrible mess, her shop door had been lifted off the ground and at the moment she didn't know where she could go. Upon seeing Voldemort in midair, she sat down at once, lost in thought, as she said, "It's true, he's really back." The still calm wizards gathered and worked together to fight the many whirlwinds that had just been broken up by Felix. The crew placed in advance by the Ministry of Magic came in handy, and midway through some of the wizards with decent combat skills volunteered to join in. The owner of the Hogshead Inn cursed as he smashed a mini whirlwind and looked up to see an old man with the white beard who bore a striking resemblance to him not far away. "You're useless," Aberforth said bluntly. Dumbledore swung his hand to dispel a whirlwind and listened with his side ear. After a few seconds a complex expression passed through his eyes, surprise, regret, and a mixture of indecision. When he looked up, he found his brother glaring at him with a fierce expression, as if debating whether or not to punch him in the nose. "Ah, sorry, what did you just say?" Dumbledore glanced briskly into the distance. The battle had already started. Felix had guided Voldemort outside the village. The sound of the two fighting resonated through the village. Black thunder accompanied by dazzling golden flames plowed the earth over and over again, then the sky showered with spears, gold coins and, "Is that a cork of butterbeer?" In the corner, a chubby, walrus-mustached wizard probed and peered, smiling awkwardly when he met Dumbledore's gaze. A large golden-red bird descended from the sky, with a shiny golden tail and a pair of sharp claws of the same color. A bunch of people dangled on its legs, notably the one towing on its tail, and Fox chirped in displeasure, shaking off the guy who had been tugging on its tail feathers all the way. "Oh my god dash! Ouch! Don't squeeze me! Everyone keep quiet and stay alert!" Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville got up from the ground to see Sirius looking around warily with his wand up. "Get your wands out, kids!" The four of them complied. Before them there is a mess, debris all over the place. The showcase windows that display the merchandise are broken, as far as the eye can see none of the windows are intact, and the shop sign has been smashed all over by something and a thick layer of dust has been laid on them. "That's Gladrag's wizardwear, where's the door gone?" Ron said, pointing towards the dress shop with an open entrance. A figure stumbled into the shop. It was Draco Malfoy. He practically rolled and ran into Gladrag's wizardwear. "What's wrong with him?" Neville asked in disbelief. "Probably scared," Ron said scornfully. "It's not like anyone begged him to come, he's the one who grabbed Fox's tail." Harry looked at the Gladrag's wizardwear in silence. He suddenly felt cheated. Malfoy said he supported Professor Hap, but he kept his mouth shut about how, let alone admitting that his father is a Death Eater, and the only valuable information Malfoy had uttered the whole time was his admission that he had handed Professor Hap the diary, Horcrux, personally. But the thing is, it's not like Malfoy knew that the diary is a Horcrux. Now that I think about it, that doesn't signify anything at all. Maybe he was afraid of being controlled by the diary again and that's why he voluntarily handed it over, and the choice of the professor was Professor Hap who was also from Slytherin House, and as he said on his own, he didn't want to get involved in the Chamber of Secrets trouble. As for whether or not he had considered the safety of the young wizard from a Muggle family in between, only God knows. "We're late?" Neville asked, the tension and excitement still lingering on his face, as he regarded this as a formal operation against Voldemort. The you-know-who attacked the place by surprise? But where's the professor? Where's Headmaster Dumbledore? Where is the Ministry of Magic crew? There is no one around. The Phoenix tilted its head and cried out, flying straight in one direction. They glanced at each other. "Let's follow," Sirius stated in a low voice. "Remember, we're not here to fight. I've fought Voldemort and know how terrifying his strength is. We have to regroup with either the Headmaster, Felix, or the Ministry of Magic first and tell them what Harry knows." He paused briefly for a moment as he continued, "You are all students, but also the most determined warriors, so I want you to grow, and no amount of teaching from me in class is as good as one practice session. So, don't die." Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville nodded silently. This truly felt different from the usual dueling lessons. Rumble. There was a loud noise in the distance as if a mountain had collapsed. It's the direction Fawkes left, the Professor and Headmaster Dumbledore are probably over there too, Harry said. They ran quickly, the street littered with debris from buildings and furnishing ornaments from who knows what, books, cages, clothes. They ran over the path of a debris road with alarm. Luckily, they didn't find any bodies. There it is. In the distance there are dens, hundreds of wizards, it seems everyone in the Hogsmeade village has converged there, and Phoenix Fawkes flew all the way forward, spilling light in the form of tiny stars, and it finally settled on a rusty stand with a tattered wooden sign underneath. Hogshead Inn. They exchanged glances, curious about the place where Fawkes had stopped, as Harry stepped forward and peered through the large broken window, almost choking on the sudden smell of goat, the tables near the door covered in dust, and the floor smeared with greasy stains. The Hogshead Inn is dimly lit and a man can faintly be seen sitting inside. Harry's mouth dropped open. It's Headmaster Dumbledore. What is he doing here? Shouldn't he be fighting outside? Could it be that Voldemort and Professor Hap are now fighting one-on-one? Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't be advocating the idea of a fair fight, would he? Harry's mind was so jumbled that he didn't even hear Sirius greet him as he pushed the door open in confusion. Fawkes, which was standing on a stand, took the opportunity to fly in, circling the room twice, seemingly unable to find a place to land, before eventually landing on Dumbledore's shoulder. Harry? What did you see? Sirius and the others walked carefully behind, with the help of the faint glow of a few small candle heads. Then they saw the only person in the room, Headmaster Dumbledore. They shouted incredulously. "Ah, it's you all," Dumbledore said quietly, turning his head to look over his shoulder at Fawkes and saying reproachfully, "You shouldn't have brought them here." Fawkes gave a low chirp. "Headmaster Dumbledore, we have important information for you," Harry said eagerly. "Voldemort has acquired the Snakewood Wand of Salazar Slytherin - I know, Minerva told me through the patroness," Dumbledore said calmly as he fiddled with his teacup. "Also, the headmaster of Ilvermorny was killed by Voldemort." "I know that too," Dumbledore said softly, "Professor Fontaine, he was not supposed to die. I also know how to put the Snakewood Wand back into hibernation using the Parseltongue. I can help with that," Harry said. "It might not work, Harry." Dumbledore interrupted him, his azure eyes examined Harry through the clear lenses. "No," he repeated, "you don't own that wand, so it won't listen to you, especially when it's held in the hands of its true owner. And it would be too dangerous for you to rush into battle for me to agree." Harry stuttered, unable to speak, his initial excitement of seeing Headmaster Dumbledore vanishing all at once. "Headmaster Dumbledore, you have not joined the battle? Is Professor Hap fighting all alone now then?" Hermione asked anxiously. "That's right, Miss Granger," Dumbledore said calmly, seemingly unaware of the hidden implications of her words. "But why, allow the Professor to fight alone? The orders of the Ministry of Magic," Hermione stammered. "That's a long story." Dumbledore's tone remained calm as he looked down at his empty teacup, "such as the fact that Voldemort did not choose our predetermined battlefield, and the fact that I had previously left, making my reaction probably half a beat slower than usual, as well as the fact that I had to take time out to protect the others after it happened. But what really made me sit here and drink my tea because Felix stopped me." "What?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. "3 people brought me messages today, but only Felix's message cheered me up the most," Dumbledore said. "I had to restrain myself, because I knew that we are not ready and the conditions are far from ripe." "But if you team up with Professor Hap - said Harry eagerly. "That's the point, defeating or driving Voldemort away isn't what we want, keeping him around is." Dumbledore looked at them with a bitter smile. "Felix is out there fighting while I am thinking about countermeasures, about the best time to go out. I know very well that even if Felix and I team up we won't be able to capture him, we'll just scare him away. Unless he became more conceited and felt he had the victory in his hands, or - he hesitated, thinking of the information Felix had told him. Felix could see the broken soul. Or make him become frightened, terrified, and let him reveal his vulnerabilities himself," he said softly. The crowd looked at him uncertainly, but Dumbledore had no intention of explaining, and lifted his head as if he suddenly became interested in the ceiling above his head. After a long while, Dumbledore made a sudden movement, removing the gloves he had been wearing for nearly 2 months to reveal his right hand, which immediately changed, losing a little of its moisture, as if an invisible fire had burned the flesh and blood, leaving it both dry and charred. finally resembling a charcoal bar just taken out of a blazing fireplace. Dumbledore raised his hand and came closer to examine his hand before pulling a black jeweled ring from his pocket with his intact left hand and wearing it. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry held his breath. Your hand dash. Is it a disguise? Or is it really injured? Was that why he always wore gloves? His memory became clear. The few times he had shown up since the start of the term, Headmaster Dumbledore had always seemed to be wearing white gloves. Chapter 546. The eyes of the surrounding wizards burst with intense hope at the sight of the old man with the white beard who had suddenly stepped out, and they murmured in unison, Dumbledore. The voices of thousands of people mingled together like a muffled thunderclap that exploded in Voldemort's ears. He jerked back, Dumbledore. At that moment, an invisible blade sliced towards Voldemort, the air was sliced and the serpent made of fiend fire split in two from the middle. Voldemort turned his head and raised his snakewood wand, and from its tip a lush, tangled mass of snakewood tree branches twisted around each other to form a sharp spear of incredible length, cutting straight through the bright white flames and sending sparks straight at Felix. Felix flickered through the air like a fish and reappeared on the ground. He held a short sword in his hand, the ebony wand morphed into it, the front end of which featured a transparent blade extended by magic, and a severing charm flew swiftly towards Voldemort, shredding the snake-like branches. Headmaster Dumbledore. Felix paused and showed a puzzled expression as well. Dumbledore shook his head slightly and walked calmly towards Voldemort. You are destined to be disappointed today, Tom. Voldemort returned a cold smile. Dumbledore, you are talking down to me again without knowing what I have done and gained. He took 2 steps back to keep Dumbledore and Felix in his field of vision at the same time and smiled crookedly, 2 against 1. Felix waved his hand at him, I'll take a break. He narrowed his silvery grey eyes and walked away. Voldemort turned his attention to Dumbledore and raised his hand to release a deadly green light, and Dumbledore flicked his wrist as the stone on the ground turned into a golden shield. There was a loud bang in the air and the killing curse was deflected. Transfiguration. Voldemort said in disgust. Bondi, the house elf within the crowd, nodded its head dramatically, nasty magic. Draco Malfoy glanced at it, only to be met with a pair of intimidating eyes that he subconsciously avoided it, then became annoyed at himself for flinching. But the house elf was completely unconcerned and just stared at the battlefield, as it whispered, I hate transfiguration, like candy. Of course, I know what you've done, Tom. You had just committed a terrible murder and another innocent life was lost because of you. Dumbledore said, taking a step closer to Voldemort. The phoenix fox which hovered above his head, chirped softly. You know that? Then you should know exactly whose wand I'm holding right now, and you're no longer my match, Dumbledore. Try this. Voldemort raised his snakewood wand and leaned back slightly, his magic pouring into it with unrestrained vigor as he and the wand simultaneously emitted a haunting hissing sound, as if thousands of snakes are hissing, and the surrounding air twisted grotesquely with light and darkness. Parseltongue! Harry shouted out nervously from the crowd. What did he say? Ron shouted, covering his ears. The wizards gathered around either mirrored him or fought it off with a quietening charm or shield charm, but the sickening, vomit-inducing feeling lingered in their stomachs like a worm. Fox flew over and let out a sharp chirp, singing a song. Then the discomfort disappeared. People looked up one by one. Avada Kedavra. Parseltongue, the evil hoarse voice continued to vibrate through the air as countless solid strings sprang out of the snakewood wand with great speed, as the green light around them converged into a cloud emanating an unearthly aura and poured down in Dumbledore's direction. Dumbledore paused as the ground rippled beneath his feet, an earthquake tumbled the ground around him, forming constantly rising clumps in the center that resembled a fast-growing ancient tree. Powerful vines then extended from the top of the ancient tree and lashed out in unison toward Voldemort. The vines and green clouds swept away everything in their path, and Felix's heart sank as he created an invincible barrier around the crowd. The earth vines broke into large parts, and crashed from hundreds of feet above, shattering like old crumbling pillars, but the thing about transfiguration is that it can be sustained as long as the magic keeps up, and the shattered pillars started to reassemble under Dumbledore's control. Voldemort had difficulty holding out the curse, so he paused and disappeared from his original position. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous attack of countless earth vines shattered the remaining twisted strings and green clouds completely. Dumbledore gasped slightly, as the wrinkles on his forehead eerily started to smooth out, and he instantly looked several years younger. The scene fell silent and Voldemort looked at Dumbledore in disbelief, he had tried to overestimate this old man as much as he can, but once again the strength Dumbledore had shown shattered his perceptions. Could it be that he didn't use his full strength a decade ago? Voldemort felt a strong sense of humiliation, and with it, a sense of fear rose. But immediately afterward, his gaze froze. "Your hand." Dumbledore looked at him with a calm gaze, a few more wrinkles disappearing from his forehead, a change that became more obvious, even to Harry and the crowd. "How did Headmaster Dumbledore's face become younger?" Ron muttered in a small voice. Harry's heart elevated, he intuitively believed this is not normal. Hermione's eyes went wide, and she drew in a short audible breath. Felix also felt shocked that Dumbledore's magic had permanently altered a large terrain, such a powerful transfiguration, but he suddenly remembered about the special method Dumbledore had mentioned earlier, the one he had many times used to defeat Voldemort. He gazed at the smooth hand wrinkles on Dumbledore's face and wondered what it would cost. Voldemort didn't notice these subtle changes, his full attention fixed on Dumbledore's dry, charred hand, or to be precise, on the inconspicuous black jeweled ring on his hand. His face instantly contorted with anger. "Tom, you are too arrogant to believe that no one can find out your secret," Dumbledore said calmly, waving the Elder Wand as the earth suddenly sunk downwards and Voldemort got sucked in by a powerful suction, but he still stared intently at the ring in Dumbledore's hand before he disappeared, his snake-like pupils trembling in disbelief. The Horcrux, his Horcrux! Dumbledore had found it. He then turned his head to look at Felix, who had a solemn look on his face. In the next second, Voldemort was pulled into the vortex. For a split second, the battle seemed like it was over. Everyone remained silent for a few seconds. "He's dead?" a wizard asked with a shudder. "No," a voice said without thinking. The nearby wizards stared in unison at the person who had spoken. It was Harry, who is now clutching his forehead with a pained expression. Voldemort's mood swings are too violent for him to turn a blind eye to. A picture appeared in Harry's mind that showed Voldemort of different ages, all of them shared the common trait of committing appalling murders without a moment's hesitation for a ritual. Then the scene abruptly changed, a Voldemort with blurred, wax-like features handed a diary to a young blonde man, who took it obediently. Voldemort, who had failed his job interview for the professor position, appeared in the room of requirement and placed a diadem on a mountain of rubbish with a smug smile on his face. A pale hand dropped a black jewel ring in an old abandoned shack. The Slytherin locket was thrown into a glowing green liquid. A baby hand stroking a huge python, as a cold voice called it Nagini. And the sight of a familiar woman, excitedly holding up a golden cup, the reflection of her in his pupils confirmed that this scene had happened not so long ago. Dumbledore struggled to control the magic. The earth continued to crumble, thorn after thorn pricked out of the ground, and a chilling muffled sound came from the tightening vortex, followed by the reappearance of Voldemort, looking slightly ragged, with a dozen cuts on his face. The snakewood wand in his hand emitted a soft chant as a glowing green light spread from his pale hand and covered his entire body, as every cut and wounds on his body and face were smoothed out. He stared at Dumbledore, a hissing sound escaping his lips as the sensation everyone had felt earlier returned. The snakewood wand twitched as if thousands of snakes echoed him. Avada Kedavras! Headmaster Dumbledore, watch out! He is going to curse using the Parseltongue dash. Keep quiet, Harry! Dumbledore blurted out. In the next second, Voldemort suddenly disappeared and Harry found himself firmly trapped in a circle entangled by a monster with red eyes. The monster looked like some kind of slimy glue or a parasite, and it entangled with him so tightly that Harry didn't know which is his body and which is the monster's. Harry got trapped inside, falling deeper and deeper into the swamp-like body, just like Voldemort had fallen before, but unlike Voldemort, he didn't have the ability to escape on his own. The scar on his forehead ached with greater intensity than ever before and Harry felt like he would die anytime soon, which is fine, at least it would bring him a relief from this pain. Everything is out of his control, the monster tried to speak, using his own mouth, so Harry felt his mouth opening and closing in excruciating pain. The people outside got taken aback. Invisible? Or did he use the apparition to escape? The Ministry of Magic's Aurors and Hit Wizards looked around, when Harry suddenly fell to the ground, as his body twisted stiffly, his neck raised like a snake, his pupils somehow turning into the vertical eyes of a snake. "Harry!" Sirius called out. "Can you kill me now, Dumbledore?" From Harry's mouth came a hoarse voice that sounded almost identical to Voldemort's. The onlookers backed away in panic. "What's going on, that boy? What's wrong with him?" No, that voice. People subconsciously formed a circle around Harry, and Dumbledore leaned down to meet Harry's snake-like eyes as he said sharply, Harry, pull yourself together and never forget who you are. Who am I? Harry's eyes turned blood-red abruptly as a hissing sound escaped his mouth. I am, of course, the greatest Dark Lord in the history dash. Oh my god! The boy is possessed. Dumbledore took Harry by the shoulders and said in a deep voice, You're Harry Potter, the son of James and Lily, think of them Harry, they would be proud of you if they are still alive. And remember all those friends you made at school, Harry. Remember who you are. Harry found himself trapped in endless darkness, his consciousness blurred from the pain, and he felt himself constantly falling down. Then he heard a blurred voice, it was Dumbledore, he was calling his name. What's my name again? Harry's memory blurred little by little as he sank into the darkness, is he Tom Riddle, or is he Harry Potter? Harry, snap out of it. Hermione said anxiously, think about Sirius, think about Remus, think about Hagrid, she recited one name after another, all of the people Harry knew best, and in the endless darkness, Harry's consciousness cleared a bit. I am Harry Potter. Harry muttered to himself, as he stared up at the red-eyed monster that had a death grip on him, and you're Voldemort. Outside, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Sirius, and Dumbledore tightly surrounded Harry, calling out his name over and over again. Amelia Bones looked worried, but then she turned her head and shouted, all Aurors, isolate the perimeter and stay alert, healers take your positions. Bondi, the house elf, watched the scene, as he appeared a little too calm compared to the panicking crowd. It's kinda scary. When a figure suddenly stumbled and leaned towards him, Bondi looked up indifferently and found it is the same young man that had wrapped himself tightly before, with only half a sharp, thin chin showing. A student. He muttered, as he snapped his fingers, and disappeared from that place. Draco Malfoy fell to the ground, as he was pushed and shoved by the crowd, and saw Harry's face, contorted by pain, through the messy gap between the legs. He climbed to his feet in complete shock, unable to imagine what kind of pain a person his own age is suffering. He saw Harry's mouth widen and his eyes turn back to emerald green again. Get out of my head, Voldemort! Harry's roar carried far and wide, his fist slammed into the ground and the ground shuddered strangely as small stones jumped up from the ground. Hiss! I'm you, Harry Potter is the name we share. No, not at all Harry said through clenched teeth, fighting a little bit to break free from the red-eyed monster's arms. Get out of my head! He hammered his fist into the ground, his arm slamming into the ground with a loud thud like a drum. The sound seemed to hit people in the heart. Oh my god, look at that boy, what is he going through? Unbelievable! Who is he? It's working, keep waking Harry up, it's a battle of wills. Felix stood at the back of the group, his eyes changing color like a torch, with astral rings circling around his pupils, and silvery grey wisps gathered at his fingertips. Ron, Hermione, and Neville shouted eagerly, which echoed through Harry's mind as each of the words filled with intense emotions. I'm Neville, Neville Longbottom, Harry, you taught me magic, remember? Think of Ginny, Harry. Don't you want to see her again? Hermione called out. We flew halfway across England in a car together. Ron suddenly froze and stared at Harry with disbelief, losing his words. Merlin's socks, you and Ginny? When was that happened? Eventually, a black mist rushed out of Harry. Felix reached to grab it, but he grasped it in vain, then he threw a ball of silvery wisps at it, as a scream came from the black mist, and it floated far up in the air, where it reverted into Voldemort's body. His snake-like face looked like a grotesque mask, holding too many emotions at once, joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. He gave Felix a vicious glare and disappeared without a warning. Unfazed by Voldemort's vicious glare, Felix continued to ponder silently. It seems to have some effect, but it's not that obvious. Did I choose the wrong emotion? What could it be correct then? A Horcrux, complete soul, killing, incomplete soul, repentance? Repentance. He had originally wanted to try to see if emotions could have an effect on Voldemort's soul-like state, and if they worked, he could research them in a more targeted way. But now, he suddenly got a new train of thought. The Horcrux is a way of splitting the soul and gaining immortality by doing so. Of course, there's a cost, like the intense suffering and pain caused during soul splitting, becoming less and less human, insanity as the split increase, and the ensuing problems caused by soul instability. Harry became a half-Horcrux because of Voldemort's soul instability. When Voldemort was hit by a rebounded killing curse in the Potter's house in Godric's Hollow, a fragment of Voldemort's soul was blasted away and attached to the only living soul in the collapsed house for survival. And Voldemort didn't even notice the missing soul fragment after that. Of course, it's not impossible to make one's soul whole again after creating the Horcrux, Felix thought. According to the notes in the Advanced Dark Magic Uncovered book, true repentance would allow the split soul to return to its original source if it remained intact, but the pain that would follow would be devastating. Presumably, Voldemort had no intention of trying this. But even if he didn't want to, others could help. This can be accomplished by capturing Voldemort alive and leaving him defenseless. Then brainwash him at every opportunity to make him repent. But it is no easier than killing Voldemort's main soul directly. Harry panted and shivered as he slumped on the freezing ground, then he found himself floating, lying on a stretcher. Footsteps heard everywhere around him, and Harry tried to say something, followed by a spinning sensation in his head. He heard someone talking overhead, but he couldn't tell who it is. It could be Headmaster Dumbledore or Professor Hap, or it could be Ron and Hermione. He opened his eyes and his vision became blurry. A hand reached towards him and placed his glasses on his ear, and the environment became clear all of a sudden. Dumbledore's nose looked close at hand, and he could see the concern in his azure eyes as he looked up. "Are you all right, Harry?" "Quite well," Harry said, slightly embarrassed. "Drink it up, boy, it'll make you feel better." Harry looked up, and it was Mr. Slughorn who spoke now, holding a thumb-sized vial in his hand and looking at him with very mixed emotion, his gaze tinged with a mixture of chagrin and admiration. "Thanks." Harry grunted and drank the potion. He found himself lying in a makeshift tent with a school crest printed on the wall, and he stared at it for several moments before realizing that it isn't Hogwarts' crest. Despite the resemblance, it is the crest of Ilvermorny. Harry suddenly realized that this was Ilvermorny headmaster's tent. The thought that this headmaster had been killed by Voldemort gave him a heavy pang, and this increased his hatred for Voldemort who had done this. His consciousness became increasingly fuzzy and in a trance. A light flashed, and he suddenly remembered the memories of Voldemort he had seen earlier. Harry grabbed Dumbledore's arm and stammered, "Krupp, Bellatrix." "What?" "Harry, what did you say?" Dumbledore lowered his head. "Bellatrix." He gave Bellatrix Lestrange a golden cup. Harry shouted, then passed out completely. Chapter 547. Harry hadn't slept that long in the makeshift tent before waking up from the noise outside. He fumbled around next to his pillow for his glasses, and put them on before sitting up from his bed. The tent is empty, with only Professor Hap sitting by the entrance, albeit looking a little distracted. "You're awake, Harry," Felix said. "Professor? How long was I asleep?" Harry asked in a daze. "About an hour or so. What about the others?" "They all had something to do. It's a long day for some, as if a lifetime passed," Felix said, still looking outside. He had the Book of Rune in his lap, but didn't glance at it. "Don't worry, Ron and the group were sent back to school." Harry was slightly relieved to hear that, and then a question came to his mind: where is Headmaster Dumbledore? Bellatrix dash. "Oh, I know what you're trying to ask. Dumbledore left for that very thing." "He went off to look for the Horcrux?" Harry asked hopefully. "That's right, he thought of some clues and rushed off to confirm them." Felix glanced at Harry, who couldn't hide the joy on his face, so he poured cold water over it. "Don't be too optimistic, the odds of Dumbledore gaining something are very slim." "Why do you say that?" Harry asked, holding his breath. He knew one thing, something he, Ron, and Hermione had speculated privately, combining what Sirius and Neville had said. Sirius had told him that the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix had secretly assigned people to monitor Death Eaters whose names had been revealed, but they had no solid evidence against them, while Neville had inadvertently mentioned that the Longbottoms had monitored the Malfoy Manor and had sighted Bellatrix. And then Longbottoms foiled the you-know-who plot and almost caught her. Bellatrix, Harry mused that name. He knew that woman, had even seen her face many times on different occurrences on wanted notices, in newspapers, and in Headmaster Dumbledore's pensieve near the end of the previous school year. Oh, he had also seen her old photographs in Black's ancestral house before. It was hard for Harry to connect the young woman in the photo with the insane look she had during her trial inside the pensieve. Even if Voldemort had given Bellatrix Horcrux for safekeeping, there's no way he'd be comfortable giving it to someone else after today. he'd definitely retrieve it. That was one of Dumbledore's purposes, to scare the snake out of the grass. So the headmaster wore the ring to actively reveal that he knew about the Horcruxes. Harry asked as he knew all the Horcruxes now. Couldn't we just quietly collect the Horcruxes and destroy them one by one? He muttered unhappily. It's hard when you get to this point. Felix said, if you see this from the perspective of both Dumbledore and Voldemort, you can understand it more easily. In the case of Dumbledore, he has two primary aims. First, he wants to keep Voldemort under considerable pressure so that he won't start a full-scale war and keep it at a low intensity. In fact, there have been some conflicts before, but they were just that, the death rate was nothing compared to the war. Secondly, he wanted to identify the last Horcrux as soon as possible, and yes, we didn't expect much, but thanks to you, it went off without a hitch too. Felix said with a tilt of his head in Harry's direction, but back then Dumbledore didn't factor you in the plan. Or maybe he did consider it, Felix thought. Dumbledore's thoughts should have been extremely conflicted, because both he and Felix knew one of the easiest ways to destroy the piece of Voldemort's soul in Harry's body, but neither of them had mentioned it, and looked for other solutions separately. But there was no way someone as wise as Dumbledore hadn't considered the worst-case scenario, and the fact that he had been consciously grooming Harry, including the fact that he had allowed him to stay and watch the battle today, could have been a reflection of that conflicting thought. Both of those aims have already met with challenges. Harry mused as he looked down. Voldemort has gained the Snakewood wand and gained more strength, so even if he doesn't show up today, there will be other plots. And the Horcrux? Horcrux investigation has reached a deadlock. Before? Yes. Felix said. Well, is it possible that Voldemort would just throw the last Horcrux somewhere? Harry asked sharply, as he tried to find the flaw in the plan, in case he threw it into the ocean or buried it in the earth. Not possible. Felix said curtly. Why dash? Because of you. Felix gave Harry a deep look. Voldemort didn't know about your connection in the past, but you don't honestly believe that he didn't notice anything after he possessed you, right? Harry's expression went blank for a moment. He knew? Knew I could look into his mind. Certainly, Felix thought. The only thing that is unclear is how much Voldemort knows. Voldemort might even know Harry's Horcrux identity, the odds are somewhere in the middle. But one thing is certain, he must have noticed the connection between him and Harry. Some things could never be hidden if they were seriously investigated, like Harry's scar and Parseltongue, both of which are not exactly a secret at school. And as the soul, no, the only two people who are still alive after being hit by the killing curse, it's hard to figure out what kind of connection they have, not to mention the protection magic Harry's mother had cast. It made things even more complicated. Voldemort might not necessarily be able to make the connection with the Horcrux, as he had never actively split his soul. But it would be extremely unwise to let the Horcrux out of his sight without knowing exactly how strong the connection is, in case Harry could track the Horcrux, which is highly unlikely, but for Voldemort, it would be a huge risk. For Voldemort, who is left with only one Horcrux, who is on edge, and who had just suffered a major defeat, would he dare to gamble? So it is not an exaggeration to say that Harry is Voldemort's nemesis. Silence fell over the tent. After an unknown period of time, Dumbledore's figure appeared in the tent when both Harry and Felix looked up at the same time. Dumbledore looked exhausted and Harry noticed his wrinkles have returned and, he didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, there are more wrinkles on his face than before. Dumbledore shook his head silently and Harry's heart sank. Harry, I'm taking you back to school. Dumbledore said. What about Professor Hap? Harry asked as he stood up. He has his own things to do. Dumbledore said briefly. Harry was unsure if this thing referred to sitting in his chair at the entrance to the tent and chilling out. But before he could ask, Dumbledore took Harry by the shoulders and Harry spoke with a stutter as he struggled for a moment. I am sorry. I got you all in trouble. It's not your fault. Dumbledore calmly said. But I didn't listen to you and brought Voldemort's attention towards me. Harry blamed himself. I should have figured you could handle it, but I couldn't hold back. He realized it was because of his impulsiveness that Voldemort had found out about their connection. It would probably be difficult to scoop information out of Voldemort's mind in the future, and Voldemort would certainly defend against it with extra care. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore smiled for the first time since he had appeared, and so did Professor Hap at the entrance. Harry, Dumbledore said patiently, of course I want you to become mature and prudent, but I would prefer if your growth didn't come at the cost of losing all your shining points, like kindness, bravery, and righteousness, which is something many people can't possess in a lifetime. You have a clear conscience, Harry, and you don't even know how much I envy you." He sighed softly and stroked the black jeweled ring on his hand. For a long time, neither of them spoke until Fawkes flew in from outside, circled low in the tent twice, and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. And with a burst of flame, they disappeared from the tent. Felix looked out leisurely, and wondered for a moment. Kindness, righteousness, bravery, and a clear conscience. How many of these qualities does he possess? Chapter 548. Late at night, when the Hogsmeade village became quiet, Felix suddenly moved. He rose from his chair and took a step out, and appeared on a huge rock high in the mountain behind Hogwarts. At night the mountains and the forest echoed with the howling of unknown beasts. Felix turned and looked at the large hollow space in the rock wall. There is already a man inside. He is wearing a hood and blended with the darkness. The wizard lifted the hood to reveal the pale, lean face of Lucius Malfoy. Felix watched Malfoy's expression carefully, and after a short while, he asked softly, "Voldemort lost his temper. Got hit by a few cruciatous curses." Lucius tried his best to sound unconcerned. "It was the best possible outcome. I barely managed to hold myself from blowing my cover. That would have been the end of everything." "What excuse did you use to fool him?" Felix asked curiously. "To be honest, you turned out to be much tougher than I thought. A full 10 hours have passed since I delivered the message to you. I've been waiting for you to summon me to your rescue or to receive your request to move your family." Lucius Malfoy gave him a sharp look. "I knew that diary is very important to him, and when he handed it to me, he instructed me to keep it safe and wait for him to give a word before acting as he ordered. Tonight I told him that I remained loyal to him, and 3 years ago I received an information about his suspectable return in Hogwarts, but he never showed up, so I bit the bullet and sent the diary to Hogwarts, hoping that the news of the Chamber of Secrets being opened would draw his attention." Felix speculated on Voldemort's psychology. At that time, Voldemort had already made several Horcruxes and did not think too highly of the diary. He actually saw it more as a weapon than the Horcrux with a life preservation function. So judging from what Lucius has revealed, this would be one of his unfulfilled plans. Perhaps Voldemort wanted to use the diary to open the chamber, kill a few students and take down Dumbledore from his headmaster position, thus allowing him to infiltrate the ancient wizarding school. The task was most appropriate to hand it to Lucius Malfoy, who was a school board member of Hogwarts at that time, but the timing had to be subtle enough, so Voldemort handed the diary to Malfoy and told him to go home and wait for news and peace. Then, it didn't take long for Voldemort to die without peace. "Voldemort summoned you alone?" "Yes." "Did he also summon Bellatrix?" Lucius was taken aback. "Yes, that's right, we were called in no particular order." After a few moments of reflection, he said, "I didn't realize the anomaly until you mentioned it, because he has always been secretive in his movements these days, summoning us individually. It is rare to have other people present." Felix nodded. "You would be first, Bellatrix second, and after that, it looks like Voldemort will be busy tonight, and of course, his temper will grow even worse." "Lucius?" Lucius looked at him. "If Voldemort suddenly summons you again in the next couple of days, grab your bags and run. But if he tolerates further, it's fine to stay on." "Why?" "Because I can't guarantee he won't vent his anger on you," Felix said in a spooky voice. In the next 2 days, some of the wizards who had attended the ancient rune exchange left early. Most of them were tourists who had simply come to see the birth and development of a new discipline, but the events that took place at the venue were simply too much for them to handle, and they chose to leave with their hearts in their throats. When the Ministry of Magic re-registered the participants, there were about 200 tents left vacant. But many more people chose to stay. These people simply assumed that they had seen a thrilling battle as an extra for free. To be honest, they had actually long anticipated Dumbledore's strength. After all, there is more than half a century of fame stacked up. From the looks of the scene, Dumbledore lived up to his title, the greatest white wizard. The surprise was Felix Happ. He had already been well known in many countries, but of course, people knew him for different reasons. Some knew him through the books he wrote, some through Future World, and some knew Felix's name because they had experienced the Quidditch World Cup final camp riots personally. But if they were asked to give him a precise identification, they would be at a loss for words. Is he a Muggle researcher? A brilliant businessman? A professor of ancient runes? Or an expert in memory healing? Probably they would argue among themselves. Only when this ancient rune exchange was over did wizards around the world gain a unified view about the person named Felix Happ. He is a legendary warlock who stands on the same level as Dumbledore. When the journalists who attended the event sent the news back to their countries, everyone was stunned, and a steady stream of people came over afterward, trying to gather first-hand information. Historians, Ministry of Magic officials, journalists from newspapers and magazines, members of the Dark Force Defense League and the Alchemy Society applied for entry and then rushed to Hogsmeade, eager to see and photograph the scorched earth outside the village, then listen to Felix Happ himself explaining his understanding of the runes, and interview random people at their leisure to learn about the two thrilling battles from those who had witnessed them. And long before that, the newspapers in the British wizarding community first had exploded. The journalists and photographers who had rushed over on the first day were incredibly busy, each with 10 articles to catch up on at the same time, in addition to developing photographs. Once again, Rita Skeeter showed an extremely professional ability to make up nonsense, with a vividly graphic article that only took her about 10 minutes to write, without losing her usual style of writing, which increasingly moved in the direction of sensationalism. The new editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet was left with a headache. Look, the three men who stand at the top of the world, how can they include Voldemort? In the library, Hermione read the title of the article with a disgusted look on her face. In a way, she's right. Ron said with an odd expression, I remember another article titled, The Power of Love Awakens the Boy Who Lived, sheesh. Harry turned his head in embarrassment. He didn't know how to explain his relationship with Ginny to Ron. He can't say they are close, as they haven't spoken much since the start of the school year except at the Frontline Lookout Club, but he can't also say they are far. Harry's heart raced as he remembered that kiss in the underground training room at Black's ancestral house once again. Is Mafalda pestering you again? Ron asked. What? Harry followed the direction of his eyes and was surprised to find Mafalda, hiding behind a thick stack of books, looking like a replica of Hermione in her first year, but Harry could guarantee that Hermione only shared her in her desire to win at schoolwork, and in other areas, such as her sickly snooping and vindictiveness, Mafalda would be superior. Another Rita Skeeter. Ron said. You said she would be another Gilderoy Lockhart a while back. Hermione threw a jab at him. Is there a difference between the two of them? Ron muttered. At that moment, Harry saw Draco Malfoy come into the library looking weak, sitting alone at a table and looking dazed. What's wrong with him? Harry asked. He hadn't seen Malfoy for the past 2 days. I suppose he is sick. I saw him when Lee Jordan went to the hospital wing to stop his nosebleed. Ron said vaguely, and Harry instantly understood that Lee Jordan must have tried out the skiving snack box that Fred and George had developed. He remembered one of the candies being named as Nosebleed Nougat. Ron at this point seemed to have forgotten about Harry's love case as he came over and whispered in a hushed tone, it is probably to cover up the fact that he had left the school. He gave a meaningful look. Professor Happ forced us to swear not to tell anyone that he was there, or he would use magic to seal our lips. The professor didn't say that. Hermione yelled in annoyance. Well, I assumed, Ron shrugged, he had a pretty serious look on his face at the time anyway. This time Hermione didn't retort. Harry looked at the distraught Draco with mixed emotions. He had kept his agreement and didn't tell Ron and Hermione the truth about the diary Horcrux, which made Harry feel that his relationship with Malfoy had changed subtly. Whether it's for the better or the worse Harry couldn't say, but it seemed that Malfoy had once again gone invisible on important matters. Once when he had voluntarily handed in his diary Horcrux, once when he had personally visited the Hogsmeade battlefield. Both times it involved Professor Happ. Draco looked up from the table, revealing 2 distinct dark circles under his eyes, and turned his head away quickly when his eyes met with Harry. Chapter 549. On the other side, Felix is also sitting on the sofa in his office looking through the newspapers of the past few days. The articles gave him a sense of time and space dislocation. The first page shows Amelia Bones being questioned by journalists and announcing the end of the Ancient Runes exchange, where Felix wasn't present. Still, the journalists made sure to use his picture alongside it, so you could see him going to the next building in the picture to check out. The other page, for example, showed the remains of the battle outside the Hogsmeade village. The earth had been ploughed up and cut into pieces, like a poorly regulated field, and there were also mounds of earth, charred stones, large pitch-black holes, and deep pits. Felix wondered why they didn't bother to fill in the holes and pits. At that moment Valen jumped onto the small square table with a twist and held out her tiny finger to point at him in a condescending manner. "Key. You want to duel me?" Felix looked at Valen with amusement. Valen nodded seriously. She pulled out a wand from her small pocket and Felix looked at her with a surprise for a few seconds before realizing that thing wasn't really a wand but an alchemical item. Valen waved it with a great swagger and the wooden stick in her hand made a swishing sound, followed by a whirlwind that swept through the room and lifted Felix off the couch. Felix sat cross-legged on the whirlwind. "Huh? Kind of interesting, an improved piece of work by Fred and George from the fake wand." Valen stood with her neck held high. "No, Valen cast the spell herself." Felix hovered over the couch, reached out and picked her up by the back of her neck, and shook her hard, and she hastily covered her little pocket, as the fake wand fell from her hand into Felix's. "Let's alter it." Felix took it and looked at it for a while with sudden interest. He had been occupied lately with changing the magical creature's magical gifts into runes and rune sequences for ancient magic, followed by the interaction with the representatives of various countries, and now it seemed to be time for him to relax his mind. "I suddenly realized that some of Miss Granger's ideas are very suitable for use here. The magic frequency is another treasure. Magical creatures also have magic in them, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to use their magical gifts. But Niffler is rather a weak creature compared to others, with nothing too exaggerated or bizarre about their abilities, other than a keen sense of smell and a knack for burrowing and treasure hunting. Oh, they also have a small spatial pocket to store their treasures. But the fact that they do have magic in them is enough. I need to test the frequency of your magic to create an exclusive wand for you. What kind of magic do you want to add?" Felix turned his head to look at Valen. Her eyes gradually glowed. "Key. That night she got her new baby, Treasure, with glee, and after a few tries it worked surprisingly well, and Valen loved it so much that she even cuddled it in her arms when she slept. She can't wait to go out tomorrow to show it off. From now on she is not just a traveling merchant Valen, she is also a Niffler wizard. She no longer can be hugged by anyone as they wish." Muhahaha. The next day, Halloween finally came. Harry walked into the Great Hall and was surprised to see a tall, burly figure at the entrance. "Hagrid is back." Harry ran over excitedly. Hagrid had several bruises all over his face, but thankfully no new wounds. That seemed to indicate that Grop had made good progress with his studies. I wonder how he's progressing compared to Valen? Harry couldn't help but think. "Thank goodness, Hagrid, are you finally going to come out and meet with people?" Harry asked enthusiastically. "Shhh, keep your voice down." Hagrid bent down timidly and tried to hide, but he simply couldn't, as he looks too conspicuous, and it made his behavior look a little comical. "I've just come back to school, okay? Before there was something. Anyway, you finally remembered to show up to teach our class," Harry said. "Yeah, I think it's a perfect opportunity." Hagrid scratched his chin and smiled back. "What's that?" Harry noticed a large wooden box placed next to Hagrid's feet. Hagrid was about to open his mouth to explain when Luna and Ginny walked in together, so he hurriedly changed his words. "Oh, you mean this, it's a toolbox." "Hi Hagrid," Luna greeted warmly, "are you finally planning on coming back to class?" Harry poofed out a laugh as Luna asked the same question that he had just asked. Looking a little flustered, Hagrid brought up his previous excuse and said it again. "I just got back to school, I took a leave of absence for something earlier." Firenze said dash. He was mistaken. Hagrid said without thinking. Oh, Luna didn't press the issue, as if she'd accepted the reason, and voluntarily changed the subject. "You'd better check out the Forbidden Forest, Thestral's got themselves a king." "Really?" Hagrid stared at her, looking doubtful. Luna nodded solemnly. "Then I'll ask Uwu," Hagrid said half-heartedly, "if any strange Thestral has come to settle in the Forbidden Forest. I need to know if it's aggressive." "Is Uwu the liveliest one?" "The one with the brightest eyes?" Luna asked cheerfully. "I call it Woo-Woo, that sounds similar." "I'll go in first, Hagrid," Harry said, glancing at Ginny who smiled at him. He hurriedly slipped into the Great Hall and walked a dozen steps to see Hagrid and Luna still chattering passionately. The Halloween dinner had begun. Harry saw Hagrid sitting next to Professor Hap, the fork in his hand swishing back and forth over the dinner cloth tied to his chest as he spoke as if twirling an embroidery needle for sewing. Then Hagrid picked up a plate of fried fish, glanced around like a thief, and tucked it under the table. "What's wrong?" Ron asked vaguely as he took a bite off half a sausage. I probably know exactly what is inside the box that Hagrid brought along. Harry said, thinking it must be the giant grop. Look at that, they're beautiful. Hagrid said gruffly, pointing to the bats on the ceiling that were used as decoration, reminds me of thestrals, their wings are practically identical, I mean, just in shape. Oh, it's really amazing. Felix said. He held out his hand and pointed toward a huge roasted pumpkin on the table, which quickly shrank to the size of a small lantern. You can take it back. He said with a wink. Oh, thanks. Hagrid said, as he leaned over and explained in a low voice, Little Grop will like it. Who's Little Grop? Professor Flitwick interjected and asked. The fork in his hand seemed to be under a spell, not only its length far exceeding normal standards, but the other end had taken the shape of a hook, pulling the plate over at the far end. Hagrid looked envious as he spoke vaguely, I know it from the Forbidden Forest. Need a hand? What? Flitwick asked. Hagrid snatched the fork from his hand and hooked all the food around him to the side as Professor Flitwick shouted agitatedly, That's enough. Hagrid took a few more before stopping, as he muttered, It's okay, I can help you eat. Felix looked around the professor's table. Snape remained silent as always, not engaging in conversation with his colleagues. Felix could guess that he might not be having a very good time these days and wondered if Voldemort had summoned him privately. Professor McGonagall and Sirius were discussing something in whispers. Oh no, probation is the least possible punishment. Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression as she put down her fork. Finally, Felix set his eyes on the middle seat, the seat that belonged to Dumbledore. But it is now empty. Chapter 550. Towards the end of the dinner, the students who were well-fed and contented started to noisily murmur in the Great Hall. An uneasy restlessness filled the air as more and more people realized the fact that Headmaster Dumbledore is not present tonight, and they all darted their eyes toward the professor's table and debated it with each other. Felix watched the scene in silence as Professor Flitwick's shrill voice reached his ears from 2 seats away. Minerva, did Headmaster Dumbledore got caught up with something? I'm not sure. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips tightly, her hands folded together as she looked torn. She looked around the Great Hall at the gesturing students and suddenly stood up. Students dash! Her voice traveled far and wide, and the Great Hall gradually fell silent. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and was about to open her mouth to explain when there was a sudden creaking sound heard from the direction of the entrance to the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall was relieved that Dumbledore had shown up. He stood in the doorway of the Great Hall with the dimly lit entrance hall behind him, and his silvery white hair and beard glowed in the light of the pumpkin lamps. The uneasy atmosphere that had built up in the surroundings vanished at once. With a smile on his face, Dumbledore strides through the gap between the Great Hall tables, and students once again started to chatter eagerly, only this time the mood in the atmosphere is relaxed and jovial. Dumbledore made his way to the armchair in the middle that belonged to him, and Harry was keenly aware that he had once again worn those white gloves and that black jeweled ring must have been put away. The color of his beard is back to normal. Hermione whispered. Harry was simply focused on staring at the conspicuous purple robe and white gloves on Dumbledore, guessing if the hands inside the gloves are intact, without paying any attention to the beard. What did you say? He asked subconsciously. Headmaster Dumbledore's beard color was quite different when he was fighting. Hermione whispered, stretching her neck as she glanced at the beard, but now it's back to normal. There is such a thing. Ron poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice and patted his well-stuffed stomach contentedly. I noticed that too, Neville whispered. The headmaster's beard turned some shades darker during the fight, an iron-grey color, kind of like the owner of the Hogshead Inn. Harry, Ron, and Hermione brought their eyes back from the professor's table and looked at Neville, who nodded at them with a serious look on his face. It could be a secret magic. Ron said with a confident look. I really hope so, Hermione said, but I haven't read anything like that in any of the books, unless the headmaster had used an advanced human transfiguration. It's definitely the case. Ron said with conviction. But why would Headmaster Dumbledore do that? Harry asked in confusion. One of the important lessons he had learned in the dueling club was not to make extra moves while fighting. He looked over at the professor's table again. Dumbledore didn't sit down directly, he stood in front of his chair and looked out at the students in the Great Hall as the voices subsided once more and people looked at him with rapt attention. Ah, forgive me, there were too many newspapers that have mentioned my name recently, and I was planning to cut out all the parts that mentioned my name, Dumbledore said with a wink, and owls from all over the world have stuffed my office. and those little guys have always had a thing for things that move, and I had to gather up the silverware on my table. I only abruptly realized that the dinner party had begun when I was done with everything. I hope you can understand that for an old man, time can be both the most precious and the most negligible thing at the same time. I have experienced this particularly well when playing the 10-pin bowling game. He sat down, without eating anything, as he looked around the great hall with a smile on his face. After another 10 minutes or so, the dinner ended when the last round of desserts disappeared from the table. The students stood up sparingly. They moved sluggishly and lazily towards the door, like a group of sloths heading out for food. The professors stood up as well. Severus Dumbledore politely called out, "Can I have your company for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." The two men left in a pair. When everyone else was almost gone, Hagrid also pulled his wooden box out from under the table, and greeted Felix and Sirius, as he quickly slipped away. "Everyone's acting weird," Sirius muttered. "Are you all right?" Felix asked. "Fine," Sirius said vaguely, "it's just a punishment." "I don't care, I'm used to it." A muffled, distant voice drifted up from behind them. "I'm sure I couldn't bear it if I was on probation, that would be too humiliating." Sirius glared at Trelawney. "Sorry? I don't think I've seen you before, are you also a professor in the school?" As if she was greatly offended, Trelawney threw her shawl violently over her body and stomped away. "She is Sybil Trelawney, Professor of Divination, you have met her several times." Felix's tone was elusive. In fact, he held mixed feelings about this professor. The both of the significant prophecies he knew that had been made by Trelawney were somewhat fulfilled. "I know," Sirius said without thinking, "I even helped Harry with his divination class assignments, you know, coming up with ideas and stuff. Kids' imaginations are kinda lacking these days." Gryffindor Common Room. Harry slumped drowsily in the soft armchair, glancing at the old clock at the entrance of the common room. It is barely 9 o'clock. There is still time before he usually goes to bed, but he doesn't want to do anything. Harry looks up at the ceiling of the common room, and his hand fumbles through the gaps between the seats to find a rolled-up newspaper. He picked it up and looked at it. The picture on it showed Dumbledore leaning down and grabbing him by the shoulders. He stared at himself lying on the floor twisting and squirming around like a snake, as he subconsciously stroked his scar. Ron sat on his butt next to him and the armchair shuddered twice as he stuck his head over to look at it. "Mate, you did look pretty scary back then." Harry didn't say anything as he flipped to the page that reads "Getting to know Felix Happ again," another page that reads "The only man he is afraid of, the greatest of all white wizards, Dumbledore," and the fourth page that reads "The dark mark reappears again above the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He sat up and read the article carefully. After the conclusion of the thrilling duel, a lot of lagging news from abroad has reached our country. For example, the mighty wand that you-know-who had used during the battle has been firmly proven to be the Snakewood wand of Salazar Slytherin, and this wand had been lying dormant in front of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for over 300 years, and to be honest, it is quite surreal. It is suspected that the wand was brought to America by a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and used by the founder of the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry during her youth and buried by her in her later years. It can be concluded that the you-know-who had long coveted this wand, and after acquiring it he murdered the headmaster of Ilvermorny, Professor Agilbert Fontaine, who had hurried there to stop him. Agilbert Fontaine, a descendant of the Theodard Fontaine, one of the original 12 orators of the United States, had a good reputation during his tenure and led a delegation representing the Ilvermorny School in the first ever Tournament of Champions of the Big Five school last year. The people of the United States of America expressed their anger and demanded that the murderer of Headmaster Fontaine should be captured and brought over. A new headmaster has yet to be elected in Ilvermorny, and the only person who witnessed the death of Headmaster Fontaine at the time of the incident is a young Muggle professor, Jura Edmund, who was very lucky to survive from being killed. When questioned, Edmund had stated that the battle was over too swiftly, and despite Headmaster Fontaine's persistent resistance, the opponent's attacks were so evil and bizarre that all defenses collapsed in a flash. As of today, the Magical Congress of the United States of America has not made any public statements, and there are rumors that they had sent orators to intercept the you-know-who, which resulted in heavy losses. Headmaster Dumbledore and Ms. Bones have called for all wizards to unite against the you-know-who and his Death Eater force. This piece of information has not been confirmed. Harry put the paper down, and his heart felt heavy. Ron said optimistically, "Don't worry, Hogwarts is the safest place in the whole world, so it's safe to say the you-know-who would never dare to come over here." "You're right. Harry said, as his mood improved a little. Ron glanced once more at Hermione, who had been writing and drawing on her note for a long while, and whispered, "There is nothing for us to worry about in school, so instead of worrying so much about this, we should be concerned about the trouble that is close at hand." "What kind of trouble?" "The Quidditch match is coming up. I asked Angelina about it and the first match is scheduled at the weekend. We are up against Slytherin. Professor McGonagall has purposely exempted our homework for this week, and we finished the assignments given by Snape in advance. Every team had booked the training ground to train this week a month in advance. Harry, everyone wants to win." On the first weekend of November, Valen went out joyfully, draped in a small scarf, and swaggered the whole way. The ground in the yard was covered in a thin layer of snow, but it was nothing to her as Valen stamped out a trail of tiny footprints, looking around for a target. "Whoa! Look, it's the little rich girl." A clamouring crowd gathered around. Valen nodded graciously and brushed aside a finger that tried to scratch her chin. She jumped over on the bench in the yard, and then the little wizards pulled out the treasures they had collected. "I found a glowing pebble near the Black Lake," one boy said proudly. Valen shook her head as the others joined in as well. "Valen already has so many glowing stones, look at mine." A little witch mysteriously pulled a small hat out of her pocket with little shiny round shards attached to it, and Valen's eyes lit up. "Key." She fished through her pocket and pulled out a few things: a set of 1,000 paper cranes that could fly, a ghost food, a small bottle of super bubble blowing liquid, and a feather quill that floated in the air. The little witch looked very hesitant. "Super bubble blowing liquid is the best, pick that one." A little witch next to her gave a tip. "What does this quill do?" the first little witch asked curiously. Valen picked up the quill and wrote a crooked word in the air, "This." The people around them gasped in surprise once again. There is really a Niffler that can write. Valen waved her hand in smug triumph at first, but as soon as she thought of the great Demon King, she sheepishly wiped the word out of the air. "I'll take that," Mafalda said as a gleam twinkled in her eyes. The first trade went off without a hitch, and Valen wore that small goose yellow hat along with her scarf with joy and happiness. "Hi Valen, do you need me to take your picture?" Colin Creevey, who was passing by, asked. Valen nodded repeatedly. Colin pulled the camera from his robe like a Muggle magic trick and opened the lid when Valen called out. "What's wrong?" Colin asked as he paused, and Valen reached into her small pocket, as she pulled out a small wooden wand and struck a handsome pose. Then she nodded at Colin to show she was ready, and Colin took a picture of her. "I'll send you the developed picture in a couple of days." He waved his hand as he walked away. "I'm going to the Quidditch field to watch the match. It's been a year since the last one, and I can't miss it." Valen's eyes lit up, and she quickly completed the remaining few transactions. Even the boy with the smooth pebbles got a card that would emit 12 kinds of laughter and left contentedly. Valen returned to the castle and made her way down the entrance hall by the stone steps at the front of the castle. She looked out at the distance Quidditch pitch in the distance with a little binocular made on her hand and began to worry that it is too far to walk. She wanted to go to the Quidditch pitch to watch the match, but it would be too tiring to walk there by herself. Valen stood at the edge of the steps glancing from side to side when she keenly heard a voice. "Astoria, can you please stop your mischiefs?" "What I have done wrong?" an indignant voice asked. "Professor Binns may be a ghost, but he's also a professor at the school. You can't just use ghost food to tease him in class." Astoria was just about to retort when she saw a Niffler suddenly rush in front of her, with arms spread wide to stop them. "It's you, little one." Astoria jumped happily in front of her and reached out to pet Niffler on the head. Valen jumped away agilely, as she angrily pulled out a small wooden wand and pointed it at her. "Oops, where did you get that wand?" Astoria asked with a look of surprise. Daphne also glanced at it carefully. "It doesn't look like the one shown in the paper, so it's not Professor Happ's wand." "It can't be one of the students, can it?" Valen shook her head repeatedly, and retrieved a quill from her pocket, scribbling a word crookedly in the air, "Mine." She then patted her chest. Astoria tried to tease her, "Even if it's yours, can you use it?" Valen almost jumped up and down in excitement. This is the words she had been waiting for. She waved her hand at Astoria and struck a provocative gesture. The expression on Astoria's face froze. "Is she challenging me to a duel?" She looked at her sister blankly and Daphne shrugged. Astoria turned back to find Valen constantly nodding her head, and kept giving her a look that said, "Yes, exactly what you think." She froze for a couple of seconds and then burst out laughing, as she winked at her sister Daphne. "Daphne, look at that, haha, so funny." 2 seconds later, Astoria drew her wand in a serious manner and said, "Since you are the one who requested it, I can't refuse." Snicker. "I forgot to tell you that I won the dueling tournament in my first year, and it was in my first term." Daphne covered her face, not wanting to look at her childish sister. "Are you serious?" "Geez, I'll be lenient then," Astoria said as she waved her hand and looked at Valen out of the corner of her eye as she finished. "Don't say I am bullying you, I'll let you make the first move." Valen spun around twice in place with her small hands behind her back, then raised her small wooden wand. A sharp whirlwind appeared out of nowhere and lifted Astoria up, and she was swept 10 feet into the air, whirling with the whirlwind. Astoria stretched out her hands helplessly, and with a little bewilderment, but found herself unable to do anything. A few passers-by pointed and giggled at her, almost making her want to dig into the ground. To add insult to injury, Valen stood with Daphne throughout this process, sizing her up with interest as Daphne laughed her head off. It took nearly a minute of spinning in the air before the whirlwind that had entangled her subsided and Astoria landed on the ground with stars in her eyes and dizziness, unable to even stand up. "Valen!" She shouted in annoyance and lunged at Valen with her teeth and claws wide open, only to stumble after a few short steps and land on top of Daphne instead. Distressed, Astoria looked up from her sister's arms to find Valen's dark eyes staring hard at her. The little yellow hat and glowing shards on the top of it sparkled in the sunlight. 10 minutes later, Valen sat on Daphne's shoulders and followed them to the Quidditch pitch. Astoria puffed out her cheeks the whole way. "Valen, how did you suddenly learn to use magic?" Daphne asked curiously. "Key. Did Professor Hap help you?" Niffler shook her head. "Strange. Now I think about it, I noticed your wand has a few little gems embedded in it. Is there some kind of secret within it?" Daphne spotted a hint of a clue. Valen's body twitched, and she hurriedly hid her treasure wand inside her pocket. To make sure she will discern nothing further from it. The Quidditch pitch was packed up to the brim. The lack of tournaments for the whole school year had increased the interest and enthusiasm for the first match of this new school year. Almost everyone who could come showed up, students braving the cold and chattered with excitement. Valen waved and bid farewell to the Greengrass sisters as he caught the scent of the Great Demon King. He jumped off Daphne's shoulder and fished 2 small jars out of her pocket and handed it to them, "Well, as a fare for the ride." "Ghost food? I have a share too," Astoria asked in surprise. Valen nodded her head cheerfully. "After all, you're the first person I've ever defeated, and a dueling champion at that. This is the first step of the great Niffler wizard Valen towards the stage of history, and she already planned to write an autobiography once she triumphed over the Great Demon King, in which she will certainly describe the first battle in great detail." When Valen disappeared, Daphne held out her hand with a poker face as she said, "Confiscated." Astoria saw the situation taking a bad turn and disappeared in a flash, blending into the crowd.